CH207 First Task. On the 24th of November, the first task was set to unfold. The Quidditch pitch had been stretched wider than usual, enchanted stands groaning under the weight of students packed in from 5 different schools. The field had been torn up and patched back together like a madman's idea of terrain diversity. Cracked stone formations jutted out in jagged clusters to one side. Beyond them, a dense thicket of trees curled in on itself, the sort of forest that didn't mind biting. There was a stretch of marshland pooling toward the far end, glistening with something that definitely wasn't water. A lava trench cut diagonally across the southern edge, warded to hell but still bubbling. And tucked just behind a raised ridge sat a narrow lake, black as oil. A dust bowl lingered near the center, and for reasons Cashin couldn't explain without laughing, someone had dropped a slope of snow in the back corner. The perfect playground. Cashin stood with Bats Haida in the staff section, wondering if Hogwarts wards could muffle all this noise. Just ahead, the judging table gleamed under a charm to keep it dust-free, because heaven forbid Karkaroff's robes touch anything imperfect. The crowd was deafening. Banners flapped overhead, half spelled to sparkle, the other half cursed to mock the opposing schools. Someone had enchanted a flag to scream "Kiss my wand, bows batons." Every 30 seconds. Students packed the stands, yelling for their champions. Down in the cordoned-off tent, said champions were drawing tokens to see what delight they'd face first. At least no one was getting launched at a dragon. The tent flaps stirred, and Minjiahu stepped out like he hadn't just drawn a card for possible murder. His Feng Huang uniform still looked like it had come off the press 5 minutes ago, red and gold, sharp lines, not a crease in sight. He walked straight to the middle of the arena without so much as blinking at the crowd. He bowed to the judges' table, then turned to face the empty space ahead. Bagman jumped to his feet, voice ringing out as if this was a bloody game show. "Here we go, folks. Our first contender is Su Minjia from Feng Huang. And his opponent is..." He grinned and lobbed a small purple ball out into the ring. It landed with a soft thud. Then it exploded. Lightning shot out in every direction, crackling loud. The air warped, bright and wrong. The bolts twisted mid-air, forming a shape that shimmered, then snapped into focus. The lightning elemental hissed as it took form, vaguely humanoid. A storm that had stood up and decided it had business to settle. The creature let out a pulse, more vibration than sound, and took a step. Sparks bled into the grass where its feet touched. Its arms crackled every time it twitched. Wind jittered in the air around it, rippling through the pitch. A bell tolled. The elemental surged forward. Minjiahu stood his ground. He flicked his wand, clean and sharp. 2 done. Earth shield, and the ground at his feet buckled, earth rising in a shield wall just before the lightning slammed into it. The impact cracked like thunder, students screamed. The stone smoked. Minjiahu vanished into the haze, then reappeared 10 feet left, slipping out behind his own wall like he'd been waiting for the opening. The elemental's arms arced wide, then lashed down. Twin bolts stabbed the lake. Water exploded, boiled, surged into steam. Minjiahu pivoted, wand snapping forward. Feng Xuan. Wind spiral, and the cloud obeyed, twisting, curling, sucked toward him in a tight vortex. He whipped it round and hurled it straight at the elemental. Steam met lightning. The creature howled. The stands rolled to their feet. Another bolt launched. Minjiahu ducked, rolled behind a boulder. The lightning hit the edge of the swamp. The smell that followed made several students gag. Cashin pinched the bridge of his nose. Brilliant. Toxic marsh air in a lightning storm. Real crowd pleaser. Minjiahu dashed toward the trilene. The elemental chased, its feet barely touching the ground, power lashing the air with every step. The trees groaned. Then the first trap sprung. A cluster of runes lit up under the elemental, pale gold, old glyphs. The creature froze. Minjiahu skidded to a stop and flung his wand up. Hungly. Blast, the trees to his left exploded. A barrage of branches, stones, and condensed air slammed into the stunned elemental. It reeled, its limbs scattering into loose arcs, body half disintegrated. The judges leaned forward. The audience held their breath. The boy stepped out from the trees, breathing hard. He turned, faced the creature again. The thing was rebuilding. Its shape fuzzed, limbs twitching back together. Minjiahu ran without any hesitation. Right across the lava trench. The warding shimmered, spells locking into place under his boots. Still, the heat hit him full in the chest. His robe caught light at the edges. He kept going. The elemental gave chase, moving faster now, lightning slicing the ground behind it. Minjiahu reached the stone spires. Being Yinshan. He cast on himself. Dragon avoiding concealment. Then he vanished. The elemental slammed in behind, and triggered the second trap. The spires lit. Runes flared across the stone, casting mirror loops in every direction. Lightning rebounded. Sparks hit wall after wall, echoing back on the creature itself. It shrieked again, more static than voice now, limbs twitching out of sequence. Cashin sighed through his nose. There it is. Minjiahu reappeared behind the creature, perched on a rock outcropping halfway up the ridge. He raised his wand, drew a sharp, clean circle in the air. Suoja. Lock boundary. The elemental staggered forward. And the circle collapsed. The creature stepped into it, and the moment its foot touched the line, the entire loop of spires folded inward. A magical sinkhole. Energy buckled. Lightning warped. The elemental vanished in a crunch of sound like glass and thunder mixed. Silence. Then the crowd lost it. Minjiahu stood motionless for a moment. Then his shoulders slumped. He turned toward the judges and gave another polite bow. Cashin clapped softly. So that is the spell Dumbledore used to steal Fawkes. Bath's Haida gave him a sideways look. You think he could have handled the original dragon task? Cashin smirked. With a spell that can make him hide from a dragon, the dragon would have needed therapy. Minjiahu took the ball Bagman had lobbed into the ring, still warm from the lightning by his reaction, and shoved it in his pocket. His prize. Or more accurately, the next breadcrumb in this charming little death obstacle course. The cheers followed him as he crossed the pitch. Even some of the Hogwarts students had started chanting his name. Bagman sprang up, beaming as if he'd personally trained the boy. Outstanding. Truly marvelous display of spell work. He shouted. Tactical finesse, solid footwork, brilliant use of the terrain, oh, that mirrored trap. That's one for the books. He turned to the judges, waving for attention. Right. Let's hear from our panel, Headmaster Dumbledore, shall we start with you? Dumbledore rested his hands together. Mr. Sue's grasp of the field was evident from the first step. He worked with the environment, and his spell work held fast without turning mechanical. Remarkable control. 9. The crowd burst into applause, Feng Huang banners flaring brighter in response. Kingsley gave a nod. Tactically sound. Kept his distance, but struck when it counted. Redirecting an elemental with that kind of stability? Not common. 8. Bagman grinned. Excellent, excellent. Now, Headmaster G. G chuckled as he got up. Minjiahu handled the elemental precisely as he was trained. He maintained control, assessed weaknesses, and used the environment efficiently. I have nothing to add. 10. Maxime shifted slightly, her hands clasped in front of her. He was graceful. Strategic. I've seen students with twice his weight and none of his presence. I'm impressed. 8. Karkaroff looked vaguely annoyed to be participating. Too safe. More hiding than fighting. Got lucky with those traps. 6. He made a small shrug, clearly bitter about something else. That got some booze. A Feng Huang girl actually whistled, and a few muttered under their breath. A Quincy ignored the noise. He mapped the field better than most adults could have. Spotted every trap without a trigger, shifted the elemental without breaking form. That kind of clarity under pressure's rare. 9. Bagman turned back to the crowd, practically bouncing on his heels. Well. What a performance. Crafty work from young Su, clean casting, slick footing, and let's be honest, handled that storm like he was born in it. He gave a theatrical wink. Bit too clean for my tastes, could have done with a bit more showmanship, but can't argue with results. I'm giving him a solid 8. The scoreboard shimmered again as the final number locked into place overhead. Total score, 58. Crowd noise rolled back through the stands as the next champion stepped out. Cedric paused just outside the tent, took a breath and gave the crowd a smile. Hogwarts backed their own, loudest by far. Banners flapped with his name, a few charmed to sparkle in house colors. He lifted a hand briefly in thanks, then turned toward the middle of the arena. Bagman bounced forward again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our second contender, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Cedric Diggory. Another wave of applause. The pitch nearly trembled from it. Bagman gave the same overly eager toss as before, small core sphere arcing lazily through the air. It hit the ground and flashed. This time, the change was slower. Cold slid in across the grass, chasing color out of the sky. Frost crept outward from the point of impact. Then a shape lifted from the mist, a tall, glacial form, limbs jagged icicles, eyes glowing blue-white. Cashin tilted his head. Water and ice. Lucky boy. The water elemental took a step, and the grass beneath it died. Cedric moved forward slowly. The wind tugged at his robes. He looked smaller suddenly, out there alone. The bell rang. The creature lunged. Not fast, but heavy. Ice rippled in its wake. Cedric flung a hand out. Ignis Orbis. Fire burst from the tip of his wand in a tight circle, curling outwards like a halo in waves. The elemental recoiled, steam hissed. Cashin let out a whistle. Isn't that your spell? Bath's Haida asked, raising an eyebrow. Cashin nodded. Yup. Bath's Haida gave him a glance. Thought we weren't allowed to assist them. I taught it to everyone. She squinted. Everyone. He grinned, shameless. I'm not playing favorites if I confuse them all equally. She hummed. Still. Ancient variants. We don't even know half of what they do. Cashin's grin dropped a notch. I stuck to the ones with milder memories. Nothing with bite. Good. She let out a breath and turned her eyes back to the pitch. Cedric was already moving, wand tight in his grip, cloak snapping behind him as he shifted across the terrain. The water elemental loomed, chasing relentlessly, dragging Frost with every step. The temperature had dropped enough for breath to mist. Cedric didn't waste time, another ring of fire burst from his wand, brighter this time, the air distorting in the heat. Thick clouds rose, curling and hanging over the rocks. He didn't try to fight the thing head-on. Smart. He ducked around a rise in the ground and sent a whip of flame low, too low to hit anything vital, but enough to draw the elemental's attention. It turned, head tracking like a predator. Cedric moved toward the lava trench, eyes on the cracks that shimmered with heat. Smart play, fire versus ice, clear advantage. Except the creature didn't take the bait. It stayed rooted near the lake and frozen grass, arm slowly sweeping the air. Then it moved, one thick arm swept sideways. A stream lifted off the lake's edge, spinning midair before it lashed out. Cedric ducked. The water cracked against a boulder behind him with enough force to chip stone. Cedric paused, wand lifted. Incendiotria. 3 arcs of flame cut through the air, neat and fast, a fan pattern aimed low to push the elemental from its spot. Didn't work. The flames hit a pulse of cold and guttered out in a hiss. Ice crept forward instead, slow and quiet, curling into the edge of the trench. The elemental turned. Its chest pulsed blue. Then a spiral of ice launched from its center, jagged and spinning. Cedric threw up a shield. Protego Maxima. The spiral shattered on impact, shards flinging wide. Cracked against his ward. He braced, stumbled a half step back. The elemental shifted again, hand rising. Water coiled from the lake behind it, pulled like thread through a needle. The tendrils snaked forward, fast this time. Cedric darted right. Glaces. The tendrils flash froze under him, slick and hard as stone. He sprinted across the ice, boots skimming over frozen arcs of water like they were laid out just for him. The elemental raised its arm, ice crackling at the joints. Cedric didn't slow. He launched off the last frozen strand, somersaulted high over its shoulder. Wand swung low, incendio. Flames burst like a torch, roaring down on the elemental's back. It shrieked, folding sideways under the heat. Its spine cracked, steam tearing off its body in waves. Cedric hit the ground behind it, rolled, came up still casting. The fire didn't stop. It bent with his wand, shoved the creature forward. Straight toward the lava trench. The creature resisted. It clawed backward, heels gouging the frost-bitten earth. But the fire wouldn't give. Cedric gritted his teeth, eyes locked. The trench flared. A final push. The elemental slipped, 1 foot over the edge, then the next. Its arm swung, caught nothing. The heat met ice, and won. The creature collapsed inward, body splintering in on itself before it hit the lava. The trench roared. Ice shattered. Water hissed into clouds. For a breath, it looked like a storm trying to scream underwater. Then silence. And then the stands erupted. Bagman was already on his feet. What a performance. Cedric gave a half smile, raising his wand toward the lava trench. Oxyocore. From the steam, something flickered, then the elemental's heart, pulsing faintly red, floated up from the lava and zipped to his hand. It hissed against his palm before cooling. Bagman turned to the judges, practically buzzing. Well, that's a follow-up if I've ever seen one. Let's hear it, shall we? Dumbledore rested both hands on the table, clearly proud. Mr. Diggory showed adaptability and restraint. He used heat strategically, and forced a creature of water to the edge without recklessness. 10. Maxime's fingers tapped once, then folded. He held his ground. Showed respect to the magic and the danger. 8. Kingsley gave a short nod. Effective balance of offense and control. A few close calls, but no wasted movement. 9. Karkaroff leaned back like the whole thing bored him. Sloppy. Relied on brute force. Very little finesse. 6. That earned another round of mutters from the crowd, and even a sharp hiss from somewhere in the Dimstrang corner. G tilted his head slightly. He used terrain to counter an elemental advantage. The flame ring spells were less elegant than Minjayu's wind weave, but efficient. 8. A. Quincy smiled bright, as she said, he understood the creature better than it looked. Didn't just push it back, he unmade the environment holding it together. That's more than instinct. That's study. 8. Bagman turned back, beaming. Lovely stuff. Fire and Frost, dance partners at last. Bold, bit rough round the edges, but the lads got style. 9 from me. The numbers shimmered overhead, 1 by 1. Final score, 58. The crowd shifted again, house scarves fluttering, Hogwarts students bellowing his name. Cedric nodded to them, still catching his breath, then moved back toward the edge of the arena. Next, Fleur and Crumb went up 1 by 1. Fleur's draw was unlucky, a wind elemental. It shimmered more than it stood, never quite solid, its shape flickering in and out. Spells passed right through unless timed just right. Her usual grace turned frantic halfway through, hair stuck to her face, wand arm trembling by the end. She pulled control back near the lake. Drew water up with a sharp arc of her wand, froze it midair with a cry of Glacis Maxima, and lashed it at the elemental's core. The moment it struck, the creature stalled, frozen fragments cracking under pressure. Then she snapped the wand down and the ice shattered, taking the heart with it. Not elegant, but effective. She came out with a torn sleeve and a bloody shoulder. The judges saw the struggle. 55, total. Crumb had it easier. His opponent blazed onto the pitch, fire elemental, tall, lanky, arms of living flame. But the poor thing had walked into a snowstorm with a Dimstrang boy who could have frozen a bath just by scowling at it. Spells snapped like whiplash, Augmenti Maxima, Glacis Duo, a controlled Aquafortis that blanketed the field with sleet. The elemental tried to burn through, but he turned it into a walking puddle before it could get halfway across. Karkaroff gave him a 10, naturally. Everyone else went 7, 8, or 9. Total score, 63. Top of the board, for now. Then, the last contender stepped out. It cracked open mid-air. A dull thump shook the ground. Stone exploded upward. The earth elemental clawed out of the soil as if roused from centuries of sleep. Massive, hunched, dragging half the pitch with it. Chunks of the terrain peeled up where it stepped, one leg on moss, the other breaking through the lava trench as if it were paper. Bagman cleared his throat. Last match of the day. Representing Uagadu, Amara Endoi. She walked out calm, braids pinned back, eyes fixed forward. The bell rang. The elemental twisted. Its shoulders hunched up like hills moving under muscle. And then it charged. To everyone's amazement, Amara shifted. One blink she was there, the next, a leopard. Big, sleek, and fast. She bolted forward before the bell echo had finished, coat rippling gold and black in the light. Raw animagus speed. The earth elemental swung. A boulder fist slammed down where she'd been half a breath ago. Missed. She was already gone, darting under the swing, claws scraping dirt as she weaved between crumbling stone. The thing was huge. Twice her size and built like a landslide. But it was slow. And Amara wasn't. She darted past its first swing, paw silent on dirt. The thing swung again, its massive arm cleaving through a raised boulder like it was chalk. She was already out of reach by then. The elemental twisted to track her. She led it in a tight circle around a patch of jagged stone, drawing it into the narrowest part of the pitch. She zigzagged up a ridge, then shifted back mid-leap. One fluid motion, leopard to girl, wand snapping out. Ngomya Udongo. Fortress of Earth. A wall of compressed earth burst from the ground behind her. The elemental slammed into it chest first. Stone buckled. Not enough to stop it, but enough to stagger. Amara flicked her wand. Moto Wajua. Fire of the sun. A burst of golden fire swept from her hand, arced under the elemental's left side where the leg was mid-step. The flames struck the earth, melted the soil just enough to drag its footing. The creature dropped a knee. Ground cracked under its weight. She pivoted again, leapt high this time. One boot caught the slope of a stone, and she launched herself onto a ledge halfway up a broken spire. From above, she cast again. Idicus. Shake. Rocks overhead shimmered. She snapped her wand downward. The boulder dropped. It struck the elemental square in the chest. A full body crunch followed. Dust went flying. For a second, nothing moved. Then it stood. Bent. Limping. A chunk missing from its side where the boulder hit. But still standing. Amara crouched. The creature raised a fist. It was slower now. Sluggish. She jumped down, skidded through the dust, wand sweeping low. Kata. Cut. The ground split. A thin chasm cut between the creature's feet, one slipped. Its weight tipped too far. The broken leg cracked deeper. She rolled to the side as its arm slammed down beside her. A boulder the size of a small shack missed her by inches. Then she stood, breathing hard. Mwisho Wa Ngom. Final fortress. Her wand stabbed downward. A ring of symbols edged into the grass, glowing red and silver. The elemental stumbled right into it. Then the trap snapped. Stone walls surged up, interlocking from every side. A dome collapsed over the creature like a shell being shut. For a few heartbeats, nothing stirred, just muffled sound and dust curling from the cracks. When it opened again, the elemental was gone. Flattened back into earth. Core laid on the ground. A long breath passed, then the stands exploded into cheers. Amara turned toward the judges' table, smiling. Bagman practically fell over himself clapping. Absolutely roaring performance from Uagadu's champion. Unbelievable. Transformations. Tactics. That last trap, ladies and gentlemen, textbook brilliance. He spun toward the judges, nearly tripping on his own robes. Well. Let's get some scores. Dumbledore smiled faintly. She adapted on instinct. Her form was excellent. Her control over transfiguration mid-duel was remarkable. 9. G nodded, eyes shining. She handled herself masterfully. Amazing control. 9. Kingsley leaned in slightly. Impressive field control. Elemental management without brute force. 9. Maxime raised a brow. A bit rough at the start. But she recovered. 8. Karkaroff looked like he'd bitten something sour. Too much showboating. Beast form doesn't win battles. 6. Cashin scoffed. He's mad he can't turn into a housecat. A Quincy didn't blink. It was a new Agadu's signature sequence. And she executed every part with precision. 10. Bagman threw up both hands. Well, I'm no expert in feline warfare, but I'll say this, if I ever need someone to drop a stone fortress on a rampaging pile of dirt, I'm calling her. 9. The scores shimmered above the pitch. Final score, 60. The crowd roared again. And with that, the first task was done. Small note, I didn't want to use Latin incantations for Fenghuang and Uagadu, since both schools and their cultures go way deeper. Well. I don't speak either language, so if I butchered anything, let me know. CH208 The tragic courtship display of the British adolescent. On the 10th of December, Cashin was horizontal, head comfortably settled on Bathshata's thigh, staring at the ceiling. She was sifting through a stack of student essays, red quill moving across them. A fire crackled. One of her slippers was under his arm. It was peaceful. Then, someone knocked. Cashin didn't even glance toward the door. We're not here. Bathsheba smacked his shoulder with a soft laugh. Before he could add anything else, McGonagall's voice came through. May I come in? Bathsheba shot upright so fast Cashin hit the floor with a thump. Ow. He stayed down a moment. Don't help me or anything, I'll just evolve into a carpet. Bathsheba pulled open the door. Minerva. McGonagall stepped in, giving Cashin a look. I hope I'm not interrupting. He climbed back onto the sofa with a grunt. Our peace and quiet. A bit, but that's fine. You have a pass. She ignored him. I come with a request. Well, more of a conscription. Bathsheba folded her arms. Go on. It's the Yule Ball, McGonagall said, like it physically pained her to say the words. As the only official couple on staff, I need you two to assist. Cashin squinted. Assist how? Guidance. Supervision. And, she paused, gaze flitting between them, instruction. Etiquette. Dancing. Cashin let out a groan, how about, a no? Bathsheba, of course, smiled. We'd be happy to help. Cashin sat up. Would we? McGonagall gave a small, satisfied nod, as if she'd known how this would go. 4th to 7th years. Each evening. Starting today. Cashin opened his mouth. Bathsheba cut him off. We'll manage. I could be doing something valuable, he muttered. Research. Reading. Staring at walls. Bathsheba was already ushering McGonagall out the door with polite nods and vague words about schedules. Cashin flopped back across the couch and covered his face with the closest pillow. Balls, he muttered. Bathsheba called back from the door, cheerful, yes. That's the point. So that evening, dressed like they were due on a ballroom poster, the two of them walked into the classroom. The expression on his face suggested he'd lost a bet. Bathsheba looked like she'd actually volunteered. 4th years had already packed the room. Gryffindors in the middle. Hufflepuffs pretended this was fine, just fine, while Ravenclaws had their noses in scrolls about proper waltzing rotations. The Slytherins lounged like they'd rather die. McGonagall gave them a once-over as they entered. You're here. Let's get this over with. Cashin gave a lazy wave to the students, which earned a few excited waves back. Ron snorted. Looks like he got dragged. Hermione nudged him. You're not exactly skipping, either. Cashin stopped near the desk and clapped his hands. All right, children. Welcome to the magical land of rhythm. Today, we sacrifice dignity on the altar of tradition. Bathsheba moved past him, a far too bright smile on her face. This will be useful. You'll thank us later. I'll remember that when I break my ankle, Seamus said. Parvati elbowed him. Don't be dramatic. McGonagall cut through the noise. Professor Babbling will demonstrate the lead. Professor Rosier will follow. He sighed, but let her pull him forward. Just so we're clear, if I trip, I'm taking you with me. Fair, she said. The two of them moved into position. Cashin slotted in. He wasn't thrilled about it, but he wasn't about to make a fool of himself in front of teenagers. The music charmed into the background, some old string-heavy piece, fancier than necessary. Bathsheba stepped into the rhythm, Cashin followed, perfectly timed. His whole posture shifted the moment the music hit. 1 second, Cashin looked like he'd rather bite off his own foot than be there, the next, he was spinning her with ease. It didn't take long for the girls to start swanning. Lavender had locked onto the footwork like it was a choreography scroll and was already nudging Parvati, who looked ready to faint if Cashin did one more pivot like that. Even Daphne, parked by the wall with her arms crossed, was eyeing the movement closely. The boys looked somewhere between confused and annoyed. They are so. Pansy stared. Perfect. Tracy finished. Pansy nodded, properly enchanted. I didn't know he could dance like that, Daphne muttered. Bet he choreographed it, Blaise said. Probably keeps a scroll under his pillow. Oh shut up, Tracy hissed. Ron, slouched near the back, looked mildly disgusted. It's not even that good. Hermione looked over. You can't even walk without tripping over your own trousers. The music slowed, but Cashin didn't break rhythm. He swept Bathsheba into a final twirl, stepped back with a ridiculous bow. Half the class clapped. Someone whistled. Bathsheba gave a small curtsy, hiding a smile. McGonagall gave them a look so flat it looked ironed. You're here to teach, not show off. Cashin dropped an exaggerated, oops, complete with raised brows and zero remorse. Pair up, she sighed, already regretting this. The class groaned in unison. School spirit. Go on then, Cashin said, waving a hand as if he was releasing prisoners. Pick your victims. The Gryffindor lot split for a battlefield, Parvati yanking Lavender toward Dean before the boy could blink. Hermione looked around, then grabbed Harry by the sleeve before he could retreat behind Neville. In the back, the Slytherins moved as if aristocrats selecting wine. Pansy sniffed, flicked her hair, and took Blaise. Daphne gave Draco a look, then pointed at Neville instead. Malfoy looked mildly offended, but said nothing. Tracy, to her credit, simply walked straight up to Theodore and offered her hand. The Ravenclaws were already sorting by height. Cashin watched the chaos unfold, arms crossed. And to think, some of you'll be trusted with wands unsupervised. Bathsheba flicked her wand. Music floated up from the air. Harry looked down at his feet, and if Cashin was reading right, the boy was planning to break one. Hermione sighed and took the lead herself. Susan and Justin were already spinning, clumsy but they were okay. Megan was correcting Wayne's posture every few beats. Padma and Anthony had it down. Terry Boot was muttering counts under his breath. Michael Corner had already stepped on Lisa Tuppin's foot twice. Cashin circled back toward the Slytherins, slowing when he passed Pansy and Blaze. Try blinking, Blaze, he said. She won't hex you for it. He might enjoy it if I did, Pansy replied sweetly. Tracy had her eyes on Cashin instead of Not, who kept trying to shuffle her arms like they were chess pieces. Is this part supposed to feel like I'm wrestling? No, Cashin said, but it's good to know for later. Meanwhile, Neville had managed to spin Daphne in the opposite direction of everyone else. Cashin winced. Bold move, long bottom. Bit avant-garde. Sorry. Neville yelped as Daphne elbowed him into place. Right then, Cashin said, clapping again. Break. Half the pair stumbled out of step at once. McGonagall let out a tiny breath through her nose. Well. Not bad. Cashin flashed her a grin. Brilliant. We'll pick up next week. Practice in your free time. If you fumble on the night, it'll be much more embarrassing for all of us. A collective groan rolled through the room. Bathsheba caught his sleeve before he could make it worse. All right, that's enough for today. Students scattered like released livestock. Bathsheba towed him out by the arm while he threw last-minute comments over his shoulder. Potter, stop counting out loud, no one wants to hear your maths. Zabanai, good effort. Parkinson, try not to kill him. The door shut behind them. And then they had to do it 3 more times for the older years. By the 4th session, he'd stopped pretending to dislike it. By the time the 7th years finished their last run-through, Cashin ended with a clean sweep of his arm and a bow that earned a few claps from the students. He straightened with a flourish. Right, that's you lot. Try not to disgrace yourselves. A 7th-year Ravenclaw raised a hand. Professor, will you be? No, Cashin said immediately. Bathsheba sighed. He means yes, we'll be there on the night. He even got some dance mastery out of it. Something about barking instructions at hormonal teenagers over and over again had quietly nudged his mastery forward. It was subtle, but he could feel it. He was starting to wonder if enough of this might finally unlock an ancient variant. Was there even ancient dancing variants? He'd never had any history variants before, despite teaching for years, though the usual masteries always showed up like clockwork. Maybe dancing was the key. Gods help him. Imagine that, he muttered. Not ancient curses or dead languages, but the Viennese bloody waltz. Bathsheba was flipping the room back into order, meaning throwing his stuff into bags, pretending not to hear him. He flopped onto the couch. Do you reckon the founders danced? Bet Salazar hated it. Probably cursed the floor so he wouldn't have to. She hummed. Bet he loved it. He was probably quick on his feet. Cashin nodded, lounging deeper into the couch. True. He was snaky. Get it, snaky. She gave him the driest ha he'd heard all week. Rude. On the other hand, the following days were actually fun. Students had started asking each other to dance. In public. With actual words. The corridors were flooded with all sorts, awkward confessions, smug grins, faintly tragic rejections, and the kind of accidental hand-touch moments that could launch a duel. Frankly, Cashin found it all delicious. He was leaning on the mezzanine railing one afternoon, a mug of tea cradled in both hands, watching the chaos unfurl below as if he was some retired monarch who'd just let his court run wild. Ginny and Luna appeared on either side of him without a word, flanking him like sad gargoyles. He glanced at one, then the other. Neither looked pleased to be vertical. He took another sip. What a lovely, sunny pair. Ginny crossed her arms. Luna stared at the floor. Let me guess, he said. Your dates were tragically lost in a magical accident involving silence and basic communication skills. Ginny didn't answer. Luna tilted her head. We weren't asked. He blinked. Ah. Ginny scowled at nothing in particular. Not that I wanted to be. It's stupid. Cashin hummed into his tea. Of course. What could be more ridiculous than a night of enforced twirling with sweaty hands and zero rhythm? Luna sighed. My father says waltzing was invented by trolls to spy on humans. He nodded seriously. That tracks. Can't trust a dance that goes in circles. Neither laughed. He eyed them both again. Well, you have options. They looked up, hopeful. Option 1, find someone now. Bold. Slightly chaotic. I endorse it. Ginny tilted her head. That's it. Option 2, he went on, ignoring her, you come anyway, laugh at everyone who takes it too seriously, and spike the punch with ice petals so they all start hiccuping butterflies. Ginny cracked a smile. Luna looked intrigued. And option 3, he said, lowering the mug, you sulk here with me, judge everyone, and make loud commentary until McGonagall asks us to leave. They both considered. I like option 3, Luna said. Same, Ginny muttered. He held out a hand between them. Welcome to the balcony of bitterness. They each bumped his fist. Ron was lurking in the corner, eyes fixed on the double doors. Every few seconds, his head jerked toward the great hall, face so red it was starting to blend with his hair. Cashin sipped his tea. What's he doing? Ginny leaned on the rail. He's going to ask Delacour. Cashin gave a small oof, and flicked his wand. 3 bags of popcorn zipped into their hands. The girls grinned and tucked in. Below, Ron took a deep breath so large it made his shoulders rise like he was preparing to dive off a cliff. He squared himself, tried to fix his fringe, and stepped out onto the battlefield of social suicide. Fleur appeared a moment later, walking like she'd been carved by something expensive and French. Heads turned. A 6th year stumbled into his friend, both falling. Ron approached. Cashin leaned forward a fraction. And here we witnessed the tragic courtship display of the British adolescent. Ginny was already wheezing. They watched in silence as Ron said something, too fast, too loud. Fleur blinked. Whatever she said back was gentle, polite, and final. Ron turned redder. She smiled, touched his arm, courtesy, not promise, then walked on. Her heels didn't even click against the floor. That was how little effort it took. Ron stood still. Then shuffled back toward the wall. Ginny tossed a popcorn kernel over the balcony. Brutal. Painfully, Cashin agreed, eyes still on Ron. But informative. Luna nodded. I admire his commitment to despair. Reckon that's enough social carnage for one afternoon, Cashin said. Time to retreat before someone else tries their luck and I run out of snacks. He tossed the last of his popcorn in the air, caught it with his mouth, and turned back into the corridor with the girls in tow. Below, Ron face planted into a suit of armor. Cashin and Bathsheba entered his room. He didn't even take off his coat, just started pacing like he'd swallowed a rock sideways. It is coming, he muttered, face blotchy and breathing sharp and deep. She shut the door with her foot. Stop acting like you're giving birth. It's just an ancient variant. He turned, deadpan. Wow. Rude. You have no idea what birthing an ancient variant feels like. Might as well punch me in the soul. She ignored him and sat on the edge of the bed. He stomped 2 more laps around the room before collapsing sideways across her lap. She sighed, dragging her fingers through his hair. You're more dramatic than Ash. I'm more magnificent than Ash, he mumbled into her robes. Then his eyes widened. His breath caught. Bathsheba frowned. Cass. But he was already elsewhere. Glass. Big panes of it, stacked floor to ceiling like someone had turned a whole bloody skyscraper into a lantern. A wizard stood in front. Slim, sharp, robe ironed within an inch of its life. The man's hair was slicked back, not a strand out of place. The room behind him buzzed with magic. Carved teak shelves, iron charms embedded into the corners, the scent of agar wood and oil-heavy incense burning, filling the space. His hand rested on the back of a carved chest. Inside the chest was a box, glowing faint red, its wards pulsing against the lid. 4 others stood before him. 2 were masked. One wasn't even fully human anymore, silver eyes, fingers blackened to the joints. The 4th leaned against the far wall, smoking something that wasn't quite legal in any country that cared about lungs. The tattooed man turned slightly, eyes gleaming with the kind of calm that got people killed. We found the manuscript. That got a twitch from the others. Verified. The smoker rasped. He nodded. Pulled from an old tomb northeast of Gillen. Locked behind 5 layers of divine blood-bonded seals. Took 6 blood rites to get past the last one. What's it say? The silver-eyed one asked. Not allowed. Not here. His fingers tapped the back of the chair. But it's real. The thing it describes, it's not myth. It breathes. Locked deep. Forgotten. And when we break the last barrier, it will rise. And it will serve. And with it, we will unmake the light. G will come, one of them muttered. The man's face twitched, lips pulled tight, jaw clenched. Like the name G had tracked mud across his favorite carpet. I'll handle him, he said with a scoff. He can't call another keeper unless I cross a line. That's how they play. Draw the borders, pretend they're civilized. Not unless blood spills. And even then, they're leashed. Can't do more than shield the civilians. The Covenant made sure of that. Neutrality, they called it. But Covenant isn't as tight as the keepers of the balance, the silver-eyed one muttered, but still worried. So what? The tattooed man asked, turning to the man. The keepers act compliant because they know we don't care as much as they do, and that if they break the unspoken agreements, we might go wild and destroy anything that stands in our way. But that doesn't mean they'll simply let us do whatever we want. No. But they won't dare test us if we keep it clean. The man smiled faintly. If we don't give them a reason, they won't interfere. That got a nod from the others. He moved to the glass, looking out. The city below glimmered through the haze. I won't touch the schools. I won't touch his students. That gives him no cause. And the site? The masked one asked. The tattooed man clenched his fist. It's in the ancient lands. No Dark Lord dares step foot there for many years. No wonder. Old masters can act freely in that soil. He let out an ugly laugh, teeth flashing. I should have guessed something nasty was buried under that place. Makes more sense. All those wrinkled fossils moving in for the scenery. I thought they liked the weather and olives. Smoke curled past the shoulder of the man in the back. He flicked ash against the wall. You think you can sell this to the Covenant? He muttered. Half of them don't even like standing in the same room. You call them together and they'll spend more time checking each other's hands than the plan. They won't move unless it's more power or ancient rituals. If this thing's real, and that's still a fucking if, we either free it and it burns the sky, or we all die trying to poke it. That's the scale. Your name spreads fear in the area, Feng Shui Marauder, but not outside of it. The tattooed man stared the smoker down. The smoker dropped his gaze and took another drag, not daring to look at the man. I said I'll handle them, the tattooed man said. The others didn't argue anymore. One of the masked ones passed him a scroll sealed in green wax. The tattooed man unrolled it slowly. The parchment inside was old, creased in ways that suggested it had been folded more times than it should have survived. 3 dragons, inked in stark black, curled along the top margin. Beneath them, a tight weave of runes looped and coiled, interspersed with small diagrams that looked almost like breath paths. The tattooed man, Marauder, tapped a sigil in the corner. It flared faintly. This'll help, he said, rolling it back up. This will let us slip right through. The phoenix tattoo on his neck caught the light as he turned, half hidden under his collar. I made a deal, the man went on. Someone in Fengguang's still loyal to me. He tilted his head, Ji's going to be occupied very soon. Cashin gasped as he came to, staring straight into Bathsheda's face. Her braid had slipped over her shoulder, tip brushing his chin. What happened? She asked. No ancient variants, he croaked, pushing himself up on his elbows. What the hell? Bathsheda narrowed her eyes. Is it because I'm in the room? He tilted his head, thinking. Could it really be that? She'd found out about his little secret not long ago, well, not little, but small enough to fit in one mind if you skipped the screaming. That he wasn't this world's original Cashin. That the one lying here had walked out of a very different life, in a world where Harry Potter came in hardback. That the more he taught magic, the stronger he got, because mastery came from teaching. That ancient variants weren't learned, they were pulled from history like splinters. She took it in stride, mostly. Called him a twat. Then made him tea. And yes, this was the first time he'd seen a vision with someone else in the room. That had to be it, right? No. The moment he thought it, he binned it. He pushed himself off her lap and sat hunched over the edge of the bed. He'd been teaching Ignovalitus for years, ever since the Wraithamort first showed its smoky, ugly face in the forest 4 years ago. The little hop flame spell had been a student favorite ever since. Easy to learn, hard to forget, and just dangerous enough to keep them on their toes. He'd awakened Fire Orbis a couple years back thanks to that, nothing grand, just a slow burn spell that licked outwards in a clean circle. Farmers used it for clearing land. Mild memory, nothing cursed in the vision. Still, it came in handy. Especially once he clocked that the tournament would be throwing elementals at a bunch of underfed teenagers in the first task. Couldn't exactly walk Cedric into his office and hand him a cheat sheet. So he taught it to everyone. The whole bloody school. Every house, every year that could lift a wand without sneezing out sparks. Bo's batons, Dumstrang, Yu Agadu, Feng Huang, they got it too. He didn't play favorites. They were guests. That counted for something. Teaching all 5 schools meant his mastery shot up faster than with any spell he'd ever taught. Even if the guest schools had fewer students, they were all 7th years. Seasoned and strong in their own right. And most importantly, none of them had seen the spell before. Every bit of it they learned came from him. The technique, the theory, the tweaks, they all walked out of his classes with new information learned directly from a single source. Him. It should have added up to something. He'd assumed, wrongly, apparently, that what he was getting now was another ancient variant. First one ever from an ancient variant. But that wasn't it. For one, it wasn't ancient. And more importantly, Feng Shui Marauder? Cashin dragged a hand through his hair. His palm came away damp. Brilliant, he muttered. Absolutely brilliant. 2 years ago, he'd walked into Flitwick's office. Lockhart was lounging there with a smug grin, swearing up and down he'd killed the bastard after a heroic duel. Spun the whole thing pure pulp fiction. Backflips, rearranged furniture, and bodies. Said he watched the man dissolve into ash, took a piece of skin with his famous tattoo as a trophy. Cashin didn't buy it even then. Mostly because Lockhart couldn't conjure a proper silencing charm without spraining something. But that meant Marauder wasn't ancient, right? He had to have been alive within the last decade, if not still. He scrubbed a hand down his face. How in the hell? Bathsheda handed him the mug that had been sitting forgotten on the bedside table. The tea had gone cold, again. Gee, the manuscript, the ritual anchors, Dark Lords, the Keepers of the Balance, the Covenant. Someone in Fenghuang loyal to Marauder? That narrowed the field down to maybe 6 bastards with more secrets than bones. And the site, of course it was tied to the old lands. Olives and seaside views. Could that really be it? Cashin stared down into the cold tea cupped in his hands. A bit of leaf stuck to the rim. Did the temple surface because Feng Shui Marauder did something? When the Yule Ball finally rolled around, Cashin and Bathsheda took their seats at the staff table with the rest of the professors and a collection of guests. The Great Hall had been transfigured within an inch of its life, ceiling dripping with enchanted frost, chandeliers swaying under icicle charms, and enough floating candles to make a pyromaniac cry. Cashin wiped his eyes. Everyone had scrubbed up surprisingly well. Even Snape looked vaguely pressed, though he was scowling so hard it might have been a wrinkle in his face, not the robes. Cashin adjusted his charcoal dress robes. Bath's Heda, naturally, looked like she'd stepped out of some Renaissance painting. Surprisingly Fleur came with Minjiu. Cashin hummed, not really expecting them to pair up. Both looked annoyingly decent, as if conjured from a fashion scroll. Minjiu wore a robe cut sharper than most daggers, Fleur shimmered like she was being followed by her own light charm. Cedric arrived with Cho, both glowing for school pride. Hand in hand, as if they weren't the most envied couple in the hall. At least 3 girls visibly deflated when they walked in. Then Crumb came in with Beatrice Haywood, one of the Hufflepuff's 7th years. She was quiet most of the time. Cashin liked her. Focused girl. Kept her essays tidy and legible. Didn't speak unless she had something to say. Made a decent partner for Crumb, who could brood through a full meal without blinking. And then, Amara. She came in with Kenneth Fowler. Cashin had to double take. Kenneth was beaming. Absolutely radiant. He looked euphoric. Amara had his sleeve in her grip, dragging him straight through the entrance hall like she'd claimed a prize at the fair. What on earth, Cashin muttered, rubbing his eyes. Later, over punch and some suspiciously dancing canapes, he found out Kenneth had walked right up to her after the first task, of all places, and asked if she could turn him into a cat too, because, apparently, he loved cats and thought it looked fun. Amara had laughed so hard she nearly fell off her chair. Then he asked if she liked fish. She said yes. And that was that. Now they were a couple. Cashin leaned back in his seat, watching them settle. Second shock from the boy this year. McGonagall called the champions forward for the opening dance. They gathered at the center of the floor. The enchanted orchestra gave a soft trill. They spun. The music picked up. Fleur caught Minjiu in a half-twirl that had several Beauxbatons girls sighing. Cho laughed as Cedric lifted her in a small skip step. Crumb nearly collided with the edge of a table, recovered with a grunt. Kenneth grinned through all of it. The music swelled, and the dancers flooded in. And the real chaos began. The night ticked along without much fuss. People danced, gorged themselves on sugared nightmares, and pretended to know what they were doing with their feet. Cashin and Bath's Heda, unsurprisingly, stole the floor more than once, not intentionally, but there was only so much grace one could fling around a ballroom before the spotlight just followed. Students close enough to watch forgot to blink. Not that Cashin noticed. All right, he noticed. But it wasn't his fault no one else could keep tempo without stepping on a foot or bursting into flames. Something interesting was, Charity seemed to get along with Kingsley just fine. She'd been laughing at something he said, hand hovering over his arm. Bath's Heda leaned in at some point, murmured, he came to her a while back, asking about Muggle traditions. That turned into a few walks in the gardens. Then tonight. Cashin nodded, sipping his punch. Approved, he said. Kingsley was solid. Sharp, steady, and didn't treat Muggleborn knowledge like a parlor trick. He'd have made a good professor in another life. Then, McGonagall's shoes lifted clean off the floor. Cashin blinked. Dumbledore, of all people, had swooped in mid-waltz and whisked her straight across the floor. Her face didn't change, but he could practically hear her filing a report in her head. Bath's Heda snorted. Merlin. Did not have that on the bingo card, Cashin muttered. Reckon she's been kidnapped. The dance turned elegantly ridiculous as Dumbledore twirled her with perfect form. McGonagall managed it without blinking, though her mouth tightened on the last step. They'd barely recovered when another scene unfolded. Hagrid had been dancing with Maxime, not terribly, just a bit too enthusiastically. It wasn't clear what went wrong, but whatever he said landed wrong. Maxime's face turned from polite to thunderous. She stepped away sharply and swept off the floor. Hagrid stood there, blinking like he didn't understand what had hit him. Cashin and Bath's Heda locked eyes. Rock, parchment, scissors? He asked. She was already moving. You get Hagrid. I'll speak with her. Cashin sighed and made his way around the edge of the room, dodging a couple tangled in a half-hearted foxtrot. Hagrid was still planted in the same spot, shoulders slumped, staring at the floor. All right there? Cashin asked, stopping beside him. Hagrid startled a bit, then forced a nod. Dunno what I said wrong. She said anything before she left. Hagrid scratched his beard, said, how dare I insult her? Cashin frowned. Let's go outside. Hagrid nodded. He looked like he was about 5 seconds from crying. They stepped out through one of the side exits, cold air hitting immediately. The courtyard beyond the Great Hall was frosted over, moonlight painting everything in pale silver. Hagrid hunched near the stone balustrade, shoulders too wide for the coat he'd definitely borrowed from himself. He looked out over the snow-covered grounds, silent. Cashin folded his arms, waited. Said I was half-giant. Thought. He winced. Thought she'd be glad. We had something in common, right? But, she went quiet. Then told me not to speak to her like that. Said I'd embarrassed her. Cashin leaned against the wall, boot nudging a chunk of frost off the ledge. Ah. Hagrid scratched at the back of his neck, miserable. Didn't mean no harm. I know that, Cashin said. You know that. But she's spent her whole life pretending she isn't. That sort of thing, it's not easy to carry, never mind admit out loud. Especially when someone else beats you to it. Hagrid grunted. I weren't trying to. Hagrid's voice dipped. Just thought, maybe I weren't alone. Cashin tilted his head. You're not. But you don't start with that on a first dance. Especially not with someone who's convinced no one else could possibly understand. He sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. It's gonna be fine. Bath's Hato went to speak to her. Hagrid didn't look convinced. Cashin shifted his weight against the railing. Look, it's not easy running one of the biggest magical schools in Europe. Even Dumbledore has to play chess with Malfoy and the rest of the pure-blood peacocks on the regular. Now imagine doing it as a woman. Add the half-giant bit in. Yet. She's right to be careful. Hagrid's shoulders hunched even further, which seemed impossible. She's not angry because you're wrong, Cashin went on. She's angry because you're right. Because she's been trying to bury that truth under perfect posture and French vowels her whole life, and you. He snapped his fingers. Just popped it open like a bloody biscuit tin in front of everyone. Hagrid rubbed at his face. Reckon I should apologize. Cashin paused. Reckon you should give her space first. Let her choose when, if, she wants to talk again. Don't worry, he added after a moment, lighter this time. If Bath's Hato can't charm her round, no one can. Worst case, she hexes you into a decorative shrub. Bit of festive greenery. You'll be fine. Hagrid gave a weak chuckle, then sighed again. Cashin clapped him on the arm. Come on. Let's head back in before your beard freezes solid. Rest of the night went smoother. Maxime didn't return. The students were too busy losing their minds over the Weird Sisters, who hit the stage like a riot in velvet robes. The music was loud, fast, and completely incompatible with any of the waltz steps they'd spent hours drilling into nervous teenagers. Didn't matter. The moment the first beat dropped, shoes were kicked off, formal hairdos collapsed, and half the crowd turned into a blur of limbs and glitter. Cashin felt a presence settle beside him. Master G, as usual, had arrived without sound or ceremony. He held a glass of something sparkling. G watched the floor with a faint smile. You are surprised by the girl and the boy. Cashin glanced sideways. Bit, yet. Kenneth is, bit innocent. G hummed, gaze following Fleur and Minjiu as they drifted past. Do you know them? He asked softly. Cashin followed his look. She and her sister visited a while back. Flamel taught her wand work himself for a few summers. Gabrielle too, when she is ready. Fleur, G cut in gently, and her sister Gabrielle, they are like granddaughters to the Flamels. Vivienne Delacour, their grandmother, was once saved by the couple. Many decades ago. From something dark. Cashin blinked. Didn't know that. G nodded slowly. The Delacour family swore themselves to service, in gratitude. It is a powerful bond. Apollon, Flea's mother, continues it, fiercely. Cashin gave a slow sigh. Yeah, experienced that. So that makes Minjiu. G's lips pressed into a thin line. A complication. Cashin waited. G finally said, his family is ambitious. Cashin tilted his head. Aren't all wizarding families? There is ambition, G said, and then there is appetite. His bloodline once attempted to supplant an entire court of diviners, for control of inheritance rights. They believe in taking what they think is due. Charming. G gave the barest shrug. Minjiu is not his grandfather. But blood is weight. He sighed deeply, Fleur will eventually make a difficult choice if she means to remain with him. Cut loose the family, or Minjiu. Cashin frowned. Bit dramatic. G's gaze didn't waver. The Delacours do not choose partners whose ambition might one day reach toward the Flamels, for power, for legacy, for immortality. He sipped his drink. Cashin remembered the vision, the box, the words, the promise. Do you know Feng Shui Marauder? G's calm faltered. Just a hair. The air around him, usually tranquil as still water, chilled. He didn't look away. A little. Cashin narrowed his eyes. He wanted to snort, to snap back, you don't lie well, G, but something in G's expression stopped him. Instead, he waited. G sighed, long and deep. He was once my teacher. My master. Cashin nearly choked on his punch. You're joking. Not this time, G replied. Sorrow in his voice clear, like the ghost of an old wound reopening. Marauder lost his way as death crept closer. As it does to all men, eventually. But he feared it more than most. Feared endings. Feared insignificance. G's voice dropped to a hush. He sought eternal power. Cashin didn't know what to say, he just listened. He broke our laws. The oldest ones. The sacred truths of the Feng Huang. He sacrificed a phoenix. Cashin's grip on the glass tightened until it creaked. A dangerous ritual, G continued, voice distant. It was once etched into scrolls even the Shao monks refused to preserve. Thought lost. Marauder found it. He went into nirvana, he continued. The rite mimics death, total dissolution. Foremost, there is no return. But Marauder, he came back. Risen from the ashes, yes, but not whole. The fire that returned him was wrong. The flames ran through his veins, burning out restraint, eroded meaning. He began to see endings as things to conquer, seize. And the more his mind slipped, the more he believed he'd become something more. Cashin knew they must have clashed at least once, but he had no idea they had such a bond. That G had once called him master. That somewhere along the line, he had sat at the feet of that creature and listened. His hands curled. No proper teacher would do such a thing. G didn't flinch. No proper student should let it happen either. I tried to cleanse his sins, he added softly. As his student. As someone who once loved the man he was. I tried to bring him back. I tried to kill him. But no matter how deadly the wounds are, he sighed, he always comes back. I buried him in a lake. Deep in the Tibetan borderlands. Sealed with a trifold binding, anchored to 3 lake-cursed stones. Nothing works. They say he is dead now. The man laughed, but unlike his usual jolly mirth, the sound came out hollow. Cashin's voice came low. He's not gone, is he? G didn't answer, and that told him enough. Entering the classroom, Cashin gave the third years a quick once-over. Every one of you take ancient runes, right? A scattered nod passed through the room. He grinned. Good. Your lovely teacher, Professor Babbling, especially loves difficult questions. Do remember to test her. A few snorted. Someone in the back muttered, noted. Cashin perched himself on the edge of the desk, flicked his wand toward the board. Chalk squeaked to life, scribbling out Draconifetter's spell. You've already seen it, yet? Deputy Headmistress loves this one. Another round of nods. He chuckled under his breath. Draconifetters. The peak of human arrogance. One of the earliest attempts to elbow into the natural order. A spell designed purely to say, what if we took something ancient, furious, and wild, and stuffed it in cages? Students leaned in. Luna's eyes were already shining. Never a good sign. Dragons, Cashin said plainly. Free, untouchable, and older than half the concepts you lot can name. And what do wizards do? We try to turn every bloody thing into one, because, surprise surprise, real dragons don't like us. A ripple cut through the air above the desks, light caught, warped, and then bloomed into a moving illusion. A dragon scream rattled the glass panes. Below it, villagers in layered robes bolted across dry earth, tiny figures screaming as a massive silhouette passed overhead. Ancient China, he said, stepping aside, gesturing at the scene. The Tang dynasty was obsessed. Not with dragons themselves, mind you, too much of a nuisance to catch, but with what they meant. Power. Change. Divine authority. So, of course, someone decided they wanted to become one. He paced along the front. It got weird quickly. You had nobles eating powdered horn thinking it'd make them fly, priests trying to grow scales, someone even tried a full blood transfusion with a juvenile frostling. A few students flinched at that. Cashin raised a brow. Spoiler, didn't go well. But they kept trying. Anything they thought might get them closer to the real thing. Skin transfigurations. Bone restructuring. One bloke even replaced his liver with a draken's. Died screaming. Not a great plan. Anything you can imagine, he added, they've tried it. He let the words hang there while the illusion flickered, one of the villagers below falling as the dragon landed near him. Luna raised her hand. Cashin pointed with his wand. Yes, Miss Lovegood. Hit me. She tilted her head. If the spell was meant to mimic dragons, why do most of them end up as tiny desk ornaments? That doesn't sound very divine. Colin let out a soft snort. Cashin sighed, excellent question. 10 points for ruining the romance. A few giggles rippled across the raven claws. Cashin waved his wand, and the dragon illusion cracked into smaller scenes, scattered across the air. Throughout history, he said, turning to lean casually against the desk, humanity's always wanted more. Sloth, lust, gluttony, pride, envy, greed, wrath. You know them as the 7 deadly sins. But really, they're just, us. Bit more honest, that's all. The classroom watched the illusions shift, a crowd clawing at gold, 2 figures locked in a kiss that burned into ash, a priest kneeling while eyeing another's crown. Ginny raised her hand, brow furrowed. Why sloth first? Matter of fact, lust and gluttony, shouldn't they come after pride and envy? Cashin pointed his wand at her. You'd think so, wouldn't you? He opened his arms as if he was presenting a universal fact. Humans are lazy. Innately. Deeply. Most of them want to do absolutely nothing. He paused. Or maybe that's just me. A few chuckles rolled through the class. He puffed his chest. Even Muggle science agrees. Things that don't move, want to stay not moving. It's called inertia. Very real. Very scientific. Colin squinted. Isn't that Newton's law of motion? That's not the same as humans not wanting to move. Cashin pointed at him. Fine. Sloths last, then. Happy. Colin nodded, mildly smug. But, Cashin went on, pacing again, lust and gluttony. Definitely top 2. Depending on the person. Humans and dragons are very alike in this. They want to eat everything, he said, tapping the board with his wand, and well, let's keep it classroom appropriate, but the second one's not exactly shy either. Some of the boys snickered. So, what do humans see? The dragon shrank into a tall, proud outline of a man with horns stitched into his shadow. They see big, terrifying creatures who eat more, survive more, chase things humans wouldn't poke with a stick. And the flying, gods, the flying. Nest to nest, no boundaries, no laws. Doesn't matter if it's a frost drake or a bloody canopy WIRM, wings out, off they go. Eat, flirt, fight, vanish. It's chaos. A few eyebrows rose. Now, if you're an old-time noble stuck in a stone tower with too many rules and a chronic need to impress people, well, envy starts looking like a good excuse. Colin raised a hand, half shrugged. So people wanted to become dragons, because dragons got to snog around and eat cows. Yes, Creevy. Well done. That's the gist of it. A few students laughed. Now returning to Miss Lovegood's question, let's talk about what people actually do when they realize they can't become dragons. He pointed at the board. They build their own. Simple logic, really. You can't eat your way into wings, can't drink enough blood to sprout scales, so next best thing? Make something that listens to you. That's where HarrYPotter comes in. The spell is more about mimicry, not about summoning a creature. Trying to steal shape when you can't steal essence. He waved his wand again, and the illusions reformed, this time showing fragments of the spell's development. Scribes at long tables. Notes scrawled around rough dragon sketches. A transfigured ferret stuck mid-mutation, now with wings and a big tail it clearly didn't ask for. He looked at the scene, really annoyed. History's a bit fuzzy on this part, Cashin said, pacing slowly across the front. Some records say they dug up an older ritual, proper ancient stuff, deep forest scribbles and half-burnt scrolls, that actually managed full dragon transfiguration. But the thing was damaged. Half the ritual missing, half guessed. Ended about how you'd expect. He flicked his wand, and the floating illusion split, showing a frantic ritual circle and the sudden explosion that followed it. Other documents claim the Emperor wanted dragons at his wedding. Real ones. Tamed. His court mages had to deliver or risk losing their heads. So they got creative. The second half of the image now showed robed people in panic, scrolls burning, runes drawn in haste. Then the familiar swish of a wand, and a rabbit convulsing into a twitchy, toothy dragonette before crumpling. Cashin crossed his arms. Whichever story you believe, same result. HarrYPotter is just a knockoff. Looks clever. Sounds flashy. But it's barely a shadow of the real thing. A party trick. Nothing else. He snapped his fingers, and the illusion shattered into shards of glowing script, which vanished one by one. Still, it's taught. Still, it's on the curriculum. Ginny raised her hand again. But if it doesn't do anything useful, why is it still taught? Because some exam board 30 years ago decided you lot should know how to turn a teacup into a dragon instead of, say, learning how to read Old Codanese, Cashin replied. Also, it looks cute in duels. He grabbed a cup off the front table, tapped it with his wand. HarrYPotter. The cup flared, twisted, and became a miniature copper-scaled dragon, wings flapping lazily, claws clicking against the desk as it blinked at them. A few students leaned forward, visibly delighted. Cashin watched it for a second, then gestured at it. See? Harmless. Shiny. Completely incapable of lighting anything on fire. The dragon let out a small puff of smoke in disagreement. He pointed his wand again. Finite. The dragon shuddered back into porcelain. Cashin turned back to the class. Now, remember this the next time someone tells you every spell is a miracle. Some are just fancy misfires that never got properly binned. He gave the board a lazy flick, chalk lines clearing themselves. Right. Homework, figure out 3 historical misuses of transfiguration magic. I want sources, not gossip. Don't copy last year's lot unless you are particularly brave or particularly bored. Bell rang in the distance. Cashin stepped aside, letting them pack up. Go on then. Off you go. And if you catch anyone trying to ride a dragon, take notes, must be heroic. The room emptied in a rustle of cloaks and mutters. Luna lingered at the door, eyes bright as if she'd just spotted a constellation on his face. Sir, she said with complete sincerity, you smell like a dragon. Cashin didn't even blink. Go before I turn you into one. She giggled, spun on her heel, and skipped off without another word, scarf trailing behind her like a tail. With the mental resistance training in full swing, students across every house started building their mind palaces. It began slow, awkward, confused, more candles dying than staying lit, but once they got past the early headaches, it stuck. Word got out. Fast. A week after the international guests had arrived, students from Bose Batons and Fenghuang were slipping into the back of the room pretending they'd been there the whole time. Uagadol lot didn't even pretend, they just barged in bringing bribes from A Quincy. 3 of the 4 school heads came to him directly, asking if he could teach their students too. Karkaroff didn't ask. Naturally. But the Demstrang students came anyway, trickling in once Cashin made it clear they were welcome. Which meant that, somehow, Cashin was now teaching mental defense to 5 bloody schools. The dueling club expanded into a full hall rotation. Training zones carved out like camp tents, candles flickering everywhere. Weeks passed. Every one of them had something now. Anchors. Palaces. Constructs. Cashin had walked through enough makeshift memory rooms to last a lifetime, some polished, some raw, some so unsettling he'd needed a stiff drink afterward. They were nearly there, just short of the real thing. Occlumency. That final wall most wizards never even saw, let alone tried climbing. Cashin sighed sharply through his nose, then gave his head a tired shake. Right. Don't try it, he said. Occlumency training's banned for a reason. Not because it's fashionable to be mysterious, but because the last word less a mess. Real risk. Dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. And before anyone gets clever, no, I'm not allowed to teach it. You're not allowed to practice it. So don't. He pointed his wand toward the long table at the front. Hundreds of slim books sat in crooked piles, covers scuffed, stained with old tea rings on the exact same spot. Every single one looked suspiciously identical. Plenty of books floating round pretending they've cracked the secret to mind walls. Most of them are garbage. The rest are worse. Still. He tapped the nearest stack. These are the most respectable of the bunch. He nudged one with the tip of his wand. The cover flapped half open. And I've seen the debate. Some say occlumency isn't actually dangerous, just suppressed. Too useful. Ministry doesn't want kids learning how to block mind reading because then how do they snoop without paperwork? Purebloods don't want it common because that'd make politics harder. Maybe they're right. Doesn't matter. You're not trained. If you get it wrong, your brain turns on itself. That's not a theory. A few students shifted in their seats. No one spoke. I've seen it. Trust me. You're not walking away from that kind of spiral with just a headache, Cashin said, stepping toward the door. One misstep, and your mind folds in on itself like a cheap tent in a windstorm. He knocked the doorframe lightly with his knuckles. One must follow the steps in those books exactly or not at all. And let's be honest, none of you lot are going to do it properly. So no. He swung the door open. In 10 minutes, I'm burning those. He gestured at the stack. You've got 5 minutes to stare at them longingly, maybe pet the covers if it makes you feel better. Then out. There should be 12. If I find 11, I'll know exactly which one of you to hex. He left without waiting for a reply, whistling something that sounded vaguely threatening. The door shut behind him. Hundreds of books sat on the table like cursed sweets, plain and innocuous. Students stared at each other. No one moved first. Michael Corner leaned forward. He's bluffing. No, he's not, Parvati said immediately, sliding her hands under the bench to keep her hand from grabbing one. He is, Michael insisted, voice low. Come on. He said he's burning them. He wouldn't have told us if he didn't want someone to take one. That's like, reverse psychology. Or it's just psychology, Anthony Goldstein muttered, eyes narrowed at the stack. He said we'd get hexed. He says that a lot. Padma gave her sister a side eye. You're not seriously thinking about nicking one? No. I'm thinking about watching someone else nick one, so we know what happens. Ernie cleared his throat. Well I, for one, would like to point out that the man explicitly said no. Fred and George rolled their eyes like they were surrounded by toddlers. Are you seriously this dumb? Fred said. Professor R said there are 12 copies. George gestured to the table. But there are hundreds here. They looked around, waiting for someone to catch up. He obviously wants us to take one each and practice them. Harry gave a slow nod. Amara from Uagadol laughed. You were right, babe. She elbowed Kenneth lightly. This professor is really something else. Kenneth looked too pleased. Yet. Movement followed like dominoes. First the Gryffindors, then Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws. Slytherins didn't rush, but they didn't hang back either. One by one, they made their way to the long table. Other schools followed. Padma Patil hesitated just long enough to watch Su Li grab hers before reaching out. Michael Corner grabbed two, then put one back when Terry Boot stared him down. Fleur crossed the room without a word, plucked one clean off the top and tucked it under her arm, throwing another to Minjayu. Even the Dumstrang students moved now, one after another, collecting books. Once the 10 minutes ended, Cashin walked back in and stopped dead center, giving the table one long look. Let's count, shall we? He said, dry. 1, 2, 3. Students fidgeted. 9, 10, 11. He looked up. Every breath in the room paused. I warned you, didn't I? Cashin said, tone flat. He raised his hand and flicked 2 fingers toward the Gryffindor bench. Ron gave a startled yelp as a book wriggled out from inside his jacket. It zipped through the air and landed in Cashin's palm. Fred and George both turned to stare at him. You took 2. Fred hissed. Ron blinked. I took for the family. The twins groaned in unison. Cashin didn't even blink. He turned and chucked the book back onto the table. Then he raised his wand. 12 books burst into flames. Smoke curled, ash drifting upward. A couple of students jumped in their seats. Right, Cashin said, flicking his wand again. No learning occlumency for you. He turned for the door, already walking. Out. Go on. You're dismissed. Nobody argued. Following days went on in relative peace. Well, ignoring Charity dropping hints about a double date every time she breathed, and Cashin batting her off like a persistent garden gnome. Since he'd mentally filed those requests under selective amnesia, and carried on, things stayed peaceful. Until they didn't. Bath's Haida walked in like she wasn't about to ruin his afternoon, settled sideways across his lap, and gave him that look, bright-eyed, too innocent. Cashin squinted at her. What hateful thing you going to rope me in this time? She just smiled wider. Dangerous. He narrowed his eyes. Cut the lovely act. I know you. She tilted her head, curls brushing his shoulder. This weekend. Hogsmeade. Double date. No. Yes. No, absolutely not. Yes, absolutely yes. Charity's already booked the table. Cashin groaned, tipping his head back against the sofa. She's a menace. Why do we still let her roam free? BathShada shrugged, unbothered. Because she brings cinnamon biscuits to staff meetings. He closed his eyes. I bring me. And I don't make people wear dress fancy robes in public. She patted his chest. It'll be fun. For who? For me, she said brightly. Cashin flailed one hand. Why would Kingsley agree to this? He's got better judgment. He's a decent man. Which is how I know he didn't agree. She cornered him. She cornered both of you, she corrected, and then kissed his cheek like she hadn't just delivered a death sentence. Cashin sighed, long and loud. Fine. But if I have to make small talk over pudding, we are leaving. You'll live. Not the point. She grinned, slid off his lap, and tossed a scarf at his face on the way out. Hogsmeade awaited. Cashin didn't. When the day came, the four of them walked the snow-heavy path to the village, breath clouding the air, boots crunching through ice patches. Cashin kept tugging at his scarf, hood up, shoulders hunched against the cold. Charity and Kingsley were arm in arm, looking far too pleased with themselves. She was chattering on about something, Cashin caught the words chemtrails and modified food, while Kingsley nodded along like he actually knew what she was on about. BathShada, unfortunately, was glowing. They reached the 3 broomsticks, warmth hitting immediately. Firelight, chatter, cinnamon in the air. Madame Rosmerta clocked them and beamed. Tables ready. They were seated near the window. Charity took the inside corner with an alarming amount of glee. Kingsley sat next to her. Drinks? Rosmerta asked, already pulling a quill. Mulled cider, BathShada said. Butterbeer please, Cashin added. Cider for me, Charity chirped. King. He nodded. Same. Rosmerta disappeared. Cashin tried not to laugh at King. Technically, it was his name, but calling someone King in casual conversation made it sound like they were about to launch a rebellion, or start a chess match. It was affectionate, probably. Same way BathShada called him Cass, or how he called her Bathzilla when she was particularly smug. Love. Still, in the middle of a pub felt a bit much. He flicked his gaze over to the other booths instead. Students were tucked into every corner of the pub. Most were too occupied with butterbeer and secretive hand-holding to care, but a few definitely clocked them. Joy, he muttered. We're gossip material. Charity grinned. You're not. We are. BathShada didn't even look up from her menu. They've known about us for 6 years. The novelty's long dead. Rosmerta set the mugs down, smiling teasingly, and vanished before anyone could ask for more napkins. Cashin sipped. Yummy. Charity leaned further into Kingsley's space. People still upset with your promotion? She asked, like it was casual dinner talk. Kingsley's brow pinched slightly. He glanced Cashin's way. Cashin waved a hand. Go on. I know Lucian's being an arse. Kingsley nodded. A few purebloods in the office. Think they deserve it more. Charity made a face. Lucian almost caused a disaster and he thinks he deserves it more. Cashin shrugged. Papers didn't print that bit, did they? Praised him for tight defense, hailed him a bloody tactician. Only the insiders know it was Shacklebolt who actually held the line when Death Eaters came knocking. Kingsley coughed into his mug. And you? Cashin smirked. Only you lot know I'm the hero. Let's keep it that way. Bit hard to skive off work if they start carving statues. Kingsley grunted, swirling his cider mug. Lucian leaked my rota after that, he added quietly. Cashin's smile vanished. That's not standard office pettiness. That's stupid. Kingsley didn't deny it. BathShada leaned back in her chair. If he escalates, he loses. He knows that. I got promoted, so it doesn't mean anything anymore. BathShada snorted. How about the tournament, then? Technically second one in decades. Kingsley gave a shrug. No one really cares about the technical bit. What Rosier did. He pointed his chin lazily in Cashin's direction, was bloody genius. We'd all accepted it. Champions chosen, names out, that was the end of it. Locked in. I was furious when Potter's name came out. Couldn't do a thing. Thought it was final. Memorized that rule book cover to cover, and still, nothing. But shifting the task structure. He huffed a laugh. That worked. Cashin sipped his butterbeer without blinking, like they were talking about lunch. Kingsley narrowed his eyes. Though, you said something odd that day. You said you'd thought about it before. What did you mean? Cashin paused mid-sip, then set his mug down. I don't get surprised by Hogwarts much anymore, he said. When the goblet came up, I made a list of everything that could go wrong. Top of that list was an underage student's name popping out. So I told Dumbledore I wanted defensive oversight in place. Mine and Bath's. Well, you refused. He didn't say it smug. Just a fact. He knew every year and Potter meant trouble now. Kingsley nodded slowly, brows pinched. Makes sense now. They chatted a bit longer. Kingsley admitted he wasn't that interested in Muggle traditions, at least not the kind Charity kept throwing at him like enchanted flashcards, but he was very interested in her. Charity beamed like he'd just confessed undying love. Cashin, naturally, rolled his eyes behind his mug. The conversation wandered after that. Something about broom regulations. A bit on the weather. Standard table filler. Then the door chimed. Hagrid stepped in with Madame Maxime. Cashin arched a brow. Now that, he murmured, is gossip material. Bath's Haida followed his gaze. Bold. Maxime stood with perfect posture, shoulders drawn back, expression perfectly blank. Hagrid ducked through the frame, snow still dusting his shoulders. Cashin approved. Took spine to show up like this. Hagrid waved before settling in with Maxime, smiling wide. Cashin waved back. Hagrid wasn't a bumpkin, not unless the term now included ministry-certified professors with 3 different licenses. Still, that reputation clung to him like wet socks. Keeper of keys. Groundsman. The bloke with a dragon dung in one hand and a crossbow in the other. People rarely saw beyond the beard. Bit too fond of hugging creatures with more teeth than sense, yes, but thanks to Cashin, he'd been formally instated. Graduation from the Ministry's Magical Beasts Education Program, stamped and certified. Proper teaching rights. All on the books. So if a woman like Maxime sat across from him in public, well, that meant something. That was a choice, not pity or accident. Good for them. Rest of the day rolled out with a bit of walking, a bit of pretending not to be freezing. Hogsmeade had that early winter charm, everything dusted in snow, shop windows glowing warm, and someone absolutely face-planting outside Honeydukes. They wandered without much aim. Picked up some toffee. They ran into Minjiu and Fleur near the center. Minjiu fell into step beside her without a word, matching her pace exactly. After a moment, he extended a small square of chocolate between them. For you. Fleur was watching the enchanted broom spin in lazy circles behind the glass, her reflection drifting in and out of the display. She didn't seem to hear him. He didn't withdraw his hand. They passed the next window. Minjiu angled the chocolate in front of her face. That finally pulled her back. She blinked, looked down, then up at him. A small, surprised smile touched her mouth as she took it. Ah, thank you. He smiled, sighing. Then Kenneth and Amara rounded the corner. Kenneth saw them and bolted across the cobbles with all the grace of a startled deer. Professor! He shouted, arms wide. Cashin took one step back but couldn't escape. Kenneth slammed into him with the full force of a joyful, overexcited student who didn't understand boundaries or basic physics. He clung like a barnacle. Cashin blinked. Did I win something? Kenneth pulled back, grinning. All thanks to you. What is? He just nodded, like that was self-explanatory, then ran back to Amara, who gave a small, amused wave before dragging him away by the collar. Cashin turned slightly. Do I want to know? No, Bath's Haida said, already walking. But I'd start checking your office for thank you sweets. He was still processing that when the Weasley twins strutted past, arms linked with Angelina and Alicia, like they were the crown princes of Smooth. Professor R. One of them shouted. Cashin didn't look back. He veered into the nearest alley without a word. Bath's Haida followed with a laugh and a shake of her head. Kingsley and Charity looked confused. When it was time to return, the 4 of them started up the path to the castle. We should do this again, Charity said, cheerful as ever. Cashin swallowed the groan clawing its way up. Kingsley didn't look thrilled either. Man probably just wanted to see Charity without chaperones. Absolutely, Bath's Haida replied, as if she hadn't just doomed them all. Cashin tilted his head back toward the clouds. Somewhere, a part of his soul curled up and died. As the date for the second task crept closer, Hogwarts turned into a loud, chaotic bazaar of advice-giving and bad guesses. Last year, Cashin had let students set up little shop fronts in the dueling club to sell anything mildly useful or questionably legal. They'd started building stalls by the first week. Tables stacked with potion jars, hand-painted banners, magical pastry stands. Tracy had trays of hand pies balanced on an old trophy stand, lemon twists and apple pies vanishing faster than she could restock them. Hannah had set up a broom polishing stall next to her, and you could spot a few fourth years dragging in clean sweeps looking embarrassed but desperate. Neville's table had potted shrubs behaving suspiciously, with a handwritten sign that read Exam Enhancing Aromatics and something underneath scratched out. The twins had brought chaos in its purest form. Their table was a fortress of joke items, loud, slightly illegal, and rigged with a prank security charm that had already exploded in 3 colors. Cashin and Bath's Haida sat watching it all from a pair of conjured armchairs near the fire, paper plates on their laps. Tracy's gotten better, Bath's Haida said, eating around a chunk of apple pie. She's moved from accidental combustion to actually edible, yes, Cashin agreed, sipping from the delicate little cup Minjiu had handed him. Minjiu had decided he rather liked Hogwarts and opened a tea stand in his free time. No banner, just a line of teapots and a handwritten note, fortune-telling only on Thursdays. You bring your own leaves. Word was, he met with Fleur over a tea too. Cashin took another sip. Is this the flower one that smells like rain? Yes. Bath's Haida took his cup, drank half, and passed it back. Cashin sipped. Still don't understand how this tastes like bloody clarity. Bath's Haida raised an eyebrow. Because you drink sludge the rest of the time. Footsteps clicked down the stone steps, shiny boots, dark robes, a heavy accent. A boy walked straight to Hermione's desk where her candle flickered beside a word carved onto parchment, knowledge. Just knowledge. Apparently, that was enough. And she was offering it freely. The boy stopped in front of it and placed a slim book on the table. French title, Crisp Spine. I look for methods of breathing underwater, he said. I enjoy underwater sightseeing. Hermione blinked at him. You're sightseeing the lake. I like squid, he said. Then added, with a very slight shrug, and other things. She glanced down at the book. That's not a bribe, is it? Donation, he said, entirely too smooth. Hermione closed her eyes. She didn't need long. Her memory already bordered on terrifying, and after occlumency training, it had turned razor sharp. Eidetic, by her own claim. She hummed softly. I know 3 ways to breathe underwater. First, bubblehead charm. It's straightforward. Keeps a pocket of air around your head. But if you lose focus or get hit mid-spell, it can turn dangerous very easily. The boy nodded slowly. Second, partial transfiguration. But it's extremely risky. You need precision, and it's painful if you botch it. Very painful. He gulped at that. Third, plants. Some allow underwater breathing. I've read about them, but I've never used any myself. She glanced to the side. Longbottom might know more. Neville looked up from his table, blinking. Hermione pointed at him. Ask him. The boy raised his head politely. Thank you. Appreciate the help. That book is about rural French spells. They're not widely used. You might find them useful. Hermione lit up. Thank you. He gave her a quick nod and headed for Neville. You are expert with aquatic plants. Neville looked up from his table, smiling wide. Yet. Sort of. Before he could say more, 2 girls from Uagado appeared behind the French boy. One had a scroll tucked under her arm. We're interested too, she said. They glanced at Hermione. Sorry, we overheard. Here's our donation. Hermione blinked as they held out the scroll. You don't have to. The other girl smiled, pressing it into her hands. Basic earth sensing spells. From home. Hermione looked like someone had handed her the secret to life. This is incredible. Thank you. Neville cleared his throat, lifting a pot with a familiar, thick-stemmed plant inside. I've got gillyweed. It's what most people use underwater. The French boy tilted his head. You eat it just before you dive. It lets you breathe water, gives you gills, your hands and feet web for better aquatic maneuver. It's weird, but it works. Doesn't last long, though. Maybe an hour. Depends on the batch. He set the pot back down. I sell small portions, but it's best used fresh. I'd recommend ordering 3 days before you need it. When will you use it? The boy raised a brow. Hesitated. One of the Uagado girls leaned in a bit, clearly not thrilled about sharing. About 4 weeks. Neville nodded. That's plenty of time. But if you haven't used it before, you should practice. Feels wrong the first time. Like you're choking. Your body panics. Takes getting used to. Cashin grinned into his teacup. Look at him, selling like a pro. Bathsheda gave a soft hum of agreement. And actually knows what he's talking about. They both knew exactly what this was. These were champions' friends, runners sent to gather what their schools couldn't ask outright. And judging by the growing trickle of foreign students lingering near Hermione's desk or drifting toward Neville's stand, word was getting around. Cashin leaned back in his chair. Think I should start charging booth fees? Bathsheda sipped his tea. Only if you want to riot. Hearing the conversation, the twins perked up at once. Here. One of them called, both springing to their feet behind a stall that looked half legal. We've got underwater breathing tools. Also got extendable ears, perfect for eavesdropping. And loads of other things that may or may not explode. The French boy scratched his nose, barely glancing their way. Sorry. Tools won't work. Fred and George slumped, deflated at once. Ginny stepped forward from behind, brushing off her hands. Still have plenty of other items. Come have a look. No obligations, except to fun. Luna trailed after, holding a box full of glittery pins that had absolutely no advertised function in one hand, a stack of the Quibbler in the other. We have newspapers too. Fleur stood beside Minjiao, arms crossed as she watched the interaction with a faint curl to her lips. Minjiao leaned against a post, sipping something floral from his own teacup. She offered Fleur another, drink more, babe. Fleur was too busy listening to the conversation, so Minjiao pushed the cup further, babe. Drink more. She smiled, taking the cup, thank you. Cedric appeared with Harry at some point, both walking side by side to a booth still being cleared. Cashin squinted toward them. Oh. He leaned forward slightly, interest piqued. Didn't realize those two got on. Cedric set down a thick folder and propped up a small banner. Neat handwriting spelled out, homework from year 1 to 5, organized, marked, vetted. Harry slouched next to him, hands in pockets, not doing much of the advertising. Bathsheda sighed into her cup. Are they selling homeworks? Cashin gave a one-shouldered shrug. For reference, maybe. Educational enlightenment through recycled effort. Ginny caught sight of the banner and squinted. That's cheating, isn't it? No, Cashin called lightly. It's collaborative learning. Just poorly disguised. Bathsheda raised an eyebrow at him. He sipped his tea. They'll learn something eventually. If not academically, then economically. Across the room, a second year was already creeping toward the stall, head ducked like he was casing a black market deal. Fred popped up behind the booth, clearly inspecting the setup. Oi, you charging in galleons or secrets? Cedric didn't look up. Standard coin. And no, I'm not giving you a discount. George emerged beside him. What if we pay in riddles? You'll get a riddle back, Harry muttered. Cashin smirked. That's the spirit, Potter. Just make sure none of it's in your handwriting. Harry gave a vague thumbs up, clearly resigned. Cashin raised an eyebrow. How'd you two end up as partners? Cedric gave a shrug. Professor Moody asked if I could help Harry with his homework. Harry nodded. Then he joked Cedric's handwriting was so neat, he could sell the lot. So we did. Cashin frowned. Odd pairing. You two barely talked before. Cedric glanced at Harry. It started with that, and continued with Quidditch. Potter is a great seeker. Harry smiled. He's all right. Doesn't treat me like I've got a bomb under my bed. High bar, Cashin muttered. Then waved a hand. Right. Carry on with your capitalism. He dropped into the chair beside Bath's Haida again. She watched him, brows drawn slightly. What's wrong? Cashin opened his mouth, about to answer, blueberry muffins. Pansy declared, cutting in as she set down a small plate with the flourish of a potion reveal. Tracy's new experiment. She said if you don't die, she can start selling them. Cashin gave the muffin a look. Did she specify how long I need to survive for it to count? Pansy shrugged. I think an hour. She was vague. Then she skipped off, already hawking a tray of ginger scones to a pack of Ravenclaws. Bath's Haida nudged the plate closer. Could be worse. At least it's not her beetroot cupcakes again. Cashin broke off a piece, gave it a sniff. Looked normal. Which, frankly, was suspicious. He ate it anyway. All right. Bath's Haida asked. He chewed. Swallowed. I've had worse. Still not entirely convinced it's not cursed. She took one for herself, broke it in half. So. It's the Diggory thing, he said in a whisper. Him and Potter. Bath's Haida raised a brow, muffin forgotten. Maybe Moody is playing matchmaker because he's bored, she offered. Moody doesn't get bored. Cashin sighed through his nose. Or maybe it's nothing, and I've officially gone round the bend. Bath's Haida leaned in, smirking faintly. You passed that bend months ago. He took another bite. Fair. Neville had begun explaining gillyweed's digestive properties to a very concerned Beauxbatons student. Cashin watched them, half listening, hand resting absently near the teacup. Something about the way things lined up lately, it scratched at the back of his skull. He didn't like it. The muffin, however, was growing on him. Cashin straightened from the cauldron, hair was doing several things at once, sticking up, curling in odd places, and somehow glinting with something that had no business being luminescent. A pair of thick Muggle safety goggles perched on his forehead, one lens smudged with soot, the other slightly fogged from whatever steam had last belched out of the cauldron. The lab coat hung over his robes, streaked with green stains and what might have been goo or burned basilisk scale. Maybe both. No one wanted to ask. Bright yellow rubber gloves, standard dishwashing fare, one finger half melted. His boots were charmed against spills but still had something bubbling faintly on one sole. He looked, frankly, like the neighborhood's friendly mad scientist, the kind you didn't mind living down the road from, as long as the smoke stayed on his side of the fence. We've finally got it, he said, wiping a smear of something unidentifiable off his cheek with the back of his wrist. Bath's Haida, on the other hand, was all clean lines and charm-bound calm. Just robes and a wand. Magic layered over her like an invisible apron. Seems like it, she nodded, giving the mix a faint stir. The stench wafted up like something had died twice. To think this is how I'd find out the one smell I'm most nauseated by. Cashin peeled off the glove and let it flop wetly to the bench. I feel like I've been inhaling old feet for an hour. You have. Brilliant. He poked the side of the cauldron with his wand. It hissed in response, thick sludge bubbling. The surface shimmered, then spat out a violet spark that hit the floor and tried to crawl away. Bath's Haida pointed her wand at it. Don't. The spark froze. Sizzled. Died. Cashin cleaned himself off with a wave of his wand. His hair deflated slightly, his face returned to its usual color, and the glove residue vanished from his fingers. We'll fix that part later, he muttered, eyeing the cauldron. Then he grinned. For now, cheers, we've found a detection potion for love potion. Bath's Haida smiled too, though she didn't lean in. The smell was still foul. They'd been at it for years, tinkering with counteragents, building resistance chains, arguing with potion theory that hadn't been updated since someone decided Amortentia didn't need to be regulated because true love conquers all. The ministry never banned it, just slapped a label on it and let shops peddle it like romantic chewing gum. So Cashin and Bath's Haida had decided to handle it themselves. Cashin had spent months teaching everything short of making students smell heartbreak in a bottle. Between the history, the theory, and a handful of very real antidote drills, he'd run more Amortentia lessons than most potion masters managed in a career. The more he taught, the sharper he got, his mastery shot up fast. By the time they started testing reversals, Cashin could break down Amortentia's structure in his sleep and spot ingredients sent from a corridor away. To think it turns Amortentia's side effect, the smell you love most, into the thing that makes you sick. Cashin wrinkled his nose. Fascinating. Horrible. But fascinating. He clamped a hand over his nose. Mine smells like burnt treacle, damp parchment, and whatever that potion cupboard was hiding last term. I'm offended on a personal level. It was the exact bouquet of everything he avoided in life, scorched sugar, old books left in a cellar, and that odd medicinal tang from a classroom he definitely did not blow up. Bathsheba nodded, fanning herself slightly. Smells like stale ink and warm cabbage in here. I think my grandmother's wardrobe just came back to haunt me. He tilted the cauldron slightly, watching the mixture settle. That's good, actually. Strong aversion response. It means it's working. Or it means I'm going to be sick in your boots. Cashin gave her a look. You're a grown woman. Aim for the sink. The potion burped again, this time spitting out something that looked suspiciously like a half-dissolved heart. It sizzled on the stone with a fizz. Cashin pointed at it. Romance. Bathsheba didn't answer. She was already jotting down notes, lips pressed tight. He leaned over her shoulder. So. We file the paperwork? She asked. Cashin grinned. Of course. So the rose bath was born. Sounded delicate. Promised the smell of a dream. The product, however, could knock a troll flat. When the name first started drifting through the Prophet, people thought it was a new perfume line. Something high-end. French, probably. Definitely expensive. The kind of thing you'd gift your mistress if you were a wizard with questionable morals and too much gold. Nobody expected it to be a love potion detection. Least of all one developed by Hogwarts staff. Cashin and Bathsheba didn't rush it. They let the rumor ferment. Paid a few gossips to murmur in the right corners, dropped exactly one anonymous ad into Witch Weekly, nothing but a rose petal and the words smell the truth. By the time the week before Valentine's rolled round, anticipation had built into a small frenzy. During dinner, the two of them rose at the high table. The hall quieted in seconds. Students of Hogwarts, 5 schools, guests, professors, everyone turned to stare. Cashin offered a charming smile, hands tucked neatly into his pockets. Evening. If you're wondering why your lovely ancient runes professor and I have decided to interrupt your meal, no, we're not eloping. But we do have an announcement to make. He held up a small glass vial. Pale rose-colored. That, my dear students and traumatized faculty, is the first legally approved, ministry-acknowledged, absolutely horrid-smelling love potion detector ever brewed. The silence following was so loud, Cashin winced, like someone had dropped a fork on a plate in the middle of a funeral. Then came the uproar, whispers firing off across the hall, cheers rising from a few brave corners, some full-on gasps. The staff table wasn't much better. Cashin gave the room a sunny smile. Applications delightfully simple. Just a drop into a glass of water, and voila, if anything nearby spiked with love potion, it reacts. Reverses the side effect. Maxime looked horrified. Which side effect? Smell, Bathsheba said, already grinning. Cashin nodded. Turns it right on its head. Whatever the potion was pretending to smell like, it'll hit you with the scent of rotting plums, or your nan's favorite socks. Works immediately, and no, before you ask, it doesn't explode. We tested that. Snape got up so sharply his chair scraped. I'll be the judge of that. He sounded personally insulted any time someone invented a potion without consulting him first. With a flick of his wand, a bottle shot off somewhere below the castle and landed neatly in his hand. He popped the stopper, and the effect was immediate. Half the hall inhaled like they'd wandered into their favorite bakery or meadow or perfume counter. Whatever the potion wanted them to smell, it delivered. Cashin, grinning like he'd been waiting for this exact moment, held out the vial of rose bath. Go on, Severus. Let's ruin some evenings. Snape did not rise to the bait. He snatched the vial, tipped a drop into a glass of water, and the room cracked with a sharp little sound, like ice breaking. The reaction hit the hall at once. Every student who'd been mid-blissful inhale gagged. Some doubled over. A Hufflepuff slapped a hand over her mouth. Someone in Ravenclaw choked out, Merlin's socks, what is that? The scent washed through the hall in a wave, rot, cabbage stew, heartbreak, whatever each person loathed most. Nobody escaped. Even professors recoiled. Cashin watched it all with a wide smile, utterly delighted. There it is. Snape stood stiffly over the glass. His face didn't move, but the tiniest twitch in his jaw suggested he'd caught a whiff of whatever personal hell the antidote had picked for him. Bathsheba cleared her throat. As you can see, the counter potion works. Instantly. Pomfrey had a hand over her nose. Sweet Circe, warn a woman next time. Cashin shrugged. If you smelled roses, you'd accuse us of lying. Around the hall, students were still fighting the lingering stink. Cashin's grin dropped off his face. He looked over the hall, deadpan. I hate that people need a potion for this, he said, way too calm. In a decent world, none of this would have been needed. But here we are. A few students shifted, trying not to make eye contact with him. Others sat frozen, hands clamped over their noses. This'll be sold at cost, Cashin went on. No profit. Not a nut. If anything, I'll end up shoving boxes of it into schools for free. Shops, too, once we get the supply line sorted. Bathsheba folded her arms, watching the students. Professor Babbling and I pushed for this because love potions are sick, Cashin said. People who use them are worse. The hall had gone quiet. Now that there's a way to catch it before it hits your drink, Cashin continued, let me be painfully clear. If anyone here is caught with the stuff, using it, brewing it outside of the classes, slipping it into so much as pumpkin juice, being expelled will be the least of your problems. Someone near the Slytherin table let out a tiny, fearful breath. Cashin heard it. He leaned forward slightly. Try me. The room didn't breathe. He straightened, dusted his hands on his robes like he'd finished wiping down a chalkboard, and looked to Bathsheba. She gave a nod. Cashin turned back to the hall. Right. Enjoy your dinner. And just like that, noise rushed back into the hall, whispers, groans, students airing out collars like they were escaping a gas leak. He flicked his wrist, and the smell in the hall finally began to fade. As they headed back toward their seats, Cashin muttered, think they took that well. Bathsheba didn't look up. I think half of them might sleep with the lights on. Good. Keeps them honest. Then everything went to hell in a handbasket. A sharp crack of glass rang out. Heads turned. The Hufflepuff table jolted, someone yelped. Cashin's gaze snapped to the far end of the Beauxbatons section. Fleur was on her feet. Her plate was shattered, bits of glass glittering at her boots. Her expression wasn't angry. It was worse. Disgust, plain and unfiltered, twisted across her face like she'd stepped in something vile. Cashin froze mid-step. Bathsheba, already half turning to sit, turned back, both staring. Oh, Cashin said slowly. Is the smell too much? Are there Veela side effects I should know about? His eyes flicked to Gabrielle, expecting maybe a matching reaction. Nothing. The girl looked fine. Calm. Disgusted. Confused, but fine. Bathsheba's brow creased. She's not reacting to the smell. Cashin followed Fla's line of sight. She wasn't looking at the bottle. Or the high table. She was looking straight at Minjiu. Fla's lip curled. Her hands clenched into fists by her sides. You, she hissed. Minjiu flinched. Everyone held their breaths, too shocked to even react. All the color drained from Cashin's face. Fleur stepped forward, voice only a whisper but sharp enough to cut. You dosed me. Minjiu said nothing. You dosed me, she repeated. Her voice cracked. All at once, the hall caught up. Chairs scraped. Students turned. Gabrielle looked up at her sister, clearly trying to work out what she was missing. Master G's face was thunder. The warmth, gone. The constant smile, gone. He came down from the high table in long, heavy strides and grabbed Minjiu by the collar before anyone had time to blink. The entire hall froze. This was a man who'd spent months being polite to everything from portraits to stray cats. Seeing him like this was like watching a mountain get up and walk. His voice rasped, what did you do? Minjiu's mouth opened and closed. And nothing. This is a setup. Bagman shot up from his seat. Kingsley did too. Heads of schools pushed back their chairs. Maxime was already at Fla's side. Cashin jerked his chin at Bathsheba. She slipped past students toward the Beauxbatons table. They're playing games, Minjiu said, voice shaking. I didn't do anything. Fla's hiss cut straight through him. You dosed me. That alone could have split the hall. Cashin drew a slow breath through his teeth to calm himself before he did something he would regret. Everyone stays where they are. No one touches anything. Master G hauled Minjiu a fraction closer. Look at me, he said, breathing hard. Look at me and say you didn't. I didn't. Minjiu's voice wavered. Master, I swear. I didn't, I would never. Fleur stepped forward again, jaw tight. Tell the truth. Her hand trembled. Her eyes were glassy with rage. I thought it was real. Sudden but sweet. Bathsheba reached her gently. Breathe. Don't strain your voice. Fleur didn't look away from Minjiu. When you opened the Immortentia bottle, the smell was him. I was about to melt. But now, it's still him, just the most disgusting thing in the world. I didn't, he said again, but it landed badly, thin and panicked. Bagman looked horrified. But, you weren't obsessed with him. At the dance, and later too. You didn't act like someone struck with a love potion. Cashin shot him a glare. Veela are immune to love potions. She's a quarter Veela. The potion affected her, but not enough to make her obsessed. Even then, even Immortentia wouldn't be enough. Master G nodded. This is him, isn't it? His gaze fixed on Minjiu, sharp, penetrating, as if he meant to strip the truth straight out of him. McGonagall stepped forward, posture like sharpened steel. Miss Delacour, when did you first notice? When the antidote hit, Fleur said. When everything in my body recoiled from him. Her breath shook. Before that, every time he was near, it was warm. Safe. Soft. I thought. She cut herself off, furious with the memory. See. Minjiu's voice quivered. It's the antidote. It's wrong. It's making mistakes. No, Cashin said flatly. It doesn't make mistakes. It reacts to active traces to reverse the side effect. I admit I didn't know Rosebath could reverse a love potion. I thought it was only good for detection. But the potion works. Better than we anticipated. If you're getting blasted by something foul, it means someone used potion on you, or on someone around you. He looked at Fleur. Fleur didn't even blink. It's him. Master G's grip tightened. Minjiu's breath hitched. Master, I didn't. Please, I didn't. This is a frame job. Cashin frowned, barely holding back. Nails digging into his palm. Master G. You'll decide. G didn't even blink. He looked ready to set the whole hall on fire with his bare hands. Do it. Cashin didn't argue. He turned to Snape, who was already striding over with a small silver vial between two fingers. He simply handed it to Master G. G uncorked it, grabbed Minjiao by the jaw, and forced the Verita serum down his throat. Minjiao choked, coughed, tried to pull back. Didn't matter. G held him like he weighed nothing. The potion hit fast. Faster than it should have. Those trained in occlumency had a certain resistance to Verita serum, and from mind training lessons Cashin was certain Minjiao was quite capable of it. Then he noticed Master G subtly using magic to lower Minjiao's defenses. Minjiao's shaking went from panic to rigid. His eyes unfocused, then snapped straight ahead. Cashin stepped closer. Tell us what you did. Minjiao's mouth opened immediately. I dosed her. A gasp went through the hall. Fla's fingers dug into the edge of the table. Gabrielle grabbed her sleeve. Cashin felt something under his sternum go hot. He didn't trust himself to speak yet. Minjiao went on, too fast, like he'd been holding all of it in his throat for weeks. I needed to win the tournament. I need to. My grandfather said I must honor the school. Honor the family. I was supposed to place above everyone. I needed her to be compliant. Fla's face twisted. Maxime's hand settled on her shoulder like iron. G's fingers whitened, Minjiao whimpered. Your grandfather? Yes. Minjiao swayed slightly. Deputy Headmaster of Feng Huang, Cashin said, looking at G. G gave a nod, not looking away from the boy once. We plotted this, Minjiao said. My grandfather and I. He's Grandmaster Podi Wunner. He designed the badge. We didn't know who would come out of the cup. Didn't matter. It would be useful no matter the name. Fla's shoulders shook. Maxime caught her elbow before she tipped. Luckily, Minjiao said, it was Fleur. Gasps, curses, a chair hitting stone rung at the same time. Cashin's jaw went tight. She was beautiful. Strong. Perfect match. It was clever, Minjiao continued, every word slicing the hall open. She wouldn't try to win against me after that. And if I needed her, she could help. Assist in tasks. Even attack the others if it came to it. Maxime's wand snapped into her hand. Gabrielle pressed herself into her sister's side, face buried in her robes. The more Minjiao spoke, the redder the hall got. Students stiffened. Staff stood. Kingsley was already halfway down the steps. Even Bagman looked like he was going to be sick. G slapped the boy so hard the crack echoed through the hall. Minjiao hit the floor, blood splattering from his lip, body shaking like his bones couldn't hold him up anymore. Dumbledore grabbed G's arm, but the man tore free like Albus wasn't even there. Trying to restrain him was like trying to leash a storm. You bastard, G snarled. His voice scraped the stone. You and your grandfather. I'll make sure neither of your kin ever cast another spell again. I'll rip the magic out of your veins. Students closest to him shrank back. Even the Dumstrang table shifted as one, as though instinct told them to get out of the blast radius. Dumbledore stepped in front of him. G. You can't. G's head snapped toward him. Stay away, Albus. I won't. Dumbledore didn't move. You can't do that. He is bound to the cup. Maxime let out a sound halfway between a growl and a gasp. Are we going to let him continue? After this. Dumbledore's shoulders sank, helpless. We have no other choice. Cashin's mouth opened, he was about to offer another rework of the tasks, another mad plan to twist the cup's rules into something they could live with. Dumbledore's hand shot out and stopped him. It won't work this time, he said quietly. Cashin's jaw locked. He cursed under his breath. The cup ate too much magic to function properly, and every third reset required a sleep. The first time, they'd had to change the first task because of Ash. The second time, Cashin pushed for changes so Potter would be out. And now this was already the third. But was the tournament really more important than this? G bent, yanked the boy up by the collar again. You used her. You used my school. The way he shook wasn't rage alone. It was shame. Minjiao's head lolled slightly, eyes glassy from the serum. Master. I only did what was expected. Grandfather said. G slammed him back to the ground so hard the floor shuddered. That old man, G spat, will answer for this. I swear it. Kingsley stepped in, wand out, voice steady. Master G. Enough. He's confessed. He's contained. Cashin clenched his fist. This tournament is cursed. No, Snape said coldly. People are. Minjiao lay on the floor, breathing shallowly. G stood over him, jaw clenched so tightly a vein pulsed along his temple. Do not think this is forgiveness, he said to the boy. You will finish this tournament because the cup demands it. After that. His voice dropped to something dangerous. The world will learn what your family has done. Minjiao didn't answer. Couldn't. The serum held him like a hook in the throat. Bath's Hayden knelt beside Fleur, murmuring quiet French under her breath until the girl's breathing steadied. G turned to Fleur and Maxime and bowed so deep his forehead nearly brushed his knees. I am so sorry, he said, voice rough. There are no words for the shame I feel. That this happened under our banner, by one of ours. I cannot tell you how ashamed I am. Fleur didn't answer. She hadn't moved since Minjiao confessed. Ji looked at Gabrielle too. To both of you. From all of us. His face didn't crack, but his eyes were burning with anger. He's not one of us anymore. Maxime gave a short nod. Dumbledore stepped forward. All champions will be monitored. All potions tested. And should anything else surface? He looked directly at the staff tables. We'll pull the cup from the ground ourselves. No one argued. Cashin and Bathsheba stepped out of the staff room and went straight into hers. Cashin paced once, twice. That was sick. Bathsheba pressed her palms to her eyes. All of it. He raked a hand through his hair. And he's still a champion. Cup rules, she muttered. Dumbledore can't break them again. Not without tearing down the wards, and the school with them, or sacrificing his magic outright. Even Dumbledore can't challenge the cup and stroll away untouched. That thing feeds off the ley lines anchoring the entire continent. You've read the books. You know what it costs. Cashin let out a sharp breath. Brilliant. Love potion abuse, coercion, conspiracy, international disgrace. Congratulations, lad, off you pop to the next task. Dumbledore made sure that what happened in the Great Hall did not leave Hogwarts. Not a whisper. Fleur held the only key to the secret. Until she chose otherwise, silence was law. He didn't stop at warnings. The ward lattice listened for loose tongues. Anyone who tried to gossip would find the words sticking in their mouths. Staff weren't spared either. Minjiao remained a champion. Ji hadn't thrown him out, hadn't dragged him home, hadn't so much as raised a letter to Feng Huang. Not yet. Rage simmered under the man's ribs, but he held it in place with both hands. Ji wanted to track every rotten branch of the plot, Minjiao, the grandfather, anyone else who'd stirred the cauldron. But if he moved now, the old man would vanish. Allies too. The cup's binding at least kept Minjiao in Hogwarts' reach, the rest would bolt the moment rumor reached them. Minjiao didn't return to the Feng Huang dormitories after the hall incident. Dumbledore had him moved to a forgotten corner of the castle. An abandoned classroom got cleared out, a narrow bed dragged in, and a single lamp charmed to stay lit through the night in case the boy couldn't sleep in the dark. He would sleep there. Eat there. A tray outside the door, no conversation, no company. The isolation wasn't just punishment, it was also a protection. Dumbledore kept him out of sight for a reason. Most of the castle wouldn't have hesitated to hex him the moment they caught a glimpse. Even some of the staff stopped holding back when his name came up. Even the Feng Huang students kept their distance. The betrayal hit them harder than anyone else. Whatever pity they might have had was drowned by embarrassment. Shame. Fury. One of theirs had humiliated them on a world stage. He had been one of theirs, and now he wasn't. Simple as that. Cashin raked a hand through his hair. What am I supposed to do with this anger? Bathsheba didn't look up from the spot on the wall she'd been staring down for the past minute. Just don't make him a martyr. That's enough. Cashin stopped. Stared at the floor like he might find something useful there. She shouldn't have to carry that. She doesn't want the headlines. He snorted. Course not. Let's protect the poor boy's dignity. Wouldn't want the world thinking less of a school that let this happen. She's protecting herself. He sat beside her, dropping into the chair. You're right, he said, rubbing both hands over his face. Dumbledore's got more common sense than me. This is Fliss' call. Her trauma. Not mine to swing around like a bloody hammer. Bathsheba let out a slow breath and lowered her hands. Good. Because if you went charging in, you'd make it worse for her. She's not alone, Bathsheba said. Maxime's glued to her. Half the beau's batons too. Gabrielle hasn't left her side. And Master G. He would burn the country down if she asked. Following days, the papers were delicious. Not that Cashin or Bathsheba were in the mood to enjoy it. Every major outlet ran some version of the headline, some smug, some scandalized, most scrambling to get ahead of the narrative. It wasn't a new idea. Love potion counteragents had been theorized for decades. A few half-successful cases made it into obscure journals, then quietly vanished. Suppressed, maybe. Shelved. Some pody winners might have cracked it, panicked, and locked the results in a cupboard before the big names found out. Cashin refused to believe something this basic had stumped everyone for centuries. But that was the difference, wasn't it? He wasn't everyone. He was a rosier. Academically validated, politically shielded, filthy rich. Enough clout to stand in front of half the ministry and say shove it without blinking. Backed by a Hogwarts badge and the kind of alliances that made lawsuits nervous. Whether half the market dried up overnight didn't matter, they couldn't do a thing. They watched. Gritted teeth. Fudged statements. None dared move first. Witch Weekly had a field day. They praised Cashin and Bathsheba to sky, earth, and the stars in between. One column called them modern alchemists of justice. Another dubbed them Hogwarts protective pair, which sounded a bit more romantic than necessary, but no one corrected it. Probably because Cashin didn't read past the bit where they compared him to a prince in safety goggles. That one went on the staff room wall. Since last year, after landing Witch Weekly's most charming smile cover, Cashin had been the darling of half the witch population under 35. And several over, if the letters were to be believed. For months, his face had rotated through every shelf in the country. Then the World Cup hit, and his brother Lucian got handed the Hero of the Cup headline and knocked him off the front like a stage dive. Which Weekly had scrambled to juggle. Lucian and Kingsley shared a cover for a while, grinning like CO stars in a crime drama. Cashin hadn't minded. He quite liked not being on the cover like he was about to sell someone a love tonic or flex next to a unicorn. But now he and Bathsheba were beloved by every witch and every father of a daughter in the country. Although women used love potions too, more often than people like to admit, most of the time, it was men. Blokes with more ego than sense, convinced a vial could stand in for charm. Girls were expected to be clever about it. Boys just bought the bottle. As for the profit, well, Cashin and Bathsheba owned it. Figuratively, yes, but also, literally. What were they going to write? Criticism? Front page. Banner headline. Love Potions Neutralist, Hogwarts Staff Brew Legal Counter, Shake Foundation of Entire Industry. By Amelia Knott, Senior Correspondent. In a stunning turn of magical innovation, Professors Babbling and Rosier have developed and formally introduced the world's first fully effective love potion detection that later realized could also neutralize rose bath, now approved by the Ministry. The potion, a pale pink liquid with a regrettably unforgettable odor, reverses the scent identification effects of standard and enhanced love potions and effectively rendering them inert. Distribution is already underway, and, according to the developers, profits are not only waived, but banned. We don't want a sick market to grow legs again, Professor Rosier said. If someone tries to resell this for a profit, I'll personally feed them the old version and see if they still feel romantic. The professor's announcement caused a stir across Hogwarts, where the product was debuted live to the entire student body. Reactions ranged from nausea to applause, with several students reportedly re-evaluating their Valentine plans entirely. Witch Weekly's former most charming smile Rosier delivered a surprisingly sharp statement on ethics in potion use. If you've got to spike someone's drink to make them like you, maybe you're not that likable. The Ministry's Potion Regulation Office has declined to comment on why such a counteragent was not prioritized earlier, though insiders say they're scrambling. The rest was interviews, quotes, and one heavily editorialized sidebar about how love potions were never meant for harm, complete with a black and white photo of some 1900s witch bottling what looked suspiciously like chloroform with glitter. The prophet knew better than to editorialize against him now. They'd already dodged 3 public backlash storms this year alone by printing whatever he handed them. If he told them mermaids were unionizing, they'd run it in bold. International press, though. Oh, boy. If Britain had taken it as a scandal, the continent took it as war. The Parisian Magical Times went dramatic, of course. Love in crisis. The tonic of truth destroys the romantic market. Some poor French podewinner accused Hogwarts of targeting cultural traditions. Another called it a violation of magical freedom. One paper in Prague claimed the antidote would erode social fabric, like teenage obsession was a civic duty. Spain was in support. Italy begged for her samples. Bulgaria said nothing and immediately ordered a batch. The Americans tried to rebrand it, Heart Clean, until someone from Cashin's side sent a legal hex that turned their ad campaign into animated rats. The best reaction came from Romania, where the headline read, Hogwarts invents potion to stop stupidity. Finally, Cashin clipped that one for the wall. Right next to the Safety Prince piece. He didn't care who got offended. He wasn't subtle about that either. Bathsheba didn't even blink when that letter went viral. She just sipped her tea and handed him a red quill for the next round. The real kicker? It worked. Love potion sales plummeted. Several shops pulled them off shelves. Of course their concern wasn't ethics, but fear. Nobody wanted to be caught selling something with a ready-made counter. Better still, victims started talking. Quietly, at first. A few anonymous letters. Then a name. Then a face. It didn't become a movement, but it stirred something. Enough to rattle the ones who'd always thought magic gave them the right to tamper with affection like it was a charm to be cast. And now every major magical school in Europe had a bottle of rose bath in their potions cupboard. The antidote had a smell of betrayal and boiled socks, but it worked. Cashin had never been prouder of anything that made a room gag. The Flamels were already there when Cashin and Bathsheba walked into the room. Gone was the usual soft smiles, the careful warmth they carried. What stood in their place could have passed for living legend, grim and quiet, with that sort of stillness you only saw in people who'd burned cities before breakfast. This was what happened when you dosed their granddaughter. Gabrielle had called them Grandpa and Grandma since the first time she'd spelled her own name. Fleur trained with them many summers. What surprised him more was who else had bothered to show up. Coriolanus Rosier. Sabine was next to him, her smile was warm as ever, but there was sharpness in her eyes. G sat rigid in the chair nearest the window. Rage still clung to him. He hadn't looked at anyone since they entered. Dumbledore sat at the center, hands steepled, waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, G said without preamble. I invited you here to discuss something that concerns me. I had suspicions before. Recent events hardened them. Dumbledore didn't blink. Your master. G nodded. I believe the Feng Shui marauder lives. Cashin clenched his fist under the table. His nails bit into his palm. And I suspect the deputy headmaster of Feng Huang, Chenjiu, might be corrupted. The room went still. Coriolanus leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing a fraction. You're saying that brat Chenjiu is working with that Feng boy? G raised his head. Wang Feng was my master. He was Chenjiu's too. When he turned dark, I stood against him. Chenjiu, hesitated. To Chenjiu, he went on, a master's honor outweighed everything. Path didn't matter. Loyalty did. His jaw tightened. But when we learned Wang Feng sacrificed a phoenix, the elder council cursed him. Every one of us, even Chenjiu, turned on him then. I thought, Ji said quietly, that his change was real. Silence pressed in. But now, Ji continued, eyes lifting at last, after what his grandson did, after what I felt stirring. I don't believe Wang Feng ever died. And I don't believe Chenjiu is as clean as he wants us to think. Nicholas sighed slowly, fists squeezed. We have cause to act against Chenjiu, he said. He and his grandson conspired against our granddaughter. Against our family. Pernell nodded. But, Nicholas added, gaze sweeping the table, the rest of you cannot move yet. This isn't the moment to drag the covenant into the light. Sabine glanced at Ji. If Chenjiu is compromised, Feng Huang isn't safe. You can ask help from other headmasters. No, Ji said. As it stands, this is an internal matter. His hands gripped the arms of the chair, knuckles white. People will see it as a power grab. If I call external help, the covenant will have an excuse to act, although I doubt they've the guts to do so. There's no reason to rattle those bastards. Cashin leaned back in his chair, teeth grinding. Then why don't we gather every old master we trust and burn the covenant to the ground while we're still breathing? Dumbledore shook his head, shoulders dipping. Because it isn't that simple. The covenant isn't weak. And they don't restrain themselves the way we do. No lines they won't cross. No students to protect. No schools to answer for. He paused. Keepers tried to wipe them out once. It ended with cities erased and both sides crawling away broken. That's why the unspoken rules exist. Coriolanus added. They've got methods that scare even us. Artifacts that don't care who they burn. They don't need to outnumber. They only need one excuse to cause a massacre. Ji's fingers twitched. I know what they're capable of. We've all seen it. Cashin huffed, pushing his chair back with a scrape. So what? We watch. Ji met his eyes. Yes, he said, hands flat on the table, this summer I will invite all of you to Feng Huang. Officially. Publicly. He glanced around the room. I will expose Chenjiu and his line. Within my school, on our ground. I ask you to attend, but only to watch. If Chenjiu is clean, the matter ends there. If he isn't. He paused. If we can tie him to Wang Feng, then the Flamels can act. With justified rage. Nicholas nodded. Perinel's fingers tightened together in her lap. The covenant must see that you are not there to interfere. But they'll also see that we stand together. Ji added. Cashin didn't answer. He stared at the table, fingers tight. He felt sick. Helpless. Powerless. And he hated it. Ji bowed his head. Thank you. On the morning of February 24th, the lake looked like it wanted everyone dead. Ice schemed the edges, the wind slapped anything that dared breathe, and Hogwarts had set up stands so close to the water Cashin half expected the squid to reach up and steal a few students out of spite. He tugged his coat tighter, his second coat, thank you very much, and took a long drink from the thermos warming his hands. Bath's Haida flicked a few discreet runes under their bench, and the air turned pleasantly warm. Perfect, Cashin sighed, slipping under her arm. 5 floating screens hovered over the lake, each one showing a different angle of the champions milling near the platform. Crisp, steady visual feed, 0 flicker. Cashin's handiwork. When Dumbledore and the other heads confessed they hadn't prepared anything for spectator visibility, he'd stared at them for a solid minute. So you were planning to let everyone sit here, staring at a frozen lake for an hour. The stands were packed, 5 schools, bundled under cloaks, scarves, half-hearted warming charms, and youthful delusion. The bridge built for the champions rose from the bank. The platform held 5 shapes, all tense, all watching the lake. The fog rolled low over the surface, thick and sluggish. Bagman stomped up to the edge of the platform, robes flapping, cheeks suspiciously pink from too much morning excitement. Welcome, everyone. He boomed, voice magically amplified, unnecessarily loud. The second task begins now. The crowd cheered, and steam curled from their mouths. Cedric stood ready with his shoulders squared. Fleur tugged her plate tighter. Crumb rolled his neck, staring so hard, he looked ready to fight the lake. Minjiu was there. Amara gave the water a look that promised it better behaved or else. Bagman's voice cracked across the platform. 10 seconds. The champions stirred. Cedric raised his wand to his temple, muttered the charm. A neat bubble snapped into place around his head. Trust Diggory to make even panic look tidy. Crumb hunched, jaw tightening. His skin rippled like something underneath wanted out. Then his mouth split forward, teeth stretching into rows, eyes darkening to cold black. Shark head, fins, classic Dumstrang charm. Amara pulled a wad of gillyweed from a pouch, chewed with all the enthusiasm of someone swallowing sea sludge on a dare. The moment it hit her throat, her neck fluttered. Gills opened in thin slits, fingers already webbing. Fleur mirrored her. Her hair shifted first, light drifting through the strands as magic rolled along her skin. Then her ankles thinned and webbing began to creep between her fingers. Minjiu didn't bother with plants. He pressed his wand at his sternum. Bones creaked. His arms lengthened, joints loosening into something fluid, fingers elongating. His face narrowed, jaw sharper, eyes turning sleek and pitch black. Cashin squinted, no idea what he was supposed to be. Bagmans cried out. 5. 1. Bagman threw his arm down. Go. The stands erupted, noise tumbling over itself as the crowd turned to the golden screens now tracking each champion beneath the lake. Master Ji leaned back from the judges' table and tilted his head toward Cashin. Wonderful spell, Cashin. How do you do it? Cashin tried not to look smug, he was. Illusion's my base form. You've seen me teach, half my lessons are visual theater. I stitched a protean charm into a feedback rune. Champions wear it. Sends impressions back to me, I render them into illusions on the fly. A. Quincy turned, eyebrows raised. Maxime looked surprised. Even Dumbledore gave a half-interested glance, one brow up. This is protean. Cashin gave a small nod, still watching the flickering screens. Well, Baths did the rune bit. But yet, basically. Baths Haida rolled her eyes. I just assisted. It's all him. Cashin tilted his cup toward her. Team effort. I'm the idiot who thought stitching protean to illusion in real time was a good idea. She's the reason it hasn't exploded. Yet, she muttered. Karkaroff gave a sniff, clearly unimpressed. Bit dramatic, don't you think? All this, theater. Please, Cashin muttered, still facing forward. You lot were planning to have everyone squint at ice for an hour. At least now they'll see someone drown. Kingsley smothered a cough. Dumbledore's mouth twitched behind his beard. On the screens, Amara had barely reached the trench line before the Grindylows surged out. They moved fast in the water, quicker than most creatures had a right to. She shifted mid-kick. Fur bloomed over her skin. Her limbs stretched, spine lengthened, tail unfurled. Gills stayed. So now everyone was watching a leopard. With gills. Underwater. Cashin nearly spat out his tea. Down in the lake, the Grindylows clearly hadn't expected it either. The moment she roared, their advance scattered. Arms jerked back, formation broke. Two of them outright swam the other way. Amara didn't give chase. She twisted round, kicked off the trench wall, and bolted deeper. Didn't expect Grindylows to be intimidated by a cat, Baths Haida muttered, chuckling. Wouldn't you? Cashin said. Big cat. Underwater. Breathing through gills. That's biblical. Amara ducked through a reef-like tangle of lake weed, paws grazing stone as she darted between rocky outcrops. On another screen, Crumb was having a very similar problem with a very different approach. He'd headbutted a Grindylow. When the little creature screeched, dozens more burst out of the shadows. They swarmed Crumb in a tight ring, tugging at him from every side. Crumb thrashed hard, trying to shake them off. The shark form gave him strength but not grace. He swung wide, missed half of them, and kicked the other half by accident. Grindylows clung harder, tiny hands gripping his gills, arms, even his hair. One bit him. Crumb finally snapped. He shoved both hands forward, wrenched his head free, and blasted a pulse of water from his mouth, not a spell, a Dumstrang trick, pressure burst magic. The front wave scattered the small attackers, tumbling them into the dark. The rest fled. Farther along the lake bed, Fleur drifted past a curtain of kelp. She passed a cluster of mer people spear points. They followed her but didn't strike. Cashin tilted his head. She's singing. A soft vibration rolled through the water on the screen. Fleur's voice curled through it, gentle, coaxing, nothing like the sharp edge she had on land. The creatures eased back, their eyes lowering. Baths Haida murmured, Vila charm still works underwater. Apparently. Cashin took another drink. At this point she could charm a rock if she felt like it. On Minjihu's screen, the boy cut through the water in long, sleek strokes. His limbs moved strangely, joints flexible in a way that didn't belong to humans. Whatever he'd turned himself into wasn't pretty, but it moved fast. He slipped between rock pillars, hugged the shadows, and darted through a crumbling arch of lakebed stone. Mer people approached him, then hesitated. His eyes glowed faint in the dark, slit thin from the spell. He dipped his head at them. They let him pass. Cedric reached the hostages first. 5 shapes floated in the carved stone alcove, bound by cords of water, drifting gently in the current. Cho. Beatrice. A boy from Feng Huang. Gabrielle. And Kenneth. All limp but unharmed. When they spotted Kenneth bobbing gently in the lake alcove, the Hogwarts stands went up like someone had cast sonorous on a pack of wolves. Cheers, whistles, and shouts echoed across the water. The twins were the loudest, one nearly fell over the rail laughing, the other waved a scarf like Kenneth had just won the cup. Cedric didn't so much as glance at the others. He swam straight to Cho. One of the merfolk flinched as Cedric raised his wand. He pointed at the cords wrapping Cho and murmured something. Cho drifted into his arms, unconscious but unharmed. Fleur reached Gabrielle. Her hand trembled as she broke the bindings, hair billowing around her. She didn't speak. Just grabbed Gabrielle and turned back toward the surface. Crumb burst into the alcove like he was still trying to punch water. He spotted his hostage, and grabbed her without even casting. Ripped the cords straight off. Then Minjihu slid into view on the 4th screen. He swam straight for his cousin, grabbed him by the back of the robes, and pulled him in close. He turned toward the surface in a clean arc, fins cutting through the water. On Amara's screen, she arrived a second later, tail flicking behind her. She scanned the alcove, spotted Kenneth, and shot forward. She hooked one arm around him, checking his face quickly, then looked up toward the trench roof. She then shifted her weight, planted her foot against the carved stone, and cast. A burst of magic erupted under her, a shockwave that kicked both her and Kenneth straight off the wall like they'd been fired out of a wand. They tore through the water in a streak of bubbles. Minjiao barely had time to grunt before the force clipped him in the shoulder. He spun sideways, arms flailing, fish head snapping at nothing as Amara blasted past him without even looking back. Cedric was already halfway up, Cho floated beside him, tethered under his arm. Second on the rise, Amara carved through the water in a streak, Kenneth tucked neatly against her. Fleur followed after, Gabrielle shielded with one arm as she kicked hard. Behind them, Crumb pulled ahead of Minjiao easily. Shark form he'd taken made him glide through the current in long, sharp strokes, Beatrice safe against his chest. Minjiao tried to recover, snarling through rows of teeth, but the burst had taken more out of him than he wanted to admit. His strokes were heavy. Bagman's voice announced overhead. "We have our finishers." The stands kicked up another roar. Teachers and Madame Pomfrey rushed the moment the champions broke the surface. Cloaks flew, towels landed on shoulders, warming charms crackled along the platform. Pomfrey barked orders like she ran the school, which, in a medical sense, she absolutely did. "Blankets, no, thicker than that. Diggory, sit before you fall." Fleur steadied herself before Pomfrey reached her, chin high, grip firm on Gabrielle's shoulder. Poppy sighed, turning to others. "Mr. Crumb. Merlin's beard, what have they done to your gills?" "Hold still." Bagman, of course, ignored all sense of triage and spun back toward the judge's table as if the task hadn't produced multiple near-drownings. His voice went booming again. "Well, that was quite a show. Let's have our scores for the second task." Dumbledore rose slightly in his seat, hands folded. Each champion retrieved their hostage safely and demonstrated ingenuity underwater. Scores will reflect timing, approach, and adaptability. The crowd hushed. Even Bagman stopped bouncing. The board flickered overhead as the first total appeared. Cedric Diggory, 66. No one was surprised. 5 bonus points for arriving first, and every judge stacked the rest close to full, except Karkaroff, of course. Between his clean approach, steady spell work, and the charm of looking like he'd just gone for a swim, Cedric had nailed it. Amara, 64. She'd come second, sure, but that score meant almost every judge had pushed her the rest of the way to full marks. There was no denying the spectacle, the Guild Animagus Leopard was hard to beat, but she'd also bulldozed Minjiao out of the way on the return trip and left Kenneth looking prince in distress. Fleur Delacour, 63. Her path was clean, elegant even, though she'd been slowed by the kelp and the merfolk patrols. Charm magic underwater earned her praise, though Maxime muttered something that sounded suspiciously like reckless. Victor Crumb, 54. Even with the 2-point bonus, it was barely enough to keep him from the bottom. Karkaroff had clearly thrown him a 10 the moment he saw his face, but everyone else pulled the brakes hard. His performance had been strong, sure, but sloppy, aggressive, and he tried to headbutt anything in the lake. Grindylow still clung to his cloak when he climbed out. Still, he edged ahead of Minjiao by a thread. Minjiao, 52. He came in last, and the judges made no effort to disguise their disgust. His form had been sleek, eerie, and efficient, but the lack of showmanship worked against him, and Amara knocking him off course during the ascent hadn't helped. Whatever edge he'd gained underwater disappeared in that last stretch. No protests were raised. The second task lit the castle up with arguments. After Minjiao's disgrace, he went from favorite to pariah overnight. Students just spat his name now. Fleur, on the other hand, came out of the whole thing with her chin high and her fire doubled. The way she'd stormed back into the task showed her new determination. More than one school started copying her braid. But it was Amara who stunned everyone. Every stage she passed through, she turned into another show. Her magic was loud, clever, different. Students couldn't stop talking about it, especially the animagus transformation. One second she was treading water mid-obstacle, the next she slipped under the surface, smooth as anything, leopard-spotted and gilled. The creature moved like ink underwater, too fast for the Marrows, too sharp for the Grindylows. Men cursed Kenneth whenever they saw him grinning like a fool next to her. Of course, Hogwarts being the hosting school meant the chatter was loudest in Cedric's favor. And naturally, they wanted Cedric to win. He made it easy to root for him. Clever, kind, easy on the eyes if you asked most of the castle, and he'd handled the tasks like a champion. Graceful in flight, sharp underwater. Nothing shining, but solid all around. By the scoreboard, he and Amara were neck and neck. Fleur had clawed her way back to third with steel in her smile. Crumb was fourth. No one cared about the fifth. Cashin had something more important to take care of that day. He was mid-button when Baths Haida swatted his hand away. "Don't touch that," she said, already tightening his collar with a level of focus normally reserved for curse breaking. He groaned. "Do you need to do this?" "Yes," she said, like it wasn't up for debate. "You're meeting the Wisengamot. Try not to look like you've just rolled out of a broom cupboard." "I didn't," he muttered. "Your hair says otherwise." She yanked a fold of fabric straight. He swatted at her hand. She didn't stop. He rolled his eyes. "We own the paper, Baths." Fudge could throw a fit, but what's he going to do, argue with his own headlines? "That's not the point," she said, flattening the seam down his front. "You still need to convince the Sacred 28. We pushed the profit for weeks. And Cashin sighed. Fine. Go ahead. Do your magic. Bath's Haida gave a pleased hum and reached for his sleeve. He stood still enough, only shifting once to dodge her elbow. In theory, he could have done it himself, but she'd already decided, and arguing would have taken longer. If one of them says the word bloodline unironically, I'm hexing their teeth out. Just smile. I'll grit them. She gave the fabric a final pat, then stepped back, clearly satisfied. There. Almost respectable. Cheers. He was barely out the door when Hermione cornered him with Luna and Daphne. Cashin looked over the top of her head. Why are there 3 of you? Hermione didn't blink. Luna and Daphne. They're deputy heads of HEART. His eyebrow went up. You've got a hierarchy now. Yes. Did you form a government while I wasn't looking? Working on it. Luna waved too wide. Daphne nodded with a smile. Cashin squinted at Hermione. Did you pick them strategically? Are you becoming a little manipulative politician? Hermione gasped like he'd accused her of blood magic. No. Luna smiled. We joined on our own. Cashin kept walking. Still not convinced. Come on. Headmaster's waiting. Hermione froze. Why? Cashin didn't stop. You don't know? He's the supreme mugwump. Hermione swallowed. I knew, of course. But I didn't think he would oversee our defense. Color drained out of her face. You'll be presenting your case to him, Cashin added, grinning over his shoulder. Her mouth opened. Closed. He laughed. The room was enormous. High ceiling, high windows, high expectations. Most of the portraits were asleep or pretending to be. Wizengamot robes swept the tiers in streaks of blue and bronze. The sacred 28 sat scattered across the central arc, some looking bored, some looking smug. The Order of Merlin seats sat closest to the center, gilded like thrones, mostly empty but for a few older witches who looked like they could transfigure you into an ant just by thinking too hard. Cashin stood beside Hermione at the front, hands tucked neatly behind his back. She clutched her folder, mumbling the whole defense over and over. Dumbledore hadn't spoken yet. The room hadn't quite settled. People were still shifting in their seats, robes rustling. Lucius cut across the waiting silence with all the subtlety of a cracked whip. Pardon, Supreme Mugwump, he said, tone already coated in mock courtesy. But what is he doing here? He flicked a look toward the 3rd row. Arthur Weasley, tucked between Augusta Longbottom and Sirius Black, blinked up mildly, face already going a shade too red. Regulus gave the faintest scoff. What's wrong with him being here? Lucius didn't look at him. Well, traditionally, members present at a sacred vote are expected to have paid their seat levy. The Weasleys haven't for years. Understandably, given Arnold's financial limitations. Arthur's jaw twitched, but he didn't rise. Just sat back, hands folded in his lap. Sirius smiled lazily. He has good friends. Lucius's brow barely twitched. A few heads turned. Plenty in the room assumed Sirius had paid the levy for him. Neither of them said a word. Across the aisle, someone whispered something about old money being petty again. Cashin gave the room a long, slow blink. Shall we move on to actual business before Lucius starts checking everyone's credit score? That got a small laugh. Dumbledore finally stood. The chatter died at once. His expression didn't change, but his eyes moved across the chamber, landing briefly on each speaker, each whisperer, each troublemaker. Hermione, standing beside Cashin with her folder clutched to her chest, straightened up. Dumbledore nodded. The House Elf Behavioral Welfare motion has been tabled by Miss Granger of Hogwarts, with legal sponsorship by Professor Rosier and supporting faculty. He paused. The motion aims to amend existing magical welfare law to include protections against mistreatment of non-human magical labor. Lucius made a noise that wasn't quite a laugh. Hermione coughed into her hand, then stepped up. I'd like to begin by thanking the Supreme Mugwump, the Wizengamot, the Sacred 28, and all honored members of the Order of Merlin for hearing our petition. We're not here to overturn tradition, she went on. I've spent the past few months learning how house elves live. What they value. And I've come to understand that, while the relationship with magics looks like servitude, on paper, in principle, it's not a chain. It's closer to symbiosis. They believe it's their role to serve. But that belief is being taken advantage of. She glanced up at the room, at robes, crests, brooches that meant old money and older names. Most stared back like she was pitching Cauldron Insurance. A few heads nodded. Mostly older magics. Cashin recognized one of them, Lady Brythoite. Served on 4 committees, owned 3 manors, and kept 2 elves who dressed better than she did. A number of magical families, Hermione continued, voice tightening slightly, use that loyalty to justify cruelty. Abuse. Punishment. With no protections in place, nothing stops them. House elves don't speak out. They don't even think they're allowed to. Someone snorted from the side row. Cashin didn't need to turn. Probably not, or one of the Caros. Hermione flipped a page. The proposal is simple. We're asking for basic protections. Legal acknowledgement of magical creature welfare. Not freedom or revolution. Just the right for house elves to be safe from mistreatment. House elves trust us. That trust should come with responsibility. Lucius crossed one arm over the other. And how do you intend to measure that responsibility, Miss Granger? With rules? Paperwork? Would you have us register every kind act or every command? Hermione didn't blink. I'd settle for a binding ban on punishments that leave them unable to walk. Or speak. A few voices shifted uneasily. Dumbledore looked to Hermione again. Go on. She nodded. We've drafted amendments to the Magical Creature Welfare Act. Just 3 clauses. The first prevents use of physical punishment spells on elves. The second mandates their right to rest, at least 5 hours every 24, which was decided by house elves as the optimal highest limit. The third gives them the right to refuse an order that would harm themselves or another. Someone muttered something about absurd. The fact that those things aren't already law should embarrass us, Hermione said. It does me. She took a deep breath. Thank you, she finished, then stepped back. Dumbledore nodded. Does the Wizengamot have questions for the petitioners? Immediately, a witch in deep plum robes raised her hand. Miss Granger, what do the elves think of this? Hermione glanced over. The Hogwarts elves were wary at first. But once we explained it wasn't about freeing them without their consent, just ensuring safety, they listened. Listened, or agreed. Hermione straightened. They voted. In favor of support. Someone scoffed. Since when do elves vote? Cashin stepped forward, grinned sharp. Since someone bothered to ask. A few heads turned. Dumbledore didn't stop him. Cashin folded his hands behind his back, gaze sweeping the room. The Magical Creature Registry Act hasn't been updated since 1573. House elves are still legally listed under Class 3 magical assistants. Same as animated teapots. If anyone here thinks that's acceptable, speak now. I'll make notes. No one did. He smiled slightly. Right. Thought so. Another voice came from the back. But elves aren't people. Cashin stared the speaker down. Yet? And that justifies mistreatment? Punishments. His tone was flat, but it hit like a thrown brick. The man didn't answer, just shifted in his seat, trying not to look like he was suddenly rethinking his life choices. Lucius leaned back in his chair, gaze sharpening. No one here supports cruelty, Rosier. But this, overreach. Oh, we're using that word now. Cashin cut in. Is it overreach to stop someone hexing a child? Or does the species suddenly make that fine? Lucius ignored the question. There are centuries of magical tradition behind this. We don't change the entire foundation of magical society for the sake of not torturing unpaid labor. Cashin said, raising his brows. Gods, how reckless. Augusta Longbottom shifted in her seat. My family's kept elves since they first appeared. We've never laid a hand on one. Never needed to. Cashin nodded slightly. That's exactly the point, Lady Longbottom. The law shouldn't cater to the worst of us, but it should protect against them. Daphne stepped forward. If even one family's doing harm, that's enough. No creature should be terrified of their own home. Hermione looked between them, calmer now. This isn't about disrupting tradition. It's about making sure tradition isn't being used to excuse cruelty. Lucius leaned forward, voice low and oily. And how, exactly, do you plan to enforce these protections? Who watches the homes? The spells? The elves? Cashin grinned. We'll add it to the ministry wards. And that was enough to set the room off like he'd lobbed a firework into a dragon's arse. Several seats screeched back. A woman in the back actually dropped her quill. Even Fudge's jaw clenched. The man glanced sideways, and the toad seated beside him, Umbridge, wearing a ribbon the color of regret, let out a thin, hem. Cashin's eye twitched. Fudge stood, all troubled dignity and half-sweated composure. Cashin, the ministry wards are not to be trifled with. They are our protection. Cashin nodded. Exactly, Minister. Protection's what we're asking for. A few murmurs sparked again. Someone in the back said crazy under his breath. Cashin heard it and didn't bother hiding the smile. Someone up front tapped a finger on the rail. You're suggesting embedding magical creature protections directly into the National Wardnet. Yes. They already track underage magic, he went on, casual. Spell signatures, ambient flow. You've got a whole lattice running under the country, and you use it to catch teenagers sneaking out with hover charms. He stepped forward a pace. So why not use it for something useful? Because, Umbridge piped up, sounding like a kettle left to boil too long, the ministry wards are deeply complex, and highly sensitive. Expanding them could cause disruptions. Only if you do it badly, Cashin said, not looking at her. A few laughed then quickly smothered. We're not talking full surveillance, he added. Safety flag. Triggered by illegal harm spells used on house elves. The moment someone tries to crucio a kitchen staffer, the system pings. That's it. Fudge looked like someone had swapped his tea for vinegar. That's not what the wards are for. Cashin shrugged. Then you've built the world's most over-engineered babysitter. Even Sirius, Augusta, and Regulus stared like he'd announced he was hexing the moon. Cashin didn't mind. In fact, he looked downright pleased with himself. I read the original spell, he said, too chirpy. It's complicated, yes. Real piece of work. But not that hard to tweak. The creators weren't petty, knew we might need to update the thing as time moved on. Frankly, I'd be more surprised if the unspeakables haven't already looked into it. Unspeakables. Even the sacred 28 shut up for once. Just a long moment of collective throat-clearing silence, as if someone had opened a drawer marked classified and left it swinging. Fudge leaned forward, all worry and sweat. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to, seek input. From the department. Of course not, Cashin said, far too cheerfully. They're the experts, after all. Fudge straightened his robes with unnecessary force. Yes, well. I'll extend a formal invitation. For insight. He then sent a patroness. A parrot. Of course it was. Cashin nearly choked on his laughter when it swooped into the chamber, bobbing its bright head like it was about to start reciting ministry policy in rhyme. It didn't. Then it vanished in a flash of feathers and faint bureaucratic disappointment. Cashin cleared his throat, barely suppressing a grin. That's not even symbolic. That's just accurate. 5 minutes later, the air shifted. A figure stepped through the rear doors, draped head to toe in something that looked ministry standard cloth but flowed heavier, layered like blackout curtains. Face completely covered. Height? Impossible to tell. Build? Vague at best. Might have been broad-shouldered. Might have been hunched. Might have been carrying 2 dragons under the robe for all anyone could prove. Even Cashin squinted. He hadn't heard footsteps. Nor was there a scent. The robe didn't even rustle when it moved. The figure stopped dead center in the chamber, just behind the speaker's ring. Didn't bow. Didn't announce themselves. Just tilted their head in Dumbledore's direction. Spokesperson for the Department of Mysteries, they said. Voice was strange, filtered through something. Flat, but not monotone. Could have been anyone. Fudge stood, tugging at his robes. Thank you for coming on short notice. The figure didn't respond. Fudge cleared his throat. We have a proposed amendment involving integration of ministry ward functions to monitor poor treatment against magical creatures. The unspeakable turned its head toward Cashin. Cashin raised a hand lazily. That was me. Hi. Still nothing. Proposal noted, the figure said. Your amendment suggests an auxiliary ping. Passive trigger. Is that correct? Cashin nodded. Non-invasive, spell-based identifier. Flags high-impact magic cast directly on Class 3 registered entities, elves, in this case. Everything else stays untouched. The figure didn't move. Then, nodded, probably. Acceptable. Half the room jolted like someone had rang a bell under their robes. Even Dumbledore blinked. Acceptable. The unspeakable's head tilted, like it didn't understand why anyone would be surprised. Feasible. Within existing bounds. No breach of current structure. No network instability. Lucius leaned forward. You mean to tell us you'd allow some boy to tamper with? The figure raised their hand. Professor Rosier's schema integrates with the 1799 override patch. No tampering. Only augmentation. We recommend minor reinforcement in high magic zones. Otherwise, safe. Lucius snapped his mouth shut. Cashin gave a slow grin. Well. That's one way to get a peer review. The figure spoke again. If this passes, the department will implement it within 30 days. Cashin raised an eyebrow. That fast? The unspeakable gave the faintest nod. Children are being hurt. Then it turned and walked out, same way it came. Lucius stood abruptly, the scrape of his chair echoing. This is madness. You're allowing the unspeakables to rewrite law now. No, Dumbledore said mildly. They're just confirming what's already possible. Possible. Lucius hissed. A schoolteacher stitch his pet project into national security wards. Cashin didn't so much as glance at Lucius. He just gave a mild shrug, voice lazy as anything. This petition wasn't signed by one schoolteacher with too much free time. It's backed by thousands. Magics across the country. Entire regions, in some cases. We've submitted the signatures. You lot are listening now because of that. So no, this isn't me standing here as Cashin Rosier, this is an entire bloody nation speaking through someone with a decent tailor and a spine. He shifted his stance slightly, hands still behind his back. We've presented the case. The unspeakables have weighed in. Your turn. He looked directly at Dumbledore. It's time to vote. Dumbledore gave a nod, turning toward the assembly. All those in favor of the amendment, clauses 1 through 3, and the ministry integration, raise your wands. The air popped. Augusta Longbottom's wand went up. Arthur and Sirius followed. Regulus lifted his. Dozens of wands lifted in sync. A few slow, hesitant ones followed. Even a couple Cashin hadn't expected. The old guard, grudging but awake. Hermione clutched her folder to her chest. Her knuckles went white. Lucius didn't move. Neither did not. Or Mulciber. Or Caro. Or Selwyn. Dumbledore didn't call them out. Those opposed. Lucius's wand rose, as if rushing to be the first. A few others joined. Cashin counted them with a glance. Laughably few. Dumbledore nodded. The amendment passes. Effective immediately. Murmurs spread through the chamber. Some tight, angry. Others louder, half in disbelief. Cashin turned to Hermione. She looked stunned. She made a small noise, half gasp, half disbelieving laugh. Daphne squeezed her arm. Luna blinked up at the ceiling like she expected confetti to fall. Cashin grinned. There we go. That's history. Lucius surged to his feet. This sets precedent. Arthur spoke before anyone else could. Sit down, Malfoy. You are embarrassing yourself. Someone choked down a laugh. Even Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Lucius swept his cloak sharply and stormed for the exit, chin high, shoulders stiff. Is that, really it? Hermione asked in disbelief. Cashin rested a hand on her shoulder. That's legislation, Granger. Slow, messy, full of people who think their family crest is a personality trait. But yes. That's it. The scribe stamped the parchment. A pulse of magic rolled across the chamber as the record sealed itself. Hermione sighed. Loudly. Then wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve like she'd pretend later she wasn't crying at all. Cashin gave her a soft nudge. Congratulations. You changed the law before you got your OWLS. She let out a breathless laugh. History made in a room full of old portraits and older egos. Not bad for a Saturday. Oh boy. If the old guard hated the new law. Lucius tried appealing the ruling twice. First time, the committee secretary sent the form back with a tea stain and no scribbled across the front. Second time, they didn't bother responding. The ministry, to its credit, actually implemented the tracking ward on time. The unspeakables patched it in quietly. Just a note sent to Dumbledore in a sealed black envelope and a ripple across the country's ambient grid. Now, when someone cast a harm spell at a Class 3 creature, the lattice flickered. Ministry staff were still figuring out how to process the alerts. Early logs included a wizard shouting at his owl and a 2-hour standoff in Kent involving an easel. Cashin reviewed the feed once. Decided never again. The number of grown men trying to crucio their own teacups was frankly worrying. He wasn't given permission to do something he wanted. That was a bummer, but he hasn't given up on it yet. Some families tried to bypass it with clever spell work. Illusion layers, muted incantations, runes to mask intent. None of them worked. The patch was smarter than that. One bloke in Yorkshire ended up flagged 17 times in a single night for enhanced obedience rituals on a pair of cats. The cats were fine. The bloke had to attend a seminar. Bath's Haida had laughed herself hoarse. School picked up. Classes came and went. Hermione's lot kept HEART running. They moved out of the library and into one of the empty classrooms. Made signs. Assigned roles. It was slow. But it was something. Cashin sat in an abandoned classroom with Malfoy. One more try and we will wrap this up. The boy nodded. Taking a deep breath. One hand steadying the boy's temple, the other flicking his wand, Cashin said, Legilimens. Draco gritted his teeth. The air shifted. The classroom peeled back, and they dropped straight into memory. Cashin found himself in the manor again. Same marble floors, same stiff air. It always smelled like old coins and cleaner. Draco's mind had taken shape in the only place he knew how to fortify, home turf. Problem was, that also made it predictable. Malfoy Manor was built to impress and deceive. Perfect symmetry, corridors that looped when you weren't paying attention, doors that changed where they led if you didn't know the trick. Most people saw a grand house and missed the rest. Cashin knew better. The walls weren't just walls. They were watching. Every mirror had a twin. Every hallway had its decoy. It was like walking through a chessboard that hated you. He moved carefully through the corridor Draco had chosen for the day's lesson. Walnut paneling, portraits of long-dead Malfoys glaring from the shadows. One blinked and tried to bark something at him. Cashin raised a brow. The frame snapped shut. Nice, he muttered. Paranoid. Effective. Draco didn't answer. He was behind him, somewhere deeper in the mind space, dragging Cashin where he wanted him. The problem was, Draco was trying too hard to guide it. That made it clumsy. Cashin moved through the space like a ghost, careful not to trigger the obvious decoys. He'd been down this path enough by now to spot the habits. And patterns. Certain memories kept cropping up. Surface stuff. But the kind that stuck for a reason. Draco, 11, stepping into the great hall. The lanterns floating, the sorting hat humming to itself. His robes brand new, his spine straight. Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. Then he caught sight of Cashin at the staff table, youngest professor in the room. Already infamous. Draco had laughed. That's the squib-turned teacher, he whispered, just loud enough for a few other purebloods to catch. Bloody miracle he can hold a wand. Crabbe snorted. Cashin watched it replay without flinching. Another door. Another flick. Consequences came fast. First class. First blow. Draco had tried his little routine, sneering, showing off, some insult flung at Bath's Haida about being a mood-blood sympathizer. Cashin casually drew his wand. In 3 seconds flat, Draco's voice was gone, and his mates too. They stood there, mouths moving like goldfish. He let them stew for half the period. Then gave their voices back. Draco, back in his room that night, slammed his mirror down and cried for Daddy Lucius. The memory flickered. Lucius appeared in the mirror, pale and unbothered. Don't fear him, he'd said. I've handled it. A few days later, Draco walked into flying class with a touch more swagger. Tried again. Neville fell, Remembrall snatched, broom rising. Cashin intervened. He told himself it didn't matter. Cashin was biased. Potter-worshipping scum. Later that evening, Lucius sent a one-word reply to Draco's mirror call. Behave. That memory stuck hard. Cashin could feel the shame roll off it like steam. The confusion. The fury. Draco wasn't used to being told no like that. He challenged harder. Mocked Potter louder. Pushed more. Never won. Second year was worse. The chamber opened, and fear crept like rot through the corridors. That evening, reading the bloody letters, Draco called out for Mudbloods. Cashin was there behind students. He didn't see him. He just yanked Draco off the ground with a flick of his wand and left him dangling like a hung coat. Snape stormed in seconds later, snarling. Cashin didn't budge. Punishment came. The Sorting Hat itself was brought out. If Draco wanted to speak like that, he could be re-evaluated. The whole board watched. If he so much as breathes wrong again, the Hat had said, loud enough for half the room to hear, I'll resort him. Third time, he is out. Draco left red-faced and quiet. He didn't speak for the rest of the day. When Potter was out as a Parseltongue, Draco thought that was it. Game over. Black mark on the boy's name, expulsion on a plate. Any normal year, it might have been. But no, Cashin, that interfering, history-obsessed menace, had rushed to save the boy. Draco got banned from the dueling club over the whole mess. Potter got applauded. It only got worse from there. His father, furious, marched into Hogwarts with half the board in tow, ready to sack both Cashin and Dumbledore in one go. Draco thought it was going to be a clean sweep. Bit of theater, Cashin humiliated, school reset. Except the board stepped back. As if someone had muttered Rosier and hexed the room. That summer, Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Draco didn't care. Technically, he was family, Uncle Sirius, pure blood, black line, and all that, but Draco had never met the man. All he knew was, if Sirius finally kicked it, the Black estate would be his. That idea became possible when an old man came calling. If Sirius dies before he signs a will, the man said, you know what happens, don't you? Lucius listened. Then bowed. And Draco? Draco just stood there and watched. That was the day he realized something important. His father wasn't the strongest. Wasn't the rightest. Wasn't even the richest. Lucius Malfoy had spent Draco's entire childhood telling him that Malfoys ruled by blood and coin. That Draco could do anything. Say anything. Get away with anything. Because they were Malfoys. But here he was. Bowing. Not to the minister or a lord. Just to someone stronger. And the moment the door closed, Lucius turned and kicked a house elf. Hard. Twice. That was the second realization. They didn't rule. They just bullied better. Everything Draco had been taught started to wobble. That strength meant cruelty. That power meant control. That respect came from bloodline. But watching Lucius bow low, then kick low, it all started to rot. They weren't noble. They were cowards who snarled when they had the leash, and cowered when someone else held it. He remembered a man who stood in front of the board of directors, called them old fools to their faces, then turned around and crouched eye level with house elves. Who gave Mudbloods time and attention. And still had time to correct essays with tea stains on them. That summer, when he heard Cashin Rosier dragged Peter Pettigrew out of a cupboard, exonerated Sirius Black, then punched him square in the jaw. Because he felt like it. His jaw dropped when he heard it. He wasn't a child anymore. He knew what it meant to punch Sirius Black. That kind of thing had consequences. Family relations would be ruined. Cashin didn't care. Draco finally got it then. Power wasn't the name. It wasn't the robes, or the old money, or whatever limp titles Lucius liked to polish in his spare time. And that punch, it wasn't political. It wasn't careful. It was personal. It said more than all of Lucius's speeches combined. No fear. No waiting for permission. Just truth and consequence, immediate and honest. Draco had known, he couldn't do that. Not to Sirius. Not to anyone. Not with Lucius breathing down his neck. Not with the family name strangling every choice he made. That was the difference. Cashin was a Rosier, yes. But he wasn't Rosier. He was Cashin. Power wasn't your surname. It wasn't how loudly you dropped your galleons on the table or how quickly someone bowed when you passed. And all the old books, the endless speeches about legacy and honor and proper breeding, none of it explained how a man like Cashin could walk into a cursed corridor with a smile, risk his job for a muggle-born kid, or talk to the ghosts like they were gossiping neighbors instead of ancient threats. Draco had clung to the idea that power came from standing above people. Cashin proved it came from standing with them. Which was, frankly, disgusting. And sort of brilliant. Towards the middle of the summer, his ideals were cemented when that appeared. It was late, past midnight, going on 2. The heat had broken into something muggy and still. Draco sat in a corner of his room, wand loose in his hand, sweat sticking his shirt to his back. His thoughts had been spiraling for a while now. Lucius had disappeared downstairs hours ago, red-faced and livid after a flu call. He'd gone down. Into the cellar. Draco didn't follow. Didn't want to know. But his father called him anyway. Draco remembered the look on his face, tight-lipped, pale, twitching like something had gone horribly wrong. Lucius was scared. Properly rattled. He'd looked around the house like someone was watching, someone worse than the portraits, worse than the wards. Draco thought he might actually bolt. But no. Lucius grabbed him by the arm and dragged him down the stairs. The cellar was cold. Bare stone. No candles. Just enchantments humming under the bricks. Draco never liked it. His mother never came down there. Neither did the elves. It was Lucius's space. A place for things. That night, someone waited for them. With a scream, Draco tore himself free. The classroom snapped back into place. Dust rattled off the desks. Draco hit the floor hard, palms scraping stone, breath coming fast and shallow like he'd run the length of the castle without stopping. Cashin was already there, crouched beside him. Hey, he said. You all right? Draco nodded, though it took him a second to make his head agree. Yet. He swallowed. I can't show that memory. It's guarded. My father can feel it. Cashin straightened slowly. His mind went where it had already been circling. Draco wasn't afraid of punishment. Or anger. Or failure. He was afraid of whoever waited on the other side of that door. Cashin's mind flicked back to the image that had slipped through before the break. The first old man who coaxed Lucius about Sirius was the Selwyn patriarch. Magnus and Regulus had suspected it for some time now, someone nudging Lucius toward the black inheritance, someone with a long hate and longer reach. The Selwyns would gain plenty from a rosier fall. But that wasn't it. Draco hadn't been afraid of Selwyn. Lucius hadn't either. That last memory though, both of them rigid, cornered, stripped bare by terror. Cashin shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Go and rest, he said. You did well today. He reached out and gave Draco's shoulder a pat. Draco managed a weak smile as he got to his feet. Sorry. I really want you to see it. But. I'll try to overcome the trigger. Cashin waved a hand. Don't force it. Draco nodded, then turned and walked off down the corridor, shoulders tight. Cashin stayed where he was, staring at the empty space the boy had left behind. Who scared Lucius Malfoy that badly? Following weeks were quieter. Which was enough to scare Cashin. Just a bit. One evening, during dueling club, Cashin strolled into the club room, arms wide, as if he was there to deliver exciting news. Well, news would knock someone off their feet. Students were half-stretched, some already yawning, a few trading lazy jinxes across the floor. He raised his voice. Right, you lot. New spell today. Fun one. The room quieted, eyes shining. Tempestus Virto. Bit flashier than your standard knockback. Think cyclone. A few eyebrows went up. Cashin stepped onto the marked dueling mat. You spin the target instead of just pushing backward. Briefly. Then launch. Whole thing's over in a blink, but the motion throws their center off. Unbalanced target, easier follow-up. Good for objects, better for people. Even better when they're standing too close. He gestured to Seamus. You're up. Seamus blinked. Me. Cashin flicked his wand. Tempestus Virto. A tight spiral of air burst out from the tip, caught Seamus by the arms, spun him halfway before flinging him backwards into a cushioned wall. He slid down it like a dropped coat. Dean let out a low whistle. Someone from Ravenclaw muttered, wicked. Cashin pointed his wand down. See? Controlled spin. You don't want your opponent flying off into a tree. Unless that's the plan. Then, by all means. Seamus groaned from the mat. That was mental. Thank you for your service, Cashin replied. You'll feel that in your spleen later. He explained the spell, the wand movement, the incantation, intent, mental image. Much like his history classes, he helped them understand the spell so they could cast it more easily. Right. Pairs. Students scrambled to find each other. Wands flicked. A few tried immediately and got nothing but wind. Others produced tiny spirals that spun a quill or a shoe. Fla's spell caught a training dummy and tossed it sideways. The impact cracked its wooden shoulder. She looked pleased. Draco's version managed a light puff of air. He scowled and reset his stance. Cashin walked the floor, watching how they adjusted. Too much push, not enough turn. It's not Depulso with a headache. Think twist. Wind up toy meets spellcraft. Amara cast again, and her target, a stray sandbag, flipped twice before slamming into the edge of the mat. She gave a content huff. Good, Cashin said. Keep the spiral tight. Padma's spell fizzled. Parvati nudged her. You're visualizing the wrong direction again. Cashin nodded at them. She's right. Think spiraling outward, not circular. Twist first, then fling. Don't mix the order unless you want to be the one spinning. As more spells flared through the air, the hall filled with sharp bursts of wind, thuds, and the occasional yelp. Someone launched a dummy into the Slytherin bench. Crabbe and Goyle looked briefly interested before going back to arguing over who got to try next. Cashin stepped back onto the center mat. This is the point. You train a spell like this so that in a real mess, you don't have to think. Want them disarmed? Fine. But if they're charging you, flinging them halfway across the field works better than a polite nudge. A few students grinned. One of the Dumstrang girls barked out a sharp, clean version of the spell, sending a crate skidding in a wide arc. Cashin gave her a nod. Then, a tight spiral ripped across the mat, loud enough to make everyone flinch. A stack of practice shields went up, spun and exploded outward. Wood clattered. Sandbags skidded. One chair tipped over and slammed into the wall. The room went quiet. Every head turned to Seamus. He stared at his hands in disbelief, then looked up at Cashin. I didn't mean. Cashin broke into a grin. There it is. Seamus blinked. Advantage of being hit by the spell, Cashin said. You know exactly what it feels like. Consider it a reward for being thrown. Seamus looked torn between crying and hugging him. That was brilliant, he breathed. Cashin lifted a hand. Let's not get carried away. I didn't want you summoning a blazing tornado. Laughter rolled through the room. Cashin stepped closer to the wreckage, nudged a broken shield with his boot. Right. Everyone clock what just happened. Hermione's hand went up straight away. He didn't push harder. He tightened the rotation. Cashin pointed at her. Yes. The force didn't increase. The control did. He turned to Seamus. Go on. Tell your friends what you pictured and why. Seamus rubbed the back of his neck. It's stupid, but... I imagined one of those toy tops, you know? The kind you twist, then let go, and it wobbles before it flings off. Cashin's eyes lit up. Exactly that. Motion before momentum. Twist before launch. He looked out across the room. Magic doesn't care what image you use. Doesn't have to be elegant. It has to work. If your brain links cyclone force to a spinning top or a storm in a jar or your little cousin throwing up on a merry-go-round, and the spell answers that? Great. Padma raised her hand. So. I shouldn't be imagining wind. No. Wind's the result, Cashin said. The spell's about displacement not air. You make a spiral that throws things wide. Parvati gave it another try. Her wand jerked left before finishing the motion, and the spell wheezed out tragically. Cashin tapped the side of his arm. That's a stall out. You flinched halfway through the turn. Keep the spiral clean. Pull the twist inwards, then kick it out. Don't choke it halfway. She tried again. This time, a dummy spun and flopped backwards. Colin stood a little further back, clearly hesitating. His wand was up, but his shoulders hunched like he expected it to explode. Cashin wandered over, quiet enough to startle him. All right, Creevy. What's stopping you? Colin blinked. I think I'm doing it wrong. Obviously. You haven't cast it yet. A couple nearby students snorted. Cashin continued, imagine a twist at your center. Like wringing out a towel. Small pull. Sharp flick. Release. Colin hesitated, then tried. The wind sputtered out and nudged a helmet sideways. Cashin looked at the helmet. Then at Colin. All right. So we're at mild draft. Still better than what Weasley did earlier, and he'll pretend he didn't hear that. Ron, across the mat, narrowed his eyes but didn't respond. He turned back to the room. Half of you are still pushing like it's Depulso. Let me repeat, this is not a push. This is a spin. The spell needs a wind up. It's why it throws heavier stuff better than lighter ones. Disorientation beats distance. Anthony Goldstein muttered, feels more like transfiguration than charms. Cashin raised a brow. Because you're shaping force, not flinging it. It's closer to kinetic manipulation than a knockback. He flicked his wand again. A dummy at the far end of the room rose slightly, twisted, then flung into a padded wall. Watch that again, he said. The initial twist gathers tension. The flick releases it. Your spell rides the edge of that coil. Fling too early? You lose force. Fling too late? You've already snapped the rhythm. From the back, someone asked, could you use this to scatter a group? He turned. That's the point. Especially useful when you're surrounded. Center blast, edge knockback. But only if you anchor the spell properly. Otherwise, you'll throw yourself with it, which is also a strategy. Has that happened? Ernie asked, looking far too hopeful. Cashin shrugged. Yes. To me. A few burst into laughter, some snickered, picturing it. He stepped back toward the center. All right. 5-minute free cast. You've seen the right angle, now get your wrists to match your heads. Wands flicked up. Cyclones whipped through the room, some sharp and narrow, others wild and sputtering. A few sparks hit the walls. Cashin kept moving between groups, adjusting stances, muttering corrections, occasionally ducking flying debris. Lavender's next attempt threw a pillow straight into Blaise Zabinai's knee. He looked personally offended. Sorry. She called. Blaise didn't respond. Just picked up the pillow and flung it back with no spell at all. Real advanced, Cashin muttered, walking past. 10 points for Neanderthal technique. By the time the curfew bell rang, the room looked like it had hosted a polite brawl. Crates on their sides. Pillows torn. One dummy missing an arm. Cashin stood in the middle, hands on hips. Not bad. Chaos with a purpose. He raised his voice. Homework. Groans. Pick an object. Cast Tempestus Verto 10 times in a row. Track what changes. Distance. Angle. Weight. Then write which part of the cast you adjusted. If your object ends up in your fireplace, don't write that. Harry raised a hand. What if we don't have anything safe to spin? Use the club. Or use your bag. Or ask the twins to give you something that isn't sentient. He waved them toward the doors. Off you go. Try not to spin yourselves into the Black Lake. As students shuffled out, still talking about the spell, Cashin stayed where he was. watching them. Mind ticking. Let's see if I get another spell or another dreadful memory. Entering his room, he found Bathsheba already parked on his bed, legs tucked under, a book on her knee. Cashin sighed and collapsed face first into her lap. She didn't kick him off. Just opened her arms like she'd been expecting this. He groaned into her robes. You're softening. I'm tired, she said. Don't read too much into it. I'm choosing to take this as affection. She muttered something unprintable and kept reading. How did it go? She asked, fingers ghosting through his hair. He sighed. Need another week. Maybe 2. She arched a brow. That's fast. He nodded. Normal spells take a year. More, if they're twitchy. But when I teach ancient variants, it's different. Bathsheba nudged the book aside. Because it's your spell. He shifted onto his side, cheek pressed against her thigh. Because I teach every part of it. Not just the casting. All of it. Every layer, every origin. So when they get better, it comes back to me. She hummed. So the more credit you take for their improvement, the faster it feeds back. He gave a tired nod. Exactly. Spell itself matters too. Oh, definitely. Higher tier, more effort. Lumos handed me 2 variants in one go. Like a bonus round. She smirked. Your first 2. He groaned. Don't remind me. I'm starting to think those were the free trial. Her smile curled. And now it's making you earn them. Rude, frankly. He shifted again, hand draped over his eyes. Next one's close, though. I can feel it. She tapped his temple lightly. Then stop talking and rest. Before you spiral yourself into another 7-hour theory rant. He grunted. It was 5. And it was relevant. You used a chalkboard. He cracked one eye open. And you said it was hot. I was delirious. Still counts. I was very hot. She rolled her eyes and didn't argue further. Cashin stood just there. Her lap made the best pillow. He could feel the memory stirring somewhere deep. Close. Really close. After exams wrapped, Hogwarts drifted into that strange post-season mood, half relief, half nerves. Waiting for the last entertainment of the year. The champions were about to get chucked into a maze designed by 5 headmasters who apparently thought lethal was a charming level of difficulty. Magical creatures had been chosen carefully to keep things fair, or at least equally miserable. No one wanted an unfair advantage, at least, not publicly. France and Britain shared more than geography, so their students knew what to expect from each other. But for Dumstrang, Fenghuang, and Uagadu, the creature curriculum took a sharp left. Different continents, different threats. What passed for a common garden pest in Uganda could probably eat a 6th-year hole in China. The stands were full. Flags, scarves, a few enchanted noisemakers already banned twice. Hogwarts had cleared one side of the maze field for staff and students, a raised platform with floating screens showing the champions' backs. 5 images. Cedric, Amara, Fleur, Minjiu, Crumb. Cashin sat at the edge of the professor's row, one leg crossed, arms folded. Bathsheba was next to him, chewing on a licorice wand. On Cashin's other side were students, packed in tight. Neville. Hermione. Ginny. Luna. The Weasley twins, naturally. Daphne and Tracy sat a bit further back, close enough to hear. Susan and Hannah chatted behind them. Someone had brought sweets. Probably Luna. She was passing out something purple and fizzing. Cashin squinted at the screens. All right, place your bets. Which one gets eaten first? Professor, Hermione hissed. He raised a hand. Not eaten. Just a light mauling. Fred leaned forward. My galleon's on Crumb. Bloke walks like he's already been hit by 3 bloodjares. Crumb's strong, Ron said. He won't go down that easy. Fleur will outlast him, Ginny said. She's got better control. Amara's got the best balance, Neville added. She moves like a cat. A deadly one. Cashin nodded. Observation, long bottom. 10 points. Neville chuckled. On the screens, the champions stood at the edge of the maze, backs turned, waiting for the whistle. Cedric had his wand gripped tight. Flea's braid was pulled back, her eyes already scanning the shadows. Amara was still as stone. Crumb cracked his neck. Cashin leaned toward Bathsheba. What did they settle on for the middle? A manticore, probably, she murmured. Or that thing from Morocco that spits fire and sings. He perked up. I liked that one. It tried to incinerate you. I needed to pet that dog. She rolled her eyes. Bagman was on the pitch, voice bouncing off every enchanted wall in range. The crowd shifted, noise dimming as the champions lined up. Cedric and Amara were first, tied for top marks. So, they'd go in together. Bagman made a show of it, dragging the explanation out longer than necessary. Then Fleur. One deep breath. Straight through the arch. Crumb followed. Good posture for a maze full of teeth. Minjiu's name didn't get called. He just went when Bagman threw him a look. Kenneth shifted beside the twins. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on the maze. Amara will win, right, sir? Cashin glanced at him, then gave a simple nod. Sure she will. The boy beamed like it was set in stone now. Settled back with the kind of trust only kids managed. The last champion stepped up. And the crowd erupted. Where is Potter? Cashin asked, looking his left. Only then did he notice the boy wasn't anywhere nearby. Ron rolled his eyes. With his new best friend. Cashin looked at him. Hermione huffed. He was with Cedric before the task began. Helping him go over creature patterns. He said he'd be back before they opened the maze. Any minute now, Neville added. Cashin grunted and looked back to the screens. Inside the maze, the task had started properly now. The paths shifted, hedges groaning as they slid into new shapes. Cedric moved fast, clean lines, already reading the turns. He paused at a fork, tested the air with a charm, then took the left without hesitation. Amara didn't rush. She crouched at one bend, fingers brushing the ground, eyes tracking something only she could see. A blast of sparks flared ahead of her path. She skirted wide and kept going. Fleur ran straight into trouble. A ghoul burst from a flooded trench, shrieking. She didn't stop. A flash of silver, a sharp pivot, and the thing slammed into the hedge hard enough to shake leaves loose. Crumb took the brute route. Something large lunged at him from the dark. He answered with a blasting spell. He stepped over whatever he'd flattened and carried on. Cashin nodded. All right. They're alive. A body shoved past knees and robes. Sir. Cashin turned. Draco Malfoy stood there, breathing a bit too fast, hair slicked back like he'd run his fingers through it one time too many. He'd forced his way down from higher rows, ignoring complaints and elbows. I was able to overcome the last hurdle, Draco said. Cashin gave him a brief smile. Good job. Draco didn't relax. He shifted, eyes darting to the sides, then back. Sir. Can you please check it? Cashin's brow creased. This isn't the moment. Draco swallowed. His fingers curled into his sleeve. Sir, please. Just, take a look. Bathsheda's hand closed around Cashin's arm. A few students had turned. Tracy and Daphne frowned at Draco. Zabinai leaned forward, pretending not to care. Luna frowned hard. Either because she couldn't see the maze or something else. The Weasley twins elbowed each other, caught between curiosity and wanting Cashin to make a joke. Bathsheda's voice was urgent. Cass, she said. Not here. It can wait. I don't think we've got time, he murmured back, still watching Draco. Something about the boy's silence made everything too loud. Still, he hesitated. They were sitting in the open. Stands full. Staff clustered nearby. Parents, governors, foreign dignitaries pretending not to stare while staring anyway. And Draco Malfoy was asking him, right here, right now, to look inside his head. Cashin's jaw tightened. Using legilimency on a student was already skating thin ice. Using it on the heir of a most noble and most ancient house? In public? That wasn't ice, that was a drop straight into freezing water with rocks tied his feet. One accusation and he'd be dragged in front of the Wisengamot before the final whistle blew. Even with everything behind his name. Even with all the power he held. He flicked his gaze sideways. Karkaroff lounged on the judge's table, legs stretched out, expression lazy. Watching everything. Always watching. Snape sat further along, stiff-backed, eyes sharp. Cashin's mind ran through it whether he wanted it to or not. Legilimency on a student. Abuse of authority. Coercion. Improper use of mind magic on a minor. Add Malfoy to the mix and it wouldn't matter why. The act alone would be enough. And Draco knew that. Didn't he? Cashin looked back at the boy. Draco's breathing was off. Too shallow. One hand was clenched tight inside his sleeve, knuckles white through the fabric. His eyes weren't darting around like someone scheming. They were fixed on Cashin, wide and desperate, like he'd finally found the right door and was terrified it would slam shut. That urgency wasn't theater. Cashin had seen Draco lie. He'd seen him posture, sneer, perform. This wasn't any of those things. There was no angle here. No smugness. No attempt to control the situation. Just fear. An unfiltered dread of the consequences that would follow otherwise. Fear that had crawled up his spine and refused to move. He'd used legilimency on Draco before. Many times. But those had been lessons. Closed rooms. Wards up. With no one to testify against him around to see. This was different. This was a boy dragging him into the open and begging him to look. Was this really a trap? No, this was too loud. Too stupid. And Draco wasn't stupid like that. Cashin's eyes darted to the maze screens, then back to the boy. Light washed the crowd in shifting green. What do you want me to see? He asked quietly. Draco swallowed. I can't say it. You know I can't. Cashin's shoulders eased a fraction, not because the risk was gone, but because the answer lined up with everything else. This wasn't a setup. Bathsheda's hand tightened around his arm. Cashin, she murmured. He turned his head to meet her eyes. I know, he said. She shook her head. Here. Cashin looked back at Draco. The boy's mouth opened, then closed again. His voice came out rough. Sir, please. Around him, crowd cheered because Cedric ducked something. Cashin ignored it. Something strong enough to scare the boy into rushing down 3 rows of students and throwing himself in front of half the bloody school. Something big enough that Draco Malfoy had decided the fallout of public legilimency was worth it. Cashin made the decision the same way he always did. He picked the worst option and owned it. He lifted his wand. Bathsheba caught his wrist again, firmer this time. Cass. He leaned closer without looking at her. If I'm wrong, he said under his breath, I'll take it. Then, quiet, legilimency. Draco felt Cashin's presence in his mind. He didn't want to remember. Not the voice. Not the face. Especially not the eyes. He didn't even want to think about remembering. What if the trap was triggered? What if Lucius realized what they were doing? But he had to. The memory pushed forward anyway. A man's face flashed. And just like that, the spell cracked. The mindscape buckled. Cashin stumbled back 2 steps and caught himself against Bathsheba who was already supporting him. The sound was awful. It rang inside his skull. Cassie, Cassie. His wand hand was shaking, only slightly, but he clenched his fist until the tremor stopped. A ripple went through the stands. Voices rose in confusion, then fell into murmurs as Snape stood up hastily from his seat. Cashin's eyes locked on Draco, but he barely saw the boy. The image was still etched behind his eyes. The coat, the voice, that unmistakable sneer. Not dead. Not in Azkaban. Draco blinked hard. Everything spun for a second. Cashin was staring at him like someone had thrown a body at his feet. His mouth moved once, twice. Then, finally, it can't be. Draco's throat tightened. Cashin pointed, but not like he was accusing, more like he was trying to line up the shape in his head. How do you know that man? Draco's first step back was pure instinct. Cashin caught him by the arms. How do you know him? I can't speak, Draco said quickly. His voice broke. Cashin froze. Draco looked away, heart pounding. That should have been the end of it. Cashin was good at boundaries, usually. He'd stop. He didn't. Cashin's grip tightened. He's alive? He is, isn't he? Barty Crouch Jr. He turned toward the professor's seat, then looked up at the floating screens. Ash. He called, the roar quieting everyone in the field. Cashin launched straight from the bench, leaping over the front, wand already raised. Bathsheba called after him, but he didn't have time to explain. People turned, eyes wide, some rising from their seats. A few students gasped. Professors twisted in their chairs to follow the motion, heads snapping toward the front. Snape was already on his feet, sweeping toward Draco with his robes flaring behind him. What did he do to you? He hissed. He held the boy's arm. Draco barely looked up. His voice was a whisper. There was a curse on my face. He helped to lift it. Snape narrowed his eyes. The noise in the crowd drowned out everything. He couldn't hear what Cashin said before. A burst of cheers erupted behind them. Someone had apparently downed a beast in the maze, but it all cut off in a single heartbeat. Because a roar tore the air. Gasps scattered through the audience as a massive shape erupted from Bathsheba's arm. The fabric of her sleeve shattered, a glowing seam splitting down her forearm as a Norwegian ridgeback burst from her skin as if coiled there the whole time, smoke curling off its hide. People screamed. A few ducked. Some just went mad. A massive bloody dragon had just unraveled from Professor Babbling's sleeve like a summoned nightmare. Sleek, coiled smoke and fire, wings flicking out wide enough to rattle the platform. Someone near the press pit fainted. Cashin swung up onto the dragon's back with a single jump. Did that come out of her hand? No way. Is that alive? That's not legal. Cashin looked at the maze. Eyes darkening. Fuck. He spun, wand already out. Oxio map. A roll of parchment that dropped into his hand. He swore again. Damn it, come on. The protections he and Bathsheba had slapped on it last year were solid. Meant to stop either of them from abusing the damn thing. The temptation was too strong. They'd agreed to seal it. Now he was regretting being the responsible adult. One charm peeled off. He winced. The next fought back. He broke it anyway. How can I be this stupid? He muttered, half to the map, half to whatever deity had cursed him with hindsight. The signs had been there, too obvious. Hell, blinking neon if he'd had a brain cell that week. Moody calling him Cassie, for starters. The one name that could still make him twitch like a bloody trauma response. He hated that nickname. Hated it with something fierce. Only 2 people had ever used it back in the day. Lucian and Barty Bloody Crouch Jr. And not as a term of endearment, more like a bad joke stitched with broken ribs. He'd fought them for it. Literally. More than once. Lost every time. Woke up in the hospital wing with all his bones rearranged like a cursed puzzle. Lucian laughed. Barty laughed harder. And when he'd told Regulus, Cashin had been told to drop it. Next thing he knew, Barty Jr. was strolling down the corridor smirking, and Crouch Sr. said it was his fault for not being a better friend. Nearly got Barty a prefect badge out of pity. That was Regulus for you, turning the very real possibility of Barty Jr.'s expulsion into a neat little business deal with Father Barty. Cashin was left hurt and broken in the fallout, but who cared, right? He hated father and son. But that wasn't the end of it. After Lucian graduated, Barty Jr. had made Hogwarts his personal playground. With no one to rein him in, he carved Cashin into a joke, daily, public, thorough. Common room, corridors, class, didn't matter. Cashin became the punchline. Literally. The end of the line of every punch. When Azkaban finally swallowed him, old Cashin drank for 3 days straight and smiled through the hangover. Thought it was over. Thought the world had done something right for once. He threw a party. For a month. It was petty but overdue. Although he'd heard he died in there a few years back, he didn't care. Memories of abuse were old Cashin's. The one who bled for every insult, every curse. The boy who learned to flinch before he learned to fight. This Cashin didn't carry that weight. Didn't lie awake remembering how it felt to be hexed half to hell and laughed at for the trouble. He'd read the papers. Recognized the name. Registered the Azkaban death notice with a raised brow and a muttered, "Took long enough." But then Draco's memory snapped it all back into place. That grin. That voice. The lazy cruelty of it, clear as stone. Standing right there in Malfoy Manor, with Lucius bowing his head, listening to their lord's orders. And then he dared to come to Hogwarts. Pretending to be moody. Teaching. Cashin's heart was beating madly when he reached the last seal, heat building under his skin like he was about to explode. Of course. Of course it was him. No wonder the bastard kept trying to toss Imperius around like sweets. No wonder he was always a bit too enthusiastic when punishing kids. He hadn't just hated Cashin. He'd enjoyed it. And now he'd slithered back in under a different face, probably laughing every time he handed out a lesson plan. I should have seen it, Cashin hissed under his breath. The bastard was in his castle. In his corridors. Around his students. He's been near the kids. That sobered him harder than any punch. Barty mocked them all. He marched through the bloody front door and taught children. Played house. Sat beside them at meals. It was audacious. That explained a few things. Of course it did. Why else would Moody make Neville and Potter name two unforgivables? Neville's parents were tortured with one till their minds gave out by the bastard himself, and Harry's got killed by the other by the bastard's lord. Sick, twisted bastard. Cashin muttered, fingers moving faster. Neville said Moody gave him a book on aquatic plants. Innocent enough. Until you realized it led to the boy cultivating and selling gillyweed on the side like some kind of accidental entrepreneur. Which, surprise, conveniently solved task 2. Cashin had thought it strange at the time, but not strange enough. The bastard knew the cup's tasks. Probably the one who slipped Harry's name in to begin with. Made a fuss when people wanted to pull him out too, demanded he compete. That should have been the flag. Red, flapping, practically on fire. Cashin had pushed back. He'd found a workaround. Pulled Harry out without breaking the cup's law. He'd won. Except now it didn't feel like a win. Another bit snapped into place. Moody going out of his way to nudge Cedric and Harry together. Always praising them, always saying how nice it was to see Hogwarts unified for once. Making sure they stayed close. Why? Why go out of his way to make sure the two of them were glued together? Cashin didn't like the answer forming in his head. Didn't like it one bit. Bloody hell, he muttered. The crowd was roaring still, but more started to notice the giant dragon. Then the judges' table moved. All 5 heads of school stepped down. Dumbledore, A. Quincy, Master G, Maxime. Even Karkaroff, looking like he'd swallowed something sour. We need to stop the tournament, Cashin called from Ash's back. Dumbledore stepped forward first, brow creased. Cashin, what's this about? You know we can't interfere once it's started. Cashin turned his head. Barty Crouch Jr. replaced Moody. That wasn't a laster this whole year. It was him. Polyjuice. Every lesson, every meal, every bloody moment, we had a Death Eater walking our halls. Dumbledore's mouth parted, but no sound came. His gaze shifted slightly, calculating backwards, watching the puzzle click. The limp. The flask. The subtle habits that were never quite Mad Eyes. Behind him, murmurs broke out. Barty Crouch is dead, someone said sharply. Snape, maybe. Cashin's jaw clenched. Not dead. Not even close. And he's with Potter. Right now. Center of the maze. Maxime straightened beside Dumbledore. How do you know this? Cashin raised the map, fingers still clenched tight. This. It shows everyone in the castle, Cashin snapped. And it's showing Bartmuse Crouch standing next to Harry Bleeding Potter. At the center of the maze. If you don't believe me, go ahead and wait for the funeral announcement. Karkaroff barked a laugh. How can you trust some enchanted scrap over official security? This is madness. Cashin didn't even look at him. I don't have time to educate you on how magic works, Igor. You expect us to halt an international task on your word? Karkaroff demanded. No, Cashin said. I expect you to get out of the way. He shifted his legs on the Ridgeback's back. Ash's claws scraped against stone as she adjusted, wings twitching. She roared at Karkaroff. Headmaster, please, Cashin said. We're wasting time. Maxime had moved closer now, gaze sharp, but not doubting. Albus. I have seen his teaching. He would not speak this way without reason. G nodded. Cashin wouldn't lie. A. Quincy gave Dumbledore a look. It aligns with too many oddities. The boy's name in the goblet was odd enough. We should have checked earlier. They knew Cashin enough to know he wouldn't make a scene for nothing. Dumbledore still hadn't blinked. You can't go in, he said sharply, Cup is protecting the field. It'll punish you. Karkaroff sneered from behind them. If you dare step into the maze, I will attack you. You have no right to sabotage this tournament. Cashin's cold gaze locked on him. Haven't forgotten you either. Go on then. Show your arm, Igor. Show the mark. Gasps snapped through the crowd. Karkaroff's face went pale as mold. You lying little. Thought not, Cashin cut him off. Still hiding it under long sleeves like it won't burn through. Cashin whistled. Ash rose half a meter in the air, wings stirring dust, claws curling as she lifted gracefully. She hovered above the grass, waiting for Cashin's signal. Check Professor Moody's room. Cashin gnashed his teeth. You'll find the original there somewhere. Bath's Haida moved closer, her wand already drawn, at anyone who looked ready to step into Cashin's way. I dare anyone to make a move on him. Just remember that dragon came out of my arm. A few hands twitched. No one raised a wand. Master G gave a chuckle. A. Quincy said nothing, but stood with her. Dumbledore let out the kind of sigh that suggested he'd already aged 5 years tonight. His gaze drifted to the sky where Ash hovered. Cashin crouched on her back, gripping the ridge behind her neck. Wind howled in his ears as they swooped in. The view up here was clear. When he looked at where the cup should have been, Cashin frowned. That corner of the maze was dark. He counted heads in the maze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All champions still in. That was something. He turned sharply as they passed the northern corner, eyes squinting against the haze. Cedric, close to the center. Closer than he should have been. The boy stumbled, then again. There. He called. Ash moved towards where he showed. Dig in, he muttered, and Ash spiraled before thudding onto the ground. Diggory. Cedric stared at the dragon overhead, breath caught in his throat. His wand lifted, hands shaking, like it might somehow matter against something that size. Was this part of the maze? Ash snorted, smoke curling from her nostrils. She leaned down and gave the boy a firm huff through her snout. Cedric stumbled back, nearly dropping his wand. Cashin landed hard beside him, boots hitting the grass. Was Potter with you before the task began? He asked, voice tight. Cedric blinked, still staring at Ash like she might breathe fire and end the conversation right there. He said he'd come, he said slowly. Said he'd meet me at the arch before we went in. But he didn't show. Cashin swore under his breath. Of course he hadn't. Bastard set it all up. Damned Barty arranged all of this. Just to make Harry's absence believable. Back out. Task's done. Cedric nodded, stumbling away in relief. Ash rumbled low as he passed, but didn't move. Cashin turned. He'd seen the path earlier. Middle corridor. Split 3 ways, 2 dead ends, 1 prize. Ash, stop anyone else coming through. She rose into the air roaring at the night sky. He jogged forward, wand already spinning through a counter hex. The hedges didn't fight him. Why the cup? He muttered. Why drag Potter all the way to the end? Kidnapping was messy than that. If Barty wanted Potter gone, he could have lured him anywhere. Classroom, corridor, even detention. Walk him out of class. Say it's for or a business and no one would blink. Invite him to Moody's office under the usual paranoia-fueled pretext, constant vigilance and all that, and shut the door behind him. He could have caught him in a corridor after hours, a disillusionment charm and a stunning spell, job done. Or wait for a Hogsmeade weekend. Get him outside school grounds. Less eyes. Less questions. The entire school trusted Moody. Enough to follow him anywhere. So why the show? Why the tournament? Why now? But then, Hogwarts wards weren't famous with their privacy settings. Nothing left the castle without the old man knowing. Fleur or Portkea didn't work. Sneaking out under an invisibility cloak wasn't really possible. Not with the wards Dumbledore had in place. If Barty wanted Potter out, he couldn't just walk him through the front gate without raising suspicions, right? Then something clicked. After the napkin tournament, when the temporary tasks wrapped and the cup's magic had burned out, Cashin had tried to approach it. But Moody had stepped in, blocking the path. And yet, he'd guided Potter to it. Steered him right toward the cup like it was the only thing in the room worth seeing. Cashin blinked, breath catching. Did he want Potter to touch it? But the cup was too strong, wasn't it? Warded. Watched. A binding magical artifact layered with enchantments from 5 different schools strengthened by fey lines so much so that even Dumbledore and others were afraid to break its rules. What was he trying to do with it? He broke into a run. There it was. The cup sat dead center, propped on its plinth. Harry lay crumpled beside it. And standing just past him, wand loosely at his side, was Moody. No. Not Moody. The smirk told him everything. Cassie, Cassie, Cassie. The voice curled like smoke. Knew you'd show up eventually. Cassie, Cassie, Cassie. The voice curled like smoke. Knew you'd show up eventually. Cashin stepped forward, checking around. Nice disguise. Cheers. Barty smirked. Could have done with a better haircut, though. Cashin didn't answer. He flicked his wand and immediately felt it drag. Like casting through bog water. His brows pinched. The diagnostic spell landed on Potter. The boy was okay. Stunned but breathing. Explain, he said flatly, as he looked around to see if anyone else was hiding. Barty grinned. Since when do you bark orders at me? Did you forget who's the top dog, Cassie? Cassion's jaw locked so tight he nearly cracked a molar. Oh, don't pout, Barty said, tilting his head. This is too fun. So here it is. He gestured lazily to the cup behind them, its glow humming like it had no idea it was about to ruin someone's year. You lot keep thinking it's just a trophy. But it's older than Hogwarts. Pre-founding magic. They started to use it for the tournament much later. It's anchored through the ley lines, etched in something even your darling ward system can't override. Cassion didn't move. Get to the point. The cup can bind champions. That's the beauty of it. The second your name gets pulled, it's a pact. And that magic is law. Blood, body, magic, choice. Barty's smile widened, proud like a man reciting the final move of a masterpiece. The cup's too heavily warded during the task, he said. Layered protections, fed by the tournament's magic. While it's active, you so much as try tweaking it it'll lash out. Blow your arm off, curse your blood, take your magic, maybe all three. He stepped forward slightly, wand trained on Cassion. But once a champion touches it, the task ends. The cup goes dormant. All those protections, that power humming around it, it quiets. His eyes gleamed. And here's the trick, if someone enchanted it before the task began, weeks before, even, those changes stay buried. Hidden under the tournament's own magic. The moment it drops back to idle, that spell wakes up. PART4 activates. And boom, champion's gone before anyone can blink. When did you even do it? Cassion then realized, Barty Sr. Barty laughed, yes. Before he was sacked out of the office, he was working with foreign delegates. Winky was following him to office from time to time. When they pulled him, she brought me straight in. Cassion swore softly. So the moment the cup thinks it's done. PART4 fires. Since its magic overrides Hogwarts, it'll cut through the anti-PART4 wards as well, Barty said with a laugh, spreading his hands like it was obvious. Cassion sighed in relief. Lucky break, he'd told Ash to keep champions out. All of them. No one left to touch the cup. If the cup didn't think it was finished, it wouldn't go dormant, and without that, no PART4. No snatching Potter off to God's nowhere. He adjusted his grip on his wand. You're an idiot, he said. You spent all that effort setting up a trap, and forgot the cup only sleeps when a champion wins. Potter's not one. Barty's grin faltered. And whose fault is that? Why go to all that trouble? Cassion asked. A full year of pretending. You brewed polyjuice on school grounds, taught classes, ran the defense curriculum, why? Why not grab him in Hogsmeade? Or on a late-night stroll? You've seen how often that boy breaks curfew. Barty cackled madly, amused and bitter all at once. Oh, you really think it's that easy, do you? He said, shaking his head. You think I could just drag a student out of Hogwarts like a sack of laundry? Do you even know how paranoid your precious headmaster is? The wards on this place, Cassie. Founders and generations of headmasters made this castle a vault. You sneeze near a staircase the wrong way and he hears about it. He then shook his head, and he, the Dark Lord. He tilted his head. He has a plan for Potter. Cassion squinted, lips thinning. Barty caught it, and grinned wider. Oops. Nearly slipped there, didn't I? He clicked his tongue. But since you'll be dead in 10 minutes, might as well let you in on the joke. I turned the cup into a two-way PART4. Cassion's heart slowed a beat. Two-way. Barty gestured. We rigged it so that when Potter won the tournament, and he would have won it, I'd have made sure of that, he'd touch the cup, vanish to our chosen spot. His eyes were gleaming now. And once the Dark Lord was done with him, once he'd bled what he needed to rise again. Barty leaned forward slightly, voice quiet now, reverent. We'd send his body back here. Still holding the cup. Like a trophy. Barty's grin turned vicious. Imagine it. Hogwarts' own boy hero, dead on school grounds. In front of everyone. Parents. Staff. Foreign schools. Press. Blood on Dumbledore's hands, because his tournament sent him there. Cassion's grip twitched on his wand. You wanted to gut the school from the inside. Barty shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And it would have worked. Potter wins. Vanishes. Dies. Cup returns. No signs of foul play. Just, an unfortunate incident in a very old, very temperamental artifact. Cassion's mind reeled. This wasn't just about killing Potter. The tournament was the perfect excuse. International event, unpredictable elements, dangerous tasks. If someone died, it would be chalked up to risk. Maybe misjudgment. Maybe unfortunate timing. But never murder. And the cup? That was clever. Its enchantments were tied into 5 layers of international magic. The ley lines. Once activated, its PART4 trigger would slip under Hogwarts' usual ward net. A true autopsy wouldn't find traces of Voldemort. Not if they cleaned the body. Burned the trail. If Potter turned up dead with no sign of outside interference, people would blame the task. They'd grieve. And Dumbledore would answer for it. And if that happened, Voldemort could stay hidden. That meant he either hadn't risen fully yet, or, more likely, he wanted to wait. Stay in the shadows. Rebuild. Gather strength without painting a target on his back. If Potter died before Voldemort was ready to reveal himself, the wizarding world wouldn't even know where to aim. And by the time they realized it wasn't an accident, too late. Cashin narrowed his eyes. You weren't trying to kill a boy. You were trying to kill a symbol. Barty's grin stretched. And now? You've gone and ruined it. He flicked his wand. Cashin stepped sideways, fast. Sparks ripped across the air where his chest had been. Barty's wand flashed again, a razor-thin bolt of blue slammed into the ground near Cashin's feet, carving a scorch line through the grass. Cashin crouched, sending a crackling ankle-breaker skimming across the clearing. Barty caught it midair with a snap of his wrist, twisting the spell sideways into a hedge. Leaves burst outward in a plume of green. They began circling, boots burning black trails in the grass. Barty moved first. Krog. Cashin fired before the word finished. Silent slice, aimed for the chest. It hit, Barty grunted and dropped, rolled with it, and came up with that grin still plastered across his face. Bit rude, he said. I like this robe. Cashin didn't reply. His next spell was sharp and fast. Barty matched it. The clash cracked midair, showering the clearing with sparks. Cashin winced. That one pulled harder than it should have. He cast again, nothing complex, just a knockback, but the recoil jarred his wrist. Barty tilted his head. As always, you are weak, Cassie. Cashin ignored him. Cast again. His magic wasn't responding the same. It felt like casting through fog. Every new spell dragged something from him. The next shield came late, too late. Barty's jinx clipped his shoulder and spun him off balance. Pain flared bright, biting down to bone. Cashin staggered back, caught himself with a grunt, and circled again. Barty was watching with a wide smile. You feel it yet? Barty asked, wand loose in his hand. Cashin spat blood and braced. What the hell he was talking about? Barty's laugh cut through the dark. You know, I got the idea from you. When I first crawled out of Azkaban, I heard you were a teacher. A bloody teacher. Cassie, the useless little git, lecturing children. Thought maybe someone nicked your name and was playing pretend. Cashin gritted his teeth. Old Regulus must have given up trying to sculpt you into something decent, yet? Found some poor sod, shoved your hair in a potion, and called it an upgrade. Then it hit me. Why not do the same? Barty spread his arms. I mean, if Hogwarts will hand you a wand and a title, surely they'll let me play professor. He cackled, full body shake and everything. Cashin squinted at him. Moody's face grinned back. Still, what happened to you? You couldn't even cast Lumos last I saw. Cashin ignored him. His eyes flicked to Harry and back to the cup. He could try to cast Lumos Noctis, haul Harry out and vanish. But if he was right then Crouch had been there during the World Cup. Then the bastard knew the spell too. Worse, he might have laid traps for it. One stray Avada, and they'd be scraping Potter off a hedge. But he could try. Take a chance. Dive and hope. He was halfway to a decision when footsteps came pounding up the path behind him. He turned in dread, wand twitching. Minjiahu stood there, wild-eyed and grinning like he'd solved a riddle with crayons. Our school has dragon guardians. He shouted. I've been hiding from them before I was 15. Cashin blinked. Fuck. Minjiahu stepped into the clearing. Then his eyes landed on the cup. On Moody. On Potter. He frowned. Did I lose? Then, spotting Harry sprawled out, added, wait. None of you are champions. What are you doing here? Barty turned. His grin returned full force. Though I need to improvise, you lost, Cassie. I'll deal with you later. Before Cashin could move, Barty flicked his wand. A rope snapped into existence, one end already knotted around the cup's stem. The rope split into two loops, one going for Minjiahu, one for Potter. It coiled like a striking snake, and slammed around Minjiahu's chest. The boy yelped, feet lifting off the ground as the rope yanked him forward, straight toward the cup. Cashin didn't think. He lunged, grabbed Harry by the collar, and shoved him away. Hard. Harry skidded away over the grass. Barty's rope missed the boy by inches. But Minjiahu's hand slapped the base of the cup at the same instant Barty held onto the rope. And Cashin's shoulder got caught by the rope that was coming for Harry. There was a jerk behind his navel. A crack of wind and color. Then, the maze vanished. The cup took them. Cashin rolled as he landed, wand already flicking midair. Conzer's Umbri. The world dimmed, pulled in around him, and then he was gone, swallowed by the cemetery's fog. Color slid over his skin, hiding him in plain sight. The impact still rang through his ribs. Gravel bit at his palm as he slid to a stop behind a crooked headstone. His breath caught. A pulse went through him, burning his veins. His magic was kicking the inside of his ribs. His fingers trembled before he forced them still. He looked around. Old graves. Twisted statues. Mausoleums with names half bitten off by time. Wherever they were, it hadn't been used properly in decades. The kind of place ghosts probably gave a wide berth. A thin vine coiled lazily over a broken angel's foot. In the clearing ahead, Minjiahu dangled like a caught rabbit. Moody had him by the collar, wand pressed to his neck. I can still see you, Cassie, Barty called, Moody's false eye locking in the exact direction Cashin had ducked behind the stone. His smile thinned into something sharper. Had to ruin the Lord's plan, didn't you? I worked so hard to drag Potter here twice and you ballsed it up both times. A faint rustle answered him from beneath the dirt, like vines tightening around stone. Cashin stayed crouched. Another surge rolled under his skin. He gritted his teeth. Was this the cup's backlash? A penalty for stopping the tournament? Was he being punished? He bit his tongue, his free hand digging at the soil below. Do you know how hard it was getting his name in that cup? Especially after they'd kicked my father from his office. Barty snarled, voice bouncing between headstones. Had to sneak past more wards than I could name to confront it before they awakened the damn cup. Polyjuice in my sleep, charm work up the arse, and that bloody cup, old thing still bites if you rush it. But no. You had to play clever little teacher, didn't you? Cassie Bloody Rosier, you keep stepping in the way like you're playing Hogwarts babysitter. Barty pressed his wand deeper into terrified Minjiu's neck. Do you know how long I've been building this? How long he's waited? His hand jerked at the air, like he wanted to throw something. You don't even like the kid. Cashin stepped out from behind the grave. Yeah, he said, tone flat. But I like you less. His knees nearly dipped as another wave punched through his navel, magic snapping against his ribs like an overwound wire. He masked it with another step, stepping forward before anyone could see. What the hell is happening to me? Barty looked at Cashin with a flicker of surprise, eyes catching on the white at his temples. He laughed, ugly and loud. Oh, is that what it costs? He jeered. You interfere with the tournament and it starts peeling time off you. His grin widened. That's rich. Bet you didn't read the fine print, did you? You are going to get punished for your sins. This is justice. Cashin squinted, didn't you also interfere with the tournament? Moody tilted his head. With Barty's smile stretched across his twisted face, the expression was deeply unsettling. Did I? He said mildly. All I did was drag an unrelated person into the center of the maze before the final stage even began. Then I sat and waited for the champion to arrive. I even meant to protect it, by taking you out. Cashin clenched his jaw. You're doing all this for Voldemort. Cashin said, looking around. The man who can't even stay dead properly. That got a twitch out of Barty's eye. Don't you dare disrespect my lord, Cassie. Cashin cocked his head. Why not? Where is your precious lord? Last I saw him, he was clinging to the back of Quirrell's skull, pitiful, helpless. Lost to an 11-year-old and then scattered like the dirt he is. Frankly, I expected more. Barty's face flushed like he'd swallowed acid. Before he could spit back, a voice cut through the graveyard. That's enough, Barty. Barty froze mid-breath, dropping his head, spine straightening. Yes, my lord. A figure stepped out of the shadows behind him, holding the ugliest baby Cashin had seen to date. Pale, shriveled, half-formed, like a curse still in draft form. But that wasn't what froze Cashin. It was the man that was carrying it. Lucian. He tilted his head slightly, studying him. Hello, little brother. Cashin's wand stayed in the air. Lucian. Lucian tilted his head. I thought you'd appreciate the drama. Always had a flair for it. Cashin glanced down at the creature in his arms, then back up. What the hell are you doing with them, Lucian? Did you lose your damn mind? And what the hell are you holding? Lucian's mouth twitched. You still talk too much. I'm traumatized. Let me cope. Voldemort hissed, enough. Lucian bowed his head. Yes, my lord. Cashin's teeth ground together. Why? He said. Why would you do this? Lucian didn't answer. He just stood there with his head hanging low. Cashin raised his wand but movement rippled through the graves behind Voldemort. Figures stepped out in a slow, grim row. Lucius Malfoy. Not Senior, Crabbe Senior, Goyle Senior, and of course the Selwyns, all of them cloaked in Death Eater robes. Don't kill him yet, Voldemort said, voice like a nail scraping glass. Cashin spat a curse under his breath. The Dark Lord turned his head toward Barty. Did you fail to bring Potter? Barty collapsed forward, hands sinking into the gravel. Seeing Moody kneeling on all fours before Voldemort was a cursed image. Sorry, my lord, Barty said. Cassie ruined it. Voldemort's eyes flicked to Cashin. Yes. He ruins a lot of things. Cashin didn't answer. He looked over the gathering instead. Voldemort eyeing the lot of them like he was choosing which one to break first. Then Voldemort's gaze slid to Minjiu. The boy stiffened. His voice cracked. Don't kill me. My grandfather is the deputy headmaster of Feng Huang. I can join you. Cashin almost groaned. Voldemort tilted his head, studying him as though the boy were a lump of clay someone had dropped at his feet. I don't need your loyalty. And Feng Huang. His raspy voice turned into a whisper, belongs to the Feng Shui Marauder. Lucius leaned slightly toward him. My lord, the Feng Shui Marauder was killed. Voldemort paused, head tilting slightly. Killed. He repeated, voice dipped in disdain. Feng Shui Marauder cannot be killed. The way he said it made the idea sound absurd, like claiming you'd outrun the wind or hex the ocean. Lucius stiffened. A few others shifted uncomfortably. It didn't make sense. After all, the man had vanished years ago. International reports, magical intelligence briefings, even ministry dispatches had confirmed it. Feng Shui Marauder had turned to ash. The uproar started when Lockhart claimed the kill. But when Lockhart was exposed, and no trace of the marauder surfaced again, people assumed it was true, just that Lockhart stole the credit. Before anyone could voice it, Minjiu stepped forward. He's not dead, he said quickly. My grandfather and the marauder work together. He hides. Voldemort made a soft sound, like tasting something odd on his tongue. Then it's even worse, he said mildly. I already have Dumbledore sniffing at my doors. I don't need G at my back as well. He looked at Minjiu for a long moment. So I cannot hire you. Then he glanced around the circle of robed figures, considering. But I cannot kill you either. Not unless I silence every person here. His gaze swept the ring slowly. As if he was really considering killing everyone there. No, he said at last. Too early to invite China to war. His chin lifted. Barty. Make him sign a blood contract. We'll release him later. Barty flicked his wand and rope snapped around Minjiu's arms and torso, jerking him back toward a leaning headstone. The boy didn't resist, he was too busy trying not to faint. Now, Voldemort said softly, let us resume. Lucius's teeth clicked. What about him, my lord? He didn't even bother pretending. His wand hand was twitching already, pointed straight at Cassian. Voldemort didn't look at him. I know you hate him too, Lucius. But I made a promise. His voice was cold. Lucian gets to destroy his brother. Lucius bowed his head, barely hiding the twist in his jaw. Yes, my lord. But without Potter. Voldemort continued. Lucian hesitantly spoke, careful with each word. My lord, forgive my boldness. The ritual requires the blood of your enemy, yes. Voldemort lifted his gaze from Lucian's hands. Speak. Lucian dipped his head. It is our reunion with Barty, and as a gift for the occasion, I brought 2 individuals who might cheer him up. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. They happen to be your enemies as well. Voldemort hummed. Bring them. Cassian froze as one of the Death Eaters pushed 2 wheelchairs into the clearing. Frank and Alice Longbottom. They sat stiff in their seats, pale under the moonlight, eyes vacant. Not a flicker of recognition. Not even a twitch. Cassian's fingers clenched so tight around his wand, wood creak could be heard. My lord, Lucian stepped up beside the chairs, voice far too loud, clearly for the benefit of the gathering, gestured like he was unveiling a masterpiece, making sure Lucius and the others heard every word. These 2, he said, almost cheerfully, were broken by Barty. Tortured, the night UVA he was grieved. Cassian's stomach turned. Lucian carried on. He searched their home for clues. Hunted for any sign of you. Wouldn't sleep, wouldn't stop. It was devotion, pure and simple. Barty stood to the side, head tilted. Seemed happy with Lucian's recounting. And when Voldemort turned his head ever so slightly to glance at him, Barty stood straighter. As if the broken husks of the Longbottoms were medals being pinned to his chest. Voldemort studied the Longbottoms for a moment, then turned back with mild curiosity. Their minds seem to be lost, he said. What have you done? Barty's face didn't change. I was lost, my lord, he said simply. You were gone. I thought they knew something, anything. I needed answers. He gave a faint smile. So I kept casting Crucio. Over and over. Until they stopped screaming. He said it like it was obvious. Like anyone would have done the same. Voldemort hummed, neither pleased nor angry. Without a mind, malice is thin. Lucius stepped forward quickly. My lord, if I may. Voldemort turned his head. Lucius bowed slightly. The Rosier is here. He's armed. A threat. And if it's enmity you require. No, Voldemort cut him off. I don't feel any enmity from him. It's probably a spell blocking it. Intriguing, but not worth the risk. Lucius fell silent. Not Senior shifted beside him. Then perhaps we find another. Someone suitable. Potter, even. We don't have time, Voldemort said sharply. Dumbledore might try to find them. He looked again at the Longbottoms. It would be cleaner if they were restored. At least enough to hate. I could if I had my power. But their blood will do for now, at least partially. Will it really work, my lord? Goyle asked, looking at the pair. Blood is blood, Voldemort mused. But blood that fights back burns hotter. Cassian's throat dried. His jaw cracked as he forced it shut. He swallowed hard, throat burning. If this kept building, it wouldn't matter who killed him first, the tournament might do it for them. You left them like this. You broke their minds until they forgot how to cry. And now you parade them like party favors. He said, staring coldly at Barty and Lucian. Lucian gave a shrug. Better than wasting them in some hospital corridor, wouldn't you say? Barty tilted his head, mouth curled like he was chewing something sour. Oh come on, don't go soft now, Cassie. You used to love torturing smaller people. If you could find anyone smaller than yourself, that is. Lucian laughed under his breath. Cassian didn't. His wand twitched up, but he didn't get far. 6 more moved faster, trained on him like they'd been waiting for an excuse. Lucius looked like he might burst a vessel just from breathing the same air. One twitch, and they'd all be on him. He let his arm drop. Let's begin. Their blood won't finish it, but it will start it. Once I can stand, you'll fetch something that truly hates me. 2 Death Eaters stepped forward, dragging a cauldron between them. Deep enough to drown something. One of the robed men, a Selwyn, walked to it. As he waved his arm to the graveyard nearby, something pale unearthed. Bone of the father, he murmured. Unknowingly given. You will renew your son. He tipped it into the cauldron. It hit with a hiss, hungry for more. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. You will revive your master. Before anyone could speak, 4 Death Eaters stepped forward at once. I'll do it, my lord. No, let me. My lord, please. They jostled. A few actually shoved one another. Barty shoved back. Lucian didn't move. Still carrying Voldemort. Lucius hung back too, arms stiff at his sides, eyes flicking between the cauldron and Voldemort. Voldemort didn't bother looking up. He just said, quiet and final, Barty. The others fell silent. Barty looked relieved. Didn't even flinch as Moody's face started to run. In its place, Barty crouched Jr., full and grinning, stepped forward like he'd been dying for the reveal. Some of the Death Eaters stepped back slightly. Seeing Barty's face brought memories for some. Cashin saw Selwyn mutter something to Nott, and Nott's face went grey. Some who didn't know Moody was actually Barty gasped in shock. Moody's betrayal made more sense than Barty passing as him. To think a Death Eater could fool Dumbledore was somehow more ridiculous than Moody betraying. Barty raised his wand, pointed to his forearm, and the flesh split. He dropped it in the cauldron. Cashin clenched his jaw. He had already pieced the ritual was meant to bring Voldemort back. From Barty's rants and the words traded between cloaked figures around the circle, the requirements were becoming clear. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant. And the thing they talked about earlier. Blood of the enemy. Cashin's eyes shifted to the long bottoms, slumped, vacant, barely alive, and then to Minjiu, still bound nearby, restrained but alive. There weren't many enemies here. Just 3. His hand wrapped harder around the wand. Dark thoughts filled his mind, the more he shoved them away. End them all. Slaughter the enemies of Voldemort before they finished the spell. One flash of magic and the ritual would be over before it began. A slaughter for the greater good. It would work. Maybe. But it went against his deepest beliefs. His life was too sacred. And Bath's Hato would surely miss him. His clawed hand, pressed to the earth, clenched so hard the soil cracked beneath it. Not yet, he told himself. He couldn't rush it. The cauldron hissed and flared, fumes curling in red. Voldemort watched, his red eyes shining. Blood of the enemy, Lucian said, stepping forward, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. He grinned at Cashin, raising his wand, but it wasn't aimed at him. Lucian stepped up behind the long bottoms. Lucian. Cashin's voice cracked. Lucian didn't stop. A cut bloomed on Frank's arm. Clean line straight through the vein. Blood welled, sharp red against pale skin. Alice didn't flinch when Lucian turned to her. He drew a matching line across her forearm. Blood floated, drawn into the air by a lazy wave of his wand, and drifted after him. Cashin swallowed his curses. Lucian walked back to the cauldron. The blood hit the surface with a hiss. Steam belched up, thick and red. He stepped forward and, without a flicker of hesitation, dropped the infant-shaped thing into the cauldron. The potion boiled. The fumes twisted green, then grey, then white. The surface pulsed then imploded. Cashin threw an arm up on instinct. Even the Death Eaters stepped back. Wind spiraled in reverse, dragging the mist toward the center like the air itself was being swallowed. The earth trembled faintly. Whispering rose from below, slithering, cracking roots, something crawling through old soil. And then Voldemort stepped out, whole again. Well, whole-ish. Taller than Cashin expected, bones too sharp, skin pale as wax. Eyes wrong. Red, slit-pupilled, cutting through the mist. Naked as sin, too. Voldemort raised his arm slightly, flexed his fingers like he was testing the range of motion on a new body. A snake slithered up around his shoulders and settled there like it never left. Someone draped a robe over his shoulders. Cashin could feel the magic rolling off the man in waves. His stomach dipped. It wasn't power like Dumbledore's. Not that wide, deep-rooted sort that crept in slow and filled a room without trying. This was sick. Dark and heavy. His own power rippled in response, painfully out of sync. If Voldemort turned those red eyes on him now, Cashin wasn't sure his magic would obey him, or tear him apart first. Death Eaters dropped, robes rustling against the cold stone as they fell to their knees. Lucian, Voldemort said, still raspy, but deeper now. Your work has been efficient. Lucian bowed. Thank you, my lord. Barty walked toward Voldemort and dropped to his knees, head bowed. In his hand he held a long, pale wand. Cashin stared at it in shock. Last year, Pettigrew had said he took the wand after Voldemort's fall. So how did Barty have it now? Had he killed Pettigrew, or had Peter really been kidnapped? Voldemort took his wand, flexing his fingers around it. Then he waved it, and something silver grew over the idiot's arm, warped metal, silvery limb. Barty gasped, crouched lower, practically drooling. Thank you, my lord. Then Voldemort turned to Cashin. We finally meet, Professor. Not by choice, Cashin muttered. Voldemort's smile twitched into something thin. Don't get glib, boy. I promised Lucian he could kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't make you regret everything in the meantime. Cashin's fingers were still curled around his wand. His other hand brushed the ground, steadying himself. A little more he gritted his teeth. He bared his teeth. Do your followers know, he began, voice casual, almost mocking, that the great Lord Voldemort has a muggle fa? Crucio. Voldemort flicked his wand lazily. The pain hit like a blade sunk into Cassion's spine and twisted upward through every nerve. His knees buckled. Fire crawled under his skin, gnawing through muscle, into bone. It was the kind of agony that made time stretch and logic unravel. The curse lifted. Cassion slumped forward, panting, hair clinging to his brow. His shoulders twitched. Then, he laughed. Broke in. But unmistakably a laugh. Half-blood Tommy, he rasped, grinning through bloodied teeth. Voldemort's expression snapped. Crucio. The second wave hit harder. His back arched, jaw locked tight against a scream he refused to give. When the spell lifted again, silence followed. Even the Death Eaters stood stunned, some looked at Voldemort in disbelief. Cassion coughed. Spat into the grass. Voldemort stepped closer. Lucian watched like a wolf about to pounce. Barty twitched, waiting for permission to strike. He had held himself back all year, every time Cassion interfered in his business, every time Cassion stepped into his way, staring as if he had power now. Barty wanted to tear away the mask and remind him who he really was. Cassie. The dog at his mercy. You really seem, Voldemort said, voice like frost, like you want to die. Cassion forced a smile. Do I? He drew in a slow breath. All I can say is... Noctis. The darkness dropped like a curtain. Spells cracked a second later. Screams, curses, footsteps, Cassion crouched low, ducked past a blast that singed the top of a headstone. Another spell punched through the air beside his ribs. He rolled, breath shallow. Then a pulse passed through him. Cassion flinched. He recognized that spell. Dumbledore used it back in Dueling Club to find him in the darkness. My lord. He can't see either. That was Barty, whining across the black. Cassion ignored it. He pointed to the spot he remembered the cup landing. There was a click. Then a pull. And then his stomach turned inside out. Wind, spin, ground gone. He hit grass. Hard. Cassion staggered, breath catching in his throat. His eyes darted around, body still curled like someone was going to hurl a hex at him. But there was no graveyard. No Voldemort. No Lucian. Just the maze. Cool, still. He could smell the hedges. He looked around in panic. Frank. Alice. Minjiu. All three, there, sprawled on the grass, breathing. He let out a breath through his teeth, half laugh, half relief. When he finally looked up, he caught a forest of eyes. Baths Haida. Dumbledore. Master G. A. Quincy. Maxime. Shacklebolt. Bagman. McGonagall. Sprout. Flitwick. Snape. Amelia Bones. Fudge. Umbridge. Karkaroff was nowhere to be seen. All of them staring at him like he'd just come back from the dead. There were voices around him. Dozens. Some panicked, others angry. They just appeared, inside the maze, out of nowhere. That's the cup's magic. Someone tampered with it. Frank. Alice. How did they get here? We have to get the Longbottoms out, now. He could make out Dumbledore's voice. Then G, sharper, furious in a way that even cut through the ringing in his ears. We need to strike. Minjiu, tell me where they are. Ash growled beside him. Someone was crying. Bathsheda's voice, closest, his pulse is weak. Magic's unstable. We need to move him. Cassion tried to say her name. Tried again. Nothing but air. He looked down at his hands. He felt it slipping, his magic, bleeding out through his ribs like someone had kicked open a door and left the wind to get in. Still, he'd done it. Frank and Alice. Safe. Barely. Minjiu, tied up but breathing. Potter too. The cup hadn't dragged him halfway across the continent to die. Cassion dropped flat on his back. The grass felt wet. Might have been blood. Might have been his. His chest was hammering like it was trying to punch its way out. Couldn't breathe right. Couldn't see, either. The sky above blurred into one long smear of grey. He heard voices, but they were distant, warped like they were echoing underwater. He tried to lift a hand. Got about halfway before it flopped uselessly back to the ground. His fingertips tingled. That was new. Or old. He couldn't tell. Someone shouted his name again. Too far away to bother with. A wand tapped against his chest. Gentle, like they were afraid to poke too hard in case he exploded. Probably fair. The next second, pain slammed through him like he'd swallowed lightning. His back arched clean off the ground. He gasped. Then. Darkness. Announcement. I can't believe this needs to be written, but here it is. One of the core premises of this FIC is Cassion gaining spells through the interface. Yes, his magic is gone. No, it's not permanent. And no, I'm not going to drag this out. I said it before, I don't want to milk the FIC for the sake of it. It was not for the sake Voldemort's resurrection. I could have very easily kept Cassion out of it, and his presence did nothing for the resurrection except saving the Longbottoms. It does serve a purpose in the plot, and it's something I thought through before starting this FIC as I said before. Many of you have said you don't like power-losing arcs. That's fair. As a reader, I'm not a fan either. But in this case, I felt it was necessary. Overall feedback so far for the following year has been positive. I hope you can stick with the story and continue to give feedback as it progresses as well. Cashin sucked the air in like he hadn't done it in weeks. His vision clearing, although his mind was still foggy. First thing he saw was Bath's Haida, hair half unpinned, eyes wide, wand glowing. She looked furious. And terrified. And relieved. He blinked at her. Was that, did you just resuscitate me? She pressed her lips together. Don't be daft. You weren't dead. Felt like it. Maybe next time, don't throw yourself through a porte-cochere without warning. Noted. Cashin tried sitting up. Regretted it immediately. He collapsed back onto the cot with a hiss, ribs squealing. She held his hand. Cass, she said. Her voice barely made it out. He squeezed her hand. Felt the tremble. Yet. My magic's gone. She nodded. One tear dropped. Then the next. She didn't wipe them. Cashin's thumb brushed over her knuckles. It's all right. I'm all right. Bath's Haida didn't speak. Her jaw clenched like it was the only thing keeping her together. He shifted slightly, wincing. All right-ish. Her shoulders shook with a breath that was too close to a sob. She ducked her head. He lifted her hand again, kissed the back of it. Hey. She didn't look up. Love, he said gently. I didn't die. You nearly did. Yeah, but I didn't. Can't get rid of me that easy. You'd have to try harder. She let out a half-choked laugh. It broke somewhere around the middle. I was so scared, she whispered. When you dropped. Your magic just went. He nodded, eyes slipping shut for a second. What about others? She took a breath, then another. Minjiho can't speak. Master Ji said they put him in a blood contract. Cashin stared up at the ceiling. Yet. They need to hear it from you. Of course they bloody do. He's unconscious, you absolute turnip. Madame Pomfrey's voice came from outside, before Cashin could curse more. She was in full battle mode. Someone muttered something about protocol. Protocol? You want protocol? I'll protocol you straight out the door. Cashin smiled faintly. She's missed me. Bath's Haida glanced toward the door. You're her worst patient. What can I do? I outlive the others. The door creaked open, but no one dared step in until Madame Pomfrey's wand did a lap around the bed like a sniffer dog on a warpath. Vitals stable. Vessels are intact. Head not cracked open. Fine. She huffed. You have exactly 7 minutes. And if a single syllable sounds like an interrogation, I start throwing hexes. Dumbledore was the first to step through, looking about 5 hours older. Fudge and other heads of schools followed, flanked by Bones. McGonagall was right behind, lips pressed so tight they looked stitched on. Cashin could feel Snape lurking somewhere near the back, probably hoping he was concussed enough to forget the last decade. Cashin lifted a hand halfway. Is this a press conference or a wake? No one laughed. Fudge cleared his throat. Professor Rosier. Oh, so we're doing titles now. Right. Cashin shifted slightly in bed, flinching as his ribs complained. Fudge shifted restlessly, eyes darting about the room. Can you tell us what happened? Cashin looked at them as though they were all fools. Minjiho's screen was active, wasn't it? Didn't you see what happened? They exchanged uneasy glances. At last, Dumbledore sighed. The vision ended the moment he stepped into the center, he said quietly. We saw you, standing opposite Moody, or rather, Barty. The two of you faced one another. And then, nothing. Whatever followed was hidden from us. Cashin clicked his tongue. Of course it bloody went off. Do you want the short version, the one that fits your political needs, or the actual truth? Fudge puffed up like a frog in a kettle. Cashin, this is a serious matter. Then stop talking. Cashin cut across him. The real Moody, did you save him? The man teaching here was Barty Crouch Jr. Yes, that one. Still breathing. Or was. Depending on what the Dark Lord did after I left him in a graveyard with Voldemort. We saved him already, Cashin. He was in the defense room, imprisoned in a trunk. Dumbledore sighed. Cashin winced. Oof. Poor man. Bones moved closer. Are you saying you know who? Don't, Cashin snapped. Don't call him names. He's a noseless cult leader who's obsessed with teenagers. He's not a god. That stunned the room into a brief silence. He went on, quieter now. Yes. Voldemort's back. He's got a body again. Properly resurrected. Lovely little ritual. Had a cauldron and everything. McGonagall's fingers twitched at that. He then told them everything. About the graveyard. About Lucian and Barty dragging Death Eaters out of the shadows like rats returning to a nest. About the ritual and the way it had pulled Voldemort from his half-life and stuffed him into a body. He explained why the Longbottoms had been there. How they were used. He told them how Voldemort looked. What it felt like to stand there, helpless, while the Dark Lord stretched back into power. He didn't spare any detail except a few secrets of his own. When he finished, the silence was long. Everyone stared at him, some in disbelief, some in dawning horror. The professors, the ministry, even Kingsley looked like he'd bitten something sour. Dumbledore, G, and A. Quincy were the only ones who didn't look surprised. We suspected as much, Dumbledore said quietly. We examined the cup. It took time, but we found traces of foreign PART4 magic woven deep into its handle. G nodded. Once we identified the thread, we followed it to the location. The graveyard. It was empty, A. Quincy added. But your darkness spell was there. Cashin nodded weakly. There was a large cauldron left behind, G continued. Still warm. We found 4 holes, Dumbledore said, voice a touch colder. What were they? Cashin gave a shrug. Not bothering to explain. I don't know what they did after I left. Fudge eased his collar. Is it true? Your brother, Lucian. Cashin let his head fall back against the pillow. Yet. Umbridge gave a prim little cough that sounded like a dying goose. Hem. Pardon us for our confusion, Professor. But we can't exactly rely on your account. And Mr. Sue cannot testify. Cashin didn't even glance at her. His eyes were on Dumbledore. Do what you want with that information. I've said my bit. Fudge inhaled like he was trying to find his backbone on the way out. Cashin, I don't want to doubt you. But this is significant. Can we review your memories? Cashin turned his head slightly. Really? Dumbledore's shoulders shifted. With your magic drained, you can't extract them for the Pensiev. Cashin nodded. And you know no one can pull them out of my head either. Umbridge's laugh grated his ears. What do you mean no one can? That's rather bold of you, Professor. Dumbledore raised a hand without looking at her. Cashin's mind is uniquely guarded. No Legilimens has ever been able to breach it. She sniffed. How convenient. Cashin sighed. I can't help being interesting. Umbridge opened her mouth again, no doubt winding up for a speech about procedure or protocol, but Dumbledore cut her off. That will do, Miss Umbridge. She shut her mouth with a snap, eyes narrowed. Bones cleared her throat. We'll need statements. Veritaserum if necessary. Cashin gave her a tired look. You think I haven't got enough bruises? Standard procedure. Of course it is. Though equally useless. Fudge looked like he wanted to run. You'll understand, Cashin, this will spark international panic if confirmed. We can't act on partial claims. Cashin cut him off. It's not partial. It's not a claim. It's not an opinion piece in the Prophet. He's back. Alive. Whole. In case anyone missed the bit where he had a face again. Silence. Cashin pushed the blanket down, trying to shift upright again. Look. I don't care what you do with the information. Hide it. Deny it. Blame me for all I care. But don't stand here pretending this is a theory. I dragged 3 people back from a dark ritual and a 4th from being flung through a PART4 trap. If that's not enough for you. Bath's Haida touched his arm. Cass. He stopped, letting out a slow breath, jaw working. He lay back again. Well, he muttered. At least tell me someone punched Karkaroff on the way out. No one answered. Cowards. Once most of them were out the door, only 3 remained, Dumbledore, Bath's Haida, and Pomfrey, who was glaring at the man. Dumbledore gave her a tired smile. This will be brief, Poppy. I promise. She snorted. You always say that. But she turned anyway, muttering all the way to her office. The moment the door shut behind her, Dumbledore turned back. How did you escape? Cashin winced remembering the scene. My magic was bleeding out, so fighting him wasn't an option. Lucky break, really, Voldemort promised my idiot brother the honor of killing me. Both Bath's Haida and Dumbledore flinched. Neither of them liked hearing that. Cashin dragged in a breath. When Barty first fired up the cup, he used ropes to drag Minjiu and Potter in. I pushed Potter clear, but the rope clipped my shoulder and took me instead. He lifted a hand as if to mime the motion, thought better of it, and dropped it onto the blanket. Gave me the idea. Dumbledore waited. I sent vines under the ground for Minjiu and the long bottoms. Managed to get a grip on all 3, but everything was crawling. My magic was dragging its heels. Felt like trying to cast through wet sand. He rubbed his ribs at the memory. Couldn't get them out before Voldemort finished the ritual. Bathsheda's jaw tightened. Cashin blew out a breath. Once he was whole again, he got distracted admiring himself. That was my gap. I pulled. Hard. His fingers twitched. Summoned the cup and dragged the lot of us back. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Eyes locking on at his temples. You saved them. All 3. Cashin's eyes sharpened. It was my family's doing, wasn't it? Dumbledore didn't answer at first. His gaze drifted to the foot of the bed, then back up. Regulus and Magnus sent out a declaration. He exhaled. Lucian is no longer a rosier. There's a bounty on him now. 50,000 galleons if he's caught alive. 10,000 for the body. Cashin let out a short scoff. Serves him right. Bath's Haida held his hand. Dumbledore bowed his head. I am sorry, Cashin, he said. I should have trusted you. I should have cancelled the tournament. Cashin waved a hand vaguely. What's happened has happened. You need to look forward. Bathsheda's didn't speak, but he felt the tremor. Her eyes were still rimmed red, dried trails catching the light. Cashin shifted, ribs whining in protest. What's the fallout? Dumbledore took a moment before answering. St. Mungo's has already taken Frank and Alice. They're stable. Shaken, but alive. When it was only the two of them, Bathsheba's fingers curled around his, firm and shaking all at once. Her gaze locked to the white streaks at his temples, as if they were proof something inside him had burned out and left a mark. Did you use Sylvanema? She asked, voice soft, almost scared to ask. Cashin nodded with a sigh. The ancient druid spell. The one he'd awakened last year. The only one that still obeyed him without stutter or drag. Even now, he could feel it. The flowers by his bedside and the wood of the cot he was lying on, the leaves outside brushing the windows, the roots spiraling under the school like nerves under skin. 4 holes, Dumbledore had said. They were where he'd sent the vines. 1 to Minjiu. 2 to the long bottoms. He'd started it the moment they were brought out. Focused his magic into the roots beneath the graveyard. But it had to be slow. Each inch they moved left creaks and groans in their wake. If he rushed, they'd notice. Although Barty thought his temple widening was a cost of the cup's magic. But it wasn't. The cup had taken his magic. That was true. But it hadn't done anything else. When Cashin opened his eyes again, the ceiling had stopped spinning and the world had the decency to stay still. Bathsheba wasn't beside him anymore. Instead, 3 boys stood at the foot of his bed, frozen like someone had told them he'd died 5 minutes ago and they were waiting for the ghost to introduce itself. He blinked at them. Why do you look like you're planning a memorial? All 3 jolted, practically tripping over themselves. Professor. Harry blurted. Neville's fist was balled so tight his knuckles had gone white. He swallowed hard. Sir, I wanted to thank you. For. His voice cracked. For my parents. If you hadn't got to them, if you hadn't pulled them out he stopped, breath stuttering. I don't know what would have happened. Cashin eased back against the pillows. You don't need to thank me. Neville shook his head quickly. I do. He blinked hard. I never thought anyone would kidnap them from St. Mungo's. And you his voice wobbled. You saved them. Cashin scratched the side of his brow. Well. I wasn't leaving them there, was I? Neville let out a shaky breath and nodded, but didn't trust himself to speak again. Harry stepped forward awkwardly, like someone had nudged him from behind. Same, actually. His trainers squeaked on the tile. Thank you. For, dragging me out of the maze before it got worse. Cashin gave him a look. You were already in worse. Right, Harry said weakly. Still. Thank you. He hesitated. Then, quieter, is it true? About your magic? Madame Pomfret told Professor Babbling she couldn't pick up any trace when they brought you in. Cashin huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. Magic's a state of heart, Potter. The 3 boys exchanged a look that said they had absolutely no idea what that meant. Don't overthink it, Cashin added. I'm not keeling over in the corridor, am I? Cedric's eyes were wet as he said, I heard the heads when they talked. If it had been me, if I'd reached the cup first. His voice thinned. I wouldn't have made it back. Voldemort wouldn't have hesitated. Cashin watched him. Cedric's hands were shaking. I don't have a grandfather who can frighten a Dark Lord, Cedric said. I would have died there. Properly died. You saved my life. Cashin dragged a hand down his face. All right, Diggory, you're not getting a monologue out of me either. Cedric let out a breath that sounded far too close to a laugh, then scrubbed at his eyes with the heel of his palm. Cashin raised a brow. Yes, well, do me a favor and don't make a habit of being abducted by dark rituals. Harry cracked a small smile. Cedric shook his head like he still couldn't believe any of this was real. Cashin flicked his fingers towards the door. Go on. Off with you lot. If Poppy comes back and finds a crowd, she'll start swinging. They hesitated. Cashin sighed. Boys. I'm not dying. I already tried that. Harry let out a breath. Neville nodded. Cedric looked like he wanted to hug him but valued his life too much. They slipped out, quiet, careful, glancing back before the door shut. Cashin shut his eyes for a moment and breathed out. Cashin had told Fudge he could do whatever he liked with the truth. Deny it, bury it, wrap it in ribbon, didn't matter. Fudge could spin himself into a pretzel for all he cared. It made no difference. Because by dawn, half of magical Britain nearly choked on their porridge. The prophet hit every doorstep in the country with headlines large enough to give people nosebleeds. The Dark Lord returns, resurrected in ritual led by Barty Crouch Jr. Death Eaters in graveyard, ministry silent. Cashin didn't bother printing the names he couldn't prove. Lucius, Knot, Crab, the Selwyns, he'd seen them in that graveyard, yes. But he had nothing he could extract, nothing he could hand over in a pensieve. And if he printed a list without evidence, half the Wisengamot would come after him for defamation before lunch. He wasn't wasting time on that. Lucian, though? That was fair game. Bathsheba slipped the second edition of the morning paper onto his bed after lunch. He stared at the front page, one eyebrow lifting. Dark Lord lives, ministry requests calm. Exiled Rosier heir wanted, reward posted by family. His lovely wanted poster sat on the center page, right beside Barty's and Voldemort's. Hogwarts staff who opened their papers that morning nearly spat tea across the table. Some choked. One fainted. Cashin wasn't sure who, but he hoped it was Snape. It was surreal. Seeing Lucian's face there, smirking like he was posing for a portrait. Cashin wasn't sentimental, but he did feel something twist in his chest. Not grief exactly. Something closer to exasperation. He tapped the picture with his finger. Should have used the photo where he's sneezing. Bathsheba gave him a sideways look. It was out of focus. Artistic. Blurry. He tossed the paper onto the blanket. Fine. Missed opportunity. Pomfrey stormed in, grabbed the paper, and smacked Cashin with it. Stop reading that rubbish, she barked. You're supposed to be resting. It's my paper. Then you should have printed something less stressful. She marched off again, muttering darkly. Cashin rubbed the side of his head. Fair point. Minjiu, unhelpfully, refused to hand over his memories for inspection. Apparently the boy had rewritten the whole thing in his head the moment they got back. Told everyone that he'd stood up heroically, threatened to snap everyone's legs, but couldn't say more. Didn't give a name at all, just vague statements. Cashin didn't correct a single word of it. He couldn't care less about what the boy said. And since Cashin's own memories couldn't be pulled, there was nothing they could do more. Fine. He'd settle for blowing the doors off the secret. Master G visited him that evening. He sat by the bed with a flask of something dark and steaming. Cashin raised a brow at the smell. Medicinal. Technically, G said. Cashin drank it anyway. It burned like someone had distilled fire. G looked vaguely pleased. A Quincy stopped by not long after. She didn't stay long, handed him a folded letter from the head healer at Uagadu and muttered something about planting better wards around cup-bound artifacts. Then she clapped a hand to his shoulder hard enough to rattle bone before leaving. Maxime followed. She brought pastries. Cashin wasn't sure what he was expecting, but a massive cream puff was not it. Gabrielle helped pass them out. Fleur hovered a bit longer. We'll come back this summer, she said. Grandpa and Grandma asked us to say they'll visit you. It'll be a party. Maxime gave a half snort and said Dimstrang would need escorting back since Karkaroff had vanished. Coward, she said simply, brushing crumbs off her front. Expected nothing less, Cashin muttered. Gabrielle left behind a tiny bunch of wild flowers, tied with a blue ribbon. No one said anything sentimental, which he appreciated. After that, the students started showing up. Waves of them. Hufflepuffs brought chocolates. Gryffindors brought sweets. Ravenclaws brought books they thought he might like. Slytherins brought flowers, some clearly nicked from the greenhouses. One even tried to gift him a hallucinogenic mushroom. Cashin confiscated it before Pomfrey could see. He thanked them all. Kindly. Graciously. Then handed out summer homework. 60 feet on pre-Carthaginian ritual anchoring. Bonus points if it includes the implications of ley line saturation. The groans echoed through the hallways. Next time you lot feel like treating me like a dying man, remember I have a grading pen and zero conscience. The end-of-year feast came round. Cashin could stand by then, even walk without needing to grab the wall every 10 steps, though he needed a wooden staff for that. So he dragged himself to the high table and dropped into his seat. The hall buzzed. Flags hung high, magic curling gently from the enchanted ceiling. It looked like spring, gold light, faint breeze, the air scrubbed clean after everything that had come before. Dumbledore rose. He raised a hand, and the silence dropped. This year, we witnessed magic that pushed us. That tested not only our courage but our trust in one another. The tournament was never simple. Nor safe. But it was meant to unite. He let that sit. And despite everything that went wrong, it has. 5 schools gathered here. 5 schools worked together. The bonds formed will not be easily undone. Friendships have crossed borders. Trust has grown from competition. That is no small thing. A murmur of agreement passed through the hall. Dumbledore paused again. And yes. The rumors are true. The Dark Lord has returned. Gasps. Not from everyone. But enough. A few clutched at each other. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Hogwarts will not be silent. We will not be blind. We will act. As we always have. This school stands, and will stand, in the face of darkness. He glanced along the high table. Some of you owe your lives to one man this year. Cashin shifted. He stopped what would have been a tragedy. He saved the champions. Protected them from being used in a ritual none of them understood. And in doing so, he lost what most of us rely on every day. The hall stilled. Cashin Rosier gave up his magic. A stunned silence. Somewhere near the middle, someone whispered bloody hell. It's true. He will remain on staff, Dumbledore went on. And as long as he draws breath, Hogwarts remains his to defend. I trust him with my life. Dumbledore looked straight at him then. Cashin raised his cup. Cheers. It broke the silence. Half the hall laughed, the other half applauded, some cried. Some did all together. Back in his room, the door clicked shut behind them with a soft finality. Bathsheba guided Cashin gently by the hand, steering him to the edge of the bed. He sat with a quiet groan, muscles aching, ribs still sore beneath the bindings. She picked up his wooden staff and set it beside the bed within easy reach, in case he needed it. Then she turned, and looked at him. Really looked. Her eyes were red-rimmed, lashes damp, but her gaze was steadfast. And furious. You really saved a life that day, Cass, she said quietly. He blinked. Tried to speak, but her voice rose before he could. And I'm angry at you. So God's damned angry. She knelt in front of him suddenly, her hands curling around his, gripping tight like they were the only thing keeping her from shaking apart. I hate that you throw yourself into danger like it's your duty alone. Like it's not going to hurt anyone if you don't come back. Like I don't exist in that calculation at all. He opened his mouth again, but she shook her head. I hate the way you disappear. The way you walk off bleeding, broken, dragging someone else out of the fire, and expect me to sit still while you do it. Her voice cracked. I hate waiting. Not knowing where you are fighting for your life. Maybe not even Komi. She swallowed the word. Couldn't say it. A tear slid down her cheek. Then another. But gods, Cashin. She breathed. I am so proud of you. Her voice trembled on the edge of breaking, but she kept going, as if it had to be said before she lost the courage to speak. If you weren't here, Potter would still be in that tournament. He and Diggory, they'd win together, Cass. They'd touch the cup together. If you hadn't interfered, they both would have been portkeyed to that graveyard. She paused, wiping at her cheeks, even though more tears came immediately after. According to Potter, Pettigrew would have killed Diggory the moment he landed. No warning. Just gone. He would have died right there, without even knowing what he was walking into. She looked up at him. But you changed that. You saved his life. Her fingers shook in his. You saved Potter from being used in that ritual. From being turned into some grotesque symbol of Voldemort's return. You saved the Longbottoms. You even saved that idiot boy. Her lips curled into a wet, helpless smile. And somehow, you came back to me. Cashin's breath caught. She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his, eyes squeezed shut. I hate what it costs you every time you do this. But I will never stop being proud of the man you are. He didn't speak. Just wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in, holding her like an anchor in a storm. Because he knew she wasn't just talking about the graveyard. She was talking about all of it. And he had no idea how to tell her that everything he'd done knowing she was the reason he came back at all. A year after the Dark Lord's return, Voldemort moved through the Ministry's main corridor as if it already belonged to him. Behind him came the Death Eaters, masked and silent, all but 4. Bellatrix at his left with a wide smile. Barty on his right, half grinning, wand loose in his hand. Rookwood followed a step behind. And Lucian walked half a pace behind Voldemort. The rest were hidden. Painted masks, old designs, some newer, some passed down. To them, this was revolution. The final strike after a year-long silence since their lord's return. The long-awaited second rise. A move to take control of the country, seize the ministry from inside. But, they didn't know the real aim of their lord. Voldemort trusted no one but himself. The atrium echoed with footsteps and soft murmurs, ministry workers heading toward lifts, a few security wizards loitering near the statue. One man from magical transportation looked up, blinked at the group, and went pale. Emptier than it should have been, as if it was emptied before their arrival. He didn't get to say anything. A spell clipped him in the chest and sent him flying across the fountain, robes smoking before he hit the ground. Then everything cracked open. Screams burst down the corridor. A woman dropped her stack of scrolls and sprinted back toward the lifts. A group of wizards bolted from the wand inspection station, knocking over the velvet rope. One drew his wand, tried to fire something off. Lucian hexed him mid-cast. The man dropped, twitching. Then the defenses kicked in. Wards along the walls lit up. A low buzz shivered through the floor. Spells rebounded in rapid bursts as security teams rushed in from the Department of Law Enforcement. The Death Eaters spread. Bellatrix peeled left, laughing as she vanished down a side hall, leaving screams behind her. Barty moved straight into a cluster of Aurors. Rookwood stayed close to the lifts, picking off anyone trying to reach them. Lucian went for the records wing. Voldemort walked through the center of it slowly. A bolt of red light missed his shoulder by inches. He didn't flinch. The next moment, the caster was gone. Someone tried to trap him in a containment hex. The walls flared blue. Voldemort lifted his wand. The blue split. The roof cracked. More screams. The floor began to shake. Spells whipped past columns. A guard threw himself at Rookwood, got flung through a door without a spell being spoken. A young witch sprinted down the corridor with her wand drawn, yelling for backup. Bellatrix's spell took her mid-stride. She dropped like a puppet. We need containment. A voice shouted from the east stairwell. Block off the atrium, now. 3 Aurors slid into cover behind the reception desk, firing controlled volleys. Rookwood ducked, brows furrowed, as if something wasn't right. He dropped, flung a return spell, dark, twisted. One of the Aurors slammed into the wall and didn't move again. His eyes darting around. 2 squads of Ministry defense stood their ground at the threshold. Robes charmed to resist spells, shields stacked thick, eyes fixed. One barked a command. Drop your wands. The Death Eaters laughed. Last warning. The man raised his shield, wand braced behind. You breach this hall, we won't ask again. Lucian stepped forward. You won't get another chance to. Spells flared. A chain of concussive blasts lit up the corridor, black-red sparks tearing across the walls. The line broke under impact. One man screamed, another staggered back, blood pouring down his side. Bellatrix leapt past them, wand blazing. How's that for an invitation? One more blast hit the statue, blew the wand clean off the witch's hand. Marble scattered. Half the fountain cracked open. Across the floor, ministry seals began to burn. Still, a few held. Auras kept firing from hallways. Curse breakers showed up near the stairwells, drawing runes mid-spell, flinging trap curses into walls. Rookwad broke the final ward on the record swing with a twist of his wand and vanished inside. 2 people tried to follow him in. They didn't come out. Ministry staff scrambled in all directions now. Some backed into empty lifts that didn't move. Others vanished down staff corridors. One witch had her wand up, pointed straight at him. Voldemort looked at her. Didn't even raise his wand. She collapsed. Control the corridors. Lucian broke off to the flank. Push north to the Department of Mysteries. We hold the hall last. Barty raised both hands. Fire burst from the chandeliers, raining down. He laughed over the noise. Voldemort stepped through what was left of the golden gates. Behind him, the hallway was ash and smoke. None of it slowed him. His cloak stirred as he passed the shattered ministry seal. Ahead, black doors waited. The Department of Mysteries sat behind the next corridor, buried under layers of wards, unsaid laws, and badly kept secrets. Now he'd come back to take what belonged to him. He raised his wand. The runes peeled back. The entrance to the Department of Mysteries opened without a sound. He stepped through the threshold. The room beyond was wide and dark, round, with spinning doors and shifting walls, designed to confuse intruders, trap them in loops. A weak trick. One door creaked open. He took it. The Hall of Prophecies stretched out before him. Endless rows of glass, stacked high and humming faintly. No torches here. The shelves lit themselves from within, casting pale glow over every orb. Row 97. He stopped. There. A thin, dust-covered sphere sat at the center of the shelf. Faint gold light inside. Label wrapped around it. SPT to Apwabd. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. His mouth curled. He reached out then stopped. A figure stepped out from the far end of the row. Cloaked. Hood drawn up. No face visible. Voldemort didn't move. Neither did the figure. The air turned colder. He looked at the cloak. Old, rough, with runes he didn't recognize. Not Egyptian. Not Celtic. Deep cuts, carved like something biting into it. Move, Voldemort said. No answer. The figure tapped the stone. Voldemort's wand rose. You stand between me and knowledge I am owed. Move aside. Still no answer. The figure struck the floor again. Magic surged through the rows. The prophecies hissed. Glass cracked. One orb exploded in the distance, splinters rattling down the shelves. Voldemort raised his wand. The cloaked figure's hands rose. Pointed straight at him. Voldemort cast. Green light flared across the Hall of Prophecy, heading straight to the figure. The figure stood within reach of death, no shield raised. Whatever trickery this was, it had reached its end. A smile split Voldemort's face. But the figure moved. Striking down, splitting the killing curse in two. Voldemort stared in shock as the 2 streams of his spell fell behind the figure. The figure lowered one hand, raising the other. Another pulse rolled through the air. The lights in the entire hall blinked out. The hall held. Then a low hum, like a storm gathering the throat. The rows of shelves behind Voldemort began to shake. He turned slightly. All the spheres behind him were glowing now. Everyone. He looked back at the figure. Then. Magic broke loose. But that moment still lay months in the future. A week after Dark Lord's return. Voldemort sat at the center of the hall, elbow hooked over the carved arm of the Selwyn Manor throne. Bellatrix hovered at his left, eyes glittering, half drunk on proximity. Barty stood on his right, fidgeting with the edge of his sleeve with his metal hand. Behind them, Lucian stood stiff as a board beside Rookwad. The rest knelt across the floor. Rows of black robes and bent heads. Voldemort wasn't looking at any of them. His eyes were fixed past the walls, past the manor, past anything that could be seen by anyone else in the room. Like he'd stepped out of his body mid-thought and hadn't quite remembered to return. Bellatrix shifted in his direction. My lord. Voldemort didn't react. Is something. Quiet. The word cracked through the room sharper than a curse. Bellatrix shrank back, wide-eyed. No one else moved. Still, he didn't speak. His fingers tapped against the chair, then stopped again. Lucian glanced toward Rookwad. The older man shook his head. He will have power the Dark Lord knows not. The line looped, again and again in his head. The words bit deeper every time they passed through. Power the Dark Lord knows not. The Rosier had spells he didn't recognize. Voldemort had seen a couple. Those weren't taught at Hogwarts. Dumbledore didn't know those spells. He was sure of it. Did he learn them from Flamels? Voldemort leaned back slowly. He tapped a long finger against the arm of the chair. Prophecy. After his fall, he started to mind them. Power the Dark Lord knows not. He gritted his teeth. Cassian Rosier had walked into Hogwarts on family connections, run lectures. And they let him. Gave him a classroom. Students. A seat at the table. He smiled in the face of ministry oversight. Laughed at dual threats. Taught spells to teenagers, like it was the only thing he cared about. Voldemort had mapped every bloodline. Dug through tombs for forgotten rites. Killed men for less than this. Magic didn't surprise him anymore. Or so he thought. Cassian Rosier had spells that slipped past his grasp. Old, maybe. Or worse, new. And if they were new, someone was capable of creating magic he couldn't understand. Lucian, Voldemort said, voice quiet. Lucian scrambled forward, knee hitting stone. Yes, my lord. Voldemort looked down at him. Where does your brother learn those spells? Are they Rosier secrets? Lucian shook his head. No, my lord. No one in the family knows. I asked my father. My grandfather too. They both said I shouldn't meddle in Cassie's business. Voldemort made a low sound in his throat. Then flicked his fingers. Lucian rose, stepped back into place. Before anyone could speak, the door slammed open. Everyone turned. Wands shifted under cloaks. Lucius Malfoy stumbled inside, robes torn, streaks of blood on one sleeve, hair half undone. He dropped to his knees. My lord. Voldemort's eyes sharpened. What happened? Lucius kept his head down. Not called me to assist. His boy was rebelling. I went to help, bring him in line. Silence prickled across the hall. We were in his house. Trying to talk sense into the boy, Lucius continued. Then a dragon hit us. A few heads lifted. A dragon. Goyle Sr. said, disbelieving. Lucius grit his teeth. And that wasn't the worst of it. Bellatrix tilted her head, smile twitching. The house, Lucius said, voice tight, the garden. The flowers. All of it moved. He breathed in sharp through his teeth. The trellis tore itself off the wall and wrapped around Not's legs. The flower beds came up in chunks. Roots, thick ones, burst from under the paving and split it open. One of them snapped the wand clean out of my hand. He paused. His hands shook. I grabbed the boy. I got to him. Thought we were clear, then the flower bed underneath him cracked. It opened. Roots pulled him straight in. He looked up then. Pale. Bloody at the temple. It didn't kill him. It took him. It took the boy away. But not, he couldn't make it. Rookwood's jaw worked soundlessly. It's Cassie, Barty said, snorting, as if the thought still offended him. Has to be. He and his whore had a dragon. I saw it myself. Bellatrix tilted her head. Didn't he lose his magic? Barty blinked, then shrugged. Yes. Maybe it was the whore. Voldemort's fingers curled loose, as if holding something invisible. He turned his head slowly. Looked past Lucius, past the floor of kneeling Death Eaters, past the heavy doors. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Get ready to raid the Ministry in a year. Cassian sat slouched in the armchair across from Regulus and Magnus, hands resting on his knees. Regulus stared. You lost your magic. That's the 5th time you've asked. Well, say it slower. Cassian scratched at his jaw. Yet. The cup took it. Regulus's frown deepened so hard it looked permanent. Across from him, Magnus let out a short sigh and reached for his pipe. Cassian leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling. I stepped in. The cup flared up. Big show, dramatic glow, and then, poof. Nothing. Magnus squinted at him. You mean nothing as in? Gone. Nil. Zilch. I tried to light a bloody lumos and it laughed at me. Regulus gave a short, breathless laugh. Back to where you started. Cassian squinted at him. You can say that. Magnus tapped ash into the tray. Go back and rest. Cassian pushed to his feet. Just up and out, one hand shoved into his pocket, the other curling tighter the longer he walked. His room was quiet. Towel had left food on the table, half covered with a tea towel and still warm. Bit of rice, curry, some flatbread. There was also a folded newspaper and a stack of letters someone had dumped into a basket. Cassian sat. Towel hadn't left tea. Rude. He pulled the paper closer. Azkaban breached. Again. He scanned the rest. 3rd breach in 5 years. Bellatrix Lestrange, Augustus Rookwood, Antonin Dolohov, Walden McNair, and 6 others remain unaccounted for. Cassian let the paper drop. His jaw clicked as he clenched it. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, fingers laced tight. Did he regret it? No. He didn't. Stopping the tournament looked stupid now, sure. But at the time, waiting wasn't an option he could afford. He'd run that moment over so many times, it was starting to look like a looped film reel. If he hadn't stopped it, Cedric would have reached the cup first. And what then? What would Barty do to him? Bath's Haida had answered that. No Cassian in Hogwarts meant Cedric died. Simple. And Potter? Could he escape again? He'd done it, according to her. Dragged himself out of Voldemort's grip like some cursed escape artist, even brought Cedric's dead body with himself. But things had changed. Cassian had changed them. Barty was there this time. So were the Death Eaters. The Longbottoms. Would Harry have summoned the cup and escaped again? Cassian rubbed a hand down his face. He couldn't bet on that. He wouldn't. But it cost him his magic. He sighed and dragged the pile closer. The first few letters were harmless, mostly fussing. McGonagall asking after his health. Neville's Gran offering soup and unsolicited potions advice. Bathilda's handwriting popped up on 2 envelopes, both neatly written, one with notes about her new book, the other a snide don't die before sending feedback. He flicked through the rest. 3 from former students. Tonks mocking him being weaker than her now. The last envelope stopped him. Plain parchment. No seal. No sender. He slid it open with the knife towel set for the meat. Splotchy ink. Some red marks. Hand must have been shaking. A smear crossed the P in please. Ink. Or blood. Or both. Cashin stared at it. Sir, please help me. Theo. Cashin didn't move for a second. Then he crushed the letter in one hand. Bathsheba stared down at her left ring finger. The rune there pulsed. Then again. Calming her restless heart. The room was packed. G stood near the hearth, arms folded, shoulders square. The flamels flanked the desk. Dumbledore, as usual, lurked by the window. Cashin's information saved us a chunk of time, G said, eyes squinted. Minjiao admitting the Feng Shui marauder lives and that they're working together gives the flamels what they need. Nicholas gave a nod. Tomorrow, G said, we make it official. I'll host you at the tower. Then I expose the network. He looked to Albus, then Bathsheba. I want containment. Everyone in the school held in place. Albus and Bathsheba. No one leaves. No owls. No flu. No port keys. Nothing. Bathsheba gave a sharp nod. What about staff? Contain them too. If anyone pushes, throw them into stasis. G turned toward the map again. I'll trigger the dragons. Wards go up as soon as the meeting starts. Bathsheba took a breath. The rune thrummed again. Slower this time. She could feel her heart sinking to it. Dragons, containment, a public takedown. Cashin would have loved it. The engine made a wheezy sort of rattle, which Sirius claimed was the charm of the thing. Harry had his doubts. They were halfway down the M25, stuck behind a lorry that reeked of eggs and diesel, and the tape deck was playing Bowie on loop. Not that he minded Bowie. It was the volume Sirius kept flicking it to that was the issue. I think my ribs are vibrating. Sirius grinned at him from the driver's seat. That's called bass, Harry. Revolutionary stuff. I'm fairly sure I can feel the lyrics in my spleen. Good. That's how you know it's working. Harry shook his head and sank lower into the passenger seat. They hit a bump. The glove box popped open and smacked Harry in the knee. Sirius didn't even flinch. Sirius had moved in just next door last summer. Bought number 5. Petunia nearly swallowed her own tongue when he turned up with a leather jacket, a moving van, and 3 charmed trunks full of cursed books. Since then, the neighborhood had become livable. Sort of. Sirius's house was proper old. Still smelled of smoke, mold, and old dust, but he'd fixed the broken stairs, slapped a few wards over the porch, and convinced the neighbors he worked in antiques. Harry had spent most of the summer there. Less shouting or Vernon shivering upon seeing him. More toast and dodgy music. And Sirius decided it was his duty to drive him to and from the station. Now they were back on the road, Sirius driving carelessly, elbow out the window, hair whipping around as if he was in a music video nobody asked for, tapping the steering wheel. Still can't believe old man makes you go back there every summer. Harry shrugged. You've seen it. It's better now. Sirius snorted. Bet they'd be even better if I showed up in that kitchen again. You'd probably set the tablecloth on fire. Again. He gave a lopsided grin. Once. One time. You burnt the sink. Sirius raised a finger. We agreed not to talk about the sink. They fell quiet for a minute. The road opened up, traffic thinned. A fox darted past ahead and vanished behind a wall. The song changed. Harry tapped the edge of the window. You reckon it'll be bad this year? Sirius didn't pretend not to understand. Depends on how bad you think. I don't know, Harry muttered. Worse than last time. They both knew what last time meant. The tournament. The cup. Barty. Voldemort. Sirius blew out a breath through his nose. Azkaban's gone soft. Harry rolled his eyes. Like you could escape if they haven't. Sirius shot him a look. I could have anyway. I was just being polite. Harry gave him a flat stare. Sure. Oi, I was. Watch the road. Sirius turned back to the windscreen as the car wheezed as it accelerated. Harry reached down to shove the glove box shut again, muttering under his breath. Sirius grinned and tapped the steering wheel. Anyway. Back to your Azkaban slander. I could have escaped, years before I did. Didn't, Harry said. Chose not to. You're telling me you sat in that cell for a laugh. I was playing the long game. You ate rats. That's called commitment. And practice. Harry leaned back against the seat and let the tape play. Bowie had looped to Heroes again, which felt slightly ironic given the current conversation. Harry turned his head slightly. You ever think about going back? Sirius blinked. To Azkaban. No, Harry said dryly. Home. Real home. That grim, old place blacks lived. Sirius didn't answer straight away. His fingers drummed once against the wheel. Not much left to go back to. Harry didn't say anything. Sirius shifted in his seat. Reckon I'd rather build something new anyway. Maybe get a proper oven. A couch that doesn't growl when you sit on it. That couch is haunted. Comfortably haunted. Harry cracked a smile. Besides, Sirius went on, I've got you now. Your mess, your school politics, your cursed socks. Why'd I want to go anywhere else? All I need is a job. Harry rolled his eyes again, but didn't push it. The road curved right, down toward the city. Smoke curled from chimneys in the distance. Shop windows flickered. Somewhere, bells rang faintly, too far to place, but close enough to remind them both that summer was ending. Have you heard from him? Harry asked. Sirius shook his head. We're not exactly quill pals, you know. Harry huffed and shifted in his seat. I heard he left home. Sirius raised an eyebrow but kept his eyes on the road. Did you now? Where'd that come from? Harry shrugged. Twins heard from Lee, who heard from Zacharias, who heard from Montague, who apparently heard it from Vizey. Sirius let out a snort. Reliable lot. Who got it from Tracy Davis, who apparently told Daphne, who? Sirius held up a hand. Enough. That's too many snakes for one sentence. Harry leaned his head back against the seat. So it's true. Sort of. I heard things. Sirius kept his eyes on the road. Over the summer. A few whispers. Same ones from 6 different countries. What kind? He paused. Man and a dragon, walking through forests. Talking to things. Harry frowned. What things? Don't know. But they weren't people. The car made a coughing sort of hiccup as it slowed, inching toward the King's Cross car park. Sirius flicked the indicator, even though no one was behind them. You think that was him? Harry asked. Sirius cut the engine. You ever met anyone else who'd try having a conversation with squirrels, deer, and fawns? Harry didn't answer. They got out of the car. Sirius popped the boot and started hauling out Harry's trunk. Platform 9 3/4 was already busy. Families bunched at the barrier, parents passing over last-minute scrolls and sandwiches. A 7th year with a brass telescope strapped to his back nearly knocked over a 3rd-year Hufflepuff in his hurry. Sirius tossed the trunk onto a trolley and started pushing. Harry blinked at him. You're walking me in. Sirius shrugged. You want me to honk goodbye from the car? Harry followed, frowning. They passed through the barrier, out onto the platform. Steam curled from the train, voices echoing off the high ceiling. Somewhere near the front, Ginny was arguing with Ron about something to do with broom storage. Harry waved at them, indicating he was going in first. Ron nodded, turning back to shouting at Ginny. Fred and George were cheering both. Sirius helped lift the trunk into the carriage, then passed Hedwig's cage up after it. Harry climbed in, still expecting Sirius to wave him off from the step. Instead, Sirius stepped in right after him and shut the door. Harry stared. You're getting on. Sirius gave him a wide grin. What, you thought I came all this way to give parenting advice through a window? But... Relax, Sirius said, already turning toward the corridor. Harry followed him, still frowning. Why are you actually coming? He asked. Because of the Death Eaters. Sirius didn't answer straight away. They passed a pair of 3rd years trying to wrestle a cage full of puff skeins. One of them sneezed glitter. Sirius gave the cage a nod. That one's leaking. Harry waited. They reached an empty compartment near the back. Sirius opened the door, gestured for Harry to go in first. Honestly. He said, stepping in after him. No. I'm not coming because of the Death Eaters. Then. Sirius grinned. Why of course, because I'm your new defense professor. Harry froze mid-sit. What? Sirius tilted his head, grin widening. Surprise. No, hang on, what? Harry stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Defense professor? At Hogwarts. Sirius flopped into the seat across from him and stretched out like he was on his own bloody sofa. You're looking at Professor Black. Professor Sirius Orion Black, if you're feeling formal. Harry's mouth worked for a second before sound came out. Since when? Since Dumbledore came begging last week. Gave me the usual speech, dangerous year ahead, vital the students have someone reliable in the position, blah blah blah. Sirius waved a hand. Flattered, obviously. Had to say yes. Would have been rude not to. You're not even qualified. Sirius shot him a look. Rude. I mean. I fought Death Eaters. Escaped Azkaban. Lived with a werewolf. I'm probably the most qualified defense professor they've had in decades. Harry groaned and dragged his hands down his face. You're going to get fired by November. Unlikely. I've already got tenure. You've been hired for 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, I've revolutionized the department. Harry stared at him. You're serious? I am serious. He wiggled his eyebrows. Harry made a sound like he was dying. Sirius leaned back, propped one foot on the seat beside him. You'll thank me when we start practicals. No more throwing cushions around a classroom and calling it a duel. We're going outside. Real training. Field stuff. You'll love it. I don't believe this. You should. They gave me an office and everything. Bit dusty, mind you. Found a jar labeled Curse Beetle Teeth, do not eat on the shelf. Left it where it was. Didn't want to risk it. Harry gave him a look. What are you actually going to teach? Oh, all sorts. Jinx deflection, counter hex chains, maybe some light forbidden arts. You can't teach forbidden arts. I said light forbidden arts. Soft core dueling. Nothing that'll get me banned. Again. Harry slumped back in the seat. This is going to be chaos. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I'll take it anyway. The train gave a lurch, steam hissing past the windows. Voices echoed outside as students ran up and down the corridor. A girl shouted something about forgetting her wand. Someone else was singing the Slytherin chant off-key. Sirius tapped his foot to the rhythm. Harry sat in silence for a bit. Then, cautiously, does Professor R know? Probably. Harry blinked. Probably. Technically, Sirius said, I don't start until tomorrow. So if I get kicked off the train for throwing a Slytherin prefect out a window, it won't count against my record. Harry stared at him. Relax, Sirius said, spreading his arms wide. It'll be fine. The train jolted into motion. Smoke drifted past the glass. Sirius grinned. Harry buried his face in his hands. This year was going to be insane. The prefect compartment rattled faintly as the train pushed along the tracks. Bags were wedged into corners. Half the room still looked unsure this wasn't a mistake. Hermione sat straight back near the window, talking to Padma. Neville was on her left, nodding along to everything they said. Opposite them, Anthony Goldstein was flipping a chocolate frog card between his fingers while Daphne glanced at the door every minute or so like she was hoping someone else might arrive and take over. Ernest Macmillan adjusted his badge again. Hannah gave him a small nudge. It's still facing the right way. Just checking. Daphne didn't bother hiding her sigh. Theo not sat slouched beside her, one leg stretched too far. He hadn't said anything since coming in. Not even when Neville awkwardly said hello. Just flicked his gaze around the room and went quiet again. The door opened. Sorry. Cedric stepped in, breathless from walking too fast down a moving train, Elora Dunn just behind him, holding the schedule parchment. Right, everyone's here. They all turned to the door. Cho waving at Cedric. Earning herself a smile and a wave back. Great, Cedric said, clapping his hands. Sorry for the delay. Some third years started hexing luggage 2 compartments down. Thought we might as well solve it before it turned into a full-on trunk duel. Elora gave a polite nod. Welcome, everyone. Congratulations to the new prefects. If you've got questions, Cedric and I are here. Neville sat up straighter. Hermione already had a list out. Elora gestured to the group. For those of you who don't know each other, Hermione and Neville from Gryffindor, Padma and Anthony from Ravenclaw, Daphne and Theo for Slytherin, Hannah and Ernest for Hufflepuff. Your schedules will be delivered at the feast, but we've got the patrol chart started already. Cedric picked up from there. 2 rounds each week, minimum. You'll rotate houses every month. Elora pulled out a folded parchment and laid it across her knee. We'll get everyone paired off before dinner. Until then, keep an eye on first years. Hermione scribbled something on her page. Are we allowed to coordinate with house heads directly or should everything go through you two? Both, Elora said. We don't mind being notified. Cedric looked around the compartment. You'll each get copies of the rulebook, patrol shifts, incident forms, and owl stamps for emergencies. Try not to use them unless something's actually on fire. Padma leaned over. What counts as on fire? Theo said, deadpan, the fire, probably. She gave him a look. Helpful. Cedric rubbed his jaw. If you're unsure, use your badge to flag us or a teacher. If you forget your badge, shout. If you forget how to shout, write it down and throw it at someone. Anthony flipped his card again. Do we get points if we hit a teacher? Elora didn't look up from the schedule. Negative points if it's Professor Snape. Actual house points if it's Professor Rosier. Neville chuckled lightly. Right, Cedric said, standing again. For now, meet back here 5 minutes before arrival. Any problems, questions, code violations, or spontaneous corridor concerts, flag them then. Elora rolled the parchment back up. And don't lose the badges. You'll have to write to Dumbledore personally for a new one. With reasons. Everyone looked vaguely alarmed. Cedric smiled. Welcome aboard. After the older prefects filed out, only the new ones remained, looking at each other. Neville let out a sigh loud enough to draw a look from Padma. Why was I even picked? Hermione gave his arm a pat, matter of fact. You're one of the youngest patroness casters in the school, Neville. Top scores in charms last term. And you beat me in herbology, which still offends me. Daphne raised her eyebrows but nodded. Padma gave a small tilt of her head. Even Anthony looked vaguely annoyed. Neville shifted in his seat, spine was finally remembering it existed. I saw Mr. Black on the train, Ernie said, half turning in his seat. Wonder if it's related to what happens lately. Theo gave a slow nod. He's the new defense professor. That shocked all of them. Ernie looked ready to faint. You're joking. Hannah blinked. Seriously. Yep. Theo didn't elaborate. Hermione leaned forward slightly. How do you know that? I just do. That shut things up for a second. Then Hannah asked, so what about Professor Rosier? Is he coming back? The room went still. Padma looked to Hermione. You heard anything? No, Hermione said. Theo sat up a bit. He's alive. I know that much. Anthony raised an eyebrow. You sure? Yeah. Neville frowned. Is he, all right? No one answered that. Daphne stared at the table. He wouldn't leave without saying a goodbye. Hermione sighed through her nose. He didn't do anything the normal way. Hannah's knuckles were white against her knee. Headmaster said he was a professor whether he had magic or not. I don't think he'd leave us that easily. Nobody argued. Neville shifted in his seat. Padma rubbed a thumb along the edge of her schedule sheet. He used to teach with light and voice spells, she said quietly. All the time. Lecture halls lit up like theaters. Now that his magic's gone. Hermione didn't wait for her to finish. He wouldn't leave. She said it in a whisper. More to herself than others. I'm sure of it. Neville bit down on his lip. Hard. He kept chewing for a second, then straightened. I heard some rumors. Everyone looked his way. Daphne turned her head. What kind of rumors? Neville looked out the window. Trees flashing past. Sky dull with cloud. I was out with my gran, he said. We went north for the break. Magical woods. For rare roots. Herbs that only grow in magical places. That kind of thing. No one rushed him. They let him talk. We passed through 5 different forests. Every place we went, people said the same thing. He drew in a breath. Man and a dragon. Always walking. Didn't stay long. Didn't talk much either. Just, passed through. Padma frowned. That could be anyone. Neville shook his head. They say the man didn't use a wand. Anthony stopped flipping his card. Neville went on. Said he talked to the animals. Birds. Badgers. Foxes. Trees too, sometimes. One bloke said he saw vines move when he passed. Like they listened. Daphne blinked slowly. Hermione leaned forward. What type of dragon? Small. Crimson and black. Curled around his shoulders sometimes. Or just followed him. Some thought it was a chimera cub, but a squib at one of the old way stations said he knew dragons. It was small but it was definitely a dragon. No one spoke for a moment. Padma's voice was quiet. You think it's him? Neville shrugged. I don't know who else it would be. Hermione's brow furrowed, but she didn't argue. Anthony stood up, stretched, and pocketed the frog card. If it is Professor Rosier, does that mean he left? No one answered that. They went to tend their business after that. When the train finally screeched into Hogsmeade, it was raining sideways. Lightning tore open the sky and the wind dragged half a tree across the platform. Thunder rolled in close behind. Typical welcome. Hagrid bellowed something about first years and started herding them toward the lake, coat flapping behind him. The rest were shoved toward the carriages, prefects yelling over the storm, robes plastered to legs, luggage nearly sailing off into the trees. No one looked particularly triumphant about being back. Inside the castle, the great hall glowed warm and golden. Candles floated high overhead, the ceiling rumbling. The first years filed in looking like they'd barely survived a shipwreck. Everyone else followed, soaked, cranky, a few of them steaming slightly from rain meeting drying charms. People were scanning the staff table already. There was Sirius Black, elbow on the armrest, grinning wide. He gave a nod to the Gryffindor table. But that wasn't what had everyone murmuring. Where Cashin should have been sat was a woman in pink. Head to toe. Pale, bubblegum pink. She sat very straight, hands folded, smile too wide. Silence rolled through the hall. When Dumbledore stood, it snapped attention back. Welcome back, he said, lifting his hands. To both the old faces and the new. I hope your summers were restful, or at least survivable. We begin a new term together, and as ever, I trust you'll bring your curiosity, your courage, and a healthy respect for the staff's rapidly fraying patience. Scattered laughter. Dumbledore went on, I would like to introduce a new addition to our faculty this year. Please welcome Sirius Black, who will be taking over as our defense against the dark arts professor. Sirius kicked back in his chair and flashed the great hall-wide grin. Evening, students, he said, a bit too loud. He tugged his sleeve like it might make him look more professional. It didn't. For those of you squinting and whispering, is that Sirius Black? Yes, it is, A few students laughed. McGonagall's fingers twitched. I've been asked, rather reluctantly, I suspect, to teach you defense against the dark arts this year. Which means I'll be in charge of making sure none of you get turned into puddings, pincushions, or dark artifact magnets. I come highly recommended. My qualifications include surviving Azkaban, being framed for murder, not dying in a cave full of dementors, and being more fun than the last 5 defense professors put together. Which, frankly, isn't a high bar. And yes, including Remus. A Ravenclaw muttered something. Sirius smirked. I also happen to be the proud owner of a dragon-baiting scar I will absolutely show you if you're annoying enough. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. You can call me Professor Black. Or Sirius. Or Sir. Or, if you're in trouble, probably just please don't give me detention. He grinned wider. Sirius Orion Black, at your service. Then he held up a hand and added, this year, will be a great sob story. Groans. Applause. A few confused first years. Sirius sat back down, satisfied. Dumbledore didn't even blink. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. Dumbledore raised his goblet. Now. Hem. The woman in pink shifted in her seat. That same smile still plastered on. Dumbledore didn't react at first. Then, slowly, he turned. Miss Umbridge. She adjusted her cuffs. Headmaster, I believe a second introduction is in order. I see. He studied her a moment. How would you prefer I introduce you? She gave a sniff. As the new history of magic professor, of course. Gasps scattered through the room. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Sprout's mouth pressed into a line. The Weasley twins were already halfway into burning the tablecloth. Dumbledore didn't blink. That's curious. Professor Rosier has not resigned. Her smile faltered. And as Hogwarts does not tend to stack professors on a single subject, I'm afraid we have no vacancy there, Dumbledore continued. Should Professor Rosier choose to take a sabbatical, Professor Binns has already expressed interest in returning to his previous post. Umbridge's mouth twitched. Hem. The Ministry is concerned, Headmaster. Professor Rosier has, over the past few years, clearly established that Professor Binns's curriculum was insufficient, outdated, lacking in rigor. Her gaze flicked down the table. And as Professor Rosier has yet to appear, the Minister felt it prudent I arrive early. Just in case. No one spoke. Somewhere in the middle of the hall, a fork hit a plate. Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Just as he was about to say something, the ceiling cracked with lightning. It was so bright, it was as if someone cast a lumos. Half the hall flinched. Students shielded their eyes. Plates clattered as a gust swept through the room, hot and dry. Then came the sound. A split second after the light, thunder cracked so loud it rattled teeth. Someone near the Ravenclaw table yelped. The main doors groaned. Then slammed open. Every head turned. A figure stood there, framed in the lightning. Sorry I'm late, he said. Got caught talking to a tree. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. I hope it was a fruitful discussion. Oh, it was. Real groundbreaking stuff. Cashin walked into the Great Hall like he hadn't just vanished off the face of the earth 3 months ago. His coat was damp at the edges, the wooden staff tapping the ground with each step, and perched on his shoulder was a dragon the size of a curled-up cat, scales a deep red black. The hall had gone dead quiet. Hundreds of students stared as if a ghost was strolling through their pudding. The staff table froze. Even the floating candles flickered. The dragon let out a chuff, then lifted off with a lazy flap, coasted above the tables, and dropped down to Bathsheda's arm. She caught it without blinking, eyes still locked on Cashin, smiling like she'd known all along, as ash melted into a tattoo on her forearm. Then the penny dropped. And the whole place exploded. Cheers slammed through the room. Half the Gryffindor table stood so fast their benches scraped. Hufflepuffs were clapping like mad. Ravenclaws were banging on the tables. Slytherins breathed sighs of relief, he lives. A few commented with smiles. Fred and George didn't bother with the aisle. Professor R. They vaulted the bench. Fred got there first, arms out. George lunged from the side. Cashin stepped clean to the right. The twins collided midair and crumpled onto the floor in a heap. Ah, gravity, Cashin said. Never fails. George groaned from the floor. Why would you dodge our expression of love? Fred rolled over. We were going for a heartfelt reunion. Precisely why I dodged. They both grinned up at him. Someone started chanting Rosier, Rosier. Someone else tossed a hat in the air. Cashin ignored all of it and made for the staff table. He stopped just in front of Umbridge, one brow raised. You're in my seat. She looked up, still smiling. The kind of smile you get from someone who's about 5 seconds from selling you poison and calling it tea. But the tension in her jaw gave her away. That, and the way her hands stayed flat on the table, fingers twitching. Ah, yes. How rude of me, she said, standing neatly. But she didn't leave. Just hovered beside the chair, as if she hoped the furniture might decide she was still the better option. Cashin didn't sit. He looked at her, then at the chair, then back. Well, he said, waiting. Her smile strained. She cleared her throat. I was under the impression the Ministry had. Oh, no, I'm sure they were. Very under the impression. Sounds exactly like them. A few snickers drifted from the Gryffindor table. She tried again. The Minister felt. Cashin sat, ignoring her. He reached for the goblet by his plate, gave it a sniff, then took a sip like he'd been here the whole time and everyone else was late. Dumbledore wore a fake concern. Mr. Filch, please fetch a chair for Miss Umbridge. Umbridge's smile thinned even further. Filch had already shuffled in with a spare under one arm. He shoved it into place at the far end of the table with a grunt. Umbridge didn't sit. Dumbledore raised his arms again, smiling wide. Now, let us eat. The food blinked into existence. Roast chicken. Potatoes. Gravy. Vegetables in neat rows. Some first years jumped. Umbridge still hadn't sat. Cashin popped a roast potato in his mouth and kept chewing. Bathsheba filled his plate. Chicken, mash, a bit of stew, enough bread to start a trade route. Cashin glanced at it, then her. Bit much, he muttered. When did you last eat properly? She asked, not looking at him. She slid the gravy boat over. He poked a carrot and took a bite. Yum. The students had mostly calmed down. Some were still grinning, others halfway through retelling their own version of the entrance like they'd witnessed a miracle and were determined to embellish it by dessert. At some point, Umbridge vanished through the side door. No one stopped eating. A few students glanced over. Nobody cared. Even the ghosts didn't bother. Sprout leaned in from her end, smiling through a mouthful of roast. Where were you all this time? Cashin shrugged, picked up a piece of bread. Here and there. Seeing around. Flitwick chuckled into his goblet. Nice beard. Cashin ran a hand down his jaw. Adds a certain wisdom, I'd say. Covers the lack of it, at least, Snape said, without looking up from his plate. Cashin bit into the bread. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Severus. You'd look terrible with facial hair. Snape didn't respond. His fork stabbed the poor potato. Baths Haida sipped her drink, smiling into it. Cashin shifted in his seat, nodded to McGonagall down the table, who gave him a smile before turning back to her pudding. Cashin was sprawled in the armchair nearest the fire, coat shrugged over the backrest, his boots propped one atop the other, staff resting against him. Baths Haida had claimed the armrest of his chair, legs crossed, one arm resting on his knee. McGonagall stood, arms folded, near the desk. Flitwick perched on a thick stack of books beside the hearth. Sprout clutched a mug of something aggressively herbal. Snape hadn't sat at all. Dumbledore turned from the window at last. Tell us about your travels. Cashin scratched his cheek. Still no magic, if that's what you're really wondering. He didn't look away. Dumbledore didn't either. He just nodded, looking at the ring in his hand, but said nothing. Cashin leaned on Baths Haida. Right. So. Good news first, I didn't die in a bog. Bad news. I nearly did. Twice. Possibly 3 times, depending on how you count a cliff edge and ascension tree with abandonment issues. Baths Haida huffed through her nose. Started north. Highland Caves. Found a few markers, nothing in a readable script. They liked their spiral motifs and bleeding rock walls. Then moved west, tried some standing stones out in Brecon. Thought I'd struck gold when the wind shifted and half the moss peeled off to reveal some ogham. Turned out to be someone's prank. Said piss off, thief. Sprout looked faintly scandalized. Flitwick let out a small laugh. Cashin waved a hand. Druids weren't fans of writing things down, apparently. Said it weakens memory. Makes the mind soft. McGonagall frowned. Rather arrogant of them. Oh, absolutely. But very on brand. Everything's oral tradition. Song, poem, ritual, ceremony. If you didn't memorize it, it didn't happen. Excellent for the soul, horrific for historians. Snape huffed sharply, something between a scoff and a sigh. Cashin shrugged. Found ruins older than the castle. Doors fused shut, some half sunken into peat. The wards didn't let me in. Not magically, anyway. They just didn't open. The kind of silence that feels personal. Anything dangerous? Flitwick asked. Define dangerous. Flitwick raised an eyebrow. There was a cave that tried to eat me, Cashin offered. Opened like a mouth. Full set of stone teeth. Didn't like the dragon. Backed off when she growled. I've since upgraded her from travel companion to personal security. He then stretched a bit. So, yes. A few druid markers, a lot of nature trying to kill me, and not one blasted clue how to undo what the cup did. Dumbledore moved closer. Do you believe it can be undone? Cashin looked at his hand. Flexed the fingers. No idea, he said finally. Magic leaves echoes. Always. Whether it can be reversed, that depends on whether the cup meant it as a sacrifice or a trade. Trade? Flitwick asked. Cashin tilted his head. My magic went. The tournament shut. But Minjihu still completed it. Feels like it took what it needed. Sprout shifted uneasily. That doesn't sound reversible. Doesn't sound fair, either, Cashin muttered. They fell into silence. McGonagall's voice was quiet. You'll stay, then. Cashin blinked at her. Of course I'll stay. I like my job. Snape made a noise. It might have been an actual laugh this time. Cashin ignored him. Besides, Hogwarts has excellent food, mediocre beds, and a staff room I've already stocked with my tea. Not going anywhere. Baths Haida nudged his leg with her knee. Cashin cleared his throat. Sorry. And my beloved. Sprout snorted into her mug. Baths Haida didn't look at him. I made peace with my ranking years ago, she said. History. Food. Sleep. Tea. Then me. Cashin tipped his head toward her. See? Well adjusted. Dumbledore chuckled. I'm glad you're back, Cashin. Me too, Cashin said. This place would be dull without me. Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back. We'll speak properly tomorrow. After the heads of house left, Cashin leaned back in the chair, kicked his boots toward the fire and looked between Baths Haida and Dumbledore. How did it go in China? Dumbledore sighed, slow and long. Bathshita's fingers curled into her sleeve. Utterly boring. Minjihu's grandfather, deputy headmaster, folded too quickly. Barely put up a puff. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Disappointing. You'd think a man with a white beard and ancient robes might have some backbone. Master G didn't give him the chance, she said. He was angry, swift, and brutal. Dragged out names, documents, all of it. Anyone involved was caught before breakfast. And the marauder. Bethshida's jaw clicked. Didn't trust them, it seemed. He disappeared long before we arrived. Figured he might, Cashin muttered. Flamel stayed behind, Dumbledore said. Master Nicholas is convinced the marauder will resurface. Pernell agrees. Cashin picked up the spoon from his teacup and gave it a twirl. So, not a total waste. Still, I was hoping you'd at least get a dramatic betrayal out of it. Bathsheba shrugged. One of the aides tried to bolt. Master G transfigured him into a fountain. Cashin grinned. That's more like it. Before they left, Cashin's gaze darted on the parchment unfurled across Dumbledore's desk. The Marauder's map. After last year's fiasco, they had agreed it was safer in the headmaster's desk. Better that Dumbledore keep watch than risk another lunatic slipping unseen through the castle's passages. Privacy be damned. The wards alerted the headmaster anyway, but they did not tell him who moved within the walls. The next morning, Umbridge was back at the staff table. New robe. Same pink. She passed the letter to Dumbledore like it was a summons to a duel. He took it without blinking, cracked the seal, and read. Slowly. I have a statement from the minister, Umbridge said, standing again. She didn't wait to be asked. I am to act as curriculum control liaison for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, on behalf of Minister Fudge and the Department of Magical Education. Sirius made a sound like he'd swallowed his tea wrong. Sorry, what exactly is a curriculum control liaison? Someone who alphabetizes hexes. Umbridge turned to him, smile widening. It means I am authorized to oversee educational content, advise on academic rigor, and ensure the school maintains alignment with ministry-approved standards. Cashin hummed. Hogwarts wasn't a ministry department. The board held sway, but even then, staff held 70% of the voting rights. Dumbledore alone had more say than the entire board. Fudge could bluster all he liked. If Dumbledore and the staff said no, that was the end of it. So Umbridge's new post boiled down to a ministry mouthpiece with a clipboard. She couldn't issue detentions. Couldn't veto lesson plans. She wasn't even on the rota. Her chair wasn't technically hers. Filch had to drag it out again, and it still wobbled. Nobody asked where she'd been the night before. No one cared. McGonagall spent most of breakfast pretending she didn't exist. Flitwick didn't bother hiding his snort when she tried asking about the third-year charms curriculum. Bathsheba stirred her tea chatting with her group. Snape gave her a look halfway between bored and mildly amused, then turned the page on his paper. It was clear to everyone except Umbridge that she was a decorative plant. Loud, pink, and unwelcome. By mid-morning, she'd already begun collecting copies of textbooks, pestering classroom doors, and peeking through office windows like a nosy neighbor who'd been given a clipboard and mistaken it for a crown. Cashin didn't engage. He had notes to clean, a term plan to reshuffle, and no magic. She'd learn eventually. Or she wouldn't. Either way, he couldn't care less. Cashin sat with Bathsheba in her room, one arm around her waist. She was sideways on his lap, playing absently with his beard, thumb brushing along his jaw every few seconds. I missed you, she said. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. Before he could say anything, Ash burst out with a soft whimper, claws scrabbling onto her sleeve before flopping its head onto her shoulder like it'd run a mile to get there. Bathsheba sighed and stroked its snout. Missed you too, Ash. There, there. The dragon's tail thumped against her back, wings fluttering before it curled up like a sulky cat. Cashin raised an eyebrow. You get that dramatic flair from me. Ash huffed. Then buried its nose in Bathsheba's shoulder. She kept petting it. You were gone 3 months. She earned the attitude. Fair. She let her head rest against his. You look thinner. I blame the hiking. Ash let out a low chuff and stretched across both of them. Bathsheba chuckled under her breath. He leaned back slightly, dragging her with him. She just curled her hand under his shirt and rested her cheek against his. Cashin closed his eyes. Ash started snoring. That ring, Bathsheba said, her hand drifting towards his. Cashin caught her wrist before she could touch it. Mostly cleaned, he said. But just in case. She hummed, thumb brushing the side of his hand instead. Anything special about it? He looked down at it, brow pulling. Don't know, but it feels like it. She didn't push. Her eyes closed again, head against his shoulder, fingers curling into his shirt. Cashin pushed the door open with his shoulder, dragging in something bulky under one arm. Looked like a metal box had crashed into a lamp and then been given wheels out of pity. His other hand gripped the staff. The limp in his left leg had vanished, but he was still leaning onto it. Neville, Theo, Harry, and Draco got to their feet as soon as they saw him. Two sides stared at each other. Then, without a word, Theo and Neville walked forward from opposite ends. They each took one side of the device. Harry and Draco sat back down like nothing happened. Cashin grinned. Teamwork. Hogwarts miracle. He reached the front and thudded his staff against the desk. Right then. As our lovely first lesson of the year, I thought I'd start soft. Something gentle. Light-hearted. Sentimental even. He walked over to the blackboard, grabbed a bit of chalk, and wrote out the day's subject. A few students sighed without meaning to. No wand, no spell, no flick of light. Just chalk and muscle. Lovebird to love note transfiguration. The room cracked up. Half of you still haven't cleaned glitter off your robes from last year, he added. And I know at least 3 people used that spell for actual confession notes. Tracy raised a hand. It worked, too. I'm sure it did. Half the staff is still traumatized. Cashin looked around, scanning the seats. Who here's the most athletic? Everyone looked at Harry. Then at Draco. Harry hesitated. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Harry sighed and put his hand up. Brilliant, Cashin said. Come on, then. Harry dragged himself up with the enthusiasm of someone walking to a dentist appointment. Cashin pointed to his desk. Sit. Harry glanced at the others watching him. Then at Cashin. Seriously. No, this is history not defense. Sit. Harry dropped into it, stiff as a board. Sitting up front, facing everyone, felt like a punishment. The desk wasn't much help either, there were pedals underneath. He nudged one with his foot, frowning. Cashin watched Neville and Theo head lug it in, gave it a once-over, then nodded, thanks, boys. This, he said after they settled back, is an overhead projector. Anyone here knows what it is? Hermione's hand was already half raised before he'd finished the sentence. A few other Muggleborns and half-bloods joined in. Cashin gave them a quick nod. Good. You lot can explain it later when it inevitably jams. He walked around the side, prodding a few buttons. Nothing happened. He adjusted something at the back with a screwdriver that definitely hadn't come from any wizarding shop. It's a Muggle teaching device, he said. Slides in the top here. He slid a rune-inscribed sheet into a tray. A light comes through from underneath, reflects up onto that mirror, then blasts the image onto the wall. He gave the class a look. Muggles made this work without magic. Imagine the sheer desperation. Laughter broke out. Harry gave the pedals another poke. The mirror twitched. Cashin stood up straighter, clapped his hands. Now, as this castle is very good at murdering anything remotely electric, your lovely rune professor and I tweaked the guts. Removed anything too sensitive, replaced most of it with mechanical bits, runes, and a few small cogs. He gave Harry a cheery pat on the shoulder. Go on then. Pedal. Get to work. Harry blinked at him. What? Come on, Potter, it's not cursed. Well, probably not. Bit temperamental. Likes a steady rhythm. Pretend it's Quidditch training. Harry set his feet on the pedals and started to cycle slowly. The projector whirred to life with a rusty hum, light flicking on, faint but clear enough to throw the rune sheet's glowing image onto the empty wall. Cashin grinned. There we go. Behold, visual aids. A few students clapped. Hermione looked like she wanted to take notes on the whole setup. Cashin walked around the front, one hand still resting on the desk. Sadly, as some of you noticed, I've lost my magic. Bit of a long story. Involves ancient cups, heroic self-sacrifice, and poor life choices. Tracy snorted. So, he said, gesturing at the image on the board, no more flashy light shows or sound illusions. In their place, this monstrosity. Which, and I say this with full sincerity, is a pain in the back. He started flipping through a folder of rune sheets. I have to carve every symbol manually, copy them onto transparencies, sync them with the right lighting spells, and beg my beloved girlfriend to help draw the ones I can't finish at 2 in the morning. He held up one sheet with exaggerated flair. Do you realize the level of devotion this requires? I am entirely whipped. Domesticated. Groans rippled through the room. Tragic, Cashin said, dramatically wiping a fake tear. But that's the kind of dedicated teaching you get here. Dean leaned over to Ron. Think he's all right? Nope, Ron muttered. Not at all. Cashin slid the next rune sheet into the tray. The image shifted with a faint mechanical click. The room dimmed just a bit as the runes glowed on the wall. Right then, he said. You lot remember Lovebird to Love Note from last year? If not, you're about to. The projector hummed louder. The first image hit the wall with a hard burst of color, smeared soil, torn sky, and a hillside scattered with smoke and splinters. A battlefield. Harry nearly stopped pedaling. Cashin didn't look away from the projection. Keep going, Potter. If you stall it, the whole thing resets. Harry muttered something under his breath and kept cycling. Cashin stepped forward. Right. I know. Half of you were probably expecting 2 birds passing poetry between tower windows. Maybe with hearts. Sorry to disappoint. He pointed at the wall. This is where it started. The battlefield shifted slightly. Wind moved across the scorched grass. The shadows of soldiers flickered through smoke. Lovebird to Love Note, he said, was a war spell. Romantic title, sure. The reality? Code delivery. Battlefield to command post. Enemy lines to fort walls. Owls means visibility. Magic means spell signatures. Traceable ink. The class had gone quiet. Came out of the Carillion enclaves, he went on. Around the year 1030. Northeast territories. Cold, vicious borderlands. Still cursed in places. Hermione leaned forward in her seat. I've read about that. The Twin City-States. Who hated each other's guts but still managed to cooperate when a third army threatened both their necks, Cashin finished. Yes. That's them. He tapped the edge of the projector tray. They needed fast messages. But every spell they had was being intercepted. Scrying, mirror hexing, birds torn from the sky. So what do they do? The slide shifted again. The smoky field gave way to a grainy illustration, a bird, small and round, landing on a soldier's shoulder. The man leaned to it, as the bird delivered the message, then vanished in a blur of disillusionment. Cashin gestured. This transfiguration used as a cipher. Lovebirds were native. Familiar. Nobody stopped to check if the one on the fence post was spying. Spell wraps around a folded note. Transfigures it into a bird. Small and fast. Sometimes carries a message in its flight path. Sometimes it delivers the paper directly. Sometimes paper is fake while the bird carries the real message. Seamus frowned. That's mental. Correct. Cashin flicked the projector again. The image zoomed in, focusing on the runes wrapping the paper before the transfiguration started. A soft voice played through the room, one of the rune-edged recordings whirled into life. A woman's voice, speaking Karelian. This spell, Cashin said, was created to protect secrets. The message must arrive. That is all. Tracy looked up from her notes. Why lovebirds, then? Why not ravens or something actually terrifying? Cashin scratched his jaw. Symbolism, mostly. They flocked to the walls. Pair bonded. Stayed loyal even when everything else fell apart. Also abundant in the area. He glanced at the image again. And they weren't magical. You kill an owl mid-flight and something might try to track it. You kill a lovebird, no one cares. Harsh, but true. Parvati raised a hand. So, when did it turn into a romance spell? Cashin gave a dry look. About 3 centuries later. Some idiot poet in West Cornwall got his hands on a watered-down version and used it to send a sonnet to a duchess. He gestured loosely. She married him. Then stabbed him. It was a whole thing. A few Slytherins snorted. Cashin shifted the rune paper. The projector gave a grumble and threw a new image across the wall. A man crouched in the corner of a cell. Thin coat. Blood on his sleeve. Walls made of metal and grey brick. The cot behind him looked like it belonged to a prison, not a wizarding one. Now, the important part, Cashin said, stepping away from the light. Like most spells, this one, it's not fixed into a single shape. Magic's not rigid. Never has been. The man in the image bit down on his thumb, pressed the blood to paper, then started writing. Each line came out rough, messy, like his hands wouldn't stop shaking. But the runes were right. One by one, they lit faintly, the edge of the page pulsing. Cashin leaned on the desk, arms crossed. Same spell. Different hands. Centuries later, this bloke found himself locked in a muggle-holding cell. Somewhere in Europe, early 1900s. He glanced at the class. The uniforms outside the door suggest the locals weren't keen on his accent. The man on the screen pressed his hand flat against the page. Improvisation, Cashin said. That's the trick. He couldn't use a feathered courier. Would draw too much attention in a grim prison. He needed something small, quiet, and capable of chewing its way through concrete if necessary. As the last rune flared, the paper jerked, twisted, and turned into a tiny, grey mouse. It sniffed the air, then bolted straight for the drain under the cot and vanished. The class gasped. Cashin walked back toward the projector. Point being, same framework, different casing. Magic adapts. The intent still held. He needed to get a message out. He slid the next sheet into place. Which is why it matters who's casting. You think this stuff's all theory until the world's falling apart around your ears. Then you're carving messages into your skin and praying the mouse doesn't die halfway to the alley. Dean muttered, hardcore love letter. Cashin pointed at him without looking. Put that on your homework and I'll give you a gold star. A few students laughed again. Some were still staring at the place where the mouse had vanished. Right, Cashin said, turning back to the desk. Breaks in 5. Before that, I want you to list 3 reasons why transfiguration-based courier spells eventually replaced enchanted quills, and 2 reasons why the ministry banned them for civilian use. He scratched his chin. Bonus points if you can explain the 1922 Parliament riot without blaming the birds. The projector creaked. Harry kept pedaling. Cashin reached down and slapped the side of the machine. That's enough, Potter. Thank you. Harry groaned and let the pedals slow. The projector sputtered a bit, then went dim. He stood up, stretching his legs. No problem, sir. Cashin waved him off and turned to the class. Next week it's you, Malfoy. Bring legs. Draco didn't argue. Just gave a quick nod. Cashin clapped his hands. Right. Answers. Give me 3 reasons. Anyone not Granger wants to start. Seamus raised his hand, half reluctant. Go on. They were harder to track, he said. Especially in enemy territory. Good, Cashin said. Not impossible to track, mind you, but a quill writes. A bird moves. Easier to lose sight of something that flies out your window than something scratching at a scroll. Hermione added, the spell can be layered with extra protections, runic barriers, timed transformations, even memory encryption if needed. Yes, Cashin said, pointing. Flexible spell structure. You can stack it like a cursed cake. A quill spell does one thing, writes. That's it. Anyone breaks your wards, they get the message. Neville chimed in, they could pass through places where magic would usually get blocked. Cashin smiled. Exactly. Silent magic. Enchanted quills hum. Trigger wards. You send a bird through a place like the Black Forest, it doesn't light up the whole sky. He scanned the room. Anyone else? Tracy said, they don't always look magical. Someone sees a quill writing on its own, they know it's magic. But a bird hopping about. Cashin snapped his fingers. Yes. Camouflage. Most enemy wards in the early wars didn't even bother with common wildlife. Saved power. A few scribbled that down. All right. Homework, Cashin said, straightening. 2 parts. First, same as I said before, 3 reasons for the switch, 2 for the ban. If you forget the Parliament riot, I will know. He stepped back, hand resting on the projector's edge. Second part. Get creative. Pick any mundane object and write how you transfigure it into a courier. Use real spells. Real theory. Tell me what it carries, how it hides, and what happens if it gets caught. Lavender raised a hand. Are we allowed to pick animals? No. That's cheating. I said objects. If I get 10 essays about paper folding into paper cranes, I will set my desk on fire. A few students laughed. Cashin nodded toward the door. Right. Go on, then. Try not to hex each other in the corridor. And someone give Potter a biscuit. He's earned it. Harry sat back down, still muttering about sore knees. Ron handed him a chocolate frog. The dueling room was already noisy by the time Cashin and Bath's Haida stepped in, spells fizzing mid-air, someone laughing too loud, and the faint crack of a dummy hitting the far wall. Students scrambled back into formation when they noticed the door open. Cashin scanned the room, head tilted slightly. Bit lively for the first 5 minutes. Bath's Haida gave a shrug. They've been cooped up all week. Probably happy to cause some controlled mayhem. Then they saw Sirius was perched on a stack of crates like a pirate in full recruitment mode. A few students had formed a rough circle around him, half of them grinning, the other half clearly waiting to be hexed. Cashin didn't think much of it. Professors wandered into his club all the time, some hovered in the back, others gave pointers during drills. Sirius spotted him, grinned like a man who'd stolen something and gotten away with it. I decided to take over the club, he called out. Cashin blinked. Oh. Sirius hopped down. Thought it could use some new material. Shake things up. Bath's Haida raised an eyebrow. And who approved that? I did, Sirius said cheerfully. In a mirror. Looked very official. Cashin tilted his head. And I assume the mirror hasn't punched that face for a long time. Not yet, Sirius replied. But it did suggest I rename this place. Thinking Black's Battle Barn. Has a ring to it. BBB for short. Cashin stared at him for a long beat. Then turned to the nearest student. Is this how he opened the session? Dean nodded, wide-eyed. Said dueling's outdated and we should learn honest violence. Then he tripped over a bench. Sirius pointed a warning finger. I meant to do that. Cashin ignored him. Right. I see. He walked a slow line across the mat, staff tapping the ground. You're aware, he said, this isn't Gryffindor Quidditch Club with extra wand waving. I am, Sirius said, unbothered. And these are teenagers. Not backup for your next bar fight. Technically, Sirius offered, only some of them are teenagers. Cashin gave Bath's Haida a sideways glance. Am I being replaced or recruited? Depends, she said. Do you want to? Sirius leaned on the back of a chair. We could make you second officer of spell-related shenanigans. Cashin deadpanned, tempting. But I prefer Professor Rosier. Has a touch more dignity. Someone near the back muttered, barely. He pointed in that direction without turning. Who said that? No answer. Cashin shook his head, turned back to Sirius. If you're set on helping, fine. But this is still my club. Sirius' grin slipped. You really want me to say it? Cashin lifted his chin. Say it. Sirius huffed, jaw tie. Fine. You lost your magic. How will you teach in dueling club? Cashin grinned, sharp and toothy. I brought my better half. Sirius glanced at Bath's Haida, then back. Why don't you let me have it? Cashin shrugged. Simple. I don't want to. They stared at each other. Eyes clashing. The room had gone dead quiet. Even the dummies looked as if they were holding their breath. Then Sirius sighed. Fine. How about a duel? She against me. If she wins, you can do as you wish. If I win, I get the club. Cashin's eyes went cold. Students stepped back, even though every one of them knew Cashin didn't have magic anymore. It didn't matter. Instinct said move. Make space. Bath's Haida looked 1 second away from hexing Sirius through the floor. Cashin chuckled. I've got a better one. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Cashin walked towards the ring. If you win against me, I'll let you take the club. Sirius let out a short breath. You. Cashin stopped at the edge of the ring, stepped in, and turned around. Me. Fred and George were halfway through setting up a betting pool when Bath's Haida turned her head and gave them a look. They froze. Grinned. Then quietly folded up the parchment and pretended they'd been discussing weather patterns. The students shifted in a wide arc around the ring. Sirius bounced on his heels, wand loose between 2 fingers, the picture of someone who thought this would be quick and a bit of fun. Cashin leaned on his staff. Sure you're up for this? Sirius asked. Cashin tilted his head. Planning to bore me into a coma. Sirius grinned wider. You'll miss my jokes when you're face down on the mat. Cashin smiled. Unlikely. Sirius didn't answer. He stepped back and spoke cleanly, wand cutting the air. Conf Ringo. Cashin moved on instinct. The blast tore past his shoulder and slammed into the mat, scorching a black seam across it. He clipped his sleeve, curled the fabric. He landed, then stopped. The floor felt wrong. He squinted down at the mat. When the hell did you lay this? There was no visible glow but he could sense it. Pressure ward, key to wait. Sit and wait type. The sort you place 3 moves before you need it. Sirius, despite his casual look, was taking this seriously it seemed. Cashin shifted his weight to his toes and slid sideways. The ward answered him anyway, a faint blue pulse chasing the shadow of his step. Sirius didn't wait for him to figure out. Incarceres. The word rang out, but the ropes didn't come from him. They lashed in from the benches behind Cashin, snapping fast. Cashin dropped to one knee, felt one crack the air where his neck had been, another smacked into the wall. He slid sideways on the staff, boots barely brushing the mat. Cold flared to his left. Wandless and silent. He twisted as frost burst across the pillar behind him, ice racing down stone. His coat snapped. The chill bit through wool and skin. His heel dipped. The floor ward stirred. Bloody. He caught himself with the staff instead, leaned his weight into it. The ward fluttered, irritated, but didn't fire. Sirius circled. Wand loose. Other hand raised briefly, fingers flexing like he was counting something only he could see. Something scraped behind Cashin. The cracked remains of a practice dummy hauled itself upright, wood flowing as it moved. Its torso stretched, head reshaping midair into scales and a snapping jaw. Cheap, Cashin thought. Which means the real one's coming. He turned and swung in one motion. The staff cracked into it and the transfiguration burst apart into scraps of paper and ash. Right on cue. Ventus. The word sent a wide gust tearing across the mat. Cashin ducked into it and felt the real hit come in from the side, another wandless and mean. It caught his ribs like a soaked rope. Pain flared sharp. He sucked in air and kept moving. Disarm with the wand, he realized, hit with the hand. Bastard. The rope snapped alive again. Delayed spell. They lashed in from the side, one looping around the staff and yanking it offline. Cashin didn't fight it. He stepped with the pole, let it drag him to build speed, then ripped it free with the hooked end and spun. Sirius was already moving. 2 spells followed each other so close they blurred. One skidded low, adhesive and spreading. The other warped mid-air, metallic sheen to it. Transfiguration layered over force. Cashin jumped the first, clipped the edge. His boot dragged for half a second too long. He felt it grab. He twisted through the second, hit the mat on his shoulder and rolled. Up again. He was closer now. Sirius shifted back, wand lifting, and his fingers flicked again. The floor went cold. Cashin felt the frost crawl under his boots, heard the mat crack as it locked. He lunged anyway, ribs flaring, breath tight. The freeze snapped shut behind him. Vertimil Sirius started. Cashin was already inside the range. The staff snapped forward and jammed between Sirius's feet. Sirius tried to pivot on reflex. Too late. His boot caught the wood. Cashin stepped through and brought his heel down. Hard. Sirius went down flat, breath punching out of him, wand skittering across the mat. Silence slammed into the room. Cashin stood over him, chest heaving. His side burned where the wandless hit had landed. Not crippling but hurt bad. He pressed his fingers there, then let his hand drop, looking down at Sirius. Would you like to make a dramatic speech about teamwork now or later? Sirius groaned, arm over his face. You're a menace. Cashin offered a hand. You broke my foot. Sirius whined. He hauled him up. Sirius winced all the way. From the doorway, Bath's Hato was watching with the same cold expression. Are you done playing? Sirius muttered, he cheated. Cashin rolled his eyes. You're welcome to join in and give pointers. Sirius sighed, annoyingly long and theatrical, then turned toward the door. Got it. Your club. He limped out with as much dignity as a man nursing a bruised foot could manage. Bath's Hato kept glaring at the doorway after it shut. Should have let me handle that. Cashin glanced at her, mouth twitching. And maim him? Students still need a defense professor. She snorted, pleased despite herself. Cashin turned back to the room. Every pair of eyes snapped to him, some buzzing, some still half stunned by what they'd just seen. All right, he said, tapping the staff against the floor. Fun time's over. A few groaned. Wands up, Cashin went on. We're learning a nice spell. Fred and George were already bouncing on their feet. Is it another one of your unique skills? Fred asked. Please say it explodes, George added. Cashin's mouth tugged upward. It is. Today, I'm teaching you a spell I created. Lumos Spectrum. The room deflated. A collective groan rolled through the hall. Some actually booed. Lee Jordan was the loudest of them. Lumos. Lee called. That's it. We just watched you floor Professor Black and now we're doing torches. Cashin ignored him and leaned his weight onto the staff. Relax. I haven't taught Lumos in years, he said. Felt nostalgic. Old age does that. You're not old, Lee shot back. Just grumpy. Cashin squinted at him. Should I use you as my test subject? Lee, shut up. Hermione was already standing straighter. Harry hadn't said a word, but his eyes were fixed on Cashin. They'd both seen this spell before in the forest. Cashin nodded to Bath's Haida. Professor Babbling will now display the spell. She rolled her eyes, but stepping forward, wand raised. Lumos Spectrum. Light bloomed. It split, fanned, shifted. The air shimmered as colors slid past each other. The floor lit in uneven patches. Footprints appeared where none had been before. Faint heat ghosts clung to the stone where students had been standing moments ago. Gasps rippled through the room. Cashin tapped the staff. See? It is really cool. Bath's Haida let the light fade. Right, Cashin said. I'll spare you the full lecture. Short version, it's Lumos with range. Pushes the light across spectrums you don't usually see. Heat. Organic traces. Residue magic likes to hide in. He glanced around. Useful for tracking. Better for finding things that don't want to be found. Hermione was taking notes already. Think of it as teaching your light to ask better questions, Cashin went on. Same base charm. Different answer. Fred raised a hand. Can it show if someone nicked your biscuits? Cashin looked at him. Only if they were warm and guilty. George grinned. Brilliant. Cashin shifted his stance. Your lovely rune professor will demonstrate again. You'll copy the wand movement first. No shortcuts. If you rush it, you'll blind yourself and I'll laugh. A few students snorted. Bath's Haida lifted her wand again. The light returned, softer this time, cycling cleanly through the spectrum as Cashin talked them through the shape, the timing, where most people went wrong. All right, he said, stepping back. Pairs. Take it slow. Wands came up. The room filled with uneven light, flickers, false starts, bands snapping out of place. One Ravenclaw yelped when his wand flared hot and went dark again. Cashin pointed with the staff. Too much push. You're forcing it. Let it slide. Harry tried. His light shifted, unstable at first, then steadied. A faint heat shadow bloomed on the wall where Neville had been leaning. Harry frowned. Hey. Cashin clocked it and nodded. There you go. Lee tried again. His wand spat white light and died. Cashin tilted his head. You're sulking through the spell. It can tell. I am not sulking. Your wand disagrees. By the time Cashin called time, the hall looked like a painter's studio mid-argument. Homework, Cashin said. Groans. Practice it somewhere safe. Corridor, dungeon, wherever Filch isn't. Next week, we break it. Figure out what happens when you push it too far. That got their attention. Cashin turned, already moving for the door. Pack up. Bath's Haida shut the door behind them and kicked off her boots without a word. She glanced at him. Anything? Cashin let his staff lean against the armchair. Not yet. But it's close. She nodded, half turned toward the kettle. Next week, he added. Should hit something then. She gave him an okay and went to sort the tea. Kettle hissed. 2 mugs came down. Her favorite had a chip in the handle, he'd offered to fix it once, got threatened with wand point. He didn't ask again. So far, he had only taught regular spells and ancient variants that he awakened. Over the summer, he experienced a few more memories. The first occurred with the marauder Feng Shui lunatic. And much like the first incident, he saw fragmented scenes of either Dark Lords or Keepers, discussing various matters in the following ones. Some of them were worse than others. 2 Dark Lords arguing over which curse broke cleaner. 1 Keeper explaining how to hide intent behind intent. From this, he concluded that teaching ancient variants was leading him toward something. Something that might explain why he was in this world, why he had this cheat, and why he was the gate. This year, he wanted to test what he would gain if he taught spells of his own creation. A week later, as he predicted, his interface finally caved and decided enough people had been taught the spell. Like the ancient variants, spells he created didn't need to be taught to many, all knowledge of them originated with him. But this was a Lumos variant, and because the base spell was already widely known and, at this point, masterfully practiced, the requirement was still a bit steep. His fault, really, he was too good a teacher. Still, students across all 7 years learning it, it was enough. Cashin was in his room, half reading a translation draft on Proto-Celtic spell syntax, Bath's Haida tucked into his side, her hand in his. Heart was crackling with fire, his head on her thigh, it started to bubble. The vision hit between one blink and the next. His hand squeezed hers and he shut his eyes. Her hand went to his hair instinctively. He was being torn forward and backward at once, stretched across an impossible moment, as though reality itself couldn't decide where to place him. It felt forbidden, to stand this close to whatever was about to unfold. Like peering behind a veil that was never meant to be lifted. Then. Relief. Like seeing the sun after years underground, the sudden brightness painful and impossible to look at, but beautiful and worth it. Like drawing a first breath after almost drowning, lungs burning as air forced its way back in. But filling him with life. Like the first drop of water on a cracked tongue after days in the desert, under the scorching sun. Apotheosis, no. The word didn't feel adequate. Even the thought of it felt profane, insufficient. He felt himself lifting, beyond the flesh, but an understanding, as if a ceiling had been removed from the world. The air hummed. It vibrated, as if the world itself had drawn in a breath alongside him. He just stood there and let it settle, let the weight of the moment press in. Then he took a step. Everything responded as he did that. The moss underfoot adjusted to hold his weight better. Branches shifted without wind. Even the scent in the air, clean bark, water-drenched lichen, the sharp green of something growing, seemed tuned to him. He didn't recognize the forest. It wasn't from a memory. That much was certain. He'd seen 100 forests since summer. Walked through them. Slept under their canopies. Some had whispered. Some stayed silent. He'd traced carvings into old bark, lit fire that caught differently depending on the tree, even stepped into a grove in the north that hummed like a harp string when the moon hit right. None of them felt like this. Those places were old, yes. Some full of thorns and secret names, some with trees older than the ministry's records, one that bled green mist when you touched the wrong root. Beautiful, in their own way. But indifferent. This forest wasn't. It wasn't just watching. It was, adjusting. Like a body reacting to a heartbeat. And it knew him, in the way old family homes sometimes recognize the kids who left 20 years ago. Cashin stepped slowly, careful not to overthink it. The further in he walked, the lighter everything felt. It was welcoming. He stood in an open glade, surrounded by trees so tall they bent the sky. Light poured through the canopy like it had been waiting for permission. The forest around him breathed. But that wasn't what drew him in. At the center stood a tree. Not the tallest. Not the widest. Not blooming. It didn't need to do anything to stand out. It simply was the center of everything. Roots twisted deep into the ground. The bark carried streaks of silver and gray. Where it cracked, gentle light slipped through. Cashin stared at it and felt every part of him quiet. The noise in his head, the worries he held, fears that kept him awake, the thousand thoughts, the plans, the questions, the weight of decisions made in corridors and battlefields, all of it dimmed. There was no threat here. It wasn't demanding. No punishment waiting in the leaves. Only, welcome. One step. Then another. A fern brushed his calf as he passed. It withdrew, receding gently, like it had offered the space and now bowed out of it. He turned his head to one side, just slightly. The canopy shifted above, a single beam of light adjusting to catch his face. Cashin squinted up at it. With each step, the feeling sank deeper. He felt being recognized. Not as a wizard. Not as a teacher. Not even as a person. Just, recognized. His mouth felt dry. He doubted he could speak even if he tried. He walked closer to the center. It felt old, this tree. Ancient in a way you couldn't time. Before books. Even magic, maybe. And yet, it wasn't distant. The opposite. It was close. Close enough it could see every part of him. No, it was like, he was part of the tree. He stepped closer. The bark shifted as the wind touched it. It was communicating. He knew that without knowing how. Every movement of the leaves held a tone. Something older than words. Before language needed shape. He reached out. His hand hovered near the trunk, not quite touching. Then stopped when he felt something coming from it. Gratitude? That caught him off guard. He staggered a step back, blinking hard. The tree was grateful. To him? Cashin frowned, breathing slow and shallow, as if fearing too much noise might break whatever was happening. More impressions filtered through. It wasn't gratitude for what he'd done. It was for what he'd remembered. He swallowed. His throat felt like ash. He took another step closer. It didn't make sense. Nothing about it followed logic. And still. There it was. The feeling wasn't faint. It pressed in softly from all sides, like a blanket wrapping him. Cashin wasn't sure how to stand under that. He reached forward again. This time, his hand touched the trunk. Everything stopped. And then. Everything opened. The bark under Cashin's palm warmed. Like pressing your hand against someone's chest and feeling the heartbeat through bone. Then he heard a footstep. A woman stepped into the glade from between two trees, walking barefoot across the moss. Her hair caught the wind, dancing lightly in the breeze. She moved like she belonged. Like the tree belonged to her and she belonged to the tree. Cashin couldn't tell if she was human. The question didn't seem to matter here. She passed the roots without looking down. One hand reached out to the tree and slipped along the bark like greeting an old friend. It was casual. Familiar. What he saw looked nothing like worship. It looked like intimacy. The woman didn't look around. Didn't even acknowledge him. Maybe she couldn't see him. Or maybe she could, and simply didn't care. Her hands schemed branches, fingers curling gently around leaves. The light coming off the bark spilled across her shoulders. It hit her hair and turned it copper, then gold, then pale as ash. The wind changed direction to meet her. Cashin watched her step into a break in the roots. The tree leaned slightly in her direction. Branches shifted. She tilted her head up, eyes closed, both hands on the trunk now. A breath left her, and Cashin felt it answer. Cashin didn't breathe. He shouldn't have been watching. He knew that. He felt like he'd stumbled into something private. The whole thing felt like someone else's room, left unlocked, and he'd pushed open the door by accident. It was private and he was intruding. But he couldn't move. Not because the tree held him, or the forest willed it, but because leaving before understanding what he was seeing felt wrong. The woman moved again, fingers tracing a seam in the bark. It pulsed faintly under her hand. Cashin blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, light pooled under her feet. The tree cracked softly with her. Cashin stepped back. A roar rumbled behind the clouds overhead. The wind picked up. He looked up, and the sky flickered white. Her hand touched the bark one last time. Then she moved past the roots, into the clearing again. Her footsteps didn't make a sound on the moss. Cashin watched her leave the way she came. The tree didn't move to follow. It just stood there. Rooted. And for the first time since he'd lost his magic, Cashin felt something thrum in his bones. He wasn't sure what the hell it was. But he knew one thing. The tree had given it to him. No. It wasn't given. Reminded him he'd had it all along. That he'd remembered. He looked down at his palm. The skin buzzed faintly. His fingers curled into a fist. Then the vision broke. Cashin gasped. At first, the room felt wrong. Smaller. Walls too near. Gravity pulling heavier than it had been a moment ago. Bath's Hada was holding him close, her hair brushed against his face, tugged gently by the breeze drifting through the window. It brushed over his mouth when he turned toward her, soft and tickling. He didn't move it aside, watched them dance. Her fingers slipped along across his arm. Up, then down again. Ghosted over his shoulder, then traced the length of his collarbone. Just the way he liked it. Cashin let his eyes adjust. Let her keep going. She moved over his chest like she was reading something there, pausing above his ribs. Then down his spine, across his back. Small circles at first, then lines. His hand caught her hip without thinking. She shifted closer. You breathing? She asked quietly. He swallowed. Barely. He blinked. Still half caught in it. That feeling. It was there, coiled deep in his bones, curling under his skin. Cashin dragged in air and finally said, it happened. Bath's Hada didn't ask what. Didn't rush him. The words felt inadequate the moment they left him. He really couldn't explain how he felt there. He could have tried to explain the forest, the tree, the woman, but was the human language sufficient to describe it? Even standing there, seeing with his own eyes, feeling it on his skin, hearing the wind move through the leaves, he doubted he truly understood any of it. Cashin sighed slowly. His chest still felt open. As if something had been unlatched and not yet closed again. Bathsheda's hand didn't still. That helped. He turned his head, forehead resting against her neck. He stayed like that. Let her touch him. Let the quiet stay. Let her breathe against his hair and trace whatever marks she thought were left. And when she finally stopped, fingers curled just under his shirt, he stayed still. I think I need a drink, he muttered. She didn't move. Tea. Yes please. You're overthinking, Bath's Hada said, setting the tea down in front of him. Cashin didn't answer straight away. He picked up the cup, turned it in his hands, then let it rest against his leg. She was trying to talk him into something he'd avoided for years. She didn't push, but she didn't drop it either. Instead, she said, you teach students already. Once it's out, it's out. You may as well write books about it. I've written books, he said. And didn't sell. Bath's Hada gave him a look. Because you titled them like cursed encyclopedias. They were encyclopedias. That's the problem. He leaned back and laced his fingers over his stomach. I compiled 5 years of lectures into one collection, and people still skipped the preface. Because you called it a survey of magical development through post-classical historiography. It's accurate. It's boring. Cashin shrugged. Not my fault the world doesn't appreciate structure. Bath's Hada took a sip of her tea. You know what people do buy? Spell books. Charm theory. Wand work manuals. Anything with a flashy subtitle. I'm not adding 10 spells to change your life to a collection of history. She hummed. What about spell mastery boosting? He grimaced. Sounds arrogant. It is arrogant. I'm a historian. Not a self-help pamphlet. You're a historian teaching spellcraft. Cashin tilted his head. History through spellcraft. Oh, apologies, she said, tone dry. People appreciate the difference. He looked back at the tea. Didn't touch it. She watched him for a moment, then said, quieter, you've already taught the spells. Dozens of them. Half the school can cast 6 ancient variants at this point. Cashin dragged a hand down his face. It's not the same. How? When I teach in person, he said, I teach the risks. The context. The virtue. He shook his head, some of these older spells can do real harm in the wrong hands. She waited. And the ones I've made. He huffed through his nose. Baths, take Lumos Spectrum. It's dead simple. Shift the light, see what the eye misses. He lifted the cup, then set it down again without drinking. I can't sleep some nights thinking about it. All it takes is the wrong person. Someone patient. Someone obsessed. They wave a wand and suddenly every heat trace, every organic mark, every place a body's been becomes a map. He glanced at her. Imagine a stalker. Someone who shouldn't be anywhere near another human being. They don't need to guess anymore. They follow the trail. I handed them the torch. He finally took a sip. It had gone lukewarm. Bath's Hada set her tea aside and shifted closer. You're assuming the worst. I'm assuming people, he said. History's good at that. She studied him for a moment. You know what people already misuse. Plenty. Tracking charms. Blood magic. Scrying bowls. Half the spells in Nocturne. She leaned her elbow on the arm of the chair. You didn't invent cruelty. No, he said. But I might have made it easier. Bathsheba opened her mouth to argue. Then she closed it again. She knew he wasn't wrong. Annoyingly so. She taught runes for a living. Half her curriculum was warnings dressed up as theory. Think before you carve. Think before you bind. Think before you decide a symbol means only one thing. No, that doesn't mean may your fields be fertile and your goats obedient. She drilled it into them until they groaned. And still, she'd always worked under the quiet assumption that this was the line. You taught. You warned. What they did after that wasn't yours to carry. People were shaped by their homes, their families, their rot. You couldn't rewrite that with a lecture and a chalkboard. Cashin had ruined that belief. She looked at him now, slouched back in the chair, tea forgotten again, watching the steam curl and fade. He didn't look like a reformer. He didn't preach. He didn't soften things. He told the truth and let it sit there, awkward and sharp, until students had to deal with it. And somehow, that worked. Draco Malfoy, for one. He used to walk the halls like he owned them, chin up, mouth open, sneering at anything that didn't echo his name back at him. But now. Now he came to class early. Helped younger students with their bags. Said thank you, sometimes. Didn't flinch at Hermione's corrections. Didn't mock students. Kept Tracy from doing anything truly unhinged at least once a week. Watched Theo like he was expecting something to go wrong, and for once, actually cared if it did. She saw it clearer than anyone. In the version of the year without Cashin, Draco would have been worse by now. Louder. Crueler. Still circling the same old habits as if they were inheritance. Cashin had quietly broken it by accident. She huffed. You cheated. You've got years of teaching under your belt from before. Her mouth twitched, crossing her arms, like that might hold back the sulk. It didn't. Cashin burst into laughter seeing her face and caught her by the waist. She yelped, half toppled into his chest, and very nearly knocked over his tea. He caught the cup mid-wobble, set it down, and wrapped both arms around her. Sabotage, she muttered into his collar. You say sabotage, I say affectionate redirection. They stood there like that for a while. Her head tucked in beneath his, one hand still curled at his side. The weight of her against him was a kind of silence he didn't get from anything else. It calmed the pacing bit of his brain. Let the rest catch up. After a bit, he spoke. I know the memories matter, he said. I know these memories are important. I know, too, that the cheat only rewards if I cast these spells far and wide. But I can't do it, not in good conscience. She didn't interrupt. I just. He breathed out slowly. Baths. I can't sit and turn war spells into pamphlets. I can't spread the kind of magic that was made with blood and grief and call it education. It's not. Her arm shifted, hand tightening slightly against his back. She leaned back enough to see him. Then nodded. She then smiled against his chest, her arm sliding around him properly, fingers hooking into the back of his shirt, and held him there. That was the man she loved. Gains were there. Laid out like an invitation. The cheat had swung open a dozen paths. All he had to do was shut up and lean in. He didn't. Wouldn't. Do you think the tree and your patroness were connected? Bathsheba's voice was quiet, eyes flicking to his hand, then to his face. Cashin followed her gaze. They seem alike. He hummed. Bit on the nose, that. But yet, maybe. Her fingers played with the hem of his shirt. And that woman. Cashin smirked and traced the line of her waist with both hands. Are you jealous? She slapped his arm. Why would I be jealous? Could be the radiant tree goddess part, luminous. Glowy. Gave nature a bit of a stir. She settled back against him again, but didn't drop the subject. Do you think she was a person? Didn't feel like one, Cashin said. Just, there. Like the tree remembered her. You mean as in? I mean, the tree needed her. And maybe she needed the tree. Bathsheba rubbed a thumb over his palm. And she didn't look at me. Not once. His mouth twitched. Not even a nod. Devastating for my ego. Bathsheba leaned her head against his. Maybe you weren't meant to be seen. He snorted. Wouldn't be the first time. They stayed like that for a moment. Then Cashin said, still not sure what any of it was. Does it matter? No, he said, staring at the ceiling. But I'd like to know. Before it tries to recruit me into the moss cult or something. Bathsheba didn't laugh, but the sound she made was close. He kissed her hair. Don't worry. If I go tree mad, I'll leave you a note. She pinched his side. He grinned. See? Jealous. Neville stepped into the classroom first, bag hanging off one shoulder. Daphne followed a breath later. They nodded to each other, settling. Prefect patrol later. Daphne asked, glancing around for signs of traps. Neville nodded. Double pass on the west stairwell. Elora's road is a nightmare. She always adds extra corridors. He gave a tired laugh. You think this is about patrols? No, Daphne said. Professor R called us. That usually means the curriculum's about to catch fire or someone's soul's been accidentally transfigured into a bench. Or he's bored, Neville added, shivering. Daphne's face also blanched. The desks were all pushed back. One stool in the middle. No chalk, no parchment. No cursed projector humming in the corner either. Neville sat, dropped his bag beside him, and looked up. How's Astoria? Daphne's mouth pulled into a tired smile. Good. Bit of a menace lately, but working hard. He nodded. Gran said she saw her name in a newsletter. Something about a charm tournament. Daphne shrugged one shoulder. She got shortlisted. Didn't tell us until the letter arrived. Mum nearly passed out. I think she's hoping Astoria'll go into research. Does she want that? No, Daphne said, tugging her sleeve straight. She wants to be a curse breaker. Somewhere cold and remote, preferably with skeletons. He chuckled under his breath, then glanced at the cleared floor. Reckon we're getting a practical today. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Only two of us. Fair, Neville murmured. He leaned forward slightly. You seen the greenhouse lately? Greenhouse 5? Daphne asked. Yeah. It's glowing. More than glowing. There's a lizard living in the compost. Professor Sprout swears it's learning English. You're doing. Not this time. He scratched the back of his neck. I left a few cuttings out over the summer. Might have picked up company. Daphne gave him a flat look. Neville shrugged. You know how it goes. You plant one harmless ward root, suddenly your whole bed starts to hum. Normal gardens don't do that. Normal gardens don't listen. Before Daphne could reply, the door creaked. Cashin stepped in with his staff tapping lightly across the floor. He looked at the two of them. All right, he said. You're early. Good. Daphne glanced at Neville. We're not in trouble, are we? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Not yet. He walked to the door and slapped a paper against the wood. Rune lit up faint, soft blue under the surface. Daphne tilted her head, trying to place it. Cashin didn't explain. He repeated the same on all four walls. Last one sparked against the stone, pulsed a bit then settled. He turned, rubbing his palm. My beloved made them for me, he said. Prepaid magic. Since I've run out of mine, they come in handy. Neville stared. What do they do? Cashin tilted his head like it was obvious. Shields the room. Stops sound from going out. Or people snooping in. That changed the air. Daphne shifted her stance, shoulders pulling straighter. Neville looked between the runes and Cashin's face, then nodded. Cashin perched on the edge of the table. His eyes scanned both of them. I'll be brief and frank, he said. And if you don't want to go with it, all is good. They nodded. He watched them for a beat, then sighed. Of everyone I've met, only 4 truly stood out as deeply attuned to nature, and you're one of the top 2. Especially plants. Hagrid's the best with animals. He's already accepted my offer, but I may not merge classes even if you two agree. Your specialties are different. The pair glanced at each other. Then back at him. Not interrupting. Cashin continued. On my travels over the summer, I've learned a new branch of magic lost to time. He let that settle for a second. What do you know about druids? What do you know about druids? Neither rushed to answer. Daphne folded her arms. The green grass records trace back to Y Valley. Near Tintern of the old groves. We kept the rites going until somewhere around the 11th century. Most of it's ceremonial now, but the root work and plant inheritance never stopped. Same with ley line rotation. Still used in the garden. Some of it reacts to us. Astoria more than me. Neville nodded. Gran says we're descended from one of the tribes. Memory keepers if I recall correctly. Northern line of the Northumberland or thereabouts. They worked with the seers. Tree scrying, sap thread spells. Our greenhouse wards use the same base. Still hold, even if we don't call it druidic anymore. Cashin hummed. All right. So you know a little. Neville frowned. A little. You've got what made it through the fires and the laws and the rebranding. What families whispered over the years. But the core of it, how they saw magic, how they passed it on, how they used it, that didn't get written down. He stepped forward and tapped the staff against the floor. Because they didn't trust parchment. If something mattered, you didn't write it. You lived it. Remembered it. Passed it on through blood or word. Daphne's gaze sharpened. The spoken line. He nodded. Exactly. And most of it's gone. Scraped away, renamed, locked up under newer magic. But. He took a breath. Not all of it. Neither of them spoke. Then Daphne turned to Neville. There's a rumor in the green grass line. That we were tied to the same tribe once. Before the founders. Before the split. Back when it was all one. Neville nodded. We've got the same story. Some branch of our tree merged with yours. Then split again. Somewhere around the time Hogwarts went up. Wouldn't be surprised, Cashin muttered. Most families that far back were tangled. Especially the ones who worked the land. Green grass and Longbottom might have been the same root once. Before politics got involved. Daphne gave a small nod, as if she'd already guessed. So what now? Cashin sighed. Honestly, I'm still not sure I should be teaching this. His eyes flicked between them. But when I inherited the spells over the summer, I didn't just get the knowledge but also the intent. They, nudge. Spirits I met. They wanted it passed on. Neither Neville nor Daphne interrupted. They just listened. So far, I've found 4 people. 4 I think can carry it without turning the forest into a vanity project or lighting a village by accident. His voice dropped a bit. Your sister's one of them. Astoria. But she's still young. I'll wait. Daphne nodded in relief. In the meantime, I plan to teach you too. And Hagrid. If you're in. Neville's brow pulled tight. Daphne's expression didn't shift at all. He could tell they'd already said yes in their heads, even if their mouths hadn't caught up yet. He waited anyway. He didn't want to force them. They had to want it. Neville spoke first. What do you need us to do? Cashin scratched the side of his jaw. Well, first step's easy. Don't panic. Daphne looked unimpressed. That's your opener. Cashin walked up and held out a hand. Don't be shy. Point them. The 2 stared at him, a bit wary. Still, they each raised a finger. He touched his to theirs. The 3 fingertips met. A thin green light sparked between them. Then gone. Neville blinked. Daphne looked down at her finger, brow tight. It felt like something had wrapped around them, light, barely there, like a strand of warm air coiled just tight enough to be noticed if you focused. Cashin stepped back. Before anyone panics, no, it's not a blood oath or anything daft. No binding clause. Nothing that'll stab you in the spine if you change your mind. It's a marker, Cashin said. A reminder. That's all. Can easily be removed. Think about it hard enough, it'll break on its own. He shrugged. Daphne eyed her finger. It's soft. Cashin tilted his head. Wouldn't trust it if it wasn't. They didn't ask why he used it. They already understood. The spells I'm going to teach you, some of them aren't friendly. They'll bite. Probably you. Both were still staring at their fingers. I want your word you won't use them lightly. That's all I ask. Neville nodded. All right. Daphne gave a small shrug. I swear. Cashin's shoulders eased. Good. I'll let you know when we start. Won't be regular lessons. Might be middle of the night. Might be out by the forest. Neville sighed slowly. Daphne got up. Thank you. Cashin stepped back, smiling. You'll do fine. Cashin pushed the door open without knocking. Umbridge was already there, perched in the guest chair with a porcelain cup in her hand and that usual tight little smile that looked like it had been ironed onto her face. Dumbledore stood near the hearth, hands tucked behind his back. Cashin didn't greet either of them. He made a beeline for the Phoenix. Hello, gorgeous, he said, leaning in close. Still pretending to like him, are we? Fox gave a warble, something between annoyed and amused. Cashin scratched lightly under the bird's beak. You know you've got options. He's old. Bit crumbly. I'm spry. 10 fingers, 1 staff, and the kind of charm that gets tea refilled without asking. Fox let out a sharper chirp this time, feathers fluffing. Cashin grinned. Oh, language. Thought you were meant to be dignified. Hem. Cashin didn't turn. Umbridge sniffed. Dumbledore smiled faintly, not bothered at all. Umbridge cleared her throat again. Professor Rosier, I wasn't talking to you, Cashin said, finally turning. Though if you've come to offer biscuits, I'll listen. Her smile strained. I was under the impression we were meeting to discuss school policy. Cashin dropped into the farthest chair from her, let his staff rest against the desk, and leaned back like he had all day. Are we? She smoothed her robes. The minister is concerned about certain extracurricular activities taking place at Hogwarts. Cashin glanced at Dumbledore, then back. You'll have to narrow that down. We've got chess, gobstones, and a half-feral dueling club that occasionally sets fire to the curtains. Be specific. Umbridge didn't blink. Parents are questioning whether the dueling club is preparing students for combat. Some have compared it to a war camp. Cashin nodded. It is. That cracked her face a little. So you admit it. He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on his knees. I do. It's a school of witchcraft and wizardry. I teach them how to survive both. She made a noise that might have passed for disapproval if she'd had a spine to back it. We already have defense classes. Excellent, Cashin said. Then those who want something gentler can stay there. Dueling club isn't mandatory. If they're afraid of bruises, they can leave. Her fingers twitched against her teacup. Cashin tilted his head. I assume the minister would prefer we wait until the war's at the gates before preparing for it. Dumbledore moved to the cabinet, poured himself a drink. Didn't seem like he wanted to be part of the conversation at all. Umbridge took a breath, still smiling. Surely, Professor Rosier, there are boundaries. Encouraging aggression. No one's encouraging anything, Cashin cut in. We teach control. Restraint. How to aim a stunner without blowing someone's arm off. Which, frankly, is more than I can say for half the aura recruits the ministry spits out. She bristled. We're talking about children. He blinked. Yes. Children. Who've been attacked by trolls, Death Eaters, Dementors, cursed artifacts, and once a centuries-old snake. All within the last 5 years. But no, you're right, let's give them a pamphlet and a pat on the head. Her voice wobbled slightly. This level of independence is why they're still alive. She took a second, squinting at him. You admitted it is a war camp. Are you raising an army? Cashin didn't bite. Army's a group. A hierarchy. Ranks, orders, uniforms, salutes. He waved his hand lazily. This isn't that. Umbridge didn't back down. Then what would you call it? Education, he said, tilting his head. The sort that sticks. She sniffed. You train them for violence. No, Cashin said. I train them for reality. Her teacup hit the saucer a bit harder than intended. He went on, unbothered. What they do after, that's their choice. But if you think I'm going to stand in front of a room full of teenagers, many of whom have already seen people die, and give them a lesson on the ethics of wand etiquette, you're mad. Umbridge's jaw tightened. You're encouraging paranoia. I'm encouraging preparation, he said, leaning forward slightly. If you want paranoia, try being a 17-year-old with a target on your back, almost being kidnapped by a circle of maniacs to be used in a ritual. She sat back stiffly. You undermine ministry protocol. You bypass approval. You make decisions without clearance. Cashin chuckled coldly. Dueling Club was reopened with the governor's, staff, and headmaster's approval. 3 years ago we established Hogwarts is still a private institution. He stretched out a leg. We follow the Department of Education's guidelines, yes. We also still have a governing board. Active, nosy, and, last I checked, fully in favor of teaching students how not to die. Umbridge's smile wobbled. And we have you now, don't we, Madame Liaison? He gestured vaguely at her. Dumbledore sipped his tea. She held her ground. The minister's authority doesn't extend to curriculum enforcement, Cashin cut in. Not unless he fancies rewriting the charter. Would make for a brilliant headline, mind. Minister Fudge tries to dictate homework, spelling errors ensue. Professor Rosier. Umbridge's jaw twitched. You're mocking the chain of command. Cashin raised both eyebrows. Mocking implies effort. This is more of a hobby. She sat back a little, eyeing him like she'd found a stain she couldn't quite scrub out. He gave her a mocking smile. You don't like the way I teach? Fine. Write a complaint. Mail it to the governors. Have a moan to the prophet. I'm sure there's a columnist somewhere desperate for filler between Quidditch results. He tilted his head. But unless you've got a policy, a vote, or a magical education degree tucked under that doily, you don't get to dictate how I run my class. Her lips tightened. Cashin went on. You want to sit in? Observe? Make notes with your feathered pen and judge my chalkboard spelling? Knock yourself out. You want to tell me which spells I'm allowed to use in a club designed to keep teenagers alive when someone points a wand at them? He smiled. Not happening. She drew a breath through her nose, slow and sharp. Cashin stood, stretched, picked up his staff like this was a social visit gone on too long. If we're done here, I've got a class in 10 minutes and a mountain of essays on magical cartography. Unless the minister's planning to regulate the width of my map margins too, I suggest we both get back to work. He turned to the door, then paused. Glanced over his shoulder. Oh, and next time you try to imply I'm running a war camp, maybe don't do it while an actual army of Death Eaters, some of the most dangerous recently escaped, do mind, is actively targeting magical Britain. He gave Dumbledore a small nod. Cheers. Then walked out. Walking into the classroom, Cashin spotted Fred, George, and Lee Jordan already half wrestling by the front table, arguing over who got to cycle this week. The overhead projector hadn't even been touched yet, and Fred looked one step away from mounting it like a broom. He sighed. Loudly. Of course. That got their attention. Fred beamed. George elbowed Lee. Lee elbowed back. Cashin didn't stop. He walked straight to the board, picked up the chalk, and wrote, Extinguishing spell. The class immediately frowned. Disappointment clear on their faces. They were excited for another flashy spell, and they were getting something that sounded like the magical equivalent of turning off a tap. Jordan, Cashin said without turning, you stay. You two, sit. Fred and George let out a pair of synchronized groans. Lee grinned so wide his face might split, already hopping onto the stool. He started pedaling before Cashin had even touched the projector. It gave a groan of protest but lit up anyway. Cashin turned from the board. If it explodes, I'm not responsible. It's your legs. That's what makes it fun, sir. Cashin clapped his hands, got everyone's attention. Right. So, yes. You read it correctly. Extinguishing spell. And before any of you start crying about the lack of glamour. George raised a hand. What if I'm already crying? Good. Bottle it. We'll use it in a potion next week. A few laughed. Some heads dropped as quills started scratching, already resigned to it being one of those classes. Anyway, Cashin went on, this spell's not on the Newt's syllabus, which tells you everything you need to know about the ministry's priorities. You're more likely to be tested on goblin taxation than the spell that saved half your ancestors from being turned into fondue. Fred muttered, tragic, that. Bring it up with the new curriculum liaison, Cashin said, maybe she can do something about it. Fred and George made gagging sounds. The class laughed. Cashin waved toward the projector. This spell's ancient. Older than most of your family trees. Which means it's been through 5 name changes, 3 wars, and 1 unfortunate incident involving a bonfire, a goat, and someone who thought fireproof robes were a suggestion. Angelina elbowed Fred, who was mimicking something. Fred blew her a kiss. Cashin slapped the first rune sheet onto the projector. The wall lit up with a flickering image of a courtroom, wide marble steps, wooden benches packed with robed figures, a stand in the center charred black at the edges. By the time I finish this lesson, he said, pointing at the scene, this'll be your favorite spell. That earned him a few skeptical looks. Cashin started pacing. Remind me, what did we study in your first year? What was fire invented for? Roger raised a hand. Light. Heat. Cooking. Water purification. Protection from beasts. Shaping tools. Metalwork. Cashin waved a hand. Brilliant. Someone was paying attention. Lee gave Roger a slow clap from the pedals. As Roger said, Cashin said, fire was one of the first things that changed the game. For magics too, not just for muggles. Once we figured out how to control it, everything else got easier. Villages. Travel. Defense. Some bright spark figured out you could set your enemy on fire and suddenly, we're in the Bronze Age throwing burning sticks at each other. He moved to the projector again, slid the next sheet in. The scene shifted. A battlefield this time, shields up, robes torn, a creature looming in the distance. Smoke curled from its jaws. The dragon was massive. Even as a sketch, it dwarfed the soldiers. This, Cashin said, tapping the corner of the image, is why the extinguishing spell matters. A few leaned forward, now eyes more focused. He pointed at the field. Dragons don't care about your fancy wards. Your sparkly shield charms. You try hitting one with a basic protego and your barbecue. George raised a hand halfway. Is that a technical term? Yeah, Cashin said. Barbica's idioticus. Ask Snape. Scattered laughter. He turned back to the wall. This spell, right here, was invented when people realized dragons didn't fight fair. They breathe fire. Forests burning. Siege camps demolished. Whole wizard settlements wiped out in one breath. He clicked to the next slide. A rune circle, burnt into stone. The air above it shimmered faintly. So they made this. Earliest record we've got comes from somewhere near the Caucasus. But similar symbols popped up in Mongolia, parts of Finland, coastal Britain, deep inland China. All within a few decades of each other. He looked over the class. That tells you one thing, people all over the world were being torched at the same time, and they were desperate enough to invent a fix. Separately. Independently. Alicia raised her hand. So it wasn't spread. Nope. Converged. That's how you know a spell matters. When civilizations who've never met all create versions of the same thing. This one shows up on dragon bones. In cave walls. Carved into the bottom of old water basins. He flicked to the next image, an enormous carved rune half submerged in black rock, ash seared into the grooves. The original spell was localized. Cast it in a radius. Put out anything within that space, magical or not. Flames, embers, curses that mimicked fire. Only worked if the caster knew the exact size of what was burning. Angelina frowned. How would you know the size? It changes every second. You wouldn't. Which is why half of early magical defense was guesswork. You tried to match the fire's intent. You burn a tent? Estimate. Burn a soldier? You calculate what they were carrying. Get it wrong, and either nothing happens, or you snuff out your own lungs by accident. Fred muttered, bit harsh. That's how it was back in the day, Cashin said. Magic doesn't run on pity. It does what you ask. He crossed his arms. Now, some of the old versions still exist. Ancient Greek hexbreakers. A druidic variant carved into the old standing stones. The Mongolian forms embedded in their breath-dampening charms. You've all probably used a boiled-down version already. George raised his hand. Aguamenti. That's for water. This one suppresses, doesn't make it go. That's the key difference. You undo the fire. He swapped slides again. The next image showed a skeletal creature, mouth open mid-roar. The jaw still blackened, flame caught mid-curse. Here's where it gets fun, he said. Because this spell wasn't just for dragons. The Dark Ages saw the rise of curse fire. Creatures born from flame, souls turned to smoke, magic that burned on spite and grief alone. The spell still worked on them. Patricia blinked. Even on cursed fire. If cast properly. And with intent. He pointed at the sketch. This one came out of a forest in northern Spain. Took 6 witches and 3 circles. Roger spoke again. So the spell evolved depending on what it faced. Exactly, Cashin said. Context shaped the casting. You don't extinguish fire the same way in a desert as you do in a cursed cellar. One's heat. One's hate. Cedric raised a hand. So can intent override the scale issue? If you don't know the size, but you really mean to stop it, does the magic adjust? Cashin gave a nod. Good question. Sometimes. Depends how tightly you anchor your intent. But if you're wrong, the spell might collapse or do absolutely nothing. Cedric took notes, nodding. Cashin moved away from the light again. So when I say this might be your favorite spell, I mean it. Not because it's flashy. Nor you win duels with it. But because it's been saving lives since before we had parchment. He paused. Fire extinguishing charm, Cashin said, tapping the rune on the projector sheet, was the first spell made to shut down what people once thought were gods. He stepped out of the light, hands tucked behind his back, the class watching as the faint image of a dragon's skull hung behind him. Dragons, he said, were divine for centuries. Messengers of flame. Scorchers of armies. Every civilization with half a mythos saw them as power made flesh. Envy. Awe. Fear. All wrapped up in scales and teeth. I explained how far humanity went to mimic a fraction of their power in Draconis spell. They tried wings. Fire. Scales. Failed all of it. So when they realized they couldn't become dragons, they did what humans always do when they don't get their way. They found ways to take away what dragons had. Fire. The projector hissed. Slide shifted. Burnt hills. Ashes layered so thick the outline of charred trees had fused into one another. Someone in the back of the class gasped. He shook his head with a chuckle. This is an uprising against natural order. A fight against the food chain. Pure defiance. Arrogance in its simplest form, humanity refusing to be under anything. We had to be on top. With nature's most exquisite creation, brains. A few students shifted. Cashin tapped the projector tray. We couldn't fly, so we built brooms. Couldn't breathe fire, so we made cursed wards and glass bomb potions. Couldn't rip trees from the ground, so invented spells instead. He glanced over the room. When none of that made us top dog, we made a spell to take their fire away. Think about it, someone had to stand close enough to a dragon, get nearly roasted, and go, you know what this needs. Less fire. Absolute lunacy. But it worked. That was the line. That's when we started winning. He swapped to the next slide, an old parchment sketch of a wand cutting through smoke, spell glyphs inked around a battlefield. The runes shimmered faintly, barely lit. Dominion. Dragons were gods, once. And we made spells to kneel them. That got a silence that finally stuck. You'll hear a dozen reasons in a textbook for why dragons went rare. Environment change. Wand standardization. They were never that common to begin with. Bollocks. He flicked back to the slide of the dragon skull. They vanished because we stripped the world of the one thing that made them unbeatable. You ever wonder why the ministry regulates magical beasts so tightly? Not because they're dangerous. Because we've already wiped out half of them once. Can't let the rest remember what they used to be. Cashin stepped away from the light and rolled his shoulder. He let them look at the image a bit longer. The spell's been softened now. Trimmed for school use. Cut down so you don't pass out mid-cast. The version we'll learn doesn't burn your hands or need a chanting circle. But it comes from the same place. Some were staring in awe. Others scribbled down notes rapidly. Lee had stopped peddling. Even he knew better than to ruin the moment. You don't need to be flashy to be frightening, Cashin said. Some of the most powerful magic ever made didn't blow anything up. It simply told the world to shut up and did. Now, he said. Who wants to learn how to do it? Cashin knocked on Hagrid's door, then pushed it open. Ready or not, here I come. Inside, Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron were already settled, knees bumping under the small table, mugs in hand, steam curling lazily from them. The fire snapped in the hearth, wet cloaks drying nearby. Cashin raised a brow and dropped into the large armchair. What's this? Detention or therapy? Hagrid lurched to his feet. Cashin. His voice came out slightly too cheerful. Didn't expect yet. Cashin tilted his head. Clearly. What's with the bruises? Hagrid looked anywhere but at him. Let me get ya some tea. He was already moving, back turned before Cashin could press again. Cashin frowned at his back, but didn't say anything. He glanced at the others instead. So. How's the chaos? Depends which class, Harry muttered. Ron took a sip from his mug. Potions is, well, potions. Cashin made a face. Still surviving Snape's personality, then. Impressive. Hermione perked up. Professor Black has turned defense into some sort of stunt workshop. Cashin blinked. He hasn't exploded anything yet. Only emotionally, Harry said, deadpan. Cashin pointed his mug at him. Good. Builds character. Hagrid returned and set a cup down with an awkward thud, sloshing the tea over the side. Cheers, Cashin said, eyeing the large and heavy mug. He took a sip anyway. It tasted vaguely of honey and something herbal he couldn't name. Ron scratched at his neck. You gonna ask him properly? Cashin looked up. Ask who what? Harry shifted in his seat. Hagrid's hurt. Hagrid waved a hand. Nothing serious. Hermione frowned. It's not nothing. You came to breakfast limping. And you winced when you sat down, Neville added. Cashin glanced between them, then looked back at Hagrid. If this is another secret dragon, blink twice. Hagrid busied himself refilling the kettle. Cashin sighed. Right. Someone tell me before I start guessing and end up right. Hermione glanced at Hagrid, then at the others. Harry spoke first. Something's in the forest. Cashin didn't react to that. There were a lot of somethings in the forest. Ron added, it's been moving. Closer. Hagrid's been trying to keep it away. Cashin leaned forward slightly. And what, exactly, are we dealing with? Something local? Something brought in. Hagrid did a very good job of ignoring them. Hermione's hand curled around her mug. It hasn't attacked anyone yet. But, something's wrong. Cashin switched targets. He set the mug down and looked at the others. You lot. No wandering near the forest. If you even think about a shortcut, I will personally drag you back and assign you detention with Filch. Ron groaned. Bit harsh. We'll keep you alive, Cashin said. Take the trade. They talked for a while after that. Just the usual bits. Class gossip. Neville's greenhouse project. Hagrid's newest definitely not dangerous pet. Then Harry leaned forward, brows drawn. Why is that woman coming to our classes? Cashin didn't need to ask who he meant. The question came with a scowl. There was only one person in the castle who could cause that face. He set his mug down. Because the ministry thinks we're hiding something. Hermione shifted. What kind of something? Cashin raised an eyebrow. The big, terrifying, political kind. Voldemort came back. 2 people saw it. One of them is under a blood oath. The other's me. Harry looked down at his mug. Ron muttered, they think you're lying. Cashin shrugged. They think it's inconvenient. Truth usually is. Hermione's jaw twitched. But she sits in on lessons. Because clearly the curriculum is the real threat, Cashin said. Gods forbid someone learn what happened the last time people ignored a snake cult. Neville stared into his tea. So they're spying on professors. Cashin gestured at the door. Spying, sniffing while spying. Hard to tell. She's got that face like she wants to send someone to bed without pudding. Harry looked up. So what happens now? Cashin leaned back. I keep teaching. You lot keep learning. And if she asks you anything, be polite, smile, and lie through your teeth. Hermione gave him a look. What? He said. Good practice. Might come in handy when the world tries to make you smaller. Harry's fingers curled around the handle of his mug. After a while he kicked them back to the castle, pointed at the door, and waited until the last one slouched off muttering about unfinished tea. Then he turned to Hagrid. Bonded with anything yet? I know you're itching, but Bath's Haida says Ash eats half her magic. Greedy little thing, but dragons are a different breed. Stronger magic, heavier pull. You might bond with more, but their power'll be thin. So, think before you snog the first thestral you see. Hagrid nodded, scratching at his chin. I thought about a few. Decided to hold off for now. Would be nice if there were another dragon hatchling though. Cashin hummed. He might be able to get one from Weasley's, man worked with them daily, probably had spares. Technically, Ash had been Hagrid's in the first place anyway, before it made a very illegal detour. But still, could Hagrid manage it? Bath's Haida only managed because her magic echoed Yrsa's. And because she wrangled the beast before the bond. Not many could do that. Dragons weren't house pets. What happened to Fluffy? Cashin asked. Hagrid's face pulled like someone had stepped on a puppy. Headmaster sent him back to the camp after first year, he said, voice thick. I miss him terribly. He was a good lad. Cashin raised both brows. That 3-headed menace. He weren't a menace, Hagrid muttered. He liked music. So do banshees, Cashin said. Doesn't mean I want one guarding my closet. Hagrid looked vaguely offended on Fluffy's behalf. Cashin reached over and gave him a solid clap on the arm. Right, you sentimental brick. If a dragon shows up, I'll put in a word. Hagrid gave a crooked smile. Thanks, Cashin. Don't thank me yet. Baby dragon's one thing. Bonding with an adult dragon is not easy. Hagrid waved it off. I'll train him proper. Cashin snorted, shaking his head. Sure you will. He didn't say no, though. Just tucked the thought away. Then he checked the visible skin, bruising. Johnny. Hagrid stiffened. Yes, Papa. Cashin squinted. Hiding secrets. No, Papa, Hagrid mumbled, already fidgeting. He raised a finger. Telling lies. Hagrid shook his head, bit too quick. No, Papa. Cashin sighed and sat back. Raise your sleeve. Hagrid gave an awkward little laugh, somewhere between nervous and guilty. Ha ha ha. Cashin didn't move. Tell me what can injure you. I know it's not beasts. Hagrid fiddled with the hem of his coat. It's hard to explain. Cashin didn't blink. Try me. Hagrid looked at the door like he was hoping someone else might walk in and save him. No one did. Even Fang had buggered off somewhere. It's not creatures, Hagrid said finally. It's my brother. Cashin paused mid-sip. Didn't know you had a brother. Hagrid sighed. Half-brother. He's a giant. Cashin huffed. Oh. Well, that explains the bruises. Wasn't meant to go this way, Hagrid muttered. Cashin looked at him for a long moment. Start from the top. What happened? Hagrid shifted his weight, fingers worrying the hem of his coat. Dumbledore sent me and Maxime on a job, he said. Last summer. Said it was important. We went to find the giants, Hagrid went on, not quite meeting his eyes. Try and talk to M. Get M on our side, if they'd listen. Cashin shook his head. How'd that go? Hagrid scratched at his beard. Not well. First 3 days were fine. Got a few of the elders to sit down, listen. Then the new Gurg, chief that is, he didn't like the idea of peace. Thought we were spies. Were you? No, Hagrid said, quick. But didn't matter. They started throwing rocks. Maxime nearly got her ribs crushed. Cashin gave a whistle. Lovely people. They ain't all bad, Hagrid muttered. But they don't trust magics. Not after what happened with the ministry. No one does these days. Hagrid's shoulders dropped. We were about to leave when I found my brother. Grob. Same mum. Different dads. Bit small for a giant. Still 5 meters, but that's short by their standards. Cashin looked at the bruises again. Did you need to fight? He was getting knocked around, Hagrid said. Didn't know any of the others. They kept throwing stuff at him, calling him runt. I couldn't leave him. So you smuggled a half-wild 5-meter brother across Europe? Cashin tilted his head. Bold. I thought maybe I could teach him, Hagrid said, more to his mug than to Cashin. Bring him round. Make him more civil. And he's the one leaving you black and blue. Hagrid winced. He don't mean to. He's just, he don't understand boundaries. Or words. Or, most things. Cashin let out a long breath. Where is he now? Deep forest. Past the ridge. Cashin gave him a flat look. That's close to Centaur's clearing, yet. They've complained. I bet. Hagrid rubbed his face with one massive hand. I dunno. He tries to get back to the mountains sometimes. Doesn't get far. Gets lost. Gets angry. Cashin frowned. It was family, technically. Didn't mean it couldn't flatten a village if it sneezed wrong. You should use the spell I taught you. Hagrid's face pulled. I thought about it, he muttered. But he's not a beast. Cashin almost said he was. Giants were magical creatures. Dangerous ones, no matter how soft a backstory you slapped on. But Hagrid wasn't looking for definitions. He was looking for a reason not to give up on someone with his blood. Centaur lot respect you. Dumbledore too. He said with a sigh, but you know they won't put up with this forever. A giant camping next door? Kids to protect? Territory lines drawn? That won't end quiet. Hagrid looked away. Cashin went on. And from the state of your ribs, I'm guessing your brother doesn't really understand restraint. He's not mean, Hagrid said quickly. Just, confused. Confused and 5 meters tall is still 5 meters tall, mate. Cashin rubbed the side of his jaw. One wrong move, he squashes a foal, and the centaurs will answer with arrows. Hagrid didn't argue. Cashin sat back. You're playing a losing game here. I can handle him. No, you want to handle him. That's different. Hagrid's shoulders bunched like he'd been struck. But he didn't say anything. What do you think I should do? Cashin didn't answer right away. He stared into the mug, watching the leaves spin at the bottom. Then he said, get him somewhere safe. Somewhere away. Somewhere he can't hurt people just by turning too quick. And how am I supposed to do that? Cashin tapped the edge of the mug. Dunno yet. But I'll help you figure it out. Hagrid looked up. Eyes bloodshot, but clear. You will. I'm not letting you go stomp around the forest alone, playing babysitter to a half-feral brother who thinks trees are chew toys. A huff of something half laugh, half grief left Hagrid. Cashin drained the mug. Besides. You've still got a class to teach. And a lizard in your compost to explain. Hagrid gave a short, rough chuckle. Cashin stood and reached for his coat. We'll talk to Dumbledore. See if he's got a lead. And in the meantime, you will use that spell if Grop loses control again. Understand? Hagrid nodded. It wasn't proud. Wasn't happy. But it was honest. Cashin clapped him again on the shoulder. Good. He paused at the door. Don't wait too long, Hagrid. If he does something unforgivable, you'll be forced to live with it. As Cashin walked past the wall on the 7th floor, 3 paces in, the door slid into view. Before he could push it open, a ghost was already floating beside him. Good evening, Cashin, Grey Lady said with a smile. He gave her a half-wave. And to you, Lady Helena. They stepped inside together. The room had shaped itself into a narrow study, stone shelves, flickering candles, and at the center, a single desk. A silver diadem and a dull locket laid side by side. Helena didn't go near them. She hovered at a polite distance, eyes on the table. Have you found anything on RAB? Cashin dropped into the chair. Nope. Still a fat nothing. He stared at the objects. Back in his 4th year, the year the basilisk stalked the halls, he and Baths Haida had done something very clever and very stupid. They brought a cursed diary into Hogwarts. Then they lost it. They thought it was safe and locked under their clever wards. Then Lockhart happened. He'd nicked the diadem with help from the ghost now floating across the room. Wore it like a crown for weeks. The thing made him sharper. The Horcrux inside it had been whispering right in his ear. Lockhart admitted later it was the Grey Lady who helped him. Led him right to the diadem. Told him where it was hidden. Cashin and Baths Haida questioned her, obviously. Right after Lockhart's stunt blew up in their faces and he had to wrestle the diadem off him. She told them her name was Helena Ravenclaw. Told them about the voice. Her mother's. Telling her to take the diadem and give it to Lockhart, the pride of Ravenclaw, the brilliant scholar, the shining star. So she did. Because she thought it meant something. Atonement, maybe. Redemption. She'd held on to guilt for 1,000 years, sounded about right. Turned out it was Riddle again. Same old trick, just more subtle this time. He wasn't even there, and he still got what he wanted. Cashin didn't hold it against her. Neither did Baths Haida. He couldn't, not when she'd spent so long trying to undo something that had gone wrong before Hogwarts even had plumbing. Lockhart was the one who'd drawn it out. Riddle probably thought the same thing. That Lockhart might actually be clever enough to carry one. The irony practically wrote itself. The Grey Lady laughed lightly. Maybe it was really my mother's voice. In the end, you did manage to clean the diadem from Riddle's magic, didn't you? Cashin rolled his eyes. Then your mother's not as smart as I assumed. I nearly died doing it. If she'd just told you to bring it to me directly, I would have cleaned the thing for free, and Lockhart wouldn't have unleashed hell on the school. Helena hung her head. That's true. Still can't believe Uncle Salazar's pet was misused like that. He loved that basilisk. Cashin stopped. Wait, you knew about it? She looked puzzled. Of course. Everyone did. He created it just to one-up Aunt Helga's badger. It's quite a funny story. Cashin stared. You're telling me, that was true? That's why he made a basilisk. He and Baths Haida had found a half-rotted scroll hinting at some feud involving Salazar and a magically resistant badger, but they assumed it was a joke. Helena continued, entirely straight-faced. He said if Aunt Helga got a magical creature for a mascot, so would he. And it would be better. And terrifying. And long. Cashin slumped in the chair. So, Hogwarts' biggest disaster serpent was born because someone got jealous of a magical badger. Helena looked far too pleased. Yes. Cashin snorted, shaking his head. Truly eccentric people. He took the ring off his finger and dropped it on the desk next to the diadem. He watched the Horcruxes sit there. Sometimes they could feel each other, he'd noticed. Didn't know if they could talk, but they reacted. Like dogs catching each other's scent. The diadem had definitely responded when the diary got nervous. Back when he and Baths Haida were giving it a proper thrashing. Deserved, too. The bloody thing had tried to whisper its way into her subconscious. It got bullied instead. 3 down, he muttered, tapping the wood with a finger. Even Uncle Salazar's locket. Helena drifted nearer, arms folded tight. I remember when he wore it, she said, eyes on the locket. Back before the Great Hall was finished. He never took it off. Said it kept him grounded. Or quiet. I can't recall. Cashin gave her a sidelong glance. Lovely bit of family heritage. Cursed accessory, generational trauma, poor taste in jewelry. Helena didn't rise to it. It was never meant for Riddle. No, but Riddle's got a knack for nicking legacies. Makes him feel bigger. She stared at the table. He probably found Aunt Helga's cup. And Uncle Godric's sword. Cashin leaned back. I've held the sword before. Definitely not cursed. Helena let out a slow breath, shoulders easing in relief. He tapped a finger near the ring with a snicker. Uncle Salazar, you said? I found something in a footnote a few years back, bit dodgy translation, but it strongly implied he and Rowena were, more than colleagues. Helena turned sharply. I don't know. Cashin grinned. You didn't say no. She huffed and turned back, then she flopped backwards into a beanbag that hadn't been there 2 seconds ago, legs tucked up like she was 16 and sulking in a library corner. Uncle Godric used to say the same thing, she muttered. He'd tease Uncle Salazar about it. All the time. But Mother never said anything. Didn't rise to it. I don't think so. Cashin raised an eyebrow. But you're not sure. I said I don't think so. He stretched out his legs. I'll take that as a maybe. Helena gave a sharp huff. Uncle Salazar was insufferable, she muttered. Always quoting old spells like poetry. Mother said he was charming. Cashin's brows went up. That tracks. Charm's just weaponized pretension. Helena rolled her eyes. He once transfigured an entire ceiling to look like the night sky just to impress her. Cashin snorted. Bit unoriginal now. Back then it was, novel. She kicked off the floor again. I think she liked him. Briefly. But she loved learning more. Even more then. She trailed off. My father was a brilliant wizard. Didn't say he wasn't, Cashin said mildly, eyes drifting back to the table. Though brilliant wizards are not, historically speaking, known for their excellent taste in romance. His eyes fell back on the ring. Dumbledore had told him where it might be last year. The locket, too. They'd planned to go together that summer, 3 of them, before it all went sideways. Cashin lost his magic. Baths Haida and Dumbledore went to China instead. He wasn't planning on going alone. Not without power. But a few weeks into his forest wanderings, with ash coiled tight around his shoulder and nothing but moss for company, he ended up not far from Little Hangleton. Gaunt House was buried in enchantments. Layers of them. Old, tangled stuff, more spite than sense. They felt territorial and vicious. Darker than anything he had seen so far. The wards twisted around the property like briar vines. Meant to choke you before you ever got near the door. But the house was completely made of wood. So, Ash didn't care. Cashin didn't even need to lift a hand. The little dragon gave a low snort. 2 runes cracked underfoot. The air tasted like burnt sugar and metal by the time she finished. Cashin stepped over the threshold. Wood, he told Ash. Bold move. She chuffed in laughter. He walked over ash and soggy floorboards and took the ring. Buried under the floorboards, stitched into the grain of a plank that wasn't like the others. Gaunt paranoia, no doubt. Probably thought putting it under their feet made it holy. Cashin didn't touch it at first. Ash growled when he got close. He poked it with the end of his staff. The metal hissed. Sparks jumped. He flicked a runic slip into the space around it, let the bindings wrap. The paper crinkled, then held. He wasn't about to manhandle something made with a soul inside it. Not again. By the time he left the house, the roof had caved in and the foundation was smoking. Ash looked pleased. The locket came later. He'd waited for Dumbledore and Bath's Haida that time. The cave was cursed top to bottom. Magic dense, air dark. Dumbledore muttered the counter charms. They got to the island in the middle of the underground lake. Water flat as glass. The bowl in the center shimmered. That's when the old man reached for the goblet. Cashin side-eyed him. Hard. You're really about to drink the mystery water, he said. Dumbledore paused. The enchantment may require consumption. Cashin didn't blink. Voldemort said it must be drunk. Yes. So you're doing it. Because Voldemort said so. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Cashin gave him a long, slow sigh. You're very clever, Albus. But sometimes you're also very stupid. Dumbledore set the goblet down again. Cashin crouched beside the basin, eyeing the edge. The spell layered over it shimmered like oil, classic compulsion. Wouldn't let you remove the liquid. Wouldn't let you vanish it. Meant to make you drink. So they didn't. Bath's Haida crouched by the basin and started dismantling it like she was marking an essay that had annoyed her. The water slumped in on itself, lost whatever spine it had, then drained away just like that. The bowl went dry. Something clinked softly against the stone. None of them moved right away. Even Dumbledore hesitated. Cashin gave him a look. This the part where it turns into a snake? It is, unlikely. Reassuring. Dumbledore leaned closer, hand resting lightly on his wand. The locket just sat there. It's either dead, Cashin muttered, or pretending really well. Bath's Haida tapped it with the tip of her wand. Might have had the Horcrux stripped out clean. No residue. Or someone got lazy. Or clever. Dumbledore frowned. Feel nothing. Not a twitch. Bath's Haida lifted it with 2 fingers. Turned it. Then popped it open. There was paper, folded, yellowed at the edges. Cashin took it. Unfolded it carefully, as it looked it would crumble out of spite. He read it. Then again. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Bath's Haida snorted through her nose. So the locket's a fake. What a waste of time. He folded the note back up and slipped it into his coat. The locket lay open and harmless in Bathshida's palm. Well, Cashin said, straightening. That explains why this one didn't try to murder us. They had no idea who R.A.B. was. Had the Horcrux had actually been destroyed? That was the question. They'd have to find whoever this R.A.B. was and made sure the job was done. If not, finish it themselves. Cashin stood. Left the ring on the table, next to the diadem and the fake locket. 3 cursed artifacts, sitting like a collector's nightmare display. He turned toward the door. Good night, Lady Helena. Above, Helena drifted upward, robes trailing like smoke. And to you, Cashin. He shut the door behind him. The room sealed again. The following days stayed quiet. Lessons ticked on, spells behaved, students stopped trying to duel in stairwells for a week. Cashin kept waiting for a shoe to drop, but it seemed the castle had decided to let him have a breather. Sort of. Bath's Haida drifted in and out of his office whenever she pleased, usually with a stack of parchment and tea that had gone cold 5 minutes in. They didn't talk much during those hours. Just traded heat and the occasional stolen biscuit. Sometimes, though, she'd look up and tell him what would have happened. Umbridge would have been High Inquisitor by now. Cashin blinked. What, like a pink Gestapo? She started handing out decrees. Cancelled half the clubs. Tried to sack Trelawney. He glanced over his glasses. And you're telling me I missed Snape being speechless? Bath's Haida didn't look up. You did. Cashin sighed. Bloody waste. She shrugged. Wasn't worth the trade. He didn't argue. Letting that woman parade around like she was the chief of the castle wasn't something he could stomach. Hogwarts might have its curses, its sentient staircases and haunted corridors, but it didn't deserve that toad clomping through it with a clipboard. The problem was, Bathshida's sight worked backwards. She could see the timeline from her point of view, parallel to the current date. Which meant predicting ahead was guesswork at best, blindfolded spellfire at worst. Still, they made do. Classes were the same. Every lesson meant carving out new rune sheets, syncing light spells with the overhead projector, bribing students into peddling, and managing not to throw it out the window when it whined. Somehow, it worked. He also kept teaching his spells. They caught on. Students started using them in duels, in class, in casual arguments over biscuits. 2 more visions followed. The glade was quieter than before. Light came slower. Leaves less glowing. Something was pressing in, thick and dark, curling along the edges of the forest like rot spreading through damp wood. He couldn't see the source, but could see it creeping. Like a shadow bleeding into a page. The tree was still standing. But it looked tired. The mist wrapped around the outer trees first. Then the vines. Then the roots. He felt the resistance, strong and ancient, but losing. When he woke, his palms were shaking, his chest was tight. The third time was worse. The mist had spread further. Half the forest faded behind it. The glade still held, but only just. Like the tree was standing on a thread, holding back a tide no one else could see. Cashin hadn't moved for 5 minutes after coming back. Bathsheda eased him onto her lap, and stroked his head until his hands stopped twitching. Cashin didn't like that the forest might be dying, but he had no idea what those visions meant. Each time the vision came, the tree pulled harder. It was asking him to come closer, to touch its bark. And as he did that, something would spark within him. The first time, he'd written it off as hope. Wishful thinking. Lost did that. You lost something big enough and the mind started offering substitutes. He'd felt the tree, felt the pull, and felt, briefly, something stir under his ribs. Then it faded. Easy enough to ignore. The second time killed that excuse as it didn't fade. He woke with his palm buzzing, fingers twitching like they'd brushed live wire. He sat on the edge of the bed, stared at his hand, flexing it. Nothing visible but his chest felt, warmer. Bathsheda noticed before he said anything. You're humming, she said, not looking up from her notes. I am not. She paused, quill hovering. You are. He shut up then, because she was right. The third time, it was everywhere. In his chest. In his hands. In his bones. It's like the magic wasn't gone, but been asleep. Buried. Starved? Shut down so hard it had curled in on itself and waited. Remember. Cashin jerked back, heart slamming as he remembered the voice filled his mind whenever he touched the bark. All right, he muttered, breathing rough. I hear you. The word echoed again. Like someone knocking from the inside. Remember. He came back gasping, fingers dug into the arm of the chair, spine rigid. Bathsheda was there instantly, one hand on his chest, the other gripping his wrist. Easy, she said. You're here. He swallowed hard. Nodded. Didn't trust his voice yet. The warmth was still there. Under his skin. In his hands. It hadn't gone with the vision. That was new. He clenched and unclenched his fingers. The air responded. Bathsheda froze. Cass. He looked at her. Yet. You felt that too. It was one of those days when someone knocked on his door while he was working on his essays. Come in. Unless it's the ministry, Cashin called when he heard it. The door opened. Daphne walked in first, Tracy close behind, Pansy at the rear like she was checking for ambushes. He set his pen down, already grinning. If the three of you are showing up together, it's either gossip or catastrophe. He leaned back. I'm in either way. Tracy rolled her eyes and dropped into the chair nearest his desk. We're not that dramatic. Cashin snorted. You are. It's charming. Pansy smiled faintly. We just came to chat. Cashin stood, heading for the kettle. Dangerous phrase. He slapped a rune onto the side and started digging out mugs. The biscuit tin thunked onto the counter behind him, lid half open. He handed mugs around. Daphne took hers with a quiet thank you. Pansy sniffed it before sipping. Tracy swiped 2 biscuits before anyone else could reach the tin. Cashin sat back, sipping his own tea. All right. Spill. Tracy flicked a crumb off her lap. You know that Hufflepuff prefect? Ernest. Daphne didn't look up. What about him? He got caught kissing a Ravenclaw behind the Ullery. Thought no one would see. Cashin raised his eyebrows. Scandal. Pansy smiled into her mug. He hexed an owl by mistake. That's how they found him. The bird launched itself at Mandy Brocklehurst the next morning. And the bird told her. No, Tracy said. It just wouldn't stop trying to steal her hair ribbons. Bit her twice. Cashin blinked. You lot get weirder every year. Pansy sipped. He's now banned from the Ullery. Temporarily. But the Ravenclaw visits him at herbology, so it's not a tragedy. Tracy leaned back in her chair. She told you, she asked to Pansy. She did. Daphne turned to Cashin. There's also talk of a love creeper being set loose in the greenhouses. He groaned. Not again. It smells like mint this time. I told Pomona to burn the last one, he muttered. Tracy grinned. Maybe it evolved. Cashin raised his mug like it was alcohol. To evolution. They clinked. Pansy set her mug down on the edge of a book. Is it true Umbridge wanted to observe your dueling club? Observe? No. Shut down, yes. Daphne didn't look surprised. Figures. She sent a letter to the governors. It was a bit of a rant. Half of it in pink ink. Tracy made a noise like she was choking on her tea. Cashin nodded. Underlined, too. 6 times. Then came a line about inciting the youth to revolt. Pansy tilted her head. You did duel Professor Black in front of 100 students and destroyed his self-esteem. That's an old dispute. Daphne reached for a biscuit this time. Pansy glanced toward the door. How long do you think she'll last? Depends, Cashin said. If she gets bored, 6 weeks. If she gets stubborn, 6 months. If she gets power, well. He sighed, taking another sip. Best to make peace with ghosts. The girls didn't look happy about that, they quieted down, sipping their tea. So. He said after a while. What are we actually here for? Or am I meant to guess? Tracy bit into a custard cream. Can't we just exist near a competent adult without being interrogated? Cashin raised an eyebrow. You, no. Green grass, yes. Parkinson's on probation. Pansy looked mildly pleased. I'll take that. Daphne set her mug down. We did want to ask something. Cashin tilted his head. Tracy sighed. We are having our O.W.L.S this year, and we wanted to ask your opinion. Like, what do you think we should do? He blinked. What, generally? Or am I supposed to divine that from the tone of your tea? Daphne rolled her eyes. Career-wise. After school. Ah. He sipped his tea. The annual 5th-year existential crisis. Good. Right on time. Tracy made a face. It's not a crisis. Every year, he said, pointing at her with the mug, someone realizes they might not actually want to be a hit wizard/professional Quidditch star, and suddenly I get flooded with questions about curse breaking and magical law. Pansy leaned back in her chair. And what do you tell them? That neither career comes with enough benefits. Tracy gave a huff. He glanced at Daphne. You already know, don't you? She didn't deny it. I've had ideas. Of course you have, he muttered. Green grasses plan 3 generations ahead. You probably have Astoria's wedding menu already drafted. She raised her cup in agreement. He looked back at Tracy. All right. You go first. What do you want? She frowned. I don't know. That's a start. What don't you want? I don't want to sit behind a desk and fill out ministry forms. Smart. I don't want to be stuck doing potion inventories in Nocturne Alley. Also smart. You'll go blind from the damp alone. She pulled a cushion into her lap. I thought about curse breaking. But Mum says it's not for girls. Cashin raised a brow. Tell that to the woman who stabbed an ancient summoning altar with a knife last year because it tried to whisper at her. Tracy's eyes narrowed. Professor babbling. Tracy looked thoughtful now. Cashin nodded at her. Don't let anyone tell you what you can and can't do because you're a woman. Blood purity, gender, age, your bloody star sign, none of it means anything unless you let it. Capabilities not hereditary. Stupidity might be. Tracy blinked. Then grinned. You sound like my nan. Does she also throw chalk at people when they're wrong? No, she throws spoons. Cashin looked impressed. In another life. Daphne rested her chin on her hand, eyes half-lidded. So you're saying you think we'd be good at it? I'm saying if you want it, and you're willing to be better than good, then go do it. Curse breaking's half brain, half nerve. You've got both. Pure-blood matriarchs won't like it. Curse doesn't care. Pansy tilted her head. And what about me? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Planning on a career or just enjoying the biscuits? She gave a small smile. Undecided. You've got sharp instincts, he said. Might do well in diplomacy. Intelligence. Something that requires a spine. Tracy laughed. You calling her sneaky? I'm calling her aware, Cashin said. You lot are good at reading people. That's rarer than you'd think. Tracy leaned back. So what would you have done? If you'd had the choice. Cashin blinked. I did have the choice. And? He glanced at the window. History. Teaching. Bit of risking my life on the side, but that's more of a recurring hobby. Pansy raised a brow. So you'd still pick this? Every time, he said. I get to mess with people's heads and mark essays in red. What's not to love? Daphne shook her head with a laugh. The kettle in the corner hissed again. Cashin stood and refilled the pot. You lot don't need to have it all sorted now, he said, pouring another round. You just need to ask the right questions. Tracy picked up her fresh cup, steam curling around her fingers. Like what? Do I like who I become when I do this? That made them pause. He leaned against the counter, arms folded. Forget titles. Forget salaries. Pick a thing. Do it long enough that it changes you. Then ask if the change was worth it. The room went quiet again. After a bit, Daphne finished her tea and stood. Thanks, Professor. Cashin gave a nod. Anytime. Tracy followed, pocketing one last biscuit. Pansy trailed behind, hands in her coat pockets, eyes misty. Just before they reached the door, she slowed. She turned back, one hand still on the handle. What if I am wrong, she said. What if I don't like it? Cashin lifted his mug. Then next time, he said, your chances are a lot higher. She held his gaze for a second, then nodded, and slipped out with the others. Cashin took a sip, grimaced. Cold, he muttered. Drank it anyway. Albus Dumbledore stepped through the archway into the Department of Mysteries, robes shifting around his ankles. A figure waited just inside. Cloaked from head to toe in a fabric that shimmered oddly, like it wasn't sure what color it wanted to be, made it hard to pin anything down. Height, shape, voice, none of it. Headmaster. Dumbledore gave a smile. Miss Green. The figure stiffened. Not enough for most to notice. But Dumbledore's smile widened. I can always recognize my students, Miss Green. Olivia didn't say anything. She led the way. Looking around, Dumbledore let out a tired breath. He hadn't planned to come himself. But there were only a few names the Unspeakables would even let pass the threshold without snarling, and most of them were buried or retired. I need to access the Wardenet, he said. There's an elf I need to trace. Olivia stopped mid-step. You'll need permission from. He handed her a folded slip. She took it, opened it with one hand. Just tucked it into the folds of her cloak and kept walking. This way. She turned without saying anything else, and started walking. Dumbledore followed. They passed a room lined with glass boxes. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on them as they passed. One of them had frost spreading inward from the seams. Old memories, probably. Bad ones. This place was full of them. They stopped in front of a heavy black door. Olivia tapped her wand, and the door opened with a heavy groan, releasing mist into the corridor they had just walked through. The room beyond was mostly dark. A globe hovered in the center, the size of a desk, turning slowly. The base was carved stone, cracked with age. It pulsed with buried runes, old enough they'd stopped glowing evenly. The globe showed Earth. Except one lit patch, rest were completely dark. Light traced lines across the lit part, faint pulses threading through what was clearly Britain. Glowing crisscrossed strands, some sharp and thin, others wide as rivers. They flickered every few seconds, stretching and twisting in slow motion. Dumbledore stepped closer. It wasn't like any map one would see in the Ministry proper. Ley lines flickered in and out, weaving through the land with spells woven so deep the Ministry barely understood them anymore. The thickest ones ran through Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, the Ministry, and a handful of old sites that hadn't had names in centuries. Some of the pulse lines weren't tied to any living structure. Just marks scorched by something long gone. A duel. A ritual. A death no one remembered, but the land hadn't let go of. Magic didn't forget after all. A few drifted wider, loose nets cast over forest lines, lake beds, mountain passes. A perimeter of sorts. This never stops fascinating me, Dumbledore murmured, nodding at the globe. Behind him, Olivia made a sound close to a hum. Intent matters, right? He could hear the smile in her voice, despite the mask, under whatever spell twisted her voice. Intent matters, he echoed, quietly. He hadn't taught Olivia as a professor. By the time she entered Hogwarts, he was long past the classroom. But he remembered taking the odd session when someone fell ill or got hexed into a desk. He didn't teach wand work in those lessons. Just two things, intent and visualization. He'd written them on the board like they were the whole point of the subject. Because, in a way, they were. Seemed she remembered it too. This Wardenet's brilliant, he said. Most people don't know you can key it to track not just people or spells but also words. Olivia turned slightly. Words. Say the right phrase. The right name. The system can follow it across the country, if you're clever about it. Didn't know that. Cashin found it. I don't know where he got half of what he pulled into that proposal, Dumbledore went on. Some of the files weren't in the Ministry archive. At least not the parts we had access to. And you didn't ask. Dumbledore gave a small smile. No point. Once Cashin's obsessed, he finds things no one else can. Documents. Spells. A cleaner index system. Usually before breakfast. Olivia let out something that might have been a laugh. Or a cough. Hard to tell with the distortion. Dumbledore stepped closer to the globe, eyes narrowed. Every magical nation had their own Wardenet, tuned to its soil, its oaths, its politics. Britain's was old. Cranky. Refused to be updated without throwing a fit. And still, it worked better than most. Sort of. The international links hadn't been used in years. They'd been built, once, to catch things no single country could handle alone. Things that didn't care about flags or borders or polite paperwork. Now they mostly sat dormant. Countries would only share access when it was absolutely necessary. Which meant almost never. Too many secrets tangled up in the spells. Cashin had tried to push this through last year, when he and the HEART had presented to the Wisengamot. If it can track underage magic, he'd said, it can bloody well track this. The minister hadn't liked that. Fudge had spent the entire meeting looking like he'd swallowed a lemon. The old families weren't thrilled either. Abuse was a word they didn't like attached to their traditions. Still, the Unspeakables accepted the proposal. And the tracking runes had been added. Dumbledore didn't know until later that Cashin hadn't done it just for the elves. He was trying to protect them, that part wasn't up for the debate, but it wasn't his only reason. He'd wanted to trace the elf who broke Barty out. The one who got him out of the World Cup camp. Cashin never got the access. Didn't have the clearance. Not even with all the titles behind his name. If Cashin had been given permission, things might have been different, but bureaucracy was like that. Its slowness sometimes felt as though it protected criminals. And now that he couldn't cast it all. So he'd passed the job on. slid the whole mess into Dumbledore's hands. Dumbledore let out a deep breath. He could never decide if Cashin planned this far ahead, or just had a particular knack for worst-case scenarios. Either way, it was uncanny. Every time Dumbledore tried to walk 2 steps forward, Cashin had already chalked the trapline and labeled it Idiot Test. Terrifying man, really. Dumbledore's hand drifted along the globe's edge. He tapped it at a location. The surface crackled faintly at his touch. The runes shifted color, blue threads pulling toward the southern half of England, then splitting into 7 different directions. Olivia stepped forward, wand raised, and flicked twice across the hemisphere. The runes shimmered green, then snapped into a tighter weave. The elf tracking system came online. His eyes flicked over the readouts, columns of faint script, movement logs, flare patterns. A few blinked red. He shut them out. Most were already marked, cases flagged, resolved, ticked off by enforcement. Numbers matched up. Teams dispatched. Victims recovered. Charges filed. One stood out. This must be it, he said quietly. No status update. Just a fixed location pinged 3 days ago, more before that, pulse still active. He squinted. Traced the lines around it. A half-faded ley line nearby. He knew what it was. Trap. Voldemort might be 1,000 things, but thick wasn't one of them. Once he got wind of this system, he'd use it. Bait them with a known elf. Let the well-meaning come running. And then close the net. Fortunately, Cashin warned them not to send Aurus first. Back when his proposal for the elf tracking system got accepted, he sat down with the unspeakables and spelled it out in simple terms. The whole thing could be twisted. Traps baited with a house elf's location, Aurus walking straight into it. All you'd need is the right signature and someone stupid enough to care. And the ministry had no shortage of bleeding hearts. So, he told them, don't send people. Send something disposable. Or better, something that couldn't die twice. Like Dementors. The unspeakables agreed before he even finished the sentence. They pulled the phantoms. Gaunt, moaning things with blank white faces and crooked limbs, all shrouded in tattered veils. Unlike Dementors that fed on happiness, emotions, warmth. Phantoms fed on ambient magic. Leaked it, sometimes. Too weird to classify, too harmless to ban. Centuries ago, someone had rounded up the lot of them. No records of who. Typical ministry logic, if it couldn't be killed or classified, best shove it in a room and pretend it was furniture. They stuck them in wards so they could snack on residual spells and glow faintly in the halls. Once or twice a decade, they'd be leashed to high magic areas where it was unsafe to send an Auror. Since most magics found them creepy, and the phantoms loathed the fear that followed them, the ministry's offer was a treat they couldn't pass up. They were perfect for the task. Couldn't be tricked with illusions. Didn't follow orders unless the wards were keyed just right. But they were honest and quiet. And now they were gone. How many did you send? 2. Silenced. No readings since arrival. They walked in and vanished. Dumbledore frowned. If something shredded their anchor, they just stopped existing. But not something easy to achieve. No magical residue, Olivia added. Not even an afterimage. It's as if they'd been eaten. Dumbledore glanced at the globe. If a phantom's tether snapped, it should leave behind something. The runes didn't show anything. Just a neat hole where they'd vanished. That narrowed the list. Olivia held out a slip. Outskirts of Perth. Hillside boundary. Registered as disused farmland. He took it, scanned the coordinates. Too far north for a death ward. Too small for a summoning site. But near enough to the ley line to channel off-grid magic, she said. Dumbledore folded the paper, tucked it away. And there's no record of activity there. Only noise. Static, mostly. Might have been a decoy. Or bait. He kept his hand on the edge of the globe. If they disappeared, don't send a second team. That was the agreement. Cashin had been right again. The system was clean, efficient but dangerous. But it was only as smart as the people using it. And Voldemort was smarter. Dumbledore straightened. Closed his eyes. Going alone wasn't the clever option. But dragging someone along without knowing what was waiting, that was worse. If Voldemort wasn't there, this would be a waste of time. It had taken them nearly a year just to secure the proper permission. He doubted Tom had the patience to sit quietly, waiting as bait. But the Tom he knew would never leave anything to chance. Cashin's magic was flickering back, but it was slow and for now, they were keeping that quiet. Bath's Haida could handle herself. Had for years. Much better than he ever expected at that. He hadn't lied to Olivia when he said he remembered every student. He remembered Cashin and Bath's Haida quite vividly. It should have been comforting, seeing them take up the mantle. But something about the two of them, just didn't feel right. He shook the thought loose. Dwelling never helped. He couldn't call on the Flamels. Couldn't lean on G. This wasn't the sort of thing you spread around or dress up as an international concern. This sat squarely inside Britain's mess, tangled up with its wards, its ghosts, and its mistakes. His mess. Dumbledore turned and headed for the exit. I'll check the address and report in a few hours, he said, already walking. Olivia stiffened. Headmaster. He paused at the threshold and glanced back. Please be careful, she said. Dumbledore smiled. I will, Miss Green. Bath's Haida was very comfortable. She was stretched across Cashin's chest, limbs tangled, perfectly settled. Cashin, however, was groaning. She looked down. Her elbow was jammed into his sternum. She didn't move it. What a nice woman you are, he gasped. Letting your man suffer. Just to prove his love. I do try, she said, making no effort to shift. Then a phoenix feather slid in through the wall. It floated near Bathsheda's ear. But as she heard the message, she sighed. Can't believe Dumbledore learned your trick. Cashin opened one eye, breath still ragged. Course he has. He's an old monster. He hooked an arm around her waist, tugged her down, and kissed her. Did he find something? She pushed up, elbow still very much in place. Yes. Probably a trap. He didn't bother asking more. Just gave a tired hum. Be careful, love. Bathsheba stood, straightened her shirt, reached for her wand. Always. She waved behind her and stepped out, already walking toward the headmaster's office. Cashin wheezed into the pillow. Heartless woman, he muttered. Bloody elbow. Bathsheba landed on the edge of an overgrown verge. The air was wet and she could already smell cold stone and the faint sting of chimneys. She adjusted her coat and stepped out from the alley. The area Dumbledore called her to was half abandoned, an old orchard that had grown sideways into the outskirts of the city, fenced off and forgotten. Wards buzzed faintly under her boots, which meant he'd done his usual. When she reached the stretch of trees near the southern edge, she saw him. Albus was leaned up against an old oak, sitting casually. Blue robe flapping in the breeze, beard resting neatly on his chest, probably his idea of blending in. He even had a book in his lap, thumb tucked inside it. Bathsheba sighed again, walking. Bathsheba, he said, smiling warmly. He closed the book. I am very glad that you came. Of course, she said, arms folded. Cashin sensed his irritation. Dumbledore chuckled. I will make it right with him. You won't, she said. Now. What be we got? Dumbledore frowned, his smile dropped. I found Winky, he said. And I fear it is meant to draw us in. Bathsheba's brows drew together. She didn't interrupt. The oldest trace tied to her is months old, he went on. The Dark Lord may have been behind the earlier ambushes. But after this delay, I doubt he is here now. He glanced toward the trees. Tom was never patient. He wouldn't wait half a year to spring a trap. She drew her wand. Runes along her right arm flared. Ash landed with a light scrape of claws on the dirt. Bathsheba touched her snout. Ash. Smaller. Ash huffed, shrinking down until she fit neatly along Bathsheba's shoulder. Her eyes stayed sharp. Dumbledore watched the tree lean again. Careful, all the same, he said. Conzers Umbri. Bathsheba blurred against the trees, shape softening until she was barely there. Dumbledore followed suit. His robes caught the light oddly for a moment, then vanished. Only the faintest ripple betrayed where he'd stood. They layered it with invisibility. Then a few more spells. Muffled steps. A paired charm so they could see each other's outlines through the concealment. The orchard narrowed as they moved. The trees thinned. Roots reached out across a slope where the old fence had collapsed into brambles. In the center, where the nettles gave way to soft moss, a small figure lay crumpled beside a half-rotten log. Winky. Her robes were torn. One sleeve burned through. The rest was damp, sticking to the skin. Her hand still gripped a bit of rope, shredded at both ends. Her chest rose. Barely. Bathsheba didn't move. Dumbledore halted beside her. If they touched her inside a warded circle, the whole thing would explode. They needed to break the runes first if they wanted to treat her. Bathsheba's mouth tightened. Dumbledore's next step shifted the soil underfoot. A pulse moved outward from him, then disappeared. He made a brief gesture with his hand. At least 10 presences were spread through the orchard. She gestured. 2 fingers toward her eyes. Then pointed ahead. Above. Dumbledore nodded. He went right. Bathsheba moved left, vanishing into the trees. 3 figures shimmered into view near the far tree line, cloaked and masked. Bathsheba raised her hand. 3 more shapes appeared from her side, spaced wider in the trees. 6 total. One of the Death Eaters turned. The second started to raise his wand. She grabbed the first by the wrist, twisted, shoved a spell through his throat. Silencer then a stunner. His body hit the dirt with a grunt. His friend barely got his hand up before she slammed a hex into his shoulder. His bones cracked sideways. 2 down. Third tried to run. She flicked her fingers. Trip hex. The man folded backwards into a branch. Stayed there. She kept moving. The fourth one spotted her too late. He'd only just turned when her spell slammed into his ribs. His wand flew one way, body the other. She followed it with a second hex. He crumpled into the bracken with a grunt, not moving again. Behind her, Dumbledore dropped the last on his side. Then a Death Eater bolted. Bathsheba swore and darted after him. The runner flicked his wrist as the dark mark flared. Ash Dove, dropping like a falling star, claws first. She slammed into his chest and rolled him over. The wand clattered into mud. He wheezed and grinned at them. It was too late. Bathsheba skidded to a halt. The mark was activated. She turned to Ash. Get back. Ash jumped off, already changing, growing as she landed. Bathsheba reached into her coat, snapped out a rune and slammed it into the earth. The sigil flared gold. Didn't work at all. The air twisted. A figure stepped out of it, taking slow steps. Thin. Pale. Red eyes locked on the crumpled figure. Then stopped on her. Curious. Puzzled. Faintly amused. Dumbledore stepped into the clearing behind her. Voldemort frowned. Albus. Dumbledore's expression didn't shift. Tom. 4 more appeared behind Voldemort before they could say more. Bellatrix dropped in with a laugh. Rookwood came quieter, he was eyeing the opening. Then Barty crouched Jr. He grinned at Bath's Haida. Last was Lucian. He looked at Dumbledore. Then Ash. Then Bath's Haida. The moment his eyes met hers, it changed. Bath's Haida straightened. Ash growled behind her, smoke curling from her nose. Lucian looked past her. And then his mouth curled. Where is Cassie? Bath's Haida smiled. He sends his regards. After we bag you, we'll collect the bounty and take a nice holiday. South America sounds good. Lucian snarled, wand already half raised, but Voldemort flicked a hand and he stopped like he'd hit a wall. The red eyes didn't move from Dumbledore. I waited for Rosier, Voldemort said. But he never came. Dumbledore smiled softly. Paperwork stopped him. For once. Voldemort's mouth curled. Ah. That explains it. I doubted it was fear. Bellatrix moved with a shriek, hair flying. Her curse cracked through the air, hit a ward that flared gold. Bath's Haida hit her with a jinx straight through the shoulder. Bellatrix crouched with a cackle. Rookwood's wand lit, but Ash was faster. She surged forward in a blur, slammed him sideways into a tree. The bark splintered. His wand spun out of reach. She pinned him, smoke spilling from her mouth. Lucian went for her flank. Dumbledore stopped him cold. A nonverbal shoved Lucian backwards into a tangle of roots. Lucian responded with a curse, rolled, came up again, but slower. Barty tried to circle. Bath's Haida caught him mid-step. Her curse cracked the ground under his feet, flung dirt and moss in all directions. He jumped over the spell, but lost his footing. She was already moving again but Voldemort flicked his wand. The clearing bent. Dirt twisted up from the earth, aiming for their ankles. Dumbledore cancelled them with a sweep of his hand, light slashing across the ground. Bellatrix howled and sprang again, but Ash was already there, claws catching her coat and flinging her back into Rookwood who was getting up. Lucian caught Ash mid-turn with a lash of silver. She growled, spun, took the hit on her shoulder. Her scales rippled, absorbed the worst of it, and she bared her teeth in reply. Steam hissed out of her nostrils. Bath's Haida snapped a rune from her belt and flung it at the nearest tree. The bark glowed and cracked. Roots exploded upward, tangling another Death Eater's legs trying to sneak on them. Lucian went for Bath's Haida again. He nearly made it. She ducked under his curse, slammed hers into his ribs. He staggered, dazed, his nose bleeding. Ash spun behind her, caught another curse meant for her side. Letting out an annoyed roar. Rookwood dragged himself upright, spitting dirt, and snapped his wand up. Extinguo. The grass around Ash blackened. A pale light shot from the runes under his boots and crawled up the trees, choking the air. Then came the second hit, 3 overlapping sigils, burned straight into the soil. Her wings started to falter mid-beat. Bath's Haida flinched. Shit, she muttered. Gravitational runes. Old runes. Sublayered and hidden. Some kind of feed drain loop spliced into suppression weave. Filthy work. Would take her hours to crack clean. But she didn't need clean, just a gap. She looked up just in time to see Bellatrix roll upright. Barty followed, wand flicking. Dumbledore didn't look at her or Ash. Voldemort had his full attention. His wand twisted through an arc and the earth kicked up a snarl of dust. Voldemort answered without hesitation. Their spells clashed mid-air, cracking like a whip. A fight like that didn't leave room for babysitting. Bath's Haida turned, dropped a ward of her own and aimed it at Rookwood. It scraped off his shoulder. Lucian slammed in from the side. She caught him off the corner of her eye, ducked. His spell cracked the bark behind her. He moved like he wanted blood. She hexed him in the shin. Hard. He snarled. You're in the way. She fired 2 shots, one high, one low. He blocked the first. The second clipped his hip and twisted. He swore and staggered. Behind them, Ash had pulled back, wings dragging on the ground. She was breathing hard, eyes flickering, pupils too wide, heat rolling off her in fits. That drain was still crawling through her scales. She could barely raise her head. Rookwood was shifting, setting a 4th rune. No time to wait. Bath's Haida turned, flicked her wrist, and slashed her wand across the ward-laced ground. Her runes didn't match his, they clashed, spat, sparked. She stepped into the circle, and jammed her heel on the outer ring. The lines cracked. Bathshida's teeth clenched at the backlash, pain flashing up her ankle. Ash's head snapped up. Her eyes lit again. A single flap and she launched, shot straight for Rookwood, faster this time. He barely turned before her claws dug in. The man howled. She dragged him into a tree. Bellatrix laughed and lunged for Bath's Haida again. This time she was ready. Lucian advanced. Does he even know what you're doing? Fighting his family. She gave him a cold look. You're not family. You never were. He struck again from a dirty angle. She caught it. Her wand buzzed in her palm. Recoil bruised her wrist. He closed the gap, voice lower now. You think you matter to him? You're a distraction. A way to forget. Something soft to bury the shame. Bathsheba stared at him, deadpan. Ash growled behind her. They pressed on her from all sides. Branches behind her snapped. A curse missed her ear by inches. Ash circled beside her, tail lashing against the ground to warn off the others. Lucian laughed, clearly too pleased with himself. Cassie used you, he said. He always did. I heard father say it when he first started, find a capable woman, someone close to Dumbledore. Someone who opens doors. Another curse schemed past her shoulder. Bathsheba's gaze was lowered, eyes dark. You're convenient, Lucian went on, circling. His smile twisted. Pretty accessory. A clutch for his schemes. You don't know him at all. You've no idea what sort of man he really is. Bathsheba glanced down at her hand. The rune on her ring finger pulsed. She smiled. Lucian faltered. He'd expected anger. Hurt. Something to dig into. She closed her fist. Lumos Noctis. Darkness fell, like the world had been folded shut. Spell light sparked and died the instant it formed. Bathsheba lifted her empty hand. A pulse rolled out from her palm. It struck bark. Stone. Bodies. She spoke into the dark. You might not know Cass. Another pulse followed. But there's nothing about him I don't. 4 impacts landed clean. 4 bodies hit the ground. Ash hopped up onto her shoulder, roaring to the sky. She turned and walked, the darkness peeling away behind her, as she made way straight for the clash of light and force where Dumbledore and Voldemort were still locked together. 2 were circling now. The Dark Lord struck first. The ground shook. A curse roared past Dumbledore's shoulder. He stepped sideways, countered with a twist that sent glassy shards of air straight toward Voldemort's feet. They embedded in the ground. Then, 2 pulled back at the same time. Dumbledore stepped back toward Winky. Voldemort drifted the other way, standing in the midst of felled Death Eaters. The Dark Lord's gaze slid to Bathsheba. His serpentine eyes were locked, as if he was trying to see through a mystery he couldn't make sense of. His cloak lifted. 5 shapes tore backward through the air and were gone. Dumbledore let out a sigh and crouched. He lifted Winky carefully, one arm under her shoulders, the other bracing her legs. She stirred, a weak sound catching in her throat. She's alive, he said. Badly injured but will live. Bathsheba's hand tightened around her wand. Is she freed? Yes. He checked the torn sleeve, the burns. Thankfully. They must have been afraid we'd trace her back to Barty. Bathsheba watched Winky for a second longer. Her shoulders eased. They called Oris to deal with the aftermath, then they vanished, taking her home. Harry knocked on his favorite professor's door. He rocked back on his heels, waiting. He shouldn't say Cashin was his favorite professor. Not out loud, anyway. Not since Sirius took over defense. Since the man had developed a personal vendetta against anything remotely Rosier adjacent. Sirius had tried to be subtle at first. Failed miserably. Asked Harry why he'd picked Cashin to teach him Patronus. You do realize that's how you ended up with a snake, right? He'd said, a few months after the 3rd year, voice thick with disdain. A bloody snake, Harry. He'd practically spat the word, like it was a betrayal to everything they collectively believed in. As if the animal had slithered out of Voldemort's dressing room instead of Harry's wand. Harry didn't even try to correct him. You could have ended up with a lion. Or a wolf. Or a flaming badger. Something noble. But no, we've got the symbol of evil sliding about in your soul now. Then came the passive-aggressive Dieter through animagus theory. Then the random dueling club pop-ins. Then the accidental late-night fire chats that always ended with something like, back in my day, we didn't need cryptic professors with 10-foot sticks. Harry sighed and knocked again. The door swung open. Come in unless you've got an essay titled How to Make My Professor Cry, Cashin called from inside. Harry stepped in, grinning. Wanted to ask if you had any plans for Christmas, sir. Cashin got up and wandered over to the kettle, poured himself a tea. Want some? Thank you. Cashin deadpanned him over the rim of his cup. Thank you yes or thank you no. Harry blinked. Oh, yes. Please. Cashin poured him a mug and shoved it across the table. My last batch of good tea. Need to convince Master G to send some more. Harry took it and sat. Can't you buy some? Aren't you rich? Cashin gave him a look. Tea tastes best when it's a gift. He nodded, all-knowing, like he'd just handed down a sacred truth from the top of a mountain. Harry didn't argue. Just sipped. Then, after a beat, while we're at it, why don't we charm our cups to keep the tea warm? No one likes cold tea. Cashin shook his head, solemn. Because what makes tea good is that it doesn't last. He leaned back, cup in hand. Warmth fades. Flavor shifts. You appreciate it more when you know it's leaving. Harry blinked at him. Cashin shrugged. Like life. Or weekends. Or quiet students. Transience is the point. Harry stared into his mug. That's really bleak for a drink, sir. Cashin raised his cup. You'll realize one day. He dropped back into his chair, stretched his legs out under the desk. So. Christmas plans. You trying to dodge yours or ruin mine? Bit of both. Good. We're off to a strong start. Harry took another sip. Sirius and I decided to throw a party. Celebrate his freedom. Becoming a professor and all. Remus'll be there. Hermione. Neville. Ginny. Luna. Twins. Cashin shivered dramatically. You didn't need to count past Sirius. Every name after that was just you bullying me. Harry grinned. Whole crowd. They'd really be happy to see you too. Cashin made a face. Might as well let Privet Drive eat me. Harry chuckled into his cup. He'd really like you to be there. He's stubborn, sure, but he's thankful. Cashin sighed, slow and long. Thanks. But I've got other plans. Harry nodded. He didn't ask what. Just drained the last of his tea, stood, and gave a short smile. Thanks. For the tea. And everything. Cashin waved him off. It's my job. Harry lingered a second at the door. Then he left. It wasn't until he was halfway down the hall that it hit him. Cashin knew his address. Privet Drive. But then again, he was a professor, of course he knew. Not that difficult, was it? Harry shrugged it off. Ever since Hagrid had looked him in the eye and said, "You're a wizard, Harry," his life had been chaos on tap. The first year, he'd stuck his nose where it didn't belong, came face to face with a noseless maniac. His fault. Second, there was a bloody snake no one else could hear. Third, Sirius showed up and everyone thought he was there to kill him. Fourth year, his name popped out of the goblet. Would have gone straight to hell from there if Cashin hadn't stepped in and yanked it out. Thinking about it now, Cashin always had been there. Muttering about grading. Threatening the ceiling. Blowing holes in the curriculum and fixing them with words nobody else could read. When he walked into the Gryffindor common room, the whole lot turned on him. Is he coming? Fred asked. Harry shook his head. He said he had things to do. George sat bolt upright. Did you tell him we're coming too? That would have worked. Harry raised an eyebrow. That made it worse. George clutched his chest, full scandal. How dare yet? Luna was perched on a footstool, nibbling something green and slightly worrying. He's avoiding Christmas yolks. Very wise. Hermione didn't even look up. What are those, and how did you get in here again? Luna smiled, utterly unbothered. The Christmas yolks told me the password. Ron reached for whatever she was eating and thought better of it halfway through. Ginny wandered in from the girls' staircase, hair still damp from a shower. So he's skipping out. He said he's got plans, Harry said, dropping into the seat beside her. Fred groaned. We are the plan. Clearly not, Hermione muttered. Oi. George threw a cushion at her. We're delightful. Neville slid in with a plate of biscuits. Professor R.'s probably hiding in the archives this year it seems. Or rebuilding the projector, Ginny added. Lee said it blew up twice last week. Harry smiled faintly. Truth was, he hadn't expected him to come, but he couldn't not be invited. Draco leaned on the edge of the astronomy tower, chin tilted to the stars. Cold wind tugged at his collar, but he didn't seem to care. Theo stood a few feet away, arms crossed, gaze somewhere near Orion's belt. Clear night, Draco said, breaking the silence. Theo hummed. Haven't had many lately. Draco didn't argue. He shifted, fingers grazing the stone. I heard about your father. Theo didn't flinch, but he did go still. Dragon incident, wasn't it? Draco said. Plants going feral, too. Whole estate nearly swallowed. Theo didn't look away from the sky. That's what the prophet said. Draco's eyes flicked to him. It wasn't Professor Rosier, was it? No. It's all right if it was, Draco said. I was the one who told him about Barty. Last year. Theo finally turned his head. He squinted at Draco, like he was trying to spot the catch. The tone, the smirk, the twist at the end of it all. But Draco wasn't playing. He just offered a small smile. Then something flicked behind his eyes. He opened his mind. You can take a look. Theo blinked. Jaw tightened. You want to prove it? Draco lifted his chin. Go on. Theo stared. Then shook his head. I believe you. I saw the changes in you, he said. Back then I thought you were scared. But you weren't. You were choosing. Draco opened his eyes slowly. Didn't speak. Theo's lips curled slightly. It's not that I didn't want to say anything. I just didn't know how. He leaned his back against the wall. Last summer, when I went home, my father tried to force me to bow. Draco's eyes narrowed. To him. To the Dark Lord. Draco went still. Theo's voice stayed flat. He said it was time. Said I'd embarrassed him long enough. He'd tolerated my studies, my distance, my attitude, because he thought I'd come round eventually. When I didn't, he had me chained in the basement. Draco's breath caught. Hadn't eaten for weeks. Hadn't seen light for days. Just pain. Every few hours he'd come down with a spell I hadn't seen before. Said it was for my own good. Theo looked out over the grounds, eyes following nothing in particular. Lucius came to help. Draco flinched like someone had kicked him. Didn't say much, Theo went on. Just watched. Struck a few of his own from time to time. He sighed slowly. I found a way out. One morning, the chain on my wrist slipped loose when he was away. I had a few minutes. I ran. Found my old school things, filled a parchment quickly. Then sent an owl. Draco was staring at him now. To Professor Rosier, Theo said. Didn't know if he'd get it. But he'd said, if we ever needed anything, anytime. He trailed off. 30 minutes later, Theo said, the wards cracked like thunder. Whole house shook. My father screamed like a pig. That was it. Theo looked over. When I walked out, the front door was gone. Half the garden had swallowed itself. All the vines were lashing, everything except me. Draco didn't ask anything else. Theo didn't offer more. They stood like that. Draco looked back up at the stars. We're really in it now, aren't we? Theo nodded. Yeah. He then smiled, but we chose where to stand. Draco smiled too. That we did. Snape knocked, didn't wait, and pushed the door open. Dumbledore didn't look up from his desk. His quill scratched on. Enter. The office was dim, fire flickering under the portraits. He closed the door behind him. Tea's gone cold, Dumbledore said. Your timing slipped. Snape gave him a look. You're alive, so I assume the day went entirely to plan. Dumbledore finally set his pen down. No, he said. No, it did not. Voldemort appeared. Snape stilled after the headmaster told the whole story. He leaned back slightly. Was it a message? I think it was a test. To see who came. I expect Tom assumed Cashin would take the bait. Snape didn't answer for a while. His eyes scanned the book stacked near the desk. How are the boys' occlumency lessons progressing? Dumbledore asked after a silence. I've been told his defenses are stable. Snape gave a nod. He has talent. Rosier's classes helped. The shielding work was already there. Dumbledore folded his hands. Harry still sees things. Slips. Feelings, mostly. Sometimes places. Snape's jaw tensed. Then he's being allowed to see. You think it's intentional? I know it is. Snape's tone was flat. The Dark Lord was a master of mind arts. He's too careful. If the boy is seeing his anger, it's because he wants to be seen. Dumbledore nodded. That was my thought as well. Snape said nothing. Dumbledore leaned forward. If you had doubts about the boy. I don't, Snape said. He's not subtle, but he's not stupid. And Potter has no talent for masking malice. If he were compromised, we'd know. Dumbledore sat back. Good. Snape shifted his gaze to the window. The elf. She's recovering in the hospital wing. Dobby's helping. Snape's eyebrow lifted slightly. And Rosier. Dumbledore paused. He hesitated. Snape's expression didn't shift. Dumbledore smiled faintly. He's not what we expected. No, Snape said. Last summer proved he was part of it, didn't it? Dumbledore let out a tired sigh. Snape leaned back. Will you tell him? Dumbledore looked out the window. The light had dulled, clouds dragging across the towers. Eventually. Snape huffed. You mean when it explodes in your face? Dumbledore didn't deny it. That Christmas break, Cashin and Bathsheba left the castle, portkeying straight into France. On the outskirts of the country, the hills rolled out ahead, covered with frost. Pines stood tall, frost sparking on the needles. Flamel Manor was hidden behind them. You didn't see it until it let you. Carved from pale stone in too many centuries, settled inside a natural basin of silver trees and sleeping wild flowers. Unicorns drank from the stream. Two phoenixes perched on an open beam, their tails trailing smoke and gold. A niffler bolted under the hedge, clutching a watch. Thestrals kept to the treeline. Cashin grinned, but Bathsheba sighed beside him. Don't, she muttered. Cashin tilted his head. What, me? She pointed a finger at him without looking. You. Cashin groaned. His attempts to teach Thestrals Norse grammar had been sabotaged again. They crossed the outer garden path. A pair of bluebell vines reached for Cashin's wrist. He let them wrap, then brushed them off. When they reached the main arch, the door swung open. Apollon Delacour stood waiting. She smiled and pulled Bathsheba into a hug. Then she turned to Cashin, eyes scanning the beard. Beard adds a charm. Cashin gave her a look. Finally, you accept I'm charming. Took you long enough. Apollon sniffed. It's the beard. Don't get ahead of yourself. He grinned. I'll take the win. From behind, a blur of curls launched off the flagstones. Cashin barely caught her. Gods, all right, easy, gremlin, you weigh a ton. Gabrielle clung to him. He patted her head. Liar. I weigh nothing. Hat. Missed me that much. She nodded without letting go. Last time I saw you, you were on a deathbed. Cashin pulled a face. Bit dramatic, aren't we? You were pale and covered in blood. I was relaxing. She stuck out her tongue. He stuck his out back. Fleur stepped into the hall behind them, smiling bright. Welcome. She gave Bathsheba a proper hug, then Cashin a quick one. He stepped back, giving her a once-over. All grown up. Look at you. Fleur laughed. How are the studies? Bathsheba asked. Fleur brightened. Amazing. I should thank you for recommending me to Master Goshawk. She said she wasn't planning to take another apprentice after Selena, but since it was you and Grandpa Nicholas who wrote, she gave me a chance. Cashin made a face. Mostly Nicholas, probably. Still counts, Fleur said. Cashin threw Gabrielle over his shoulder with all the grace of a sack of flour. She shrieked like he'd just kidnapped a crown princess, kicking her legs and smacking his back with both fists. He ignored every bit of it, grinning and strolled down the hall. Fleur sighed behind them. Apollon followed. They passed under the main arch. The stone glimmered faint gold, runes tucked into every corner, flickering softly under the charm light. Cashin eyed the nearest wall. Either this place is sentient, he said, or someone's got a serious thing for ambient script work. Bathsheba made a quiet sound beside him, approval, maybe. Her gaze was already tracking along the ceiling moldings, following the repeating patterns above the beams. The corridor curved slowly, opening wider as they went. Somewhere deeper in, someone was cooking. They could hear a pan scraping across metal, the slow sound of something frying, the faint hiss of magic being stirred into batter. Butter and something sweet was in the air already. Gabrielle finally wriggled enough to get her head up. You'll drop me. Not if I don't care, Cashin replied, spinning a slow half-circle just to make her squeal. She slapped his back again. Wicked. Bathsheba arched a brow at him. Is this your idea of diplomacy? Technically, I've done worse, he said with a laugh, dropping her with a thud. She kicked his shin. He stepped neatly out of range. Bathsheba finally turned from the wall. This place has too much magic in the stone. You can feel it humming. Cashin nodded. Centuries of work. Apollon smiled faintly. Master Nicholas updates them every time he makes a breakthrough. Fleur walked ahead. We've set up rooms for you both in the east wing. The garden's right below. The pond freezes over at night, reflecting the moonlight. It is absolutely magical. Cashin hummed. I'll be offended if this place doesn't try to eat me at least once. Gabrielle muttered, I hope it does. Cashin snickered, if not, I might tickle you until it does. She ran off screaming. Cashin whistled, following with others. Nicholas and Pernell were sat at the center of the long table, heads bowed together over some kind of puzzle laid out in runes and flat metal discs. The moment Cashin stepped into the room, they both looked up. Then Pernell laughed. You're early. Cashin dropped into the nearest chair. A wizard is never late, nor is he early, he arrives precisely when he means to. Baths is early though. Pernell rolled her eyes. It's good to see you upright. I'll have you know I've been upright for months now. Rude. Bathsheba took the seat beside him, already sliding her gloves off, brushing a bit of frost from her sleeve. Across from Pernell, a woman sat calmly. Long silver blonde hair hung straight over one shoulder, almost to her waist. Vila, full-blooded. Cashin gave her a polite nod. Madame Delacour. Vivian smiled. Thank you for helping my Fleur last year. And don't be too polite. I'm a servant to Master and Madame Flamel. Pernell let out a soft sigh. Ignore her. She's a dear friend. Vivian dipped her head, didn't argue. Next to her sat a man Cashin hadn't met but could have guessed from the jawline alone, same as Fleurs. His hair was darker, streaked at the temples with iron grey, and his eyes were sharp. Armand Delacour. Head of the French DMLE. And yes. He took Apollon's last name. The man gave a nod. Cashin returned it. They settled for dinner soon. Plates were passed. Wine appeared. Someone laughed at something Gabrielle whispered, then promptly shushed her when she tried to repeat it louder. Nicholas lifted his glass halfway. We finished the footpath across the globe. Added a few more routes as well. Antarctica, too. Just in case. Cashin paused mid-bite. Gave an impressed hum. You're quick. I thought China would bog it down for at least half a year. Nicholas shook his head. After a few weeks, it was clear Marauder wouldn't show. He was never brave. Clever, yes. Careful. Once he realized we were involved, he would have vanished. Cashin nodded. That tracked. Pernell glanced at Cashin. And you? How was your summer? He shrugged casually. Walked a few ancient forests. Found what's left of some druidic networks. Some dead ends, a few nasty curses, one very offended bog spirit. An ancient spirit gave me a kill order. He took a sip. Still no magic. But lately. He turned his wrist, fingers twitching over the stem of his glass. I can feel it again. Nicholas didn't blink. I noticed. Cashin raised a brow. Did I spark? Something like that, Nicholas said with a chuckle. The conversation drifted after that. A ward Nicholas was still annoyed about from the 70s. Armand's adventures, and the increasing crime rate in France. Gabrielle arguing with Fleur over whether a phoenix could get drunk. She leaned across the table and caught Fleur's face in both hands, thumbs pressing into her cheeks. They have incredible regenerative powers, she said, dead serious. Alcohol is basically poison to the liver. So phoenixes can regenerate out of drunkenness. Fleur stared at her, unimpressed. They don't regenerate instantly. Gabrielle shook her head hard enough to rattle Fleur's hair. Their tears cure basilisk poison. Basilisk. That's death in liquid form. There is no world where wine wins. Fleur pulled back, rubbing her jaw. That doesn't mean they can't feel it. Gabrielle crossed her arms. Impossible. Fleur huffed through her nose, long-suffering. You've never actually seen one drink. I don't need to, Gabrielle said. Logic. Cashin, halfway through his wine, paused. I'm fascinated by the peer-reviewed study you're about to publish. Gabrielle turned on him. You've met phoenixes. Tell her. He considered it, then shrugged. I've seen one steal brandy and set a curtain on fire. Interpret that how you like. Fleur shot him a look. That answers nothing. Correct, he said. That's how research works. Gabrielle huffed, still unconvinced, and reached for the bread basket biting with too much force. After dinner, they drifted into the study. Nicholas took the chair by the desk, Pernell settled opposite, and Cashin dropped into the nearest seat. Bathsheba stayed standing, leaning against the bookcase. Cashin broke the quiet first. All right, he said. What be you found? Any clue where the crawlers were heading? Nicholas lifted a hand. A world model bloomed into the air between them. Spinning slowly. Continents outlined in faint gold. He tapped it and Australia lit up. Then he drew an arrow. Northwest. So far, Nicholas said, we've got two working ideas. The arrow split. One curved back and landed on Britain. The other crossed the map and settled over Greece. Pernell tilted her head. The first is Britain. We assumed direction mattered. But the more we tracked it, the less confident we became. Nicholas nodded. The sites in other countries showed movement as well. No crawler sightings, but the same pattern. Cashin watched the model turn. So Britain's not certain. No, Nicholas said. But it's plausible. Pernell took over. They may have felt your spell work. Since it is the same spell. Expecting, can maybe. Cashin let out a breath through his nose. Lovely thought. He looked back at the globe, brows drawing. And Greece. Nicholas's hand stilled. He rubbed at his wrist. This one's worse, he said. A few years ago, something happened there. Big enough that I removed my own memories. And everyone else's. Bathsheba straightened slightly. That alone narrows the list, Nicholas went on. Whatever it was, it hit hard. Hard enough that none of us trusted ourselves to remember it. Perinel's mouth pressed thin. Except Cashin. Cashin nodded. Yet. Nicholas sighed. Night crawlers consume everything. Wards. Runes. Memory. Emotion. They strip a place down to bare magic. If they're moving toward Greece. He didn't finish. They may be trying to eat the constraints, Pernell said instead. Whatever's holding that site shut. Whatever we locked away. To free it, Nicholas added. They may be trying to eat the constraints, Pernell said. Whatever's holding that site shut. Whatever we locked away. To free it, Nicholas added. Cashin went very still. Greece. Remembering the thing buried in Greece, Cashin's gut twisted. Back then, they'd caught it rousing. Just rousing. That was the only reason they'd managed to lock it down, because it hadn't fully woken yet, like it was only the half. Still blinking through 10,000 years of sleep. Even then, it had nearly leveled them. If Bathsheba's runes hadn't taken, if the old masters hadn't lent their weight, it would have shredded them to pieces. They'd have died before they could say containment. He was sure of it. And now Nicholas said the crawlers were heading that way. If they got into that site, if they tore through the bindings, fed on the runes, scraped the chains back to dust, if that thing opened its eyes properly. End of the world. No doubt about it. Cashin's jaw clenched. He stared at the map. Been thinking. Crawlers eat memory. You wiped yours for the same reason. What if they're not just heading there to eat the bindings? What if they're trying to eat the memory of it? Nicholas stopped. Perinel's head turned to him fully. I've never thought that, Nicholas said quietly. No one spoke for a second. They'd all assumed the crawlers were simply destructive, predators chewing through wards, spells, history. Evil, because the damage was real. But Cashin heard the same name when he clashed with the leading crawler. Was it a worship or hatred? He had no idea. He only knew he heard the creature's name. And yet the crown of evil didn't wake despite being remembered. Right? Pernell and Nicholas shook their heads. We can't interpret it, Pernell said. Not without remembering the creature. And we buried those memories for a reason. Cashin didn't argue. Yet. Nicholas rested his elbows on the table. We've finished the footpath. For now, the night crawlers can't get through. He looked over the map again, fingers drumming. All we can do is trust the old ones who sealed it in the first place. They must have had reasons. Cashin watched the projection turn. The arrow still hovered over Greece. Nicholas flicked a hand, and the map folded itself back down. The light dimmed. Until they make a move, he said, we hold. Cashin and Bathsheba spent most of the Christmas break holed up in Flamel Manor, tucked into that bizarre little valley. Most of their days were split between digging through the Flamel's library, endless rows of leather-bound nightmares they were, and pitching questions across the study table until one of them got smug. Nicholas called it healthy debate. Pernell muttered something about spirited warfare and brought snacks. The garden out back had magic stitched into the roots. Cashin spent hours watching how the hedges reknitted themselves when you weren't looking. The bluebells flirted with him. One of the vines tried to bite Bathsheba's ankle in jealousy. Gabrielle lurked underfoot more often than not, switching between adorable and unbearable depending on who had sweets. She stuck to Bath's Hada like a barnacle, and antagonized Cashin with the commitment of a champion. Fleur, when not off sending letters to Goshawk or buried in a translation, made time to check in. She left the day after Christmas to continue her apprenticeship. Armand and Apollon left too, pulled back by ministry schedules and family obligations. Vivian stayed behind, as always. She'd served the Flamels for decades. She called it honor. When the break was coming to an end, Cashin and Bath's Hada packed up, said their goodbyes, and took a quiet detour on the way back. St. Mungo's was easy to find. But the room they stepped into might as well have been cut from another world. Alice and Frank Longbottom's new room. It smelled faintly of disinfecting charms and old potions. Alice sat by the window, hands folded, gaze drifting somewhere above the skyline. Frank was sitting on his bed, staring at nothing. Cashin watched them for a moment, jaw clenched. The wards around this room were tighter than most Gringotts vaults. Layer after layer, charms stacked to the ceiling. No one touched them. No one got near without clearance. Dumbledore had made sure of that. The Order had reinforced it. Some of the Aurors took shifts just to stand outside, faces grim and quiet. Since during the ritual the two were basically vegetables, and vegetables couldn't hate, Voldemort had hesitated. The ritual required the blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Frank and Alice fit that, on paper. But their bodies didn't carry hate anymore. So he said he'd heal them. Let them remember. Let them hate. Then finish the ritual properly. Cashin didn't wait to see how. He didn't have time to stall the escape. Even if he had, he wasn't going to stand by and let Voldemort gain full power cleanly. And most of all, he knew damn well healing, in Voldemort's dictionary, meant something else entirely. Gods knew what he would have done to make them feel again. What he would have twisted, dug up, burned through to reach hate. So, Cashin escaped. Took the window while it was open. And left Voldemort one step short. Perhaps that was why Dumbledore couldn't heal them. He wasn't weaker than Voldemort, was he? But he refused the price. Voldemort would have torn at whatever was left inside them, yanked their awareness up for a heartbeat, squeezed hate out of it, and let it drop again. 1 second of clarity. 1 second of terror. Enough to finish a ritual. Enough to break them for good. Dumbledore wouldn't do that. Cashin sat down opposite the Longbottoms and let out a slow breath. All right, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Let's try this the slow way. He rested his hands on his knees, shutting his eyes. Honestly, Cashin hadn't believed in souls for a long while. Not before magic, anyway. But then you wake up in another body with a second life crammed in your head and suddenly your old worldview looks a bit useless. Add in ghosts, cursed objects that screamed, and summers spent hunting those screaming artifacts, each one carrying a piece of a very bald, very noseless Dark Lord, and his view of the world slowly began to shift. He took a few slow breaths. What he was about to do wasn't dangerous on its own, but if handled poorly, it could injure him or the host. The Druids called this soul conversation. Naff name, but APT. Old magic that tapped into resonance between things. Animals, trees, sometimes people. Anything with a pulse and a presence, really. They used it to speak to what couldn't speak back. Or what spoke in ways most didn't understand. The spell itself was simple. Letting your own noise settle until there was space for something else to speak. He'd learned it last summer, somewhere deep under a forest that had forgotten it was part of Britain. It had been buried in an underground cave, by an earthquake or a landslide, he wasn't sure. The marks suggested a massive shift of earth. Unless, of course, the land itself had crept upward to hide it. That seemed just as possible. What he'd seen over the summer had opened his eyes to things he once would have ignored, things he could no longer pretend impossible. Cashin dropped a hand to the edge of the bed. The Druids had never thought the world was quiet. They thought humans were closing themselves to it. To them, earth breathed. Literally. A slow pulse that ran through stone, soil, water. The great tree that connected every inch of this beautiful planet they called home. Roots everywhere. Under forests, under cities, under oceans. One system, branching and folding back into itself. Life passing messages the way blood passes oxygen. In his old life, science had already proven half of it. Forests wired together by roots and fungi, trees passing warnings, sharing food, leaning on each other when one was sick. Mycelium networks running for miles, quiet and busy as nerves. Animals tuned in whether humans noticed or not. Same with people. Cells talking. Nerves firing. Signals running faster than thought. Same system. Different scale. Everything connected. You just had to stop shouting long enough to hear it. He imagined the sensation trickling down from his fingertip, through the bed. He pushed a little deeper. His focus slipped past the skin, the bones, the echo of magic long since collapsed in on itself. What came next was harder, something inside him pulling against it, instinct flinching back from how empty it felt in there. Still, he pressed on. The further he reached, the colder it got. A house with all its windows open and nothing inside. As he focused, he began to see the damage, plain and unmistakable. And the more he saw, the angrier he felt. Nerve endings were a mess, burned out, charred from the inside. He leaned closer. Wave after wave of trauma rolled through him, pain layered atop itself, old wounds never allowed to fade, only buried beneath newer ones. Dozens of cruciatus hits, maybe more. Cashin frowned. He shifted, reached again. For something, anything beneath it. The first thing he felt was absence. Hollow, like something had been scraped out. He moved carefully. Finding no surges. Past memory. Past magic, he felt a faint pressure. Buried deep. Cashin narrowed in. There. A thread. Faint as breath. He latched on. Whatever was left wasn't a soul in any full sense. It was a shell. Cashin blinked hard. Pulled back. That wasn't right. He stepped over to Alice. Same quiet. Same overload scars in the nerves, only worse. Her channels were tangled, collapsed in places. There were echoes where memory used to be. He reached for one. It spun him. Hard. Pulled him sideways through fragments, shadows of voices, faces, none holding still. Her mind was stuck mid-collapse. He couldn't grab anything real. Everything slipped. Whatever they'd done to the long bottoms, it had been for pain. Careful, patient ruin. He pulled back, shaking. Bathsheba caught him before his knees buckled, hands on his shoulders. Easy, she said. Cashin dragged in air like he'd surfaced from deep water. Seeing even a slice of it had gutted him from within. His hands were shaking from the pain. She waited until his breathing steadied. What did you find? She asked. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stared at the floor. I don't know. He took another breath. But it looks like Alice and Frank hid themselves. Deep. She frowned, but waited for him to explain. There's a shell down there, he went on. Magical. Not something done to them. Something they did, probably. I didn't push it. Not without knowing what I was poking. Bathsheba's eyes narrowed slightly. You think they cut themselves out of their bodies? He nodded. Yet. He grabbed his wrist to stop the shaking. The pain was too much, Cashin said. Cruciatus hurts your soul, body, magic, everything. Makes sure you feel every second. He swallowed. At some point, instinct kicks in. Same as any creature pushed past what it can take. She folded her arms, listening. Plenty of examples, he said. Lizards drop their tails when grabbed. Because survival beats wholeness. He rubbed his palm against his trouser leg. Octopuses will shut down whole limbs under stress. Deer freeze so hard their heart rate drops to nothing. Humans dissociate. Minds step sideways when the body can't cope. He looked back toward the beds. This is that. Taken further. They couldn't run physically, so they ran inward. Pulled whatever was left of themselves away from the pain and locked it somewhere safe. His jaw tightened. Like hibernation, but for the soul. Bathsheba exhaled slowly. So they're still there. Yes, he said. Just, buried. She rested her forehead briefly against his shoulder, grounding them both. If someone forces their way in. She began. They'll kill what's left, Cashin cut in. Or worse, drag it back too fast. That shell's a bunker. Cannot be opened casually. He straightened, a little steadier now. If they come back, it has to be on their terms. Slow. Familiar. No ripping things open because it makes us feel better. Bathsheba nodded. Then we don't touch it. Not yet. He glanced back at Alice and Frank, still and quiet in their beds. They survived torture by disappearing, he said. I'm not about to punish them for that. Cashin walked into the classroom and gave the front row a once-over. Mr. Creevy, he said, already pointing, fancy peddling for your sins. Colin nearly leapt out of his seat. Yes, sir. Been practicing all week. Gods help us, Cashin muttered, mostly to himself. He strode to the board and chalked out one word. Prophecies. He didn't usually bother with vague subjects such as this. Too much drivel, not enough footnotes. But every year, he taught the fourth years a single class on it. One lesson, just enough to spot the difference between a fever dream and the kind that got people killed. He walked to the projector, grabbed the first rune sheet, and slapped it into place. Colin was already peddling as if the fate of the castle depended on it. The projector gave a mechanical wheeze, then light spilled across the front wall, shifting to show a grainy image of a cluster of early humans crouched around a fire. Fear of the unknown's nothing new, Cashin said, gesturing lazily at the image. It's one of the oldest things we've got. Right next to pointy sticks and blaming someone else. The group leaned in. We've already covered what fear is and why it stuck around. So I'll not repeat that bit. This, he tapped the image, is where one of the most annoying branches of magic started. He flicked the sheet. The picture changed to a stone carving. A figure holding a twisted staff, arms raised to the sky, everyone else huddled on the ground like the weather was trying to kill them. It probably was. Before we had calendars, we had panic. Sun vanishes, someone dies, the river floods, must be punishment. Or a sign. Or both, if you were really lucky. He turned to the class. And then someone, usually the one with the loudest voice or the creepiest hut, stood up and said they'd seen it coming. That's your first prophecy. Ginny raised a brow. They guessed. They guessed, they got lucky, or they lied through their teeth. Doesn't matter. If the storm hits right after someone tells you to sacrifice your goat, you start handing out goats. Every ancient magical society had one. Sometimes a dozen. Seers. Oracles. Visionaries. People who either had a gift, or just figured out which herbs made the hallucinations more convincing. The wall flickered to a rough cave etching, a figure with eyes scratched out. This one's from what's now Central Africa. Supposedly predicted an eclipse 3 years early. More likely, she looked at the moon and guessed. Or someone added the details later to make her look good. Colin kept peddling, the projector groaned. The next slide showed a scroll with runes so old the ink had bled into the paper. This is the earliest confirmed magical prophecy we've got, Cashin said, pointing. Real magic. Stuck to the parchment like a curse. The class held their breath, quiet now. Still no idea what it says, he added. Best translation so far includes the words darkness that eats the light, which might be about eclipses, magic that obeys evil, can be interpreted as earliest dark lords, and sick roots, that's just bad weather. So, yeah, that's comforting. A Ravenclaw girl raised her hand. Where did the prophecy come from, then? If it wasn't just people making things up. Cashin nodded. Good question. Prophecy magic's weird. Doesn't come from the caster. Comes through them. Best guess? It's time magic. Very old, very stubborn, and very uninterested in your opinion. He flicked to the next image. Another carving, bit more refined than the last. Still Central Africa, but this time the figures were etched with finer tools, the community layout more structured, magic woven into the lines. Alright. We're past the panic stage now. Early communities are getting smarter, building shrines, naming storms, not walking straight into lion dens. And somewhere along the way, they started asking questions. He stepped aside, hands in his coat pockets. And questions mostly revolved around the unknown. Death's been part of the cycle since the start. Things die, other things eat them, life shuffles on. But we're the only species stupid enough to figure out why. Why did my brother die but I lived? Why did her crops fail and mine didn't? Why does the moon disappear, and why does it come back? He turned, started writing on the board. In every ecosystem, survival wins. If you don't survive, you don't pass anything on. So evolution gives you instincts. Stay away from fire. Don't poke the dragon. If your mate dies from drinking green water, maybe drink the blue stuff instead. He underlined the word fear twice. Fear of death sticks. Because the ones who weren't afraid of death, well, they're very dead. Colin blinked hard. Someone at the back snorted. Cashin kept going. Now, humans being humans, fear wasn't enough. They needed to know. Not just when they'd die, but what came next. Where they'd go. Whether the ancestors were watching. If the angry chicken meant something. He changed the slide again. This one showed a circular hut with symbols etched into the floor, someone kneeling in the middle, arms out, another holding something overhead that looked suspiciously like a goat. So, up steps the seer. The one who knows. Or pretends to. Could be a real gift, could be a good guess. Doesn't matter. They say, you'll fall to your death in spring, and suddenly everyone's walking slow in April. He turned back to the class. And just like that, they're important. Respected. Feared, if they're any good at acting. Because now they're the one telling you what comes next. What the spirits want. When the flood's coming. Who to marry. Whether to plant barley or run for the hills. Cashin leaned on the desk. Prophets weren't sideshow acts. They were center stage. Whole tribes shaped themselves around the ones who could see. They were power. You think politics is new? Half the wars back then started because someone claimed their dreams said the moon god was offended by their cousin's haircut. The projector clicked softly as the new image settled. As I said, most of these so-called prophecies are fake. And the methods people used to divine them. He made a face. Desperate doesn't begin to cover it. Tea leaves, bits of hair, sheep guts, smoke, blood, chicken bones. Take your pick. Someone in the second row gagged. He crossed to the board, tapped twice. The word Prophetia flickered across the front wall in silver lettering. Here's the thing. Most of it's nonsense. Luna's hand floated lazily up. What if some people really could see the future, but no one believed them because they used bird bones? Cashin blinked. Oddly specific. But yes. Once in a while, someone did predict something right. And when that happens enough times, people start listening. Doesn't matter if the rest of the village thinks you're plain mad. You get one flood right and suddenly you're in charge of deciding the future. The image changed to a crude mural, humanoid figures with glowing eyes and snakes coiled around their necks. This is from the Goblinoid archives, he said. Pre-One Society. Look familiar. Ginny squinted. That looks like seerhood. Yeah, Cashin nodded. That's the early symbol for what would become seerhood. Also happens to look a lot like the warning carvings found near cursed burial mounds. The line between prophet and disaster was always thin. A few of them shifted in their seats. Some people had genuine sight. But most didn't. That didn't stop them. Because people wanted answers. You don't question the method if the message hits right. The next slide snapped in, rows of scrawled letters, written in a shaky hand. The script ran diagonally across the parchment, cut off at the corner like it had been torn mid-vision. This one's from the pre-founding era. Actual prophecy. Verified by 3 separate ministries, plus a ghost that lived in the era. He pointed to the jagged writing. Mentions a burning crown, blood that bleeds itself dry, and a child born where death forgot to look. Charming stuff. Nobody knows what it means. Colin raised his hand, breathless. Is it about Merlin? Cashin sighed. Everything's about Merlin if you let it be. This one came 2 centuries before him. Could be him. Could be a metaphor. Could be someone's end-of-life fever dream after bad soup. The point is, prophecy doesn't explain itself. He turned, chalk in hand, and scribbled 2 phrases on the board. Desire to know. Fear of chaos. These are the roots. You want control, so you make maps of stars and listen to old people muttering in caves. You're scared, so you ask the sky for answers. He dropped the chalk back into its tray. Real prophecy? Real vision? That's rare. Dangerous, too. Because when people think you've seen the future, they'll do anything to make it real. Or stop it. A few students had gone quiet now. Even Luna looked thoughtful. Cashin clapped his hands, loud. Right. That's your history lesson for the day. Now, your homework. Groans erupted. Is not to write me a bloody essay. Silence. He smirked. Instead, you'll interview your least favorite divination text. Borrow from others if you aren't taking the class. Yes, interview. I want a parchment with 6 questions you'd ask if it could talk. Pretend it's sentient. Give it a name if you want. But I want questions. Colin perked up. What kind of questions? Things like, why are you so bad at your job, or how did you trick so many people into trusting you? He turned, arching a brow. Use that Gryffindor creativity. Ginny grinned. And no duplicate questions. Anyone hands me a sheet with what's my future on it, I'm feeding it to the projector, then we all laugh together. The class groaned again. Due Monday. Ink it well. That's all. The lights flickered back on. Cashin stretched, bones cracking. Creevy, you may stop peddling. Colin collapsed into his desk with a wheeze. Cashin looked over the class one last time. Remember, real prophecy doesn't come from tea leaves. It comes from terror, desperation, and, occasionally, people who've looked a god in the eye and lived. He paused at the door. Let's hope none of you qualify. He stepped out with a wink and a soft click of the door. Behind him, Luna whispered, I think my divination book's name is Bernard. No one argued. Later that day, Cashin and Baths Haida were ankle-deep in forest muck, standing beside Hagrid and staring up at the shortest giant anyone had ever seen. Hagrid was beaming, which would have been nice if not for the fact that his half-wild giant brother, currently crouched between 2 trees the size of small barns, licking a branch. Grop looked vaguely pleased. Also vaguely unaware of his own existence. Cashin folded his arms. Well, he's not biting things anymore. That's progress. He's calm, Hagrid said, eyes still a bit red around the edges. I told yet. He's got a good heart. You used the spell, Baths Haida said, arm folded. Hagrid nodded. He didn't want to, of course. Called it cruel. He's me brother, he said. Not a pet. Cashin hadn't pushed. But now here they were. After Grop nearly flattened Firenze's tent/barn? He had to. Only took you 6 near-death experiences, Cashin muttered. Hagrid huffed, but didn't argue. It wasn't technically a beast-binding spell. The thing Cashin had taught him was somewhere between a pact and a tuning fork. Let the creature lean into your presence like a second heartbeat. Most wouldn't trust it with a giant, but Grop had blood ties and a stubborn enough soul to keep him anchored. Grop looked down at him. Cashin raised a hand in greeting. Grop blinked. Then reached up and gently, with the utmost ceremony, plucked a stick from his tangled hair and held it out like an offering. Cashin took it. Cheers. Grop nodded. Then went back to staring at a butterfly. Firenze stood at the edge of the clearing, half in shadow, arms loose at his sides. Centaurs always looked like they were listening to a conversation no one else could hear. He stepped further into the light after a while, still looking up. The stars shifted. Cashin frowned. What changed? We do not know yet. But the pattern's familiar. It echoes old records. From before. Before what? Before forests had names. Cashin didn't answer. The centaur turned, eyes sharp. Professor Rosier. Cashin raised a brow. Yes, your dramaticness. Firenze didn't smile. The magic around you is different today. Cashin gave him a look. Is it the beard? You might be awakening a gift, he said. Foreseeing. Cashin narrowed his eyes slightly. With all due respect, and I say this as someone who once lectured on Sybil Trelawney's absolutely criminal misuse of prophetic auras, I don't believe in prophecy. Firenze's gaze didn't shift. Then your body does. Cashin scoffed. My body also believes bacon is a food group. My business is with the past, not the future. Firenze, predictably, looked unbothered. Past and future are not so separate as you think. Cashin glanced at the butterfly still dancing above Grop's head. That sounds like a threat. Firenze looked at him, unreadable, then he turned and walked back into the trees. Grop scratched his knee. Baths Haida stepped past them. Come on. It's nearly dusk. Cashin gave Grop a wave. The giant sat back down, still chewing bark. All right, Cashin said. Back to the madhouse. Hagrid watched Grop then turned to the two. Thank yet. Both of yet. Cashin waved him off. Don't thank me yet. This spell was very untested. They vanished into the trees. As the O.W.L.S crept closer, Cashin's door started swinging open more than usual. Same as every year, students panicking, dreaming up careers they weren't remotely qualified for, or trying to avoid whatever their parents had already picked out for them. Official guidance came from the heads of house, of course. But most of the fifth years treated Cashin as their second opinion. He didn't mind. Gave them advices, a book or two, maybe a sarcastic push in the right direction. A few wanted applause. He gave none of those, but they kept coming anyway. Crabbe and Goyle walked in together. Then he nearly started drinking before lunch. All right, he said, setting his pen down. Which one of you is dying, and how much paperwork am I expected to fill out? They blinked at him. Crabbe scratched his arm. Goyle sniffed. Then Goyle blurted, we want to be orators. Cashin blinked. Pardon. Crabbe nodded, more enthusiastic than was safe. Yet. Orators. Cashin leaned back in his chair. You do know that requires 5N.E.W.T.S in the toughest subjects Hogwarts offers, right? They nodded. Not in sync. Not confidently. Just, nodded. Cashin rubbed the bridge of his nose. Right. I'll just ask the important question, why aren't you having this conversation with Snape? Crabbe shifted. He called us dunderheads. Goyle frowned. He said if he saw us again before Newts he'd turn us into flobberworms. Cashin gave them a flat look. Hard to argue with his methodology. Crabbe scratched his neck. My dad wants me to be a Death Eater. Goyle smacked his arm. You're not supposed to say that. Crabbe looked confused. Why not? Because it's a secret, idiot. I told you before we came. We're here because Lucius doesn't want us to become Death Eaters cause we're too thick. Fool. Crabbe turned smacking him back. That's a secret too. Goyle shoved him. You just said Lucius is one. You did first. Cashin held up a hand. All right, that's enough mutual incrimination for one day. Sit. Still. They froze. He stood up, walked to the shelf, grabbed a thick file marked Realistic Careers, and dropped it on the desk. I'm not saying you can't be orators, he said. I'm saying you'll need to work harder than you've ever worked in your lives. You'll need top marks. In subjects you are currently failing. And you'll need to pass interviews. Background checks. Physical trials. Psychological screening. Crabbe looked uncertain. Psychological. They make you talk about feelings, Cashin said, deadpan. Goyle paled. Cashin sighed. So. You've got two options. You can either go full tilt and try to prove everyone wrong. Or you can aim for something where you won't end up getting yourself or someone else cursed into a fern. They didn't answer. He pushed the folder toward them. Read. Pick something. Come back when you've got an idea that doesn't end with me drinking myself through the paperwork. Crabbe looked down. So you're not gonna tell anyone what we said? Cashin shrugged. Not unless you write it on a banner and fly it off the astronomy tower. But maybe don't start shouting it around others until you're sure. Goyle shifted. We don't want to be Death Eaters. I gathered, and I am glad, Cashin said. Unfortunately, neither do half the people your families expect to be. Doesn't mean the pressure stops. They looked at him. I believe in you, boys. Grow to strip yourselves from paths you haven't chosen. You've still got time, he said. Use it better than your dads did. Crabbe nodded. Slowly. Goyle didn't speak. They shuffled out a minute later, muttering about maybe picking up herbology again. Cashin sat back, cracked his neck, and reached for the emergency biscuit tin. He wished that was all, but it wasn't. At least Crabbe and Goyle had a goal, however doomed it was. That put them ahead of a fair few. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, for instance, were sat across from him now, fidgeting with their sleeves, frowns plastered to their faces. I don't want to follow my aunt's footsteps, Susan said. I want to be a person of my own. Hannah nodded, not adding anything. He gave an encouraging hum. That's commendable, he said. You two have creativity. I made you my right and left hands in dueling club for a reason. That earned matching blinks. You bring life to dull things, he added, which, in this castle, is practically a superpower. Both lit up. Sat straighter. Smiled like he'd just handed them a crown. So what should we do? They asked. Cashin leaned back in his chair, glanced up at the ceiling expecting it to offer divine guidance. It didn't. Probably for the best, he didn't trust anything in this school that answered back. I wish I had a magical crystal ball that could tell you, he said. Actually, no, I don't. That would be terrifying. Susan bit her lip. Hannah kicked her shoe against the leg of the chair. He tapped a pen against the desk to match her rhythm. All right. Forget jobs for a second. What makes you forget time when you're doing it? They exchanged a look. Too many answers and none of them felt grown up enough to say out loud. You don't have to impress me, Cashin said. I've already seen the two of you hex dummies into playing out a drama. Go on. Susan looked up. I like planning things. Sorting chaos. Making something work better. Hannah nodded. Same. But I prefer people. Helping them get through things. Cashin grinned. So one of you is a schemer, the other's a therapist. Fantastic. They blinked. Look, he said, you don't have to pick a forever job right now. You're 15. Most people your age barely know how they take their tea. Susan raised a hand. Milk, no sugar. Cashin gave her a solemn nod. You're one step ahead of your peers. He pulled a book off the shelf behind him, flipped through a few pages, then shoved it across the table. Have a look at this when you've got time. Careers that aren't ministry-based, aren't family expectations, and don't end in slow magical burnout. Just, see what clicks. They nodded, serious again. And Bones, he said, voice dipping just enough to cut through, you're not your aunt. You're not expected to be her. You've got her fire, sure, but it burns a different way. Susan's throat bobbed. Hannah looked at her. Then reached out and nudged her shoulder gently. Cashin watched them both for a beat. Take your time, he said. Anyone tries to rush you, hand them your dueling badge and tell them I said to duck. That got a laugh as they stood, thanked him, and left. Cashin waited until the door clicked shut. Then he sighed and dragged the next folder off the pile. 4th appointments of the day. God help him. The next few days ran like clockwork, if the clock was fueled by stress, sugar, and 17 versions of the same question. Bath's Haida dropped in now and then, dragging popcorn from Merlin knew where and eating it like she was front row at a play. Didn't lift a finger to help. Just sat in the corner enjoying the carnage, barely hiding her grin. That day featured Neville, flanked by Harry and Ron, all three hovering just outside the door like they'd stumbled into the wrong office but refused to admit it. Hermione wasn't with them. Of course not. She probably had her next 100 years sorted by now, color-coded and bookmarked. Neville shuffled in first. Walked right past the others and placed a chair over beside Bath's Haida. They dragged me, he said with a shrug. I'm not with them. I've got a few ideas already. Harry and Ron turned on him like he'd stabbed them with a quill. Ron looked properly betrayed. Cashin chuckled. Throwing your mates under the night bus in the first breath. You've grown. Bath's Haida covered her mouth. Popcorn crackled. Neville said nothing, nicking a few. Ron stepped forward as if it was his turn at the gallows. We, haven't really decided anything. Cashin tilted his head. Shocking. I had you down for a ministry desk job and Potter for interpretive wand dancing. Harry sat without speaking. Ron scratched the back of his neck. I was thinking, maybe hit wizard. Cashin nodded. Good. That's only marginally less suicidal than dragon handling. Got the reflexes for it. Probably. Cashin gave him a look. That confidence is exactly why they hand you a badge. Harry finally spoke. What about curse breaking? You're not bad at puzzles, Cashin said. But it is equal opportunity reckless. If you don't die in the first month, you're in. Ron looked at Harry. We could do that together. You could, Cashin agreed, or one of you could end up flattened by a collapsing tomb while the other lives long enough to file the report. Harry nodded, unfazed. Cashin gave Harry a once-over. Honestly surprised you're not chasing Quidditch. Harry scratched his nose. Thought about it. But I want to do something that matters. Like Dad and Sirius. Cashin nodded. Not a bad reason. You'd be good at it too. He sipped his tea, gave Harry a look over the rim. How's potions? Harry deflated slightly. Not bad. Cashin made a noise. Not bad's not enough. Severus doesn't take anyone under EE. He sees an A and starts shopping for poisons. Ron groaned under his breath about high expectations and bat wings. Cashin raised a hand. If you're serious about aura work, then get serious. British Ministry wants those N.E.W.T.S for a reason. Not to be annoying, well, partly that, but mostly because in that job, you'll use that knowledge. Every week. Sometimes every day. Ron made a face. Still don't get why potions matters. Auras don't brew. Cashin gave him a flat look. Don't they? Ron shrugged. Do they? You get cursed in the field, who's brewing the counter? Cashin asked. You? Your partner? The ghost of Christmas past. Ron tried again. Yeah, but they've got kits for that, right? Pre-brewed stuff. Some, Cashin said. And when those run out? Or get swapped? Or spoiled in a rainstorm? Ron didn't answer. You think being an Auror's all explosions and witty one-liners? Most fieldwork is fixing your own mess before it eats you. Harry leaned forward slightly. You think I could do it? Yeah, Cashin said, without pause. But only if you decide you're not half doing anything. Same for you, Weasley. You've both got decent instincts. But instinct only gets you to the hospital wing. The rest is work. Cashin stood and crossed to the bookshelf, thumbing out a slim grey folder. Take this, he said, tossing it to Ron. Career paths that don't start with punch it and end with hope for the best. You might find something else that suits. Doesn't have to be shiny to be worthwhile. Ron caught it. Flipped it open. There's a job called. Like an analyst. Cashin pointed at the door. That's your punishment for doubting potions. Bath's Haida laughed softly from her seat. Harry sat back, staring at the folder in Ron's hand. Still thinking. Cashin clapped. Right. That's your lot. Next time, bring snacks. They shuffled out. Neville stayed just long enough to take one last piece of popcorn. Bath's Haida shooed him away. Cashin got up with a groan and a stretch. Gods, that's tiring. Bathsheba didn't even glance up from the tin. You enjoy it? He scratched the back of his neck. Do not. You can lie to yourself, not to me. You like that they come to you for life-changing decisions. All tiredness vanished from his face as he perked right up. I do love it. Sue me. She lobbed a popcorn at him without looking. He caught it mid-air with a smug grin. She dropped onto his leg as he sat next to her. You're impossible. And yet somehow, beloved. She shoved another popcorn between his lips to shut him up. MMPH. He chewed dramatically, made it last to the point of cruelty. Swallowed slow. All right. What's the actual problem? Umbridge is scheming something. His face didn't change, but the chewing stopped. What? Charity saw her near the Great Hall. Some setup. Didn't say what. He hummed, head leaning back on the sofa. You reckon it's educational sabotage or ministry propaganda? Could be both. Bless her range. Another popcorn landed in his mouth. She leaned back against him. You're not going to do the thing where you sneak in early and change all the ink to something rude. He raised a brow. Would I? She smacked his arm lightly. Cashin started playing with her hair, fingers tracing lazy loops down her neck. Bathzilla. He murmured. She didn't answer. He blew a short puff of air at her ear. She smacked the side of his chest without looking. Undeterred, his fingers dipped lower. My lovely bathwater. That name's banned. Fine. My sweet, scalding tub. She elbowed him. He shifted behind her, nuzzling closer. Let's get a bit irresponsible. She stood up. Dinner time. He groaned into the sofa. Knew you didn't love me. You'll live, she said, tugging her jumper into place and heading for the door. He trailed behind her, arms stretched above his head, mumbling killjoy and blue popcorns. Halfway down the hall, he sidled up beside her, whispering. If we skip dinner, I'll make you tea. Real tea. G-grade. She didn't even blink. Tempting. Still no. He bumped her shoulder. I'll throw in foot rubs. Full 10 minutes. Zero groping. Liar. Well, partial groping. They turned the corner just as the great hall doors came into view, and froze. Right at the entrance, flanked by two perfectly aligned ministry banners in a shade of pink that should have been illegal, stood a folding table. On it, stacks of parchment, ministry pamphlets, and a sign that read Careers in Magic, Plan Your Perfect Future Today. In cheerful, glittering letters. Behind it stood Dolores Umbridge, smiling like she'd just kicked a puppy and gotten a raise for it. Cashin's head tilted. Oh, marvelous. The parasites set up a recruitment stall. Bathsheba let out a long breath through her nose. She's handing out career templates. As in, pick your box, color it in, and we'll stamp a number on your soul. I'd say don't be dramatic, but... No, no. Let me guess. Top 3 options. Ministry Apprentice, Ministry Junior Apprentice, and Loyal Ministry Pet. Bathsheba was already moving again. Cashin followed, eyes flicking across the little signs Umbridge had clipped to the front of each pamphlet. The Ministry, a future you can trust. Your path starts with order. Gods, he said, it's like propaganda and a funeral got married. A few fifth years were already gathered around the table, most of them looking like they'd wandered into the wrong corridor and were too polite to escape. Seamus held a pamphlet upside down. Parvati and Padma stood a little back, not speaking. Umbridge caught sight of Cashin just as they reached the end of the corridor. Her smile widened. Too wide. She lifted a hand in greeting, fingers wagging. Cashin raised his brows. Gave her the sort of polite nod you'd give a cursed doorknob. Bathsheba grabbed his sleeve. Let's eat before you say something that makes her speak. Fine, he muttered. But if she starts reading from the pamphlet, I'm setting the ceiling on fire. The staff room smelled like old ink and tea leaves someone had forgotten to clear out. Cashin sat with one ankle hooked over the other, a pen dangling between his fingers and a half-finished draft in front of him. Bathilda Bagshot had pulled up a chair beside him, leaning close, pointing at one of the questions with a disapproving wrinkle of her nose. We'll change these, she said, sliding him the revised draft. Cashin said, squinting at the third page. Isn't this a bit much? Bagshot didn't flinch. Your exams are too easy. Cashin blinked. That's the point, isn't it? She gave him the kind of look usually reserved for idiots and poorly transfigured hedgehogs. Every year, she said, I tell you to make them more challenging. Every year, most of your class gets O's. He gave her a grin and a thumbs up like she'd handed him a compliment. Exactly. If the point of education is to pass, they'll focus on passing. If it's not about passing, they'll focus on the class. Maybe learn something. She leaned forward slightly. And if they don't care at all? He shrugged. Then I've nothing to teach them anyway. They'll memorize, they'll regurgitate, and they'll forget by summer. What's the point? Bagshot looked 2 seconds away from smacking him with her folder. Across the room, Bathsheba had set up shop near the wide windows, half buried in a stack of books, parchment spread across her lap. She sat next to Goshawk and Selina, who looked about as invested in the conversation as anyone forced to listen to Cashin and Bagshot argue for the 4th year running. Fleur, sitting between them, looked mildly alarmed. Is something wrong? Selina didn't glance up from her notes. Don't worry. They do this every year. Cashin underlined something on the test sheet with exaggerated care. What's next? You want me to include a trick question about the birth order of the Bloody Baron's cousins? Bagshot scoffed. If it'd make the exam up to the ministry standards, yes. Cashin leaned back in his chair. You are a menace. Better than being a babysitter in a waistcoat. Excuse me, this waistcoat has personality. She sniffed. So does a boggart. Cashin grinned again, flipping the test sheet to the next page. Still not changing it. Bagshot snatched the pen out of his hand. I'll do it myself. He let her, watching with interest as she started scratching notes in the margins. You're going to break them. Good. Cashin took her quill and tapped it on the table, unbothered. Besides, he went on, I'd rather have a room full of overconfident teenagers than ones afraid to think out loud. Bagshot arched a brow. You'll have both. Well, then at least I know who needs extra biscuits. He turned another page, held it up between two fingers. This one's got 3 different answer paths depending on how you interpret the Nile River Reversal War's root logic. Isn't that a bit cruel? Bagshot didn't look up. That one's mine. He blinked. Of course it is. And it's meant to be cruel. Cashin sighed, laid the page down with a bit too much force. You expect them to memorize which tribal envoy wore which ceremonial earring on what moon cycle, instead of, say, the actual war. They'll need those details, she said, still scribbling notes. They'll need the cause. The spells involved. Who used what where? What it broke. Not which priest kissed which werewife at the treaty fire. That's history. He gave her a look. No, that's gossip with a title. Bagshot finally paused her quill. It's the difference between cause and context. Context, he said, gesturing vaguely at the pile, is fine. This is trivia. Might as well test them on wand lengths while we're at it. Bagshot nudged the paper back at him. If they want O's, they should earn them. They're 15, not books. She started flipping through his questions with a faintly smug air. Cashin leaned back. All right then. Explain to me how knowing the exact number of oxen traded between the Marrow clans helps you counter a blood-silt curse. Bagshot didn't hesitate. Because the oxen weren't just livestock. They were tether markers. The numbers defined magical ownership. And silt magic responds to memory binding, not blood volume. He stared at her. She tapped the parchment. That's in the notes. It's in your notes, he muttered. Not in theirs. Then you should teach them better. Cashin sucked in a sharp breath. How dare yet? Bagshot closed her eyes for a beat. Fine. I shouldn't have said that. She leaned back, fingers pinching the bridge of her nose. Look. The ministry's breathing down my neck. They want harder papers this year. No explanation. Just that if I don't set them, they will. Cashin's easy slouch vanished. So that's what this is. She nodded. This is me being merciful. He stared at the paper. If students couldn't score an EE or an O, they weren't eligible to take N.E.W.T level classes. That was the ministry requirements. If too many students failed, it wouldn't just look bad. It would land squarely on him. Not the curriculum or Voldemort. Him. Cashin stared at the papers, eyes gone cold. Was this the move? Not a direct attack, no, that would be too easy to counter. But if they made it look like the subject was failing, like he was failing, they could justify pulling it from his hands. Reassigning the post. Killing it quietly. He'd lost his magic. The vultures had circled since the beginning of the year, waiting for the excuse. An umbrage. He still remembered her prissy little smile at the start of the year. Mr. Rosier lost his magic. Can he still teach? She wanted this job. If he went, she'd be the one they'd slot in. History gutted, restructured, spun into some bright, sterilized version of itself with ministry slogans between every chapter. Was that the plan all along? Or was it messier than that? Slytherins had been standing by him all year. Maybe that was the threat. Or Potter. Could be they wanted to cut that tie before it stuck. Separate Cashin from the students who still saw him as something worth listening to. Weaken the foundation, and the whole thing cracks. He tapped the stack a few times. If this was their move, he'd seen worse plays. But it meant the game was on. Bagshot watched him carefully. Don't poke them. I loathe the ministry as much as you do, more, frankly, I've had longer to grow tired of them, but they're jumpy. Some things put them on edge. Cashin gave a short, humorless scoff. Jumpy bureaucrats. Always a delight. He didn't look at her as he spoke next. They think if they squeeze hard enough, the class will break. That the kids will turn on it. On me. His fingers flattened the papers. They're wrong. Bagshot lifted her head. Cashin. Bathilda. This year, he said, there'll be more outstandings than they've ever seen. Mark it. She studied him. Don't do anything stupid. You're bound by the rules. You can't help them cheat. Cashin finally looked up. A slow grin tugged at his mouth. I rigged the Triwizard Cup, he said lightly. You really think the ministry's going to stop me teaching? Bagshot stared at him for a long second, then snorted despite herself. Merlin save us all. Cashin gathered the papers, tapping them into a perfect stack. Don't worry. I won't hand them answers. He paused at the door, glancing back over his shoulder. I'll just make sure they know how to think. Bathsheba didn't look up, but something was extremely wrong, something shifting in his face, too familiar by now to miss. She huffed through her nose. The ministry was, once again, thoroughly screwed. She dropped her eyes back to the page. Goshawk adjusted her glasses and leaned in. The revised stroke on line 6, why did you swap the descending arc? Bathsheba flipped to the margin notes. Because the previous arc hooked too close to the radius. In Coptic routing, that causes skew. If you're drawing from lunar lay flares, it'll burn the cast rightward. Goshawk made a quiet sound of agreement. You're using mixed influence, then. Bathsheba nodded. Futh arc hybrid. The base is lunar 4, but the echoes weighted in early Greek harmonic cadence. Keeps it clean, but still lets you float the binding. Not many spot that, Goshawk murmured. Selena missed it, right? Selena nodded, brushing the page's corner smooth. Bathsheba sighed. If even she missed it, we should cut the question. She's one of the best. Selena gave a quiet smile. I doubt that. Bathsheba smirked. Don't be modest. She turned the page back toward Goshawk. This one's stronger. Runic layers clean, no ambiguity in the anchoring path. The distortion test holds across all 4 variants. Goshawk tapped a line with the back of her quill. You shifted the primary stroke left. The curve follows Dervini principles. Not strictly, Bathsheba said. It holds the arc but not the logic. I dropped the dual cadence, otherwise it loops on itself when mirrored through 5th structure bindings. Goshawk nodded. Good. That stops the advanced students overcomplicating it. Selena looked down at her own page. You're not using the standard Elder Futh arc reference. Bathsheba shook her head. They'll recognize the pattern too easily. I borrowed from Phaistos layering. Early, unpolished, but enough to push them. Goshawk took the parchment, ran her fingers over the rune lines, eyes narrowed slightly. Does it stack against NEWT level? Not cleanly. That's the point. They'll have to root through the cadence rather than lean on the reference sheet. Selena looked faintly alarmed. So the entire test shifts depending on how they read the initial pattern. Bathsheba slid the sheet closer to her. Yes. But if they follow the harmonic correctly, it settles. If they treat it like surface level alignment, it fractures after the second cast. Goshawk gave a quiet hum, still tracing the shapes. That'll throw half the class. They'll manage. And if they don't, they'll remember it next time. Failing this question won't ruin the paper, but getting it right means they understand rhythm-based root casting, not just visual matching. Selena sighed. He is too soft compared to you. Bathsheba flicked a glance toward the door just as Cashin left. No. He's worse. She slid the next page across the desk. Here. 6th question. Double-check the translation key on this one. I used the older structure. Goshawk picked up her quill and got to work. Cashin walked between the desks, papers stacked under one arm, flipping each onto a student's desk, chatting up with them. Seamus grinned up at him, Cashin winked. Behind him, Crabbe was whispering to Goyle about which quill was the lucky one. Hermione had already started checking the margin spacing, as if it were a holy rite. He was halfway through the Ravenclaws when the door creaked open. Cashin didn't look up. Boots. Too many. He finished the row. Bagshot entered first. Behind her came Dolores Umbridge, powder pink as a migraine. She was flanked by 5 ministry aurors, all in full gear and clearly hating every second of it. They spread out near the back, all standing tall. Bless them. Cashin blinked. Oh good. Have the escaped Death Eaters raided the school? Is Voldemort here? That got a sound out of a few students. Susan made a choking noise. Dean sat up straight. Tracy half turned in her chair like she wasn't sure if she should be ducking. Umbridge's face pinked immediately. What do you mean, Professor? Cashin tilted his head, all mock thoughtfulness. I mean, I see 5 auras in full kit. I was wondering what sort of threat justified that. I assumed we'd had a Voldemort sighting. Umbridge gave an annoying little hem-hem. The board and the Department of Magical Education are simply concerned. The quality of our graduates lately has slipped. The committee felt some oversight might help. Cashin smiled, a picture of innocence. Ah, right. That's a relief. I thought the ministry had finally found the courage to go after Death Eaters. Silly me. He gave a quick shrug. Must have confused action with paperwork again. Bagshot brushed past him rolling her eyes. Keep walking, she muttered. A few students snorted. Someone at the back coughed and tried not to laugh. Umbridge's smile thinned. I expect full cooperation, Professor Rosier. Oh, you'll have it, Cashin said. I've always believed in transparency. Don't let me interrupt then, she said sweetly. Do continue, Professor. Oh, I will, Cashin said, brushing past her to the desk. Gods forbid we let logic get in the way of tradition. He dropped the final stack of papers. Right. You all know what this is. 20 questions, final one being an essay. History. You may cry quietly, but if you scream, I start docking points. A few people laughed. Wands away, Cashin said. You've got 1 hour. He turned, glanced at the back row where the auras were already shifting uncomfortably, and added, and if anyone starts feeling faint from the sheer terror of being in the presence of actual ministry representatives, please remember they are legally required not to hex you unless you are holding a wand. For now. He leaned against the desk, arms folded. Begin. Umbridge and the Aurors watched the room like a pack of pigeons trained by snipers. Coordinated to not blinking at the same time. Eyes tracking hands, quills, posture. The closest thing to movement was Terry Boot adjusting his sleeve, and even that got a squint from the one by the window. Cashin didn't bother looking their way. He just dropped into his chair, boots up, and cracked the spine on an old journal. The students were locked in. Focused. Quills moved, parchment rustled. A soft curse from Pansy as she checked her ink pot and found it half dry. Padma was already scribbling out her second page. Dean squinted at the fourth question and mouthed something rude. Which regional conflict in 1392 led to the split between the Magical Mercantile Accord and the Eastern Trade Binders? What spell work was banned as a result? Amanda scrawled quickly with a grin. Zodic Revolt, Northeast Step Line. Trade Binders were caught bribing the Accord with split loyalty hexes. Banned, Echo Sigils, Coded Compulsion, Barter Forged Intent Anchors. Ron leaned over his page, biting his lip but writing non-stop. His answer was too long. He crossed out 3 words and rewrote them smaller. Translate the following runic shorthand into standard historical notation. Identify what region and century it likely references. 3 different answers in the first 10 minutes alone. Padma's was neat. Sean's was an enthusiastic mess. Hermione paused halfway through hers to tilt her head. Then nodded to herself and kept going. Using no more than 4 sentences, explain why Grindelwald's speech in LVIV was remembered for its magical construction, not its message. What anchoring principle was he exploiting? Anthony Goldstein frowned, tapped the quill twice, then began writing. Spell-layered rhetoric. Intent folded into cadence. Runic reinforcement of the 4th line activated empathic mirroring. The audience felt agreement before they knew what they agreed with. Ernie Macmillan's lip curled slightly at question 19. He didn't like moral hypotheticals. Still, he kept writing. Meanwhile, one of the Aurors stepped away from the wall and moved in behind Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe paused. Stared at the question a bit harder and muttered under his breath. The Auror circled once more, leaned a little toward Daphne Greengrass's parchment. Daphne didn't look up. Just kept writing. Cashin watched all of it without lifting his head from his journal. Umbridge never stopped since the exam started. She drifted from desk to desk. Her eyes scanned every parchment, every hand, every ink blot. She paused at Theodore Nott. He didn't care. Her gaze narrowed. His quill didn't slow. Cashin reached for a biscuit from the tin he'd brought in. Bit it clean in half. Umbridge shot him a smile. All teeth. All hate. He held up the other half of his biscuit and mouthed. Want one? She didn't answer. Just kept walking. Bagshot sat in the corner. She'd brought her own cup of tea. She didn't speak, but the hand on her cane was twitching slightly, like she was fighting the urge to curse someone. Cashin suspected she had 7 hexes already loaded. He counted Umbridge then the Aurors. Who was the unlucky 7th, he wondered. The Aurors circled again. One of them muttered something into a charm stone. The glow didn't flicker. No foul play. Michael Corner sneezed. Sue Lee shushed him. Tracy rolled her eyes, quietly circled an answer, and moved on. 30 more minutes. The bearded Auror turned toward him. Gave a slight nod. All clear. Cashin nodded back, not looking up. Of course it was. If he cheated. He cheated clean. When the essay portion hit, the scratching of quills got louder. You could tell which ones had picked their favorite topics. Parvati flew across the lines like she was writing a letter to her future self. Daphne went dead still except for her hand, moving rapidly without even stopping to think. Dean stuck his tongue out the corner of his mouth. Hermione had already started flipping her extra sheet. Every student was in it. Heads down, parchment filling fast, and no one so much as looked up when someone passed by. At the back of the room, Umbridge's face had started to discolor. She wasn't a professor. Could barely spell pedagogy without a crib sheet. But even she could tell what was happening. They were doing well. All of them. Worse, confident. The lot of them writing like they knew their stuff, not like they were just hoping to scrape a pass. No signs of desperation at all. Questions were difficult. When Bagshot sent the draft, the ministry made sure of it. Which meant her plan was bleeding out across the room. Fudge had sent her for one thing. Undermine the Rosier name. Cut Cashin off from the school, from the students, from Dumbledore. Isolate. Discredit. Remove. Simple enough on paper. But now she stood in a room full of 15-year-olds outscoring expectations, all of it under Rosier's teaching, and she had no angle. He must be cheating. He must be. But there was no sight at all. The invigilators hadn't so much as twitched. She couldn't call foul on high scores without admitting what this test had really been. A trap. She needed something. Anything. If they left this room and every paper came back with top marks, Rosier's credibility would cement, opposite of the crack they're aiming for. Worse, his loss of magic wouldn't matter. He'd proven he could teach with or without it. She'd failed. Unless she fixed it. Right now. Her smile sharpened. Cashin bit into another biscuit, grinning as he chewed. He caught Umbridge's eye, held her stare, and mouthed, "Your move." Then opened his mouth and showed her the half-chewed mess on his tongue. The look she gave him could have soured cream. One of the Aurors turned. Cashin's mouth shut faster than a cursed book. He swallowed, wiped the corner of his mouth, and leaned back in his chair like nothing had happened. Umbridge was about to boil. Her smile was cracking at the edges now. Cashin leaned his head back, watching the ceiling. 5 minutes later, she turned and drifted to the front of the class, posture stiff. Her hands folded over each other, but her nails dug in. You may stop. The words rang out sharp and loud. A few quills jerked. Cashin didn't move. Quills down, Umbridge said again, voice cracking. Now. The room froze. That wasn't time. Cashin sat forward. Madam Undersecretary, he said, tone light. The students still have 13 minutes. Umbridge didn't even glance at him. They've had long enough. Bagshot's head lifted. Dolores, she said slowly, the examination guidelines were approved by the department itself. Ending early would invalidate the results. Umbridge smiled wider. There's been a change in policy. Cashin stood. He wasn't smiling now. Funny. Policy changes usually come with parchment. Seals. Names. He stepped forward. You bring any of that? She met his gaze, face shouting urgency and panic. The ministry reserves the right to. Oh, there it is, he cut in. The ministry. Not the school. Not the board. Not the examiner in the room. Just you. With your 5 guards and your sudden authority. Bagshot shifted. Dolores. I'm safeguarding student welfare, Umbridge said, with that fake sweet tone. This examination may be above their level. We don't want to discourage anyone. Cashin called, Ash. The castle rattled. A second later, a dragon flew in, no larger than an easel, tail twitching. One of the aurors sighed in visible relief. Then Ash expanded, heat rolling off her as her wings shadowed half the classroom. She landed on the ledge with all the grace of a thrown anvil, claws digging into the stone. Smoke curled from her nostrils as she stared down at Umbridge. Burn anyone who stops this exam before the clock rings. Ash lowered her head. Her eyes locked on Umbridge like she'd found something fun to melt. Cashin turned to Bagshot without missing a beat. Silence ring to the seats. She nodded. She waved softly, and the edges of the classroom shimmered faintly gold, cutting off outside noise. He stepped into the ring. Continue and finish your exams. The students blinked, then snapped back down to parchment. Cashin walked back out, hands in his pockets, and looked straight at Umbridge. I told you before, he said. Hogwarts isn't the ministry's backyard. This is a private institution. The Department of Magical Education regulates. It does not dictate. Umbridge didn't move. You're welcome to observe, Cashin went on. Try and shut down my exam again, you'll be removed from the perimeter. He turned to the aurors. Any objections? No one spoke. The one near the window shook his head so fast. The others stared straight ahead. Cashin gave them a nod. Good. He sat down. Picked up a biscuit. The room carried on. Umbridge stood perfectly still, lips pressed thin, surrounded by 5 fully armed aurors and a dragon watching her breathe. Cashin dunked his biscuit. Bit it. Chewed slowly. No one interrupted the exam again. Rewinding to the end of last year. The room smelled of expensive polish and old nerves. One of the ministry's more obscure chambers, soundproofed, warded, rarely used unless someone needed to panic in private without a paper trail. Cornelius Fudge sat at the center of the table, hands clenched, unclenched, then clenched again. His collar stuck to his neck. Sweat beaded at his temples. Around him sat people who didn't sweat as easily. Lucius Malfoy lounged back in his chair, cane resting against the table leg, fingers folded neatly over the silver head. Beside him, Goyle Sr. and Crabbe Sr. sat broad. Across from them sat the women. Avery's matriarch, rings heavy on both hands, lips curved in a faint smile that never reached her eyes. Bulstrode's matriarch sat stiff-backed, chin lifted, her gaze fixed on Fudge. Flint's patriarch leaned forward with his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced, expression bored. Nott Sr. watched in silence, pale eyes locked on the oldest man on the table. Selwyn. The Selwyn patriarch sat straight, posture old as stone. His hair had gone iron-grey years ago, but his eyes still burned with the same dangerous glint that had once let his family stretch its reach across half of Europe. The Selwyns had defied Merlin himself. Backed Morgana not because they believed her, but because they believed they could control the outcome. When Merlin won, the Selwyns executed their own patriarch and half their inner line without hesitation. Blood spilled to protect position. It worked. Until the Rosiers. Generations of bad blood sat between those two names. A feud that never quite cooled. Selwyn patriarch's only son had died by Rosier hands. Selwyn hadn't forgotten. Fudge cleared his throat. It came out thin. Are you all certain? He asked, eyes darting from face to face. These are serious accusations. Lucius turned his head slightly, smile easy. Cornelius, he said. We've been friends a long time, haven't we? Fudge nodded at once. Too fast. Of course. You've always supported me. Financially. Politically. You've been very helpful. Lucius's smile didn't change. Then trust us when we say this isn't paranoia. Rosiers don't do small. His fingers tapped on the table. 3 years ago, he said, Cashin Rosier rewrote Hogwarts governance under your nose. Fudge blinked. Used the Sorting Hat's authority. Dug through parchment law. Found a clause that predates the board itself. He cornered the governors and headmaster with a room full of staff behind him, all grinning like it was Christmas. Passed a motion in a single day. Avery let out a soft laugh. And suddenly, the board couldn't override the headmaster anymore. Couldn't override him. Selwyn's face didn't move. All under the banner of protecting the school. Bulstrode added, and you let it happen, Cornelius. We all did. Fudge looked from one face to another. But, that was during the Chamber of Secrets year. Children were being petrified. You want me to believe that was theater? Lucius leaned in, sharp-eyed. Think about it. Who solved it? Fudge opened his mouth. Potter, Lucius said. And Rosier. And Lockhart lost his memory, Avery murmured. How convenient. They found the chamber. Defeated a monster. Became heroes. Lucius smiled. Or maybe, they got rid of Lockhart, staged the rest, and wrote the ending themselves. Fudge's mouth worked. No, that students were petrified. Real attacks. I saw them. Lucius didn't look away. And who else can petrify like that? The question hit. Fudge swallowed, falling back to his seat. His lips parted like he might ask something, then didn't. Because he remembered. Cash in. Lupin crumpling mid-transformation like someone had thrown a basilisk's gaze at him. Same posture. Same stillness. Lucius gave him a long, slow smile. Exactly. Fudge's jaw clenched. It's just this is, elaborate. An entire tournament compromised. International schools involved. To think Rosiers would scheme this deeply. Selwyn grunted in hatred just from hearing the name. They've always wanted Britain, he said. Check your history. Fudge shifted in his chair. Be but Crouch Jr. The Dark Lord's return. You're saying all of that was fabricated. Avery's matriarch laughed. Oh, Cornelius. 2 people vanished with the cup. 4 came back. She tilted her head. Out of those 4, who can testify? Fudge's mouth opened. Closed. The Longbottoms couldn't speak. The Feng Huang boy had signed a blood contract. Cashin Rosier's memory protections had shut down every probe the ministry could think of. And now Cashin's magic was gone. Lost at the most convenient moment imaginable. It did look tidy. Too tidy. But why? Fudge asked weakly. Why go to this trouble? All this show? Lucius leaned forward at last, eyes bright. Because you're in the way, he said. Barty Jr. is dead. Sirius Black walks free while you locked Barty Sr. in Azkaban to rot. You authorized that. Then a mysterious man replaces Moody. If we're meant to believe Rosier's version, that was Barty Jr. all along. Fudge flinched. Lucius continued. And remember what Crouch Sr. said before he broke. It was Magnus who pressured him to invite G and A Quincy. To bring in foreign schools. That decision came right before the World Cup. Selwyn's gaze sharpened. They were laying groundwork years in advance. Goyle Sr. shifted. Rosier's like control. Always have. You're saying, this is about my seat. Fudge raked a hand through his thinning hair. Even if that's true, this is internal. No one outside Britain would interfere. They'd be in breach. Selwyn's face didn't change. Would they? Fudge frowned. The international accord is clear. Magical nations don't cross lines on domestic matters. It'd start a war. He whispered the next part, with them. Lucius tilted his head. G and A Quincy are loyal to their schools. But they like him. And Cashin knows how to write a crisis that looks like reform. If he asks for assistance in stabilizing Hogwarts, do you really think their governments won't answer? Fudge shook his head, sharp. That's impossible. No headmaster would allow it. No leader would dare. Selwyn cut him off. You remember Grindelwald, don't you? The room stilled. Selwyn's voice went quiet. He wasn't British. But Dumbledore fought him anyway. Even when they frowned. Even when he was warned not to. Lucius tapped the table. And he made it personal. The law looked away. Fudge said nothing. Because there was nothing left to say. Lucius smiled wider. They don't need to topple you outright, he said. Just make you look incompetent. Misled. Outplayed. Selwyn's hand tightened on the table. And once Rosier is in place, once his allies hold the schools, the students, the public, Britain becomes theirs again. The room fell quiet. Fudge stared down at his hands. They were trembling now. I trusted him, he muttered. Cashin. He always seemed reasonable. Fudge wasn't seeing the table anymore. He was seeing stone corridors, whispering portraits, a school on the brink of hysteria. Recovered children. And wrongful imprisonment. The Chamber of Secrets. Cashin had stood beside him then. Calm and gentle. Hadn't accused. Hadn't shouted. Just quietly explained that panic always needed a culprit, and that history showed the ministry was very good at choosing the wrong one. It wasn't you, Cashin had said. It was your predecessors. They set the precedent. You just inherited the mess. Give Hagrid his wand back. And then Sirius Black. The fallout. The press. The questions no one wanted answered. Cashin again. Sitting across from his desk, respectful. calling him uncle, like it was natural. Like it meant something. You don't need to defend the past, he'd said. You need to correct it. Exonerate him. Clear serious name properly. Admit the ministry was wrong, and look bigger for it. Fudge swallowed. He'd listened. Merlin help him, he'd listened. It had worked. The outrage had softened. The public had praised his courage. The prophet had run the story exactly as Cashin suggested. For once, the ministry had looked humane instead of cruel. He helped me, Fudge said quietly, the words scraping his throat. He got me through both disasters. He told me how to fix them. No one spoke. Lucius smirked at Fudge. Doesn't it strike you odd, Cornelius? You knew the boy. His school records are there. Before that lecture stunt 7 years ago, he couldn't light a wand. Couldn't hold a spell to save his life. He gave a mild shrug. And now he's a professor? The boy who bought N.E.W.T.S. is now a professor. Selwyn handed him another sheet. And here, his exam scores. Lowest of his class for 7 years straight. Then, one day. He's just changed. Lucius's voice was soft. The boy who couldn't cast lumos. Now a scholar. It doesn't add up, does it? Fudge's face had already gone a shade paler. His eyes flicked between the people across the table. Of course he knew Cashin. Knew the Rosiers, too, who didn't, if they'd been in politics longer than 10 minutes. Selwyn slid a sheet across the table. Check this. Fudge hesitated. Then took it, fingers twitching at the edges. He scanned it. Then again. His hand froze halfway down the page. Is this real? Lucius nodded. It is. Official. Fudge didn't move. Lucius glanced at the paper. He bought the Daily Prophet, Cornelius. Quietly, yes. But it's his now. They control the ink. Selwyn leaned back with a low huff. Boy poisons the school from the inside. The paper does the rest. Spins it. Distracts parents. Gives them heroes. And soon? He'll give them a villain to fight. That's how it starts. Hype, fear, a bit of chaos. And when they scream for order, the Rosier name is waiting with a flag and a plan. Lucius looked at Fudge. He's playing the long game. Whispered reforms, bright-eyed students, and suddenly the ministry looks outdated. You look outdated. Fudge stared down at the paper, lips quivering. Mark my words, Selwyn said, pushing to his feet, this doesn't stop at Hogwarts. A few days later, after the World Cup fallout had settled into whispers, they were back in the same room. Fudge looked like he'd aged 10 years in 2 months. His hair had thinned, collar looser than it used to be. The bags under his eyes could carry files. Azkaban had been breached a while ago. Full assault. Half the worst names in Britain had walked free like the bloody doors opened themselves. The headlines were still blaming him. Ministry fails to contain threat. Sources say internal negligence. Selwyn poured himself a drink. Told you, didn't I? He took a sip. This is him. He's not dragging the ministry down from the front. He's letting it collapse from the sides. Fudge didn't answer. Lucius unfolded a parchment and slid it forward. Public support swung hard. Half the Prophet's readers now back Dumbledore's camp. And by extension, him. Cashin, Selwyn said, is in every thread now. He's turned Hogwarts into his base. Students quote him more than their textbooks. Parents write in to thank him. They trust him. He looked across the table. They don't trust you. Fudge pinched the bridge of his nose. After the last task, Avery Matriarch said, he gave a speech. Half the hall cried. The Prophet printed it word for word. Said he saved their children. Lucius added, he didn't blame anyone. That's the trick. He paints himself the hero without pointing a wand. And they ate it up, Bulstrode muttered. All of them. Paper points at you, Selwyn added, says you're dithering. Slow. Out of touch. Rosier stays quiet, but every word in print shifts blame off Dumbledore. Off him. Bulstrode leaned forward. You're not a stranger to war, Cornelius. When the Dark Lord attacked, did he ever hide? No, he showed up, loud and bloody. They say he's back now, but has anyone actually seen him? All this time. Fudge shifted in his seat. His eyes darted to Lucius, then back to Selwyn, but he didn't speak. Barty Crouch Jr., Bulstrode went on, supposedly dragged half the school into that mess. Where is he now, if he's alive like they said? There is no body to prove, is there? No one commented on that. Bulstrode sat back again. They're playing both sides. Cashin controls the order. Lucian, the Death Eaters. You say he was cast out. That there's a bounty on his head. This is all a show. Lucian Rosier still working for the family. Fudge's hands knotted together on the table. He looked down, lips pressed tight. Selwyn didn't blink. You've been made a puppet, Cornelius. The public thinks you're getting old. Dumbledore says he's back, and you panic. Then Rosier turns up with a tragedy, saves some children, and suddenly he's the hero. Lucius smoothed an invisible crease on his sleeve. The Order backs him. Hogwarts shields him. The Prophet sings his praises. And the students adore him. Doesn't that seem convenient? Fudge let out a slow breath. I didn't see it. No, Selwyn said. You didn't want to. He pushed a second sheet across the table. Look at the names. Students loyal to him. Teachers. Past orators. Even foreign delegates. All of them orbiting the same Sunday. Lucius tapped the parchment lightly. The moment he got that teaching post, the whole game changed. He's recruiting, not just teaching. Fudge stared at the paper. Then at the wall. He's building something, Selwyn said. And when it's ready, it won't be you they look to. It'll be him. Fudge didn't deny it. A few months after that. Once again, the table was full. Except for Not Senior, he'd been taken by the butchery earlier that year. A shame, depending on who you asked. No one was asking. Fudge was pacing. Fourth lap, maybe fifth, he'd lost count after the second rant. He muttered to himself as he turned, heel squeaking on the polished stone. He should have been gone. Vanished. Dead in a ditch somewhere. His voice rose. We all saw it. No magic left. He was finished. But Cassian Rosier had come back. Worse, he'd walk right back into Hogwarts like nothing had changed, now with a foolish beard, and handed Dolores Umbridge her dignity in a sack. Fudge spun on the spot, waving one hand. I sent her myself. Undersecretary to the minister. Handpicked. She was meant to replace him. Lucius looked bored. And she tried. For what, 10 minutes? Selwyn gave a slow shake of his head. The school didn't even take her seriously. Fudge's lip curled. He told her Hogwarts was a private institution. That I had no jurisdiction. He's not wrong, Avery murmured. Fudge rounded on her. Of course he's wrong. It's a school. A British school. No, Cornelius, Lucius said, inspecting his cane. It's his school. You let that happen. Fudge pointed wildly. She had orders. She was meant to take control of curriculum. Appoint staff. Oversee classes. She wasn't even allowed to speak, Selwyn said flatly. Not without Cassian permitting. Goyle snorted. She's been stuck in the back of every class for months, writing reports no one reads. She has an office, Crabbe added. But no key. The table chuckled darkly. Lucius leaned forward, tapping a finger on the table. This is what you let him build. That reform vote, remember? The one about streamlining internal governance? Passed under the Chamber of Secrets panic. Clever, wasn't it? Everyone too busy wringing their hands over petrified students. Fudge's mouth opened, then closed. Lucius smiled. The board tried to sack Dumbledore. Rosier flipped it. Pushed me out. Took their power with him. Fudge shook his head. But it's still a school. No, Cornelius, Selwyn said coldly. It's a fortress. And worse, it's training. That dueling club? It's not dueling etiquette anymore. It's field drills. Lucius gave a sharp smile. They learn shield variants 2 decades ahead of schedule. Casting under stress. Team maneuvers. Practical magic in closed quarters. They're not dueling. He paused. They're preparing for battle. Bulstrode leaned back. They know how to disrupt a charm circle. How to fight in smoke. How to cast silently. That's soldier work, not curriculum. Children, Selwyn said, voice quiet. Turning into his soldiers. Fudge stared blankly at the floor. He told me he was training them to defend themselves. He is, Avery said. Against you. Lucius lifted another sheet, this one stamped with a half-dozen sigils. And let's not forget the House Elf Abuse Reduction Task Force. Fudge frowned. That student group. Selwyn laughed. On paper. Lucius went on, he brought it to the Wisengamot floor. Passed it as a charity bill. Then slipped in a clause under magical welfare reform. He held up the paper. Guess who helped rewire the national tracking wards? The Unspeakables rewrote half the net, Avery said. Fudge blinked. Dumbledore entered the WardNet archive recently, Selwyn said. What did he do there? Fudge looked like he'd swallowed glass. If the WardNet's been compromised. Then your ministry no longer sees everything it thinks it does, Lucius finished. And Cassian sees more. Current time. Fudge was pacing. Again. Sweating. Again. His voice went higher with every lap. How? How? We made sure the exam was difficult enough to fail most of the students. You said this would work. Lucius rose from his chair, grinning triumphantly. No, Cornelius, he said. This is exactly what we wanted. Exam was far too difficult. And everyone gets an outstanding. He gestured lazily. It's obvious. Rosier cheated. Fudge stopped walking. The color returned to his face like someone had plugged him back in. He cheated. It came out half whisper, half revelation. He cheated. Of course he did. He looked around the table, desperate for agreement. It's the only thing that makes sense. Lucius tilted his head. Now all we need to do is prove it. Him and Dumbledore, one stone, two owls. Fudge nodded, too many times. His hands stopped shaking. The others watched him in silence. Now the hole was dug. And Fudge finally looked ready to shove Cassian in. Selwyn's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Gather all your forces, Cornelius. Empty the ministry if you have to. It's time to take back Hogwarts. It's corrupted. Harry crouched beside the others, jaw clenched. His hand curled tight around his robe. The visions are getting worse. More frequent. He's after something in the ministry, I saw it again last night. Everyone turned to him. Harry didn't blink. In the last one. I saw Professor R getting killed. Ginny flinched. Daphne's mouth pulled tight. Ron shifted, rubbing at his arms. Let's find an adult, he muttered. Preferably one who can hex. We just need to tell Professor Babbling, Harry went on, voice rough. Make sure he stays in the castle. Hermione sighed hard. I still think it might be a trap. But at least you're not proposing we march straight into the ministry. So that's something. Pansy scoffed faintly. Yet. No one laughed. Fred and George leaned back against the nearest wall, arms folded, looking like they were listening without fully committing. Luna was perched on a carved stone bench, staring up at the clouds, but her eyes were sharper than usual. Susan had one hand on Hannah's sleeve. Neither of them said anything. Neville scratched at the back of his head. What if we can't find Professor Babbling? Or he's already gone? Hermione opened her mouth, probably to say something sensible, but Harry was already standing. Come on. Let's check his office first. They set off quickly, half jogging through the corridors. His office was locked. Ginny knocked, then knocked harder. No answer. Tracy muttered something under her breath and tried the handle. Still nothing. Professor. Harry called, knocking again. Professor Babbling. They tried the classroom next. Her room, her classroom. No sign of either of them. That's not right, Hermione said. He wouldn't just leave. Pansy turned. What if he was forced to? Before Harry could speak, the torchlight picked out a figure ahead. They froze. Sirius stepped out from the corridor. What are you doing here? He asked. Harry took a step forward. We were looking for. Sirius held up a hand. Go back to your common rooms, he said. All of you. But. Now, Harry. Prefects, even the head boy. Sirius demanded sharply. We told you to gather everyone in their rooms. Sirius's gaze swept over them. Hermione, Neville, Cedric, Daphne, Hannah, and the other prefects lowered their heads. Harry clenched his jaw. Where are Professors Rosier and Babbling? Sirius looked properly angry now. They're at the ministry on official business. Now go back, immediately. The world dipped. Sirius looked at them for a beat longer, then turned and strode off without another word. Harry stared at the empty space where Sirius had vanished, fists clenched at his sides. He's going to die, he said quietly. Neville didn't look away from the floor. No magic, Ginny said. And if Voldemort's there? George let out a breath. We're not letting him die. Fred already had his wand out. Hermione stepped in front of them. Don't be stupid. We're past stupid, Fred said. They'll have him in a death trap, George added. We're going. Tracy and Pansy exchanged a look, then both nodded. Susan stepped forward. He's the reason we're still here. I'm going, Harry said, final. Hermione ran a hand through her hair. You don't even know where they are. You don't have a way to. We'll find a Fleur or a Portkey, George said. Fred grinned. Dumbledore's room. He's probably got one or two tucked away for emergencies. That's insane, Hermione snapped. But it'll work, Luna said. No one moved. Then Daphne stepped forward. We cannot leave him alone. Ron turned to Hermione. You in? She didn't answer straight away. Then sighed, furious with all of them. Fine. But if we're doing this, we're doing it clean. No leaving trails. Ginny grinned. Knew you'd cave. They bolted. Back through the halls, feet slapping against cold stone, hearts hammering. Fred grabbed a tapestry and hauled it aside. Shortcut through here. They darted in, weaving past empty staircases and silent portraits. One of the suits of armor turned to look. Pansy hexed it in the visor without slowing down. Up another flight, past the griffin, and Harry stepped in front of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. He looked up. Fizzing Whizbee. The statue didn't move. Hermione cursed under her breath. He changed it. Tracy stepped in, pressed her hand against the wall, muttering. The gargoyle clicked. George blinked. What the hell was that? Hee, Professor R was eating baklava yesterday, she said, brushing dust from her fingers. I saw him walk out of the headmaster's room. Now I want some. Lee grumbled. They ran. The spiral stairs twisted underfoot, faster than they remembered. When they reached the top, Fred slammed the door open. As they stepped into the room, every one of them braked at once. Snape stood by the desk, arms loose, expression not even pretending to be polite. His gaze swept over them like he was deciding who'd last longest under fire. When he said I'd find you out here, he said, voice dry with satisfaction, I nearly laughed. Thought he was winding me up. The corners of his mouth twitched. More the kind of look you'd give a puddle right before stepping in on purpose. But here we are. Hermione opened her mouth, words scrambled, Professor. Shut it, Snape snapped, already stepping forward. Rosier said you'd poke your noses somewhere stupid. I volunteered to be the one who caught you. Harry bristled. We're not. Oh, spare me, Snape cut in again, brushing past them. You've already done it, Potter. Whatever it is. He circled them. Smirking. And what's the plan this time? Steal a port cat? Hijack a broom? Summon a herd of thestrals with the power of sheer idiocy. Fred stepped forward. We're not going to stand here and let him die. Snape didn't flinch. Then sit down. George moved up beside his brother. We're serious. Snape raised a brow. You're Weasleys. I'd have hex you already if you were that mutt. Fred's hand went for his wand. We quit. If you're stopping us, then you're not our professor anymore. George drew his two. Snape looked at them like this was a game he enjoyed too much. Their wands jerked sideways and clattered against the far wall before either of them could say another word. Snape hadn't even lifted his hand. You can try tantrums and treason, he said, but I do hope you brought more than shouting and poor aim. Fred took a step, jaw tight. He's alone. No, Snape said simply. He's not. They hesitated. Snape's expression didn't shift, but something about it flattened. As much as I hate it, that man is nothing if not a great schemer, he said. Headmaster's with him. So is half the nation's bloody force. He scoffed, and if that doesn't comfort you, know this. If he falls, there's a dozen others behind him. You're not special. You're not needed. Hermione winced. Ron opened his mouth, shut it again. Neville stared hard at the floor. Snape stepped back. No one leaves this castle tonight. He turned from them, moved to the door, hand loose by his side. Go back to your dorms. Stay there. Let the adults fight the war. Fred looked ready to swing. Harry grabbed his arm. They all stood there, pressed full of noise they weren't allowed to make, rage they couldn't unload. Snape waited. After a moment, they moved. As they turned to leave, Snape glanced back. Then he walked off, robes trailing behind him. I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. About an hour earlier. Bagshot looked like she was deciding whether to hex Cashin or staple his tongue to the wall. Her hand twitched. What did you just say? Cashin tossed her a grin as he led the way. That the ministry thinks I cheated. The exam was too hard, so if everyone got outstanding, it must have been fraud. Either I slipped them answers, or they all snuck some in. Her feet scraped as she stopped. That's what I'm asking, why the hell are you so calm then? He shrugged. Because I haven't cheated. She gaped. You think that's going to matter? They went to all this trouble, you think they'll stop because you say you're innocent? Cashin sighed. Bathilda. I know they won't. But it's not about me, hasn't been for a while. The pureblood lot's been yanking Fudge around like a puppet for over a year. We've had a person inside the meetings. Bagshot stared. Dumbledore knew. Bath's Haida. Me. Kingsley. Amelia. Half the bloody ministry's been in on it. We've been waiting. Her mouth parted slightly. You had a spy. Didn't tell you because you were off getting cursed in Mesoamerica. She blinked. True. She went to check a strange sighting earlier that year. Cashin chuckled. Point is, this isn't a crackdown on exams. Pureblood families are clearing the ministry out. Getting it nice and empty before Voldemort shows his face proper. Meantime, they'll try to take Hogwarts. Break the school while they've still got fingers in the walls. Bagshot stared at him like she was trying to read a punchline off his forehead. Cashin cracked his neck. They want control. So they'll pick their moment, sweep in, accuse me of cheating, say the curriculum's corrupted, claim the school's infected by radical thought. And you're fine with that? She said, voice flat. I'm not fine, he said. I'm ready. She clenched her wand. What do you mean, you're ready? Cashin didn't answer. Just turned, pushed open the door ahead, and walked in. She followed and stopped. The room was full. Dumbledore's office had seen some odd assemblies in its time, but this one looked more like a war council dressed in Sunday robes. Teachers lined the walls. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout. Hagrid loomed in the corner, arms crossed. Bathilda's eyes jumped to Kingsley, Amelia Bones, and a tight circle of auras she recognized, Old Guard. Battle-tested. Trusted. Then her gaze landed on the committee folk, Goshawk, Fleur, Selena, a few others from the OWL and NEWT boards. All seated like they'd been here an hour already, heads tilted, watching. And behind them, the families. Augusta Longbottom, stiff-backed and unimpressed. The Greengrass Patriarch, cold-eyed, unreadable. The Abbotts. The Macmillans. Parkinsons. Weasleys. A&D. Magnus. Regulus. Both stood side by side near the hearth, looking like someone had carved them out. Neither looked surprised. Cashin reached the center. Stopped and turned. I just got word, he said. They're pulling what's left of the Aura Core. Hit magics too. Should be en route now. No one interrupted. While the ministry is emptied, Voldemort and his lot aim for the ministry. No official objective yet, could be a takeover, could be a target inside. Doesn't matter. He glanced between them. We're splitting. Some of the aura straightened. Amelia folded her arms tighter. One team holds here, Cashin went on. Selwyn, Lucius, the rest of that pack, they'll come for the castle. We stop them. Alive if possible. Fudge too. He's not our target. Cashin looked to the other side of the room. Second team defends the ministry. The unspeakables are on our side. They'll trigger a fake lockdown once Fudge and his lot bail. Look like the building's full. If it works, Cashin said, we hit Voldemort's forces clean. Cut off the heads. And if it doesn't? That was from Goshawk. Cashin met her gaze. Then we find out what he's really after. Bath's Hato was still by the door, jaw tight. Cashin looked across the room, catching every face. We've got one shot. We hold the school. We hold the ministry. And we take the bastards down. Then he sighed, like he'd finally said the quiet part out loud. If we're lucky, we end the war today. Dumbledore stepped into the green flames with Cashin following. Kingsley and Magnus came next. Charity and Sinister were behind them, and Aurora a step after. The Aurors took up the rear. Charity kept hold of Kingsley's sleeve, fingers white-knuckled. The ministry's main hall was quiet when they landed. An unspeakable waited by the wall already. Dumbledore nodded. Miss Green. How is it? They left for Hogsmeade. We evacuated everyone. Cashin gave a nod. Let's prepare. Olivia raised a hand. A line of light followed the motion, then flicked out. The floor trembled. Doors opened on their own. Cashin glanced back at the group. You know the plan. Everyone nodded. Cashin cracked his knuckles. Right, he muttered, stepping forward. Time to set the table. Walking back from the headmaster's office was a slog. Even the torches lining the corridor seemed dimmer. Fred kicked the bottom step hard enough to rattle it. Should have hexed him. Right there. George muttered, would have helped. I hate him. He enjoys it. You saw that. Lee snapped. I hate that smug, broom-handle arse, bat-faced TW. Pansy turned. Oi. Lee spun on her. What? You don't get to call him that. Show some respect. Parvati glanced over. None of us like him, but come off it. He's the one who stopped us, Lee said, sharp. If Professor R dies. Then he'll have done his job, Daphne said, cold. Same as the rest of them. That shut him up. Didn't look like she liked saying it either. Tracy shoved her hands into her pockets. We're wasting time. Hermione turned. And what's the alternative? Rushing off into a war zone with half a plan? That's suicide, not bravery. He's not just someone, Hermione, Fred said. It's Professor R. I know, she said. But the headmaster's with him. He's not alone. That doesn't stop a killing curse, George said. Harry saw him die, Ron said. No, Hermione said quickly. Visions can lie. Twist things. That's why he had Harry take occlumency classes last year. Neville kept walking, head down. Still doesn't mean we sit here. Cedric sighed. We should have trusted professors. If Professor Rosier says stay, we stay. Neville shifted. Even if he's wrong. He's not. Cedric kept walking. You've seen him work. He doesn't leave things to chance. Harry's hands were shoved deep in his pockets. He hadn't said a word since they left the office. His shoulders were tight. Ginny slowed beside him. You all right? He didn't answer. Pansy's arms were crossed tight. I hate this. Tracy muttered, he'd hate us more if we went and ruined everything. They didn't speak for a while after that. Just kept walking. They froze when someone called, wait. Harry turned, expecting another professor scolding them, but when he saw who it was, his shoulders dropped. Keep walking, he muttered. No one was in the mood anyway. They moved on. Ginny nudged Tracy. Did you really get the password just because you saw him eat baklava? Tracy shrugged. Headmaster has a pattern. I just followed it. Ron looked over. Now I want some of that. Let's try the kitchens, Tracy said. Right now I need something sweet or I'm hexing the next person who says the word ministry. Seconded, said Pansy, already peeling away toward the dungeons. George rubbed his neck. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I might fight someone over pudding. You think the kitchen has any left? Neville asked. I hope so, said Luna. Licking her lips. Before they reached the corner, the voice snapped again, shriller than before. I said wait. They didn't. Ginny muttered, if we ignore her long enough, maybe she'll vanish. Then, behind them, Umbridge's wand flashed out. You damned kids. Her voice cracked on the last word. They turned fast. Cedric's wand was already raised. Tracy followed. Fred and George looked like they'd been waiting for someone to try it. What do you want? Fred asked, flat. Umbridge's cheeks flushed deep pink. You dare draw wands on me? Lee shrugged. You're not a professor. And you drew yours first. Why should I give a damn? Her mouth twisted. Her wand shook slightly. You'll respect my authority. Then, with a loud pop, she turned into a toad. Not a metaphor. Full squat, wart-covered, bulging-eyed toad. Her wand clattered to the floor beside. They all stared. Then from behind a nearby column came a voice. Watch her, brats. The relief was immediate. Half the group lit up. Prof. Neville started. Then stopped. Cashin stepped fully into view, one hand perched on his hip, the other resting across his waist like he was waiting for applause. He cocked one leg, chin up, striking a pose that felt very not him. They all stared. Fred's wand came back up. Who are you? Cashin's grin widened, then melted. Literally. His face rippled, softened, reshaped, until a familiar mop of bubblegum pink hair settled into place. Cedric let out a breath. Big sis Tonks. Others blinked. Ginny's eyes went wide. Luna tilted her head. Fred, George, and Lee grinned in unison. Tonks twirled her wand and gave it a flick. A small cage blinked into existence mid-air, snapping around the toad. It squeaked indignantly. Tonks caught it one-handed. Ministry's puppet, she said, shaking the cage slightly. Didn't even last a full sentence. George snorted. Fred smacked Lee on the arm. Next time, let her monologue. Could have saved us a show. Luna leaned closer to the toad. I think she's still trying to hex us. Let her try, Tonks said. She'll need legs first. Who is this? Harry asked, eyes narrowed. Cedric let out a breath, grinned faintly. Hufflepuff's finest. N. Tonks cut in, squinting at him like he'd just insulted her nan. Little brat. Did you grow courage while I was away? Cedric gulped. She's Tonks. Graduated the year you lot started. That earned a few blinks. The Cedric they knew didn't usually look this timid, even when faced that elemental last year. If he was looking spooked, she had to be the real deal. Harry exchanged a look with Ron. Ginny tilted her head, half-smile forming. She loved strong women. Tonks grinned. Professor R told me to deal with this toad. She shook the cage for emphasis, and to keep an eye on you lot. The toad made a muffled croak of rage. Tonks smiled sweetly at it. So, she said, spinning on her heel, let's get you back to your dorms before someone else tries to do the job less colorfully. Things are about to get a bit heated. Ginny's brow twitched. How heated? Tonks looked over her shoulder. On a scale of polite disagreement to oops, the carpet's on fire, let's just say, bring snacks. And maybe don't sit near windows. Pansy whistled. She's already my favorite person. Obviously, said Tonks, gesturing them down the corridor. Now move before I put one of you in the cage with her. No one argued. She shoved the toad cage into Fred's hands as they passed, without explanation. Fred held it like it might explode. Ron leaned close to Harry. Think Professor Rosier really sent her? Tonks glanced back. Yes, Weasley. Now stop whispering or I'll tell your mum. Ron froze. She knows my mum. Elsewhere in the castle. Bath's Haida stood at the front of the arch, shoulder to shoulder with McGonagall. Flitwick was to her right, hands folded. Sprout stood planted like she'd decided this was her ground now. Amelia Bones was a half-step behind them, wand already in hand. Regulus Rosier stood quietly at Bethshida's other side, gaze fixed on the doors. Behind them, the rest waited. Professors. Aurors. Heads of old families who hadn't bothered hiding where they stood. The doors swung open. Fudge walked in first, flanked by his people. He took 3 steps in and stopped dead. His eyes dragged across the room. Too many familiar faces. Too many who weren't meant to be here. Lucius Malfoy smirked. Selwyn's smile widened. There, Lucius said lightly, tipping his cane toward the front line. See? Ready to fight. Fudge swallowed. Sweat broke at his temples. Before he could speak, someone moved. The Flint Patriarch stepped away from the group behind him. Gasps followed him. A few wands twitched. He didn't look back. Walked straight across the floor and stopped beside Regulus Rosier. Dipping his head. Fudge's side watched, hands clenched on wands. He turned on Fudge. Cornelius, he said, voice flat, you absolute fool. Fudge opened his mouth. Nothing came out. For a year, he went on, you let them steer you. Every panic, every order, every rushed decision. You never once asked who benefited. Lucius stiffened. Selwyn's smile thinned. Voldemort is back, the Flint Patriarch said. I saw him. Same as everyone standing behind you. They knelt. All of them. And this. He gestured around the room, is part of his strike on the Ministry. Fudge stared at him. That's impose. It is possible, he snapped. Lucius and Selwyn fed you lies until you emptied your own house. Auras pulled. Offices cleared. Defenses thinned. Also he could walk in without resistance. Lucius's grip tightened on his cane until the wood cracked. Flint stared hard enough that Fudge flinched. And the man you've been so busy fearing. He jerked his chin toward Regulus. Cashin Rosier is at the Ministry right now, keeping what's left of it standing. Lucius and Selwyn broke into a cold sweat. Cashin and others knew. They knew everything, every thread of the plan unraveled and laid bare. The Ministry. The school. The exam. All of it. There was no time left. They had to send word, now. Lucius moved. Bath's Haida lifted her hand. Runes bloomed across the walls, crawling over stone and air alike. The floor hummed. The door sealed with a heavy thud. No one leaves, Bath's Haida said, smiling. Wand snapped up too late. Magic slid off the wards like rain off glass. Lucius turned, jaw tight. Why? The word cracked louder than it should have. The sealed chamber felt too small now, too many eyes pinned on them. He took a step toward the Flint Patriarch. You absolute traitor. You're, what? Siding with Rosier? With them. Selwyn's voice followed, raging. You handed him our names. Our plans. I'll make sure your soul never has a rest. His eyes flicked to the doors. To the walls. Anywhere, as if searching for an exit. A few others murmured. Doubt. Confusion. Fury. The Flint Patriarch raised his chin and looked at them like they were toddlers who tracked mud into his study. Then he snorted. Cassian Rosier helped my grandson. The old man's voice was unapologetic. Didn't write him off when he acted like a brawling pub rat. Didn't laugh when the boy mouthed off at teachers and threw fists more than spells. Stuck with him. Week after week. Gave him a damn job when nobody else would have let him polish a bloody wand. He glanced around the room like daring anyone to speak. Boy straightened out now, he went on. Head up. Eyes clear. He walks like he's worth something. Because Rosier made sure he knew he was. He turned back to Lucius. Then to Selwyn. And who the hell is Voldemort? The question hit like a hammer. A self-important corpse in a cloak. A low-tier Dark Lord playing war by terrorizing children and blowing up Muggle spaces. You think that's power? That's desperation. Selwyn bristled. You're choosing a schoolteacher over a movement. I'm choosing someone who doesn't hide behind snake masks and stories of fake honor, Flint said sharply. You lot want to call him our savior? He hasn't saved a thing. Cassian walks into fire, not away from it. He's got nothing but spite and bones holding him up, and still he stands. Flint turned away, back to the others now flanking him. He's worth 10 of you. Maybe more. The Flint Patriarch turned back to the group behind Fudge. I'll tell you this plainly, he said. You have no hope of winning. He looked at Lucius. At Selwyn. Drop your wands, he said, and surrender. Then maybe you can live, groveling cunts. Voldemort moved through the Ministry's main corridor as if it already belonged to him. Behind him came the Death Eaters, masked all but 4. Bellatrix, Barty, Rookwood and Lucian. The atrium seemed active, clerks moving all around. One man from magical transportation looked up, blinked at the group, and went pale. He didn't get to say anything. A spell clipped him in the chest and sent him flying across the fountain, robes smoking before he hit the ground. Then everything cracked open. Screams. Scrambling. Papers hit the floor. Wands came up. Rookwood cast cleanly, disarmed a man near the lifts, flicked him sideways. Still, as he stepped forward, something off nagged at him. The man had dropped like a sack. The Death Eaters broke formation. Bellatrix peeled off left. Barty stormed into a crowd. Lucian turned toward the records wing. Voldemort walked through the center of it slowly. A bolt of red light missed his shoulder by inches. He didn't flinch. The next moment, the caster was gone. The marble cracked underfoot. The statue fractured. The witch's wand blew off, marble scattering. Across the floor, Ministry seals began to burn. A curse struck Rookwood in the shoulder. He hissed, but the frown deepened. Bellatrix flicked a spell. A man stumbled. Voldemort stepped through what was left of the golden gates, boots echoing against the scorched marble. Behind him, the hallway was ash and smoke. Ahead, black doors waited. The Department of Mysteries sat behind the next corridor, buried under layers of wards. Now he'd come back to take what belonged to him. The Hall of Prophecies stretched out before him. Endless rows of glass, stacked high and humming. Row 97. He stopped. There. A dust-covered sphere sat at the center of the shelf. Faint gold light inside. Label wrapped around it. SPT to Apwood. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. His mouth curled. He reached out then stopped. A figure stepped out from the far end of the row. Cloaked. Hood drawn up. No face visible. He was holding a staff. Voldemort didn't move. Neither did the figure. The cloaked figure's staff pointed straight at Voldemort. Voldemort cast. Green light flared across the Hall of Prophecies, heading straight to the figure. The figure stood within reach of death, no shield raised. The curse tore across the hall, green light cutting a straight line through the rows of glass. Voldemort's mouth curled, pleased. Cassian. Dumbledore's shout ripped through the chamber. He moved to help, alas it was too late. Cassian moved. The staff came down in a sharp arc, wood striking air with a sound like stone splitting ice. The killing curse hit the staff and broke. The green light tore in two, shearing off at angles that shattered prophecy shelves on either side. The force slammed outward. Wind tore through the corridor, cloaks snapping, shards skidding across the floor. Dumbledore threw an arm up, eyes wide, caught between shock and relief. Voldemort froze. He was so shocked, he didn't even turn to smirk at Dumbledore. For the first time since stepping into the Ministry, he did not advance. TCH, Cassian said. That's archival damage. Do you know how long it takes to recatalog this lot? Voldemort stared at him. Dumbledore found his voice. Cassian. Give me a second, Cassian said, without turning. He's being rude. Voldemort's eyes flicked to the staff. Runes cut deep into the grain, nothing decorative about them. What are those runes? Voldemort asked. remembering part of the prophecy he heard years ago. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Cashin grinned at him. You think it's the staff? Cute. He turned half over his shoulder. This noseless bastard is fun. Dumbledore didn't answer. He was staring at the spot where the curse had split. At the shelves still shaking from impact. At the staff in Cashin's hand. The killing curse was absolute. It didn't break. Not unless something else took the spell and died for you. One exception existed in recorded history, and even that one still came with arguments and half-theories that made academics drink. Before he could speak again, Boots scraped stone behind Voldemort. Still playing the fool, Cassie. Lucian. Another voice, colder. You never did know when to shut up. Barty. And that was the set. Cashin turned. Brilliant. And here I thought I wouldn't see your ugly mugs. Lucian strode in first. Robes high-collared, wand loose at his side. Barty followed a half-step behind, face pale. Cashin looked to Dumbledore. Can you handle Snake Face? Dumbledore's wand was already out, his other hand shifting behind his back. Leave him to me. Cashin nodded and stepped to the side. All right then, he said. I've got a family reunion to ruin. Lucian's smile didn't reach his eyes. You're not supposed to be here, Cassie. I've heard you lost your magic. Cashin gave an exaggerated sigh, like someone had just told him the pub was out of crisps. I did. Will you pity me? For old days' sake. Barty laughed under his breath coldly. For old days' sake, sure. Let's reminisce. His wand snapped forward. Foolman Septrio. Lightning twisted through the air, cracking between the shelves. Cashin moved sideways. He ducked behind the row to his right, staff catching the trailing spark and deflecting it across the ceiling with a hiss. A shower of stone fragments rained down. Lucian's wand sparked. Arden's Vitreous. The prophecy shelves ignited, thin rings of flame blooming along the glass. The heat hit first. Then the sound. Cashin swiped his staff and the flame bent. Smoke curled backwards, sucked into the stone. He kept moving, one row to the next. Closer now. Lucian stepped forward. Arrow spicula. Blades. Shimmering, translucent, carved from wind and magic. A cluster of them arced out. Fast. Cashin spun the staff, let the runes burn across its length. The blades hit and dispersed, wind turning sharp to smoke, then curling off into nothing. You know this spell too? I am surprised. He said, ducking behind another column. Barty aimed. Crepa Aussies. Cashin raised the staff one-handed, caught the spell midair. It fizzed. Rattled the wood. A thin vibration ran through the shaft. He bared his teeth, stepped again. Shorter distance now. Lucian raised his wand high. Rhoda Umbra. The world tilted. Shadows twisted around Cashin's feet, thick as water. The row behind him shrank, shelves warping inward like they'd been pulled through a pinhole. Pressure closed in around his skull. Cashin didn't slow. He muttered through his teeth, slammed the staff to the floor. The shadow buckled. One step. Another. A third. The air snapped back. Lucian swore. Illusions? In front of me? Really? Cashin said, voice dry. Barty moved into his flank. Conf Ringo. Cashin dropped. The spell cracked open the shelf behind him, glass exploding like shrapnel. He rolled. A second curse missed his ribs by inches. He came up low, staff sweeping wide, knocking Barty's wrist aside. Barty stumbled. Lucian's smile was thinner now. Still hiding behind sticks and tricks. Cashin's eyes narrowed. You used to be more creative. Must have left your spine at the feet of your master. Barty aimed again. Krog. The staff cracked against his wrist. The spell went wide. He cried out. Staff also fell from Cashin's hand. Lucian stepped into view, wand high. You're out of tricks, Cassie. Cashin raised his hand. Barty was already lunging for his wand, fingers scrabbling across broken tile. He caught it, spun it toward Cashin just in time to see him smile. You think it's the staff, don't you? The staff at his feet cracked down the middle, then began to fold in on itself, melting like wax left too long in the sun. The runes hissed, flared, and burned out. Only a wand remained. It zipped into the air and smacked into Cashin's hand. His fingers closed around it. If that's your conclusion, you're as stupid as your master. Lucian's wand snapped up on instinct, half a shield already forming. The spell faltered. Lucian froze. Barty stared. Cashin flexed his wrist. 3 months. I've trained every minute, every hour of those 3 months. Drilled it into my bones. It was true. This was the second ancient variant of the shield charm. Protego Fracta. Awakened last year after he'd taught 4 schools. 4 ways of casting. 4 approaches to the same shield charm. Emotion, structure, repetition, stillness. Fracta didn't simply block. It was an ancient druid counter-shield designed to shear incoming spells at the moment of contact. When cast with perfect timing and precise aim, at the exact point where a hostile spell would hit, the barrier carved the magic into diverging paths. Split its intent. Cut through its momentum. Unmade it. Even the killing curse. But the margin for error was non-existent. Too early and too late, and you took the full hit. And with something like Avada Kedavra, that meant one thing, death. It was one of 2 spells he could still use when his magic was gone. When he'd been trading shots with Sirius earlier that year he hadn't been dodging only. He was splitting spells into shreds. Was a bit easier, since Sirius wasn't trying to kill him. Oh, just so you know. His grin spread, wide and lazy, as if sharing a bedtime story. I haven't actually lost my magic. This was me warming up. Lucian's mouth pulled tight. Barty blinked, lips parting. No clever line came out. Lucian had faced monsters before. His grandfather was one. Voldemort was another. But strangely, this felt worse. Cashin took a step forward, wand still relaxed at his side. Next part's less fun. That's when I make you regret walking into this room. Rookwood's wand arm was starting to shake. He tried to stand steady, but the twitch in his shoulder wouldn't stop. Sweat rolled down the side of his neck. The floor beneath him had cracked, scorched from repeated impacts. Across from him, Magnus Rosier wasn't breathing hard at all. The old bastard stood unfazed, robe scorched at the edges, sleeves rolled back to his elbows. Rookwood fired a hex wide, reflex at this point more than plan, and got nothing for it but smoke. Magnus didn't even lift his wand this time. He tilted his head, eyes sharp under the grey fringe, and stepped to the side. Rookwood knew this was bad. He'd known the man was a monster. Everyone did. Half a century back, Magnus, the Curse Eater, was a feared name. He was the reason other monsters got nervous. And now, looking at the way Magnus moved, how he read each step before Rookwood even twitched, he realized something else. Age hadn't dulled the bastard at all. A gout of flame licked across the side wall, cast from another corridor. A crash followed, then a scream cut short. Rookwood turned his head to catch the tail end of Bellatrix dueling Kingsley and Charity. Bellatrix laughed through it all, twisting midair, robes trailing smoke as spells flew past her like she was dancing. He looked again at the others, scattered across different wings of the false ministry floor. One of the Lestranges was already down. Avery wasn't moving. A few masked Death Eaters still fought, but the lines were buckling. Rookwood then realized why everything felt off since they stepped in. They weren't in the ministry. Well, not really. He knew this spell. They'd only ever called it a theory. An artificial space, a magical construct that mirrored the real world, built to confuse, to trap. He'd seen early prototypes of it while he was still an unspeakable. Back then, it was half-finished junk, too unstable to use. The structure collapsed under spell pressure. Time warped. Doors led to walls. It seemed they'd finished it. Rookwood stepped back, trying not to show the twitch in his hand. Behind them, Bellatrix screamed something and was nearly blown back by a joint spell from Kingsley and Charity. She hit the wall hard, rolling, then scrambled up again, blood trickling down her cheek. Still laughing. Rookwood's grip tightened. His spell fizzled out before he cast it. Magnus raised his wand. Rookwood fired first. A scatter curse, meant to disorient. Magnus didn't even flinch. He batted the curse aside with a lazy arc of his wand. The spell hit a Death Eater wanting to ambush him. The old man sighed. That's enough. Rookwood knelt, one hand to the floor, sweat stinging his eyes. And he knew, sooner than anyone else, that they'd lost. Lucian stared at his own hand. It shook around the wand, knuckles white, fingers cramping. He dragged in a breath that did nothing for him, then another, sharper this time. How? He snapped. How do you do all this? He lifted his head, eyes wild now, fixed on Cashin like the answer might crawl out of his face if he stared hard enough. You were useless, Lucian went on, words tumbling faster. 4 years. Absolute rubbish. Dirt under my boot. I could have crushed you and spared everyone the embarrassment. I didn't. That was mercy. His mouth twisted. And now you're throwing spells I've never seen. How? Spit flew when he spoke. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. What did you do? He demanded. What did you change? Barty stood a little behind him, jaw tight, eyes flicking between Cashin and the shattered shelves. Cashin didn't answer. He stood there, wand loose in his grip. He looked at Lucian like he was something that had stopped being impressive a long time ago. He didn't hate them, before. He wasn't the boy they hurt. Not the kid they hexed raw for sport, humiliated in front of friends, carved down until nothing useful was left. It wasn't his pain. But maybe he should have hated them anyway. Lucian and Barty weren't cruel in passing. They hadn't snapped for an occasion, lost control, gone too far. They'd done it because they liked it. They planned it. Tweaked it. Repeated it. Laughing while they took him apart. The silence dug under Lucian's skin. You think this is funny? Lucian barked. You think staying quiet makes you clever? He took a step forward. Were you faking it? His voice cracked on the last word. All those years. Pretending you were nothing. Was that the joke? Cashin still said nothing. That hurt more than anything else. Lucian's face flushed dark. Answer me. Barty finally snapped. The cup took it, he said sharply. Your magic. It stripped it clean. It was meant to be final. He turned fully on Cashin now. So how are you standing here? Lucian latched onto it. Yes, he said, almost desperate. How did you get it back? The cup doesn't miss. It's absolute. Cashin lifted his head. He smiled. It was small. casual. And it made both of them want to scream. How? Cashin said, dragging the words. That part's simple. Lucian's teeth ground together. Barty's fingers tightened around his wand. Cashin didn't raise it. I remembered. The words landed flat. For a heartbeat, neither of them spoke. Then both reacted at once. Stop messing with us. Barty shouted, wand snapping up. Lucian moved too, rage boiling over, spell already forming. Then. Tap. 2 light touches, right between shoulder blades. Both of them flinched on instinct and turned. Then everything slowed. The hall stretched. Sound thinned out. The shelves stopped shaking. All Lucian saw was a fist filling his vision, knuckles broad and closing fast. So this was it. Time dragged him backwards whether he wanted it or not. Summer, 2 years ago. Cashin Rosier was everywhere. Which weekly? The Prophet. Ministry letters turning up at Regulus's door with seals in polite panic stamped all over them. Cashin's face smiling from moving photographs, robes clean, posture right, like he'd been born knowing where to stand. The tree patroness. That ridiculous thing that had people talking for weeks. Then the werewolf incident. An adult werewolf petrified clean. Ministry praise wrapped up as concern. Magnus and Regulus talked about him constantly. At dinner. In meetings. In passing. Perfect son. Brilliant mind. Connections everywhere. Lucian felt his own name fade in those conversations. He noticed when people stopped asking his opinion first. He had plans. He was meant to secure the World Cup tender. They knew what it meant. International attention. Contracts. Trade lines. Influence that lasted a decade if you played it right. The profits were obscene. That was supposed to be his win. Real money. Family vaults swelling enough that no one would look past him again. And even then, it wasn't enough. He still needed Cashin. The World Cup. They would have done anything to get the tender. The family forced Barty Sr.'s hand. Master G had to be invited to Yule. G refused, as expected. Too busy. Too much sense. No patience for shiny robes and hollow compliments. But Barty Sr. owed Regulus. Debts mattered. If G wouldn't come for pleasantries, he might come for something bigger. Barty Sr. had one thing. The Tri-Wizard Cup. An idea that already had people whispering. What if China was added? What if they made it broader? Louder. Another continent. Then another school. 5 instead of 3. Bigger reach. Bigger purse. And it worked. But Lucian hated it. Hated that even this, the one thing meant to prove his worth, leaned on Cashin's name and Cashin's ties. Hated that people said it like it was obvious. Well, Cashin can smooth that over. When Cashin came back that summer, Lucian cornered him. Same familiar heat in his chest. He wanted that old feeling back. Wanted to see Cashin flinch. Wanted proof that the hierarchy hadn't changed. He'd nearly drawn his wand. Nearly. Cashin tapped his shoulder, just like now. There, Cashin had said, tired as if he was dealing with a toddler. You win. No spell. Just that. It had made Lucian furious in a way hexes never managed. When Barty Crouch Jr. found him later that summer, Lucian was already rotting. Barty's father had locked Sirius Black in Azkaban without a trial and paid for it fast. Crouch Sr. vanished behind wards and locked doors, disgraced and sidelined, while his son slipped free. You look like shit, Barty said, eyes sharp, smile thin. You're supposed to be dead. Lucian answered. People keep hoping, Barty replied. Haven't had the decency to oblige. He stepped closer, voice dropping as he added, I found him. Lucian didn't look up. He was polishing his wand. The rosier crest on his ring caught the lantern light. We're going to announce it, Barty said. Announce what? He asked. Barty smiled. That he's back. He's ready. And I'm done waiting. Lucian finally looked at him. Barty's eyes were bright in that fevered way. Always had been. Like he'd stepped half a pace ahead of everyone else and couldn't stand still long enough to let the world catch up. They talked through the night. About the cup. About how it should end with some noise. We need to do it clean, Barty said, pacing, finals. Crowd. Ministry eyes everywhere. He rises, declares himself, and no one can pretend anymore. Lucian laughed. You're dreaming. Barty stopped. Looked straight at him. I asked if you wanted in. Lucian stiffened. Family rule pulsing in his mind. Rosier heir. Untouchable. Not allowed to take the mark when they were students. He remembered the cousin they'd sent instead. Barely trained. Eager. Dead within the year, name reduced to a line in a ledger and a polite dismissal from the family. That was then, Barty went on. You're not a child now. Lucian stared at him. Cashin's face flickered through his mind without permission. Cassie, everywhere. Cassie, praised. Cassie, protected. Cassie, son in name only who somehow took up all the space Lucian used to own. I'm sick of watching him take everything, Lucian said. My name. My place. My future. Barty tilted his head. Then help us. Lucian swallowed. What do you want? Thin the defenses, Barty said simply. When the time comes. I'll handle Cassie. Lucian didn't hesitate. Kill him. Barty nodded. Gladly. Lucian's breath caught. He covered it by turning away, pretending to adjust the clasp on his sleeve. You swear it, Lucian said. I do. Lucian nodded. That night, the sky above the stadium burned green, half-formed, sickly, the dark mark struggling to take shape. It never fully did. The response came too fast. Shacklebolt tore through the edge of the camp like a storm, Horus at his back. Cashin was there too. Lucian watched it fall apart from the shadows. Watched Barty snarl and push forward anyway. Watched Cashin and Shacklebolt lock it down, hard and fast, until panic drowned the spectacle and the crowd scattered screaming. The attack faded before it could settle. They failed. After that, Lucian waited. Waited for Cashin to gloat, to walk in with that smug little smirk and say it plain. You failed. I didn't. But the bastard never came. He did the opposite. He disappeared from the credit. Slipped right out of the spotlight like he was never there. Left Lucian and Shacklebolt holding the wreckage and, somehow, the praise. The Prophet ran the headlines. Kingsley Shacklebolt leads a decisive defense at the Cup. Rosier Air supports ground effort with precision charm work. Which weekly sent him 3 letters about the most charming smiles feature. There were biscuits in the office. People clapped his shoulder. Called him a war hero. Lucian wanted to vomit. Every nod felt like pity. Every smile felt like Cashin letting him breathe. It felt like living under Cassie's mercy. Like every word of praise had his name stamped behind it. Letting him wear his victory. And Kingsley? Bloody statue with a pulse. Watched him from across the aura bullpen with those quiet, unreadable eyes. Like he knew. Lucian leaped Kingsley's road and not long after. It didn't work. He nearly tried again, but then they promoted him. Head of International Magical Cooperation. Bright office. Better robes. And a front row seat at Hogwarts for the Triwizard Cup. Lucian made up his mind that day. He was done. Done being useful. With the ministry. With the family. With playing golden boy for a legacy that was never really his. He went to Barty. Took the vow. He carried that half-formed, wet-eyed creature across cursed forests and frozen dungeons, wiped its chin, fed it potions with trembling hands, not because he cared, but because that ugly, gasping thing promised him a head. One chance to kill Cassie. He needed it. Needed to look him in the eye and see it end. He couldn't live otherwise. He couldn't live knowing his worth had come from Cashin. He was beneath him. Always had been. When they needed to prove their loyalty, Lucian brought Frank and Alice Longbottom. Took them from St. Mungo's like a gift. A thank you to Barty. He knew the Lord would be pleased. And he was. Even better, really. Because Potter never showed. Barty failed. But the ritual still worked. The body was built, almost complete. But Cassie still survived. Even without his magic. Escaped the flames with that stupid Feng Huang boy, the Longbottoms on his back, and nothing but grit holding his bones together. Lucian wasn't worried. Magic stripped. Future gone. The world would take care of him. And today, seeing him here. Lucian thought it was luck. Fate. The world giving him one clean shot at redemption. Cashin's hands were bare. Lucian saw the line of the knuckles. Saw the certainty behind them. With the fist almost there, he saw it for what it was. He was nothing. A drifting insect in a river too deep for him to cross. The memory shattered as the punch finally landed. Lucian felt it before he understood it. Impact, brutal and clean, right across his jaw. His head snapped sideways. Pain flared white. He heard himself scream as his feet left the ground. Barty went with him, a heartbeat later, Cashin's other fist catching him square and sending him skidding across the stone. Wands flew free, spinning up into the air, caught in the strange pull of magic curling around Cashin. Lucian hit the floor hard, breath gone, vision swimming. He tasted blood. He looked up. Cashin stood above them. Light cut in from somewhere behind him, flooding the hall, catching on shattered glass and floating wands. They orbited him in slow, terrible arcs, like comets caught in a private gravity. Dust hung in the air around his boots. For a second, Lucian couldn't tell if it was spell light or something else entirely. Cashin looked unreal. Distant. Untouchable. Like the room itself had decided to stand up and take a side. It was almost. Cashin flicked his wand toward Lucian and Barty. 2 pale threads shot out and coiled into vials hovering by his side. He caught them without looking. Got your voice, he said. Sit and wait. Tendrils seeped from the cracks in the wall, curling around their arms, legs, shoulders. They didn't fight. Lucian's eyes were glassy. Barty just looked dazed. Cashin didn't spare them another word. He turned, boots crunching across the scattered glass, and made for Dumbledore. The old man was still holding Voldemort at bay, wand raised, but the rhythm was off. Cashin slowed. Dumbledore was casting clean, yes, but his counters didn't bite. He let openings pass. There were a dozen chances already to go harder, to slam force into spell work, and each one he'd let slip past. Cashin stopped a few paces behind. Frowned. Are you doing this gently on purpose, or are your joints acting up again? Dumbledore didn't flinch. His next arc caught Voldemort's curse and turned it wide, but he didn't press the follow-up. Cashin stepped closer. What the hell are you doing? Before Dumbledore could speak, a sharp burst of flame split the air beside Voldemort. Cassion's grip tightened. His wand came up fast. That wasn't apparition. They'd locked the place down 6 different ways. Didn't stop the man standing next to Voldemort now. Cassion's stomach turned over. No mistaking that face. He stepped forward, teeth bared. Cassion, Dumbledore said. Step back. He is the Feng Shui Marauder. He didn't apparate. That's Phoenix Jump. Normal wards can't catch it. Cassion swore under his breath. Was Dumbledore holding back because he knew another person was coming? Was he waiting? No. Worse. Was he being careful? Feng turned his head, looking Voldemort over like he'd found a cracked vase in a shop window. You failed then. Voldemort said nothing. The Marauder let out a breath. Waste of time. Dumbledore's posture had changed. Gone was the soft stance, the casual duellist's readiness. He stood ready now, white wand tilted half forward like he was bracing for a first strike. Cassion noticed. Why are you here? Dumbledore asked, voice cold. You and Voldemort have no alliance. This is interference. You're breaching international law. Feng laughed. What breach? Voldy roped my grandson into a blood contract. That's family business. Dumbledore blinked. His face shifted with real surprise. Grandson? Su Minjiu? He asked in disbelief. Feng's smile twisted. Su Minjiu, he said, spitting the name like it tasted sour. That cursed brat signed with this snake. Which means the lot of you made it personal. Dumbledore's eyes widened. He's your grandson. By blood, not by choice, Feng muttered. If I'd known he'd grow into this level of idiocy, I'd have drowned him at birth. His face darkened. NG. That unfilial bastard attacked my grandson. In my school. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Whatever warmth usually lived there was gone. Voldemort's interference with your grandson does not grant you the right to attack the British ministry, he said. Step away now, and we will not pursue this further. Feng laughed coldly. At this stage. He said. I have no interest in permission. The laughter turned manic. It was wild and loud. Even Voldemort turned his head, thin lips parting slightly, caught off guard by the man's expression. You can take this as notice, Feng went on. This is my declaration. Not at Britain. His grin split wider. At everyone. To the whole world. The laughter came again, louder, rolling, unhinged. Dumbledore turned his head to catch Cassion's eye. You will need to hold Voldemort, he said. You cannot engage Marauder. Cassion gave a nod. He stepped away from Dumbledore's line. His wand aiming toward Voldemort. Voldemort's attention slid back to him, red eyes narrowing. Cassion didn't look away. Come on then, he said. Let's keep this tidy. Those two are older than both of us. Voldemort paid no attention to the clash breaking out behind him. Feng Shui Marauder had already started tearing into Dumbledore, sparks and pressure rolling down the aisles, but that noise wasn't his concern. He had come for 2 things. One was the prophecy. That was obvious. The other was what Marauder had asked him to retrieve. Except he didn't even get that far. He was stopped by Cassion and Dumbledore. It seemed Marauder came because he knew he'd fail. He's here to take it himself. He knew Dumbledore too well. The old man would burn the entire wing before handing it over. So for now, he could ignore him too. The obstacle was standing right in front of him. Voldemort's gaze slid back to Cassion. The corner of his mouth lifted. Rosier, he said. I have been waiting to meet you again. You left rather abruptly last year, in the cemetery. Cassion shifted his weight and shrugged. Sorry. Had to. I was losing my magic, and there was a cult of perverts queuing up to kill me. Felt rude to hang about. The answer earned him a soft laugh. Voldemort looked almost pleased. Not looking offended at all, he said, because you took those 2 from me, I was unable to restore them properly. My body is still incomplete. Cassion stared flat. You'll live. Voldemort smiled. You have a secret that interests me, he said. All those unfamiliar spells. I may not look like one, but I am a bit of a scholar myself. I traveled half of the world, and still, I cannot place half of what you use. Cassion deadpanned, wand still raised. Are we fighting or what? Voldemort's smile vanished. It doesn't matter, he said. Tonight, I will take my answers. The air snapped. Green light ripped down the aisle. Cassion moved before thought finished forming. His wand came up, his other hand sliding back, and the curse split at the point of impact, carved apart and flung wide. The force tore through the shelves on either side, glass chiming and screaming as prophecies rattled in their frames. Cassion answered with light, Lumos Sneepa, driving Voldemort back a step. The beam cut clean through shadow, burning white against the stone. Voldemort hissed as the light struck him. He knew that spell, knew it too well. 5 years ago, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Rosier had used it against him. The memory burned sharper than the magic itself. Was this how he chose to begin? A reminder. A provocation. An attempt to mock him? He vanished in a blink before it struck, reappearing behind a column with a counter already forming. The floor lurched. Cassion jumped, kicked off falling stone, and the air around him twisted hard. The brief cyclone ripped outward, hurling debris in a violent spiral. Tempestus Virto. Voldemort tore through it with brute force, dispersing the pressure with a single flick, and sent something back that cracked like a whip. Cashin dropped low as it schemed over him, heat licking his shoulder. He didn't wait. Lumos Noctis. Darkness slammed down. The hall went blind as the light snuffed completely. For half a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the pulse hit him. It rolled through the floor. A pressure wave that kissed every surface and came back full of information. Cashin felt it pass through him. There it was. His teeth clenched. He knew this trick. Voldemort done it to him before. Dumbledore too. Sightless awareness that didn't care about darkness. A way of knowing where someone stood. Voldemort sent another pulse. Cashin stopped as it washed over him. Then moved away, keeping low, counting steps by memory. He sent one back. His pulse wasn't as heavy. But it was fast, mapped to movement rather than presence. The feedback hit him all at once. Voldemort, 3 shelves down. Wait forward. Wand high. Cashin flicked his wrist. Fire skipped across the floor in short, hopping bursts. Voldemort shifted, cloak snapping, already countering. Something slammed into Cashin's chest and threw him back. His lungs locked for half a second. Pain rang hollow through his ribs, sharp. He hit the stone hard, slapped a hand down, and the impact softened under his palm. Spungify. He bounced, rolled, came up on one knee. Cashin struck. But Voldemort tore the spell apart before it reached him and stepped straight through the wreckage, wand and free hand moving at once. Pressure hit high, then low. Cashin split the first cleanly and dropped flat under the second, glass slicing past where his head had been. He dragged his wand across the floor. The stone answered. Growth burst from the cracks, thick and fast, lashing for ankles and wrists. Sylvanema. Voldemort tore free with force alone, leaving scorched remnants behind, but it slowed him enough for Cashin to close the distance. Voldemort blinked away again. Cashin felt the pulse a fraction too late. Something brushed his neck. He twisted and threw Frostblind. Glaces. The air froze solid in front of him, ice blooming outward, catching robe and stone alike. Voldemort reappeared at its edge, slowed for a breath, wand lifting. He walked through it. Impressive, he said, but before he could say anything more, he felt a change. His eyes narrowed. Cashin lifted his hand and the broken world rose with it. Gravitas Ascendio. Shelves, doors, stone, all ripped upward and held there, trembling. Mind the labels, Cashin said as they reached the ceiling. He then dropped them. Voldemort burned everything to dust midair and surged forward through the heat, spells chaining too fast to track. Cashin blocked, split, redirected. One hit numbed his shoulder. He shook it off and drove Voldemort sideways. They closed. Too close now. Voldemort struck without a wand, raw magic flaring. Cashin met it forearm to forearm, the impact snapping the air between them. He shoved forward, hooked Voldemort's wrist, killed the magic between them for a breath, and slammed him back into a shelf. Glass exploded. Cashin pressed, broke alignment, drove a kick into Voldemort's ribs. Voldemort was gone again, then reappeared behind him, killing Curse already screaming toward release. Cashin didn't turn. His hand came up behind his back. The shield flashed into existence at the exact point of contact. Green light split, shearing past him on both sides and tearing 2 aisles apart. Cashin spun and answered with fire. Conf Ringo. Voldemort countered, the blast detonating against the wall and knocking them both back. They landed hard. Cashin rose first, breathing rough, wand shaking. Voldemort stood slower, robes torn, eyes burning. Cashin wiped blood from his mouth. Dumbledore slid back a step as the air buckled. The stone beneath his boots scorched, then cooled, then scorched again in quick succession. Heat rolled down the aisle. Feng Shui Marauder hovered a foot above the floor. A faint outline of wings shimmered behind him, not fully there, not illusion either. Feathers formed and unformed along his shoulders, burning gold to white to nothing at all. His eyes reflected fire even when he wasn't casting. A line of fire snapped out from Feng's hand. It curved mid-flight, split, then recombined behind Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't turn. His free hand lifted, palm out. The flame hit a dead pocket, vanishing. The heat bled into the stone, raced through the runes already laid beneath the floor, and burst upward behind Marauder in a column of steam and ash. Marauder twisted mid-air, cloak flaring. Steam hissed as he moved. He clapped, the sound cracked like a gunshot. A pressure wave rippled outward. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the prophecies. He slashed his wand downward. Silencio Maxima. The hum cut dead. The shelves steadied. Marauder frowned. You are anchoring sound to structure, he said. Risky. Only if you assume I care about the shelves, Dumbledore replied, and swept his wand in a tight arc. The floor beneath Marauder erupted sideways. Stone peeled away in sheets, folding like pages, trying to wrap him in a spiral of earth and binding glyphs. Marauder dropped. Fire detonated outward from his spine, a sudden burst that burned without spreading. The stone bindings hit the heat and slagged, collapsing into glowing fragments that fell and cooled before touching the floor. Marauder landed lightly, boots kissing the marble, laughing too delighted. He spread his arms. The wings fully manifested for half a second. Massive and burning. Real enough that the air screamed around them. He moved, compressing the space between them. Dumbledore felt the heat spike behind his eyes an instant before Marauder appeared inside his guard, hand already raised. Dumbledore's wand snapped down hard. A translucent plane flared between them. The blow struck it and slid off at an angle, tearing a molten gouge through the floor instead of Dumbledore's chest. Marauder twisted with it, momentum carrying him through the gap. His elbow came around, trailing flame. Dumbledore caught it barehanded. The skin blackened instantly. He didn't flinch. The fire guttered, starved as Dumbledore pulled the heat out of it and dumped it into the runes beneath his feet. The floor glowed, then dimmed. Marauder wrenched free and jumped back, landing atop a shelf, glass crunching underfoot. For the first time, his smile thinned. "You are bleeding power to the structure again," he said. "Not afraid this fake room will break." Dumbledore flexed his burned hand. He didn't show it but he felt the burn of that mistake. "You cannot break it," he replied, "you are still half a man pretending the rest of you is a god." Marauder scoffed, and as they were about to clash again, his head snapped to the side. The fire around him faltered. A patch of darkness pooled between the aisles, swallowing light not far from them. Marauder stared, eyes widened. "That's..." Dumbledore followed his gaze, squinting. Did Marauder recognize Cassian's spell? Was it that important? Shock flickered across Marauder's face. Then greed. Then something bright and almost giddy. Jubilation twisted his features, and a second later he laughed. "Oh," he breathed. "Oh, that's beautiful." He took a step toward the dark. Footsteps thundered down the far corridor. Marauder froze mid-stride. Dumbledore turned as Magnus Rosier burst into the hall, wand already up. Auras followed, unspeakables, professors, more pouring in by the second. 20 at least. Probably more behind them. Marauder clicked his tongue. He looked back to the darkness, eyes alight. "Another time, then," he murmured. Without another glance at Dumbledore, Marauder pivoted toward the black patch, fire curling back around his shoulders as he stepped closer to it, already reaching for whatever waited within. Cassian lifted the spell and the black slid off the air like it'd never been there. At the far end, Fang Bloody Marauder flared gold and red, wings stretched wide, rushed to Voldemort, grabbed the bastard by the neck and vanished in a burst of flame. One flash and both were gone. The smoke barely cleared before Magnus came through the far door. The rest of them followed. Kingsley, Auras and Unspeakables in full gear. Dumbledore reached Cassian, checking his injuries. "What the hell was that?" Cassian asked, pointing vaguely at the empty space Voldemort used to occupy. "Because I'm almost sure I just watched an unkillable war criminal get snatched like a sock." Dumbledore didn't answer straight away. He glanced at the floor, then up at the air like he was checking for aftershocks. When nothing exploded, he finally looked at Cassian. Marauder took him. "Right," Cassian said. "No, sorry, that's not an explanation. That's a headline." Dumbledore gave him that long-suffering look. "It means Marauder needs Voldemort for something." Cassian stared. "I gathered." He carried Voldemort by the neck. Magnus was already moving past them, checking what remained of the room. Auras spread out. Someone muttered something about a full reconstruction team. Another asked if the walls were still real. Magnus came up beside them. "Did he take anything else?" he asked. "I was rather busy getting my ribs kicked in," Cassian said, "so if he did, he was subtle." Magnus looked at the wreckage. "That was subtle." Cassian gestured broadly at the aisle. "Compared to last year, sure." Bath's Haida arrived soon after with the rest. Amelia, the family heads, and Fudge shuffling somewhere near the back, looking like someone had swapped his morning brief for a brick to the face. He took 2 steps into the ruined hall and froze. Bellatrix lay stunned and bloody near the shattered fountain. Rookwood was cuffed, wand broken. Barty and Lucian were being held upright only because the vines coiled tight around their limbs. A dozen others sat slumped or unconscious under ministry restraints. In Hogwarts, the others had already been dragged off. Lucius. Selwyn. The whole circle of them, taken down in one sweep. Fudge turned, eyes wide, voice faint. "This." Cassian clicked his tongue. "You deal with that," he said, flicking a hand toward him. Bath's Haida reached him. She slipped a hand under his arm, steadying as he wobbled, and leaned close enough for him to hear her swear under her breath. They stepped out of the fake floor. The room split open down the middle, dissolving into something real again. The light steadied. Walls reformed. The wards stilled. Cassian pulled away gently, ignoring the ache in his ribs, and walked down the nearest aisle. He slowed near the one Voldemort had almost touched. It pulsed faint gold, glass dusty but whole. Label still there. SPT to Appwood. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Cassian stared at it. Dumbledore stepped into view beside him and caught his wrist. "You shouldn't." Cassian's gaze snapped back to the title. Appwood. There was no doubt about it. Only Albus Bloody Dumbledore could possibly have a name that long. And beneath it, that cursed question mark. Harry Potter. A chill crept down Cassian's spine. Had Voldemort come for this? Was this some twisted prophecy binding Voldemort and Harry together? Another riddle wrapped in fate and blood? Cassian loathed prophecies and divination as much as the next sensible magic. Vague words. Self-fulfilling nonsense. An excuse for chaos. And yet, Voldemort went through all these troubles just to get this. Then whatever this was, it was ominous. Cassian forced himself to look up. Dumbledore's face was unreadable, set into something grim and defensive? The usual twinkle in his eyes conspicuously absent. And suddenly, Cashin understood something far worse than the title itself. Dumbledore had known about this all along. Cashin squinted at him. What the hell are you hiding? Dumbledore's face shifted. He dropped his hand. Lowered his gaze. It's better if you don't hear it. Cashin touched the globe. The glass vibrated. Then it whispered. A voice Cashin didn't recognize at first, soft and careful. Sybil Trelawney's. A second voice under it, layered deep and heavy. Like something old had grabbed her and puppeted the words out of her throat. Cashin stood still as the whisper faded. The globe dimmed. The three of them stood there. Bathsheda's jaw set hard. She looked from the prophecy to Dumbledore, then back again, like she was trying to decide which one disgusted her more. Cashin's stare stayed on Dumbledore. Slowly, pieces slid into place. The way Voldemort had been given space. The way Dumbledore had never quite cornered him. The way the Philosopher's Stone had sat at Hogwarts, bait on a hook, wrapped in protections that felt more theatrical than necessary. A lure. Cashin breathed out through his nose. His hand curled, so tight that his knuckles ached. So, he said, finally. You heard this. Years ago. Dumbledore's mouth thinned. Bathsheba laughed, sharp and humorless. Don't insult us by pretending otherwise. Dumbledore's shoulders sank a fraction. Yes. Cashin nodded. He looked down at the floor, then back up. And the last part? Cashin asked. The bit that explains why you keep letting him walk away. Dumbledore hesitated. Cashin's nails dig into his palm. Cashin, Dumbledore said softly. It's not what you think. I don't know what I'm thinking, he said. His voice stayed calm, which surprised even him. I'll try not to jump to any conclusion for now. Bathsheba stepped back a bit, eyes cold. You've been managing a war like a chess problem. Pieces sacrificed. Time stretched. All while pretending it was a necessity. Dumbledore lifted a hand. That wasn't my intention. Let me explain. Cashin looked at that hand with a squint. Then you'd better have a good explanation, he said, because right now it looks like you've been gambling with children and calling it wisdom. He turned away. For now, he said, already stepping back toward the others, I'm not saying anything. He stopped at the edge of the aisle and glanced over his shoulder. But don't mistake that for agreement. Then he walked off, Bathsheba falling into step beside him. The Wizengamot reconvened the next day, before the Ministry's clean-up reports had even cooled. Word had already spread, Voldemort's return confirmed, Death Eaters in custody, Lucius and his lot caught mid-collapse. Fudge had resigned 2 hours after the records dropped. He hadn't even waited for the vote, walked out of the atrium looking like someone had stabbed him through the career. Last anyone saw, he was in a flow with half his paperwork stuffed in his sleeves and no shoes on. Cashin had only said, could have saved Parchment if he'd grown a spine last year. Crabbe Sr., Goyle Sr., Not Sr., the Avery Matriarch, Bulstrode Matriarch and what remained of the Selwyn line stood boxed in the defendant's tier. Lucius Malfoy and the Selwyn Patriarch side by side, like they still thought that meant something. The rest of the Sacred 28 watched from above, scattered across the upper benches. Cashin leaned against the gallery rail, Bathsheba next to him, both watching as the doors closed and the wards came down. Dumbledore stood slowly from the Supreme Mugwump's chair. The defendants are charged with attempting to seize control of Hogwarts, he said, by circumventing both the Board of Governors and the Headmaster. He paused. They are also charged with the bribery of Ministry officials, forced transfer of aura resources, unlawful manipulation of the Department of Magical Education, and attempted political displacement of Cornelius Fudge. A few murmurs from the gallery. No one interrupted. They are further charged, Dumbledore added, with collaborating with known supporters of Voldemort for the purpose of power consolidation. And conspiracy to commit blood ritual within British territory. That one landed hard. Lucius didn't blink. Just smoothed his sleeve and stepped forward. Let's stop the theater, he said. This is revenge, not a trial. He turned, talking like he knew they couldn't do anything to him. We acted to protect the state. While the Ministry floundered, we responded. Hogwarts was under a threat. The Headmaster let the castle run unchecked, and Rosier. He gestured to Cashin without looking, allowed dangerous, foreign ideas to spread unchecked through the student body. Cashin mouthed dangerous foreign ideas and raised his eyebrows at Bathsheba, who snorted. Lucius continued, voice rising, smoother now. The Triwizard Tournament brought external forces into our borders. Security failed. Twice. One boy almost died, returning broken. Our actions were necessary. Unlawful entry, Goshawk called from the side. Subversion of the board. Use of compulsion charms on elected officials. Those were necessary too. Lucius didn't turn to her. We did what we had to do. We had no interest in power for its own sake. We only stepped forward when those already in control proved unfit. The Selwyn Patriarch stepped forward. That school was drifting. The Ministry was already compromised. What we did, what we attempted, was to restore order. Someone in the upper seats scoffed. Dumbledore leaned forward. And the Ministry staff who were sacked. They were under investigation, Lucius said. We had no hand in that. The 47 files found in your home suggest otherwise, someone muttered. Lucius turned to Dumbledore. Is this what passes for trial now? Public condemnation? Family throwing family to the wolves. The Avery matriarch lifted her chin. You act like we dismantled the government. We attempted a transition. The minister was weak. That's not a crime. Crabbe Sr. added, and now we're being punished for trying to keep things from falling apart. Interesting, said Dumbledore, resting both hands on the bench. So we are to believe that all your coordinated actions, removal of key staff, installation of puppet administrators, repurposing of public funds, attempted silencing of Hogwarts faculty, and an armed march into a protected site, were simply overzealous patriotism. Lucius tilted his head. Would you rather we stood idle while chaos bloomed? Bulstrode's matriarch shrieked, there are enemies within. The prophet is bought off, spreading lies. Selwyn stepped up again. We warned you. You dismissed us. You told the public we were reactionaries clinging to a dead age. But we were right. He looked down his nose at the bench. Supreme Mugwump, you'd be careful with that kind of accusation. Death Eaters, the Dark Lord, ritual use, none of it sticks. You can't prove a thing. Let's end this charade already. Dumbledore gave a polite smile that didn't even try to look reassuring. Thank you for the warning, he said. But we've already proved it. Bring in the witnesses. There was a moment where Lucius and the others all tensed. Then, just as fast, they relaxed. Lucius smiled slowly. Witnesses? He said. Let me guess. Flint? Or are we using edited memories now? Since when does the Wisengamot take rumor for truth? The courtroom doors opened behind him. Lucius turned. Draco Malfoy stepped through first, back straight, fists clenched at his sides, Theodore not by his side. Millicent Bulstrode followed. Then Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Draco Malfoy stepped through first, back straight, fists clenched at his sides. Millicent Bulstrode followed. Then Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Theodore Nott. All in their school uniforms. All silent. Cashin froze the moment the doors opened. His eyes snapped to Dumbledore. What the hell are they doing here? He barked. He swung over the railing and floated down as if flying, landing softly on the stone banister. A few straightened in the seats, murmuring what was happening now. Cashin didn't care. He crossed the floor fast and stopped dead in front of the students. Why are you here? He demanded. Draco met his eyes but didn't answer. There was a hitch in his breath. He looked like someone expecting to be stopped. By bloodline, oath, the ghost of his father's voice. But it never came. Crabbe stepped forward behind him. I don't want to be a Death Eater. Millicent followed. Neither do I. Goyle looked at the floor. No. Nott lifted his head. Never. Draco was the last. I won't follow them. Cashin stared down at them, jaw tight. Go back, he said. You don't need to do this. You don't need to testify against your own families. Draco didn't blink. We want to. The others stood firm. No one moved. Cashin turned sharply, eyes locking on Dumbledore. The realization hit fast and ugly. You brought them, he hissed. The box of defendants went still. Lucius saw his son out of the corner of his eye. Shock flickered over their faces. Only for a moment. Selwyn's eyes scanned the group. Then he snorted in disgust. Bulstrode's matriarch whispered something sharp. Goyle Sr. turned his head toward his son but didn't speak. They were angry. But not worried at all. Because they knew. Family couldn't testify against house heads. It was a rule older than half the walls in this chamber. Occlumency blocks were taught young, stitched into the mind like a second heartbeat. Every proper family had them. Fail-safes, seals, hardwired instinct, shut down if questioned about blood. Dumbledore turned slightly. Draco L. Malfoy. Step forward. Draco stepped around Cashin walking to the center. His hands were shaking. He cleared his throat. Last year, he started, I asked Professor Rosier to help me with a memory problem. Lucius's gaze flicked to him. I'd been taught occlumency at home. It was faulty. Every time I tried to shield properly, things went wrong. Like the memories wouldn't hold. He told me the problem was in the way the safeguards were built. He hesitated. When he patched it, I stopped blacking out when people pressed. But it also broke the failsafe. The one that stops me from talking about my family. Selwyn shifted. Many in the room gasped. One of the auras near the wall moved a little closer. Draco breathed through his teeth. After that, I shared a memory with him. Something I saw my father do. Multiple times. It happened at our house. He didn't look at Lucius. Malfoy Manor. The drawing room. The same night every week. My father met with the Selwyn Patriarch. Barty Crouch Jr. And the Dark Lord this year. The court went silent. All looking at something unthinkable happening right in front of their eyes. The seal had cracked wide enough to let a boy speak against his house since last year. Every magical family in the room felt it too. Fear bloomed in their hearts. That this was a start. A precedent. Magnus and Regulus looked at Cashin. Both normally so dead-eyed, like a dragon could land on their desks and they'd ask it to keep it down, now they looked actually rattled. Cashin had helped the boy patch his family occlumency. That meant he could do the same to himself. Which meant Rosier's secrets weren't safe anymore. Not even inside the wards. The room wasn't just watching the Malfoys fall apart. It was watching something older come undone, a method that had kept bloodlines safe for centuries, picked open by someone who clearly knew where to pull. And if Cashin could do it once, he could do it again. To anyone. Lucius's face hadn't changed. He wasn't looking at Draco anymore. They talked about how to move inside the ministry. What departments they needed emptied. Who they'd use. Names were listed. Some were taken out within weeks of that meeting. Draco didn't shake anymore, but the words were coming out fast. Like he'd said them in his head 100 times. They had a list of students, too. Who'd be easy to control. Who'd be groomed for her support. Which families were reliable. Who needed pressuring. He swallowed. They talked about how Hogwarts had to fall in line. Or fall apart. Selwyn opened his mouth. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing everyone. Draco stepped back. I shared the fix with my friends, he said. This year. I taught them how to patch around the failsafe. Because we didn't want to be part of it. We didn't want to be chosen. He looked toward Theodore. Not. He got the worst of it. Theodore stepped forward. Taking deep breaths. My father used the Cruciatus on me, he said. Twice a day. Said it was for my own good. A shudder went through the gallery. Theodore's voice didn't crack. He stood tall, staring right into Lucius's eyes. He told me I had no choice. That our house stood with the Dark Lord, and I would too. Or I wouldn't stand at all. One of the court scribes set his quill down. Like copying that last line would have cursed the parchment. In the gallery above, a woman gasped. Someone else whispered a curse too quiet to catch. Even the ones in the black and gold robes who'd smirked through until now looked listless. Lucius's jaw clenched. Those behind him also looked paler. Millicent Bulstrode stepped up next. Just looked directly at her grandmother. I was told I don't have a choice but to become a Death Eater. I refuse to kneel at that man. Vincent and Gregory echoed her, louder, we refuse to kneel. Dumbledore turned back to the front bench. No further witnesses are needed, he said, voice cold. Lucius didn't move. His mouth had thinned to a single line. Selwyn stared ahead, sweats balling on his forehead. Cashin strode past the benches, jaw tight, fingers digging into his palm. He didn't look at Lucius or Selwyn or any of the others standing boxed in like bad theater villains waiting for their cue. He didn't slow until he reached Dumbledore. I got my magic back, he said flatly. I could share the memories of what happened in the cemetery last year. The whole thing. That alone would be enough to convince the Wisengamot to authorize Veritaserum. His eyes stayed on Dumbledore's face. So why did you summon them? Dumbledore sighed slowly, like he'd been carrying the weight of that answer for years. His gaze dropped, only briefly, before lifting again. Veritaserum isn't foolproof, he said. Anyone who's mastered occlumency can shield against it. And most of the people standing in that box have spent a lifetime learning how. Cashin's molars clenched so hard. I've got a way around occlumency, he shot back. Draco helped me spot the pattern. Their family defenses aren't as clever as they think. Dumbledore met his gaze at last. Saying, I am not happy about this either, but I had to. I know, he said quietly. Then why? Cashin asked. Why put them on that floor? Why drag kids into this when you could have kept it clean? Dumbledore didn't answer straight away. His eyes flicked toward Draco and the others standing together at the edge of the chamber. Because Veritaserum forces truth, Dumbledore said. But it also gives them room to claim coercion. Manipulation. Memory tampering. It turns the trial into a debate about methods. He looked back at Cashin. They chose to speak. In front of everyone. Without charms. Without compulsion. They broke their own safeguards and stood here anyway. Cashin shook his head. You still used them. I gave them the option, Dumbledore said. They took it. Cashin's jaw locked so hard it ached. The veins at his temples stood out, like they were about to pop. The difference between giving a child a sword and teaching them how to use one is a lesson, he said. Giving them a sword, then opening the gate and pointing at the enemy is war. Bath's Haida stepped in close and caught his arm before he could say something that would burn the room down. Her fingers dug in through his sleeve. Cass, she said quietly. Calm down. He dragged in a breath through his nose. Held it. Let it out slow. His eyes never left Dumbledore. Do you know what the Irinies are? He asked. Oh supreme mugwump. A ripple went through the chamber. Dumbledore squinted at him. Is that related to the case? Cashin let out a snort. Ancient Greek belief, he said. They were goddesses of vengeance. They hunted people who murdered parents, killed siblings, betrayed their own blood, broke sacred family oaths. He took a step forward despite Bathsheda's grip. She didn't let go. I have stood between parents and children, Cashin went on. I have stepped into homes where blood was treated like property. I took that role gladly. I took it with every scrap of fury I had, because children don't deserve to be crushed by the people meant to protect them. His gaze flicked to Draco. To the others standing stiff and pale behind him. And now, he said, you put those same children on a floor like this. You ask them to stand up and break the oldest bonds they have. You dress it up as a choice, but you know exactly what it costs. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Cashin cut across him. Whether they love their families or hate them is beside the point. Family oaths are not social clubs you leave when they become uncomfortable. They are magic. They are old. They cut deep. He turned his head slightly, staring down everyone, including the Weisengamot benches. I would die to keep them from that fate, he said. I would stand in front of every curse meant for them. But I will not watch adults use them as tools and call it justice. Bathsheda's hand tightened on his arm. A murmur moved through the benches. Someone shifted. Someone else swallowed. Cashin straightened, finally pulling his arm free from Bathsheda's grasp. He turned away from Dumbledore and looked at the students again, his expression changing, softer but no less pissed. You've done enough, he said to them. More than anyone should have asked of you. Theodore's shoulders finally dropped. Just a bit. Crabbe blinked like he hadn't expected to survive this part. And Millicent gave a nod. Then he looked back over his shoulder at Dumbledore, eyes sharp. And if the Erinyes are watching, Cashin added, fury still hot in his heart, they won't come for the children. When Cashin and Bathsheba entered the great hall, the entire student body stood up. The applause was loud, unfiltered, and very much not stopping. Somewhere near the front, Fred and George were whistling like they were trying to summon banshees. Ravenclaws had started a chant. Hufflepuffs were clapping in sync. Slytherins were doing that dignified but proper clapping thing. Cashin winced in embarrassment. All right, enough. Didn't help. If anything, they got louder. At the high table, Snape rolled his eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out. Flitwick chuckled into his napkin. Sprout had already started clapping along, and Hagrid was wiping his face with something suspiciously handkerchief-shaped but absolutely the size of a picnic blanket. Bathsheba leaned in with a chuckle. Missed opportunity, she said. A dramatic entrance would be much better. Maybe me carrying you in my arms. He was about to reply when a third year tried to hand him a paper crown folded from his own exam. Cashin blinked. Where did you even get this? Transfigured it from my homework, the boy said brightly. Cashin handed it back. Mark yourself AT. For effort. News had traveled fast, faster than it had any right to. Dumbledore, Cashin, and Bathsheba had gone to the ministry and walked back out again, with Voldemort gone, Death Eaters caught, and Fudge resigning before lunch. So they thought a standing ovation was due. Dumbledore, seated in the center, lifted a goblet in his direction without a word. The enchanted ceiling above flickered into soft gold, as if the castle was trying to look nice for the company. House banners lined the walls. Then the headmaster stood. The hall quieted on instinct. Not total silence, but enough. This year, he said, was not simple. Understatement of the century. We faced more than just magical trials. Our defenses were tested. Our politics strained. Our truths questioned. A few students glanced at each other. Some teachers looked tired. But this castle stood. Because people within it, staff, students, families, chose not to break. You chose to fight. Not for glory, or gain, but because it was right. The applause started again, softer this time. Dumbledore let it fade. There will be more challenges. The Dark Lord has returned. That fact no longer sits in shadow. The world knows. But so does the world know who stood against him. Dumbledore raised his voice for the final line. Let it be known, he said, Hogwarts will never be ruled by fear. We will never kneel. And we will never forget those who stood with us. The hall stood again. Then chaos ensued. They partied hard that night. Barefoot dancing, someone levitating a pie for reasons no one questioned, and a Gryffindor dragging a Slytherin into a conga line like it was the most natural thing in the world. Even the exam committee joined in, which was worse than it sounded. Goshawk was surprisingly good on her feet, much to Flizz's shock. One of the others tried to juggle jelly flame shots and nearly lit his robes. Sprout turned the flames into tulips. The house elves brought out trays like they'd been planning it for weeks. Hermione made sure they were part of the party, even if they still insisted on doing most of the work. Fire whiskey didn't make the cut, but something suspiciously close did. Someone was definitely passed out in the Hufflepuff salad bar by midnight. Someone charmed the suits of armor to waltz, which sounded clever until one stepped on a fourth year's foot and apologized in French. Peeves dive-bombed the dessert table, shrieked liberation. And yeeted every eclair he could carry into the crowd before being hexed into a glitter bomb. Cashin tried to sneak out twice. Someone kept dragging him back. It was Baths. That traitor. A well-aimed levitation spell by her dropped a streamer net over his head just as he reached the side door. Gods help him. Cowards don't get pudding, sir. Students shouted. He managed to pull the tinsel off his ears before Bathsheba caught his sleeve. Oh no, he said. Oh yes, she replied, and dragged him bodily into the crowd. Fred spotted them immediately and grabbed his partner. George followed suit. Go on then, Professor R. Someone yelled. Give us a spin. Cashin raised both hands. I am a serious academic. Bathsheba twirled him before he could finish. He felt like a princess. Then, mercifully, Kingsley and Charity walked in holding hands, and the entire room shifted focus. Wolf whistles. Shrieks. Someone tried to conjure floating hearts and set the punch on fire instead. Saved by the hot couple, Cashin muttered, stepping aside before he was roped into another dance. They are rather photogenic, Bathsheba said, breathless from laughing. I'm going to frame a picture of them and put it on my desk, he said. Label it Distraction Tactic A. At one point, Cashin spotted Professor Vector teaching Luna how to moonwalk. That's the highlight of his night. Snape didn't leave the corner all evening. He looked like someone had glued a lemon to the inside of his mouth. Sometime around 3, a small mob of students ambushed him with a magically embroidered banner that read, "You survived Rosier's history exams." The Dark Lord didn't. He stared at it. "Fine. I like this one." By the time the last torch dimmed, and the floor was covered in confetti, biscuits, and one pair of shoes no one claimed, it was nearly dawn. Dumbledore waited for them in his office. Cashin and Baths Haida stepped through the door without speaking. He didn't even sit. Just stood there, shoulder against the bookshelf, as the old man turned from the window. "Let's talk this through," Dumbledore said. Cashin's tone shifted. "All right," he said. "Then start with this." Dumbledore didn't move. Cashin's gaze narrowed. "Were you raising Potter as the child soldier?" "I want the truth," he added. "Because depending on it, this conversation's heading 2 very different directions." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "It wasn't what I intended, not fully. I didn't plan to raise a soldier. I saw a child carrying the mark of war. I meant to prepare him." Cashin stepped away from the bookshelf. "Right," he said. "And when did preparing him stop looking like leaving him in a cupboard?" Dumbledore winced, just slightly. "I placed him with family." Cashin tilted his head. "You placed him with people who starved him. Beat him. Hit his wand. That's not family." "He was protected by the Blood Ward," Dumbledore said. "That magic doesn't justify abuse," Cashin cut in. "You didn't visit. You didn't write. You let him rot because it was tidy. I was watching." "No, you weren't," Cashin said. "You placed a cat-mad woman who couldn't even tell the boy was being abused. You sent him into a house where even the walls hated him and called it safety. You don't get to dress it up in protective runes and hope no one checks." Dumbledore didn't speak. He didn't move either. Cashin stepped closer. He didn't know what he was. Didn't know anything about his parents. He grew up in the dark, and when you finally handed him a wand, you expected him to be grateful. "I never asked for gratitude," Dumbledore said. Cashin squinted. "You didn't need to. You had the whole school do it for you. That shut the room up." Baths Haida stayed silent, but her fingers curled near the edge of the desk. Her gaze didn't leave Dumbledore either. "If MRSFIG reported it and you did nothing, that's worse," Cashin went on. "And if she didn't report it, that only proves she was never fit for the role. What was she there for? To wave if Death Eaters turned up? Or to step in when the boy was already halfway to tearing himself apart?" He took another step, closing the space. "You were lucky," Cashin said. "Obscenely lucky. The Dursleys hated magic so much Potter didn't even know what he was. He didn't have words for it. He didn't try to suppress it on purpose." Dumbledore opened his mouth. Cashin didn't let him. "Because if he had known," he said, "if he'd understood what was happening to him and tried to bury it anyway, you'd have had an obscurus on your hands. Living in a cupboard. Afraid. Angry. Pressed down year after year. That potential was there," Cashin said. "Every sign fits. Isolation. Fear. Magic punished out of him. You want to talk about blood wards? Fine. Blood wards don't stop internal collapse." Dumbledore looked shaken now. "Truly so. I believe the ward was enough," he said. Cashin dragged a hand down his face, then dropped it. "You gambled on ignorance," Cashin said. "You let him stay small because small children don't ask dangerous questions. And you told yourself that was protection." Dumbledore's voice came quieter. "I never meant for him to suffer." Cashin's eyes hardened. "Intent doesn't change the damage." Silence settled again, heavier than before. "When you speak about preparation," Cashin said, "understand this. Preparation means support. Teaching. Watching closely enough to step in before things break. What you did was distance yourself and hope the maths worked out." Cashin clenched his fist. "If I know anything about human psychology, it means you were trying to distance yourself from the boy. Lest you bonded with him. Lest, when the time came and you needed him to die to kill Voldemort, you could still make that decision." Dumbledore didn't respond. His face had the kind of stillness that usually came before a collapse. Cashin didn't give him time. "Plenty of things in this castle suggest that's what you were angling for. You gave him scraps of truth and called it guidance. You left him out of decisions, shoved him into danger, let him chase monsters on the back of half a clue and a lot of guilt. He paced, not because he couldn't stand still, but because the weight in his chest needed somewhere to go. You raised a hero-complex kid," Cashin said. "You let him grow up in silence and fear, then dumped him into a war with applause and secrets. Behind him was a world he hated, nothing to look back for, and ahead? He was the gold star. The boy who'd do what you wouldn't." He stopped, sharp. "So tell me again," he said, voice flat. "And be honest." Dumbledore's hands didn't move. His eyes stayed on Cashin. "Were you raising a child or child soldier?" "So tell me again," Cashin said, voice flat. "And be honest." Dumbledore's hands didn't move. His eyes stayed on Cashin. "Were you raising a child soldier?" Dumbledore looked old for a moment. "I made mistakes," he said. "I thought they were the right decisions at the time." Cashin looked at him, deadpan. "Let me guess. With the greater good in mind." Dumbledore didn't answer. No denial either. "That phrase," Cashin said, turning away again, has done more damage than half the spells on the Ministry's blacklist. He walked to the far window and looked out across the grounds. A few students still sat outside, late stragglers soaking up what was left of celebration. I was raising a shield. Dumbledore said with a sigh. Cashin frowned. Dumbledore held his gaze. Someone who could stand between two ends of a prophecy. Someone who might end it. Cashin stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Then laughed, incredulous. Albus, you are so brilliant and so stupid. It's really uncanny. Dumbledore's brows lifted. All prophecies are self-fulfilling, Cashin said. There are no true prophecies. Just complex, upper-tier probability riddles. Magical statistics. You ever studied Greek tragedies? No. He threw up a hand. Of course not. You would have flunked the first week. I know a real prophecy when I see one, Cashin, Dumbledore said. Don't insult me. Cashin snorted. Fine. Let's walk through it. Step by step. He held up a hand and began pacing again. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. He looked up. That's the opening, right? Dumbledore gave a nod. Yes. Born to those who have thrice defied him, Cashin went on, born as the seventh month dies. Another nod. Cashin stopped pacing. You and Voldemort both read that line and went, ah yes, literal childbirth. July birthday. Job done. There are no other reasonable explanations, Dumbledore said. Cashin barked a laugh. That's the dumbest academic sentence I've heard this month, and I got into an argument with Umbridge. Dumbledore's lips twitched, but he didn't smile. Cashin kept going. Born doesn't always mean childbirth. Especially not in prophecy. It can mean emergence. Awakening. A change. Hell, it could mean rebirth, if you stretch it. And as the seventh month dies? Dumbledore asked. Surely that narrows it. To what? A calendar. Cashin flicked his hand. What if it means the seventh month of war? Or the seventh failed negotiation? Or, I don't know, July, but not of that specific year. Dumbledore sighed slowly. It referred to Harry. The timeline matches. It matched, Cashin said, stabbing a finger at the floor. After Voldemort made it match. That's how these things work. He heard half a prophecy, panicked, and chose a target. He made it Harry. Same as you did. Dumbledore shook his head, like a disappointed tutor. You weren't there, Cashin. When it was revealed. This was a true prophecy. Cashin raked a hand through his hair. Gods. What if Voldemort never attacked the Potters? He asked. What then? Would Harry still be the chosen one? Or would the prophecy have just picked someone else to cling to? Dumbledore didn't reply. Cashin stepped in closer. You ever stop to think that all this might have been avoidable? That maybe you and Riddle both walked straight into it, because you wanted a prophecy to be neat. Still nothing. Cashin sighed. If he'd never attacked, maybe, just maybe, someone would have risen from the ashes later to fill that role. Someone shaped by the time, by the war, by watching it all burn. Not necessarily Potter. Not necessarily even Voldemort, if we're being honest. But let's say it is him. He sealed his own bloody fate by trying to stop it. Self-fulfilling prophecy, tick 1. He flicked his fingers. Second line. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. He paused, raised a brow. Vega sin. Anyone Voldemort attacked could be the marked one. A scar in Potter's case. If he'd picked Neville, we'd be calling Longbottom the chosen one and Potter would have grown up farming cabbage in Wales. Dumbledore didn't argue. He looked like he wanted to, but the words stalled somewhere in his throat. Cashin folded his arms. Equal, right? Except Voldemort never saw him that way. He didn't raise him up. He tried to crush him in a cot. Equal's not about power levels. It's about who you place there. And Voldemort made Harry his center, whether he meant to or not. Marked him, shaped him, and kept returning like a moth to a bonfire. He snorted, as he said the next line, and the power he knows not? What's even that? Dumbledore gave a small nod. Love. Love. He took a moment. Swallowing the next few sentences with Herculean willpower. Every time. I'm sick of hearing that word used like it's a bloody cheat code. Love is powerful, Dumbledore said. Sure. So's a firearm. But you don't hand someone a magnum and tell them it'll save them from a dragon. Dumbledore's mouth twitched again, but not with humor. Cashin kept going. Let's pretend love is the power he doesn't know. Great. Who taught Harry how to use it? Did you? Did anyone? Because from what I've seen, he grew up in a place with the least love possible. Silence. No, Cashin said. You let him suffer through year after year, hoping he'd feel the right kind of grief. That he'd come out purer, stronger, kinder. You think trauma breeds clarity? It doesn't. It breeds noise. Dumbledore looked down at his hands. Cashin continued, the fate of the marked rests with the Forest Walker. They will decide whether one dies at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. He stopped, staring straight at Dumbledore. That suggests Voldemort can't die as long as Potter's alive, right? Dumbledore looked up, but waited for him to continue. Cashin's voice dropped. We've been suspecting it for a while. And I'm damn sure you have too. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, staring. Potter's a Horcrux, isn't he? Cashin asked. One Voldemort created accidentally. Dumbledore closed his eyes. That was answer enough. Cashin swore under his breath. Fucking brilliant. Bath's Haida let out a deep breath. As they thought. Gods, Cashin huffed as he paced. So he is one. No wonder the visions, the pain, the sudden bouts of anger. He stopped. How long have you known? Dumbledore didn't look up. I confirmed it at the end of his second year. Cashin gave a hollow laugh. Charming. And you've just been, letting it stew in his skull. There was no safe way to remove it. Cashin rounded on him. So you decided to wait. What, until he died on schedule? Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Until the right moment. Cashin threw his hands up. You can't be serious. Bath's Haida stopped him with a hand to the chest. Cass, she said, I think you're in that prophecy. He stopped. He'd thought about it. Of course he had. The line. The fate of the marked rests with the forest walker. He'd wandered through many forests last summer. One of them nearly ate him. Another took his wand for 3 hours and made him barter it back with blood and Latin. His jaw tightened. Whether it's me or not doesn't matter, he said. Prophecies fulfill themselves. That's the trick. They don't point at a person. They point at a gap. And someone always ends up filling it. He met her eyes. Longbottom and Greengrass are both from Druid lines. Forest walkers. Could be them. Hagrid walks the forest every bloody day. Doesn't matter. He turned to Dumbledore again. What matters is this. Potter isn't dying so your greater good can come full circle. I'll rip Voldemort's soul out of him if I have to, he said. One way or another, I'll get it out. Bath's Haida stepped back, arms crossed. Her look said she was trusting him and would have his back. No matter what he decided. Dumbledore nodded. That's all I hope. Cashin scoffed. I can see why you were avoiding hurting Voldemort. That alone shows me you don't want to hurt Potter. And I know you're not some sort of Dark Lord. You don't have evil intentions, Albus. That's half the bloody problem. You think good ones excuse the mess. Dumbledore stayed quiet. Cashin went on. You were ready to die for that cursed locket. About to drink that cursed water to poison yourself. That sort of madness only comes from someone who thinks they're doing the right thing. Which, sure, noble. But it also means you'll burn half the world down if you think it saves the other half. He shook his head. That doesn't make you wise. It makes you dangerous. Still no argument. And I'm still furious, Cashin added. Because you didn't just mess up with Potter. You summoned Slytherin students to testify against their families, children. Dragged them into a war they didn't choose. For what? Honor? Leverage. Dumbledore's lips pressed into a thinner line. Cashin continued without a stop. We were the ones who stood by them. The ones who talked to them when no one else would. We were the ones trying, actually trying, to keep them from going down that road, to make sure none of them would ever end up as a Death Eater. And yet people seem to forget something very basic, those people are still their parents. Yes, stepping up takes courage. It's admirable, even noble. I'm not denying that. But courage doesn't erase consequences. Think about tomorrow. Think about a year from now. 10 years from now. If something happens to their parents, their grandparents, what then? What will those kids carry with them for the rest of their lives? Because when it wasn't absolutely necessary to pull them into this, what you did was gamble with something we have no right to gamble with, the possibility of trauma they might never be able to bear later. You outed me, too, he added. All this time, I've been working the rosiers, smiling at tea, passing along half-truths just to keep the lines open. But now. He gave a bitter laugh. Now they won't even look me in the eye. Their secrets are gone. Powers cut off. That entire link is gone. Bath's Haida sighed. Ever since 4 years ago, since they decided to move in together, he had postponed his happiness and his freedom to remain close to his family. Just in case there was something he could learn from them, something he could use to protect the school and his students. Dumbledore had exposed him, but at least now he was free. Free to act as he wished, free to choose his own path. From the beginning, Cashin had never wanted the Rosier Patriarch's seat. Even if Regulus himself had placed it in Cashin's hands, he would have refused it. Lucian's betrayal was for nothing. He had nothing to fear. A pointless, stupid act. Not that Cashin, or she, cared. It was good riddance. Cashin shrugged. It's fine. I don't need their intel or power anymore. He stepped in again, slower now, the anger had sunk into something colder. But just know this, he said. In chasing what you think is right, you're hurting people. People who might have helped you if you'd only asked. You've left a trail of damage behind you. Dumbledore didn't meet his eyes. Cashin stepped back. Next time you need someone to carry the cost of your plan, he said, use your own name first. Then he turned, took Bath's Haida's hand, and walked out. The next morning, the whole school was buzzing. They'd had a hell of a year. Voldemort back in the flesh. Death Eaters in the stands. Half the school nearly hexed into the stone floor. Cashin had blown himself halfway to the afterlife and come back glowing like a bloody star. And most importantly, Fudge had resigned. And yet. Every pair of eyes kept flicking up to the staff table, where Sirius Black was buttering toast like he didn't have a potential death sentence hovering over his head. Maybe he should quit, someone muttered near the Gryffindor table. A few heads nodded. The defense course. Still going, wasn't it? Curse said no defense professor lasted more than a year. Professor R, Neville called out, glancing nervously toward the front. Is it really okay? Cashin, who was elbow deep in a plate of eggs and toast, looked up. Is what? Hermione leaned forward. Professor Black. Shouldn't he quit before the curse gets him? He blinked. Tilted his head. What curse? The curse on the defense post. Hermione said slowly, as if maybe he'd taken a bludger to the brain. Cashin stared at her. Oh. That. He wiped his mouth, then raised his cup casually. That got lifted 3 years ago. You lot didn't know. The Great Hall collectively stopped chewing. Mouths opened like someone had declared the sun was pink and gravity was optional. Wait, what? Ron stood halfway. But Professor Lupin left. And Moody, well, Barty, 2 of them still got booted, right? Cashin gave him a flat look. Lupin got outed as a werewolf. Didn't want to stick around and scare the parents. That was his call. And Barty Crouch was a Death Eater pretending to be someone else. Sorry, we don't hire those. Not since the 60s. A few chuckles rippled across the hall. A couple of students looked down like he'd just handed in 5 feet of homework on the still active curse. At the staff table, McGonagall had paused mid-tea. Flitwick was blinking rapidly. Even Dumbledore was staring. Cashin turned to Baths Haida, eyebrows raised. Wait, didn't we tell them? She smiled over her cup. Oops. You what? Someone yelped from Ravenclaw. 3 years. Seamus shot up, nearly knocking over his goblet. We've been living in fear of mythical job rot for 3 years. Do you know how many bets I've lost? Dean added, scandalized. I'll earn 5 galleons. The noise surged. Some students were full on standing, others clutching their heads like they'd just been failed by the entire academic system. Even the 7th years looked betrayed. Near the front, Colin Creevey raised his hand and shouted, what else aren't you telling us? Cashin just kept chewing. Calm as anything. Probably loads. Dumbledore finally spoke. Cashin. I believe the students deserve an explanation. Cashin swallowed his bite, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leaned back in his chair. It was Voldemort, he said simply. Bit of a jealous man-child, really. Wanted the job. Was said no. So, naturally, he cursed the position out of spite. Used a cursed item that was already hidden in the castle, tied it to the post. Mouths dropped again. Wait, Hermione said slowly. A cursed object. Cashin nodded. Yup. 3 years ago, Lockhart accidentally helped me narrow it down. Potter and I dealt with it. He didn't look at Harry. Harry didn't look at him. Dumbledore's eyes shifted. Towards the Gryffindor table. Toward Harry. Then back to Cashin. He said nothing. The diadem. Both realized at the same time. More students were now turning, not to Cashin, but to Sirius. He looked up from his toast, halfway through shoveling more scrambled eggs into his mouth. Well. Someone called from the Hufflepuff table. You staying? Yet. Someone else shouted. You're not cursed, right? Sirius, mouth full, gave them all a thumbs up. Then, after a particularly enthusiastic swallow, he said through a grin, of course I'm staying. This is great. He jabbed his fork toward his plate. They do the eggs right here. The hall erupted. Cheers rang out across every table. Fred and George stood up and raised their goblets. To uncursed jobs. To competent teachers. Lee Jordan added. To no more terrifying defense handovers. Hermione shouted, half laughing, half furious. About bloody time, muttered Ron, flopping back down with a sigh. Cashin took another bite, shrugged, and muttered to himself, honestly, I thought someone would have clocked it by now. Harry climbed the stone steps 2 at a time, shoulders still tense from the sudden call. He and Sirius had been halfway through packing, set to leave the next morning, when a leaf made of bright light had drifted in through the open window. He'd recognized it instantly. Now he stood outside the professor's office, frowning. He knocked lightly. Come in, Bathsheda's voice called. The door opened. Cashin and Baths Haida sat near the hearth, 2 cups of tea on the table, a third waiting. You're here, Cashin said, rising to his feet and slapping a hand against Harry's shoulder in a way that wasn't quite casual but tried to be. Sit. Harry dropped into the nearest chair. Cashin didn't sit back down right away. He looked at Harry for a beat, then drew a breath through his nose. All right, he said. I'm going to tell you a few things. Heavy things. So before we begin, brace yourself. Harry blinked. Cashin's voice didn't change. You are not alone. And more importantly, none of this is your bloody burden to carry. You didn't choose it. You didn't cause it. You were a baby. A victim. That's what you'll remain, until the day you decide to fight back. Got it? Harry nodded, slower this time. Cashin gave a small nod back. Good. He glanced toward Baths Haida. She said nothing, but shifted slightly, as if preparing herself. Cashin sat. Right. Let's start simple. He conjured a flickering image above the desk, light forming into a ragged, dark shapes, wreathed in something foul and stretched. This is a Horcrux. Horrible name. Worse concept. Harry's stomach twisted. Cashin went on. It's a piece of soul. Torn off. Anchored to something. Object, place, creature. Doesn't matter. It makes the bastard who made it functionally immortal, so long as the Horcrux survives, they can't properly die. He didn't explain how it was made. Voldemort made several. Harry stared. We've confirmed 5. I've tracked a few others. We're working on it. But here's the part that matters. The image flickered. Cashin didn't blink. You're one of them. The words landed like a fist. Harry stared at the vision, then Cashin, then back at the vision. There's a fragment of his soul in you, Cashin said, quieter now. Buried deep. Not active in the way others are. It doesn't control you. Doesn't steer your thoughts. But it's there. That's why your scar hurts. Why you dream his dreams. Why your mind cracks open when he's close. Harry's throat went dry. What does that mean? Am I him? No, Cashin said instantly. You're you. That thing in you is a parasite. Think of it like an old curse that never got washed off. But Harry's hands clenched in his lap. Can it be removed? Yes. We're working on it. For the time being, though, it can't be removed. Harry looked at Bathsheba. She didn't flinch. She wasn't afraid of him. Neither of them were. She gave a smile and a nod. Cashin let the moment sit, then waved away the illusion. That's the first truth, he said. Now the second. He sighed again, longer this time, heavier. Look, there's no neat way to wrap this up with a bow, Cashin said. But here it is. There was a prophecy once. About you and the Dark Lord. Harry froze. Cashin held his gaze. Prophecies aren't gospel. They're vague, messy, and usually more trouble than they're worth. Most don't name names. They talk in riddles. What matters more than the prophecy is how people react to it. Harry just stared blank. So, Cashin continued, Voldemort heard part of this one. Just a piece. But it was enough to send him into a panic. He thought it meant you'd be the end of him. So what did he do? Cashin spread his hands slightly. He tried to kill you. And in doing that, he made it real. Harry took a few deep breaths. His heart thudded behind his ribs. Bathsheba stepped up beside him and nudged a cup toward his hand. Drink. He glanced down. Then took the cup and sipped. Warmth spread through his throat, but it didn't loosen the knot in his chest. She nodded. Good. The prophecy goes like this. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Bathsheba started. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Cashin took over. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Harry stared at the fire, eyes unfocused. The fate of the marked rests with the Forest Walker. They will decide whether one dies at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry breathed, sharp through the nose, and again through gritted teeth. Cashin leaned forward, forearms braced on his knees. You were born at the end of July. Your parents defied Voldemort 3 times. He chose you. Marked you with that scar. And by doing so, he basically shoved the prophecy into gear. Harry's fingers clenched tighter around the cup. He didn't ask the obvious question. The one everyone would think first. So I have to kill him. Cashin saw it anyway. I'm not here to give you a sword and a pat on the back, he said. I'm telling you because this was kept from you. And you deserve to know what the hell you've been dragged into. Harry let out a slow breath. So, he muttered, I'm a soul parasite carrying, prophecy-targeted murder magnet. Cashin blinked, then huffed out a laugh. Bit of a mouthful, but yes. Harry drained the tea like it was fire whiskey. Then set the cup down. I think, he said carefully, I need to hit something. Completely reasonable, Cashin said. We have dummies. Some of them even scream when you hit them. Very therapeutic. Bathsheba squeezed Harry's shoulder before returning to her seat. Cashin added, as I said. You make what prophecy is about. You don't need to take it literally. I promise, we'll find a way to remove that parasite. Best if next year, but definitely before your NEWTS. It would be cheating if you had a second soul. Harry let out a laugh. Cashin caught the moment his shoulders dropped, even just slightly. He smiled. Neville was born a day before you. His parents defied Voldemort 3 times, too. If Voldemort had gone for the Longbottoms instead, your fates could have swapped. I'm not saying this to be cruel, he went on, I'm saying it because fate's flimsy as parchment. Half the time it's guesswork and panic. Voldemort heard half a sentence and did the rest himself. Harry tilted his head. So, it's his own fault. Cashin raised both hands. Finally. Someone says it out loud. Yes. Exactly. He got spooked, tried to get ahead of a vague threat, and in doing so, made the bloody thing real. Classic prophecy trap. Self-fulfilling bollocks. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. And what happens if he dies and the Horcrux is still in me? Cashin's expression didn't shift. He can't die properly while it's still in you. Harry's fingers curled against his leg. But, Cashin said quickly, that doesn't mean you have to die to kill it. Don't let anyone, tell you that. Harry met his eyes, more resolute. There's a way. There's always a way, Cashin replied. Might be horrible, might be dangerous, might require a volunteer or two who don't value their limbs, but we'll find it. Harry stared at him. You really believe that? Cashin nodded. I really believe that. He let that sit a moment, then added, which means you've got time. We've got time. And we'll use every bloody bit of it. Harry sighed, shakily. Cashin leaned back, finally picking up his own tea. You can stay here a bit if you want. Scream into a cushion. Hit a dummy. Raid my biscuit stash. Harry didn't move right away. Do they really scream when you hit them? They shriek, Cashin said. Try them. Harry gave a faint smile. All right. I'll do that. And then maybe tell Sirius, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Cashin gestured toward the corridor. Just don't punch Ron. He looks like he bruises easily. Harry stood up, still pale, still shaken, but not broken. He looked back once, hesitated. Thanks, both of you. Cashin raised his cup. Anytime. Fred kicked the office door open with all the flair of someone who'd just robbed a vault and wanted applause for it. George followed, practically bouncing. Both dropped their NEWT result parchments onto Cashin's desk as if they were laying down royal decrees. Cashin raised a brow, picked up the nearest scroll, and started scheming. Transfiguration, outstanding. Potions, oh runes, oh charms, oh history, oh. The rest are either OS or E.E.S. He paused. Well. Look at that. You've both turned in actual academic performance. Fred puffed out his chest. George grinned wide. Cashin tapped the edge of the parchment against the desk. All right. Per our stupidly specific contract, 2 shops. The twins hooped in unison, loud, ungodly, and utterly shameless. Fred launched into a wild stomp that might have been a dance or a seizure. George joined him, arms flailing overhead like he was summoning ancient spirits of capitalism. 2 shops. Fred yelled. 2 bloody shops. George echoed, spinning in a circle. They slapped the floor, clapped, and chanted something that suspiciously resembled hustle and hexes, all while Cashin stared at them, deadpan. Are you done? He asked. Fred dropped into a crouch, breathless. We're entrepreneurs, sir. Cashin snorted. Yet. Name your spots. The twins didn't even pretend to think about it. Diagon Alley, Fred said. Hogsmeade, George added, nearly tripping over his brother's words. Cashin nodded. Figured. One's a foot traffic gold mine, the other's a Hogwarts adjacent. They looked smug. Cashin ruined it in half a sentence. The problem is, Hogsmeade's dead in summer. The twins froze mid-celebration. What? George frowned. But it's close. And mostly empty, Cashin said. You're heading into a 3-month break. Students won't be around. Locals will either ignore you, outsnark you, or try to report you to the council for selling prank dust disguised as skincare. That's 3 months of you losing money and manpower to earn pocket change. Fred scratched the back of his head. George frowned. Cashin folded his arms. You want a second shop, pick somewhere better. Smart, not sentimental. If your business works, which I believe it will, you'll have enough to open one in Hogsmeade on your own by the end of summer. Fred glanced at George. George raised his brows. That makes sense, Fred said slowly. George nodded. Yet. Hate it when it does. Cashin shrugged. Your call. But you've got one guaranteed spot. Don't waste the second one trying to sell puking pastilles to a village full of pensioners. They went quiet. Thinking. Cashin picked up a pen and twirled it lazily. Let me know before the week's out, he added. I've got 2 permits ready to file. Pick something bold for the second. Or don't. I'll keep the funds in escrow and enjoy watching you argue about it. The twins exchanged a look. Fred leaned in. What about Nocturne? Cashin blinked. You trying to get stabbed, or just fancy it? George pointed at Fred. He's got a pitch. Fred smirked. It's not a front. It's a back door. Cashin held up a hand. If you're about to say sells legitimate goods with illicit packaging, I'm going to bury you under contract law. Fred mimed zipping his mouth. George looked thoughtful. Maybe Bristol, then. Gets enough foot traffic. Weird enough crowd. Cashin raised a brow. Now we're talking. They broke into twin grins again. Then Fred asked, do we get to name it? Cashin didn't look up. If you don't, I will. And I swear, I'll call it Bang & Sons, purveyors of magical regret. George immediately shouted, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Fred threw both hands up. That's the one. Cashin nodded. Good. You picked the non-humiliating option. That's growth. They beamed. Thanks, Professor R, Fred said. George gave a salute. You're still our favorite war criminal. Cashin rolled his eyes. Get out before I change my mind. They left laughing. Cashin turned back to the scrolls, muttering, God's help whoever shares a wall with them. Steam curled lazily along the platform as the last of the students spilled out of the Hogwarts Express. Harry adjusted his trunk with one hand, Hedwig's cage in the other, still half caught in that strange, heavy feeling of leaving the year behind. Beside him, Sirius stretched like a man who had been cooped up far too long, grinning at the open sky beyond the station. They walked a few steps before Harry slowed, a thought crashing into him with sudden dread. Your car? He asked, voice tightening. I previously didn't think since I thought you were just taking me to the train, but it was sitting there all year. Sirius waved a hand dismissively, not even breaking stride. Hogwarts has existed for 1,000 years. Do you think we thought of adding a platform for our train and not one for our carts? Well, at least they were for carts at the beginning. Now almost no one uses it. Harry stopped dead. There is free parking, just for magics. He said, staring. Sirius turned back, his grin widening. Of course. Come on. I got some new songs with banger basses. Harry froze. A very specific, very recent memory surfaced, of Sirius discovering Muggle music and deciding volume was a suggestion, not a rule. Oh no. He forgot that. Cashin and Baths Haida left the school late, hand in hand. They didn't go back to Diagon Alley. That place was cramped, loud, and one screaming kettle away from structural collapse. And the Rosier Manor was out. Officially. He hadn't set foot in it since the trial. Even Regulus had stopped asking. Which was probably wise, all things considered. They took the Port Kea to Ireland. West Coast, edge of a forest that didn't have a name on the public map. He'd bought the entire place a few months ago. Cash, no title games, no ancestral nonsense. No one could argue ownership if you controlled the land under the Wardstone. It was quiet. Cold in the mornings, dense with fog. The kind of place you couldn't hear the rest of the world from. Cashin liked that. They passed the stone marker and the wards peeled back. The path opened into the clearing, their house rising from the slope like it had been waiting for them to notice it. He'd kept it simple, 2 floors, wide balcony, no servants, no family crest burned into the lintel. Home. Baths Haida dropped her bag by the door and stepped out of her boots. They stood side by side and watched the trees breathe. It had been a long year. Back when things were cleaner, or at least quieter, he might have stayed in Rosier Manor for the sake of convenience. Now he didn't trust it. Not after what Dumbledore did. And not when the rest of the family looked at him like a walking liability. He knew too much. They wouldn't kill him for it, not directly. But someone would try to shut him up if it ever looked like he might talk. So, no. He didn't need the family estate. Or their wine. Or the fake congratulations they offered when Lucian got dragged out in shackles. He had better things to do. Like blocking half the Sacred 28 from ransacking the Malfoy and others' vaults. That part had been impressive in a grim sort of way. Lucius was barely through processing, Selwyn still bleeding arrogance in the holding cells, and already the vultures had started circling. Land claims, bond disputes, ancestral debts suddenly dug up and waved like receipts. Cashin's lawyers tore through them. 3 departments. 8 solicitors. He hadn't even waited for Dumbledore to weigh in. The kids were still underage on paper, but they had their OWLS. That was enough. He used his vault ties, filed the right motions, pulled favors from a few names with grudges against the nobles. The paperwork hit the ministry before the second estate claim could land. By the time anyone realized what was happening, Draco and the others were legally emancipated. Fully independent. Those vultures couldn't touch their assets anymore. Cashin had made sure of it. He tied the ownership documents straight to enchanted contracts, keyed through Gringotts, backed by a ministry seal and 3 layers of ward signatures. Even the goblins respected the work. It was that ironclad. These people still played word games with him, not knowing even a djinn lost to him. Nobody tried again after that. Dumbledore already had enough sins on his plate for using those kids in the first place. The least Cashin could do was stop the sharks from finishing the job. Baths Haida leaned on the railing beside him, her hand slipping into his. Feels weird, she said. What does? She watched the mist drift between the trees. Winning. Cashin let out a breath through his nose. Did we? She glanced at him. You got Voldemort thrown halfway across the continent. Took down half the Death Eater ranks. Got a minister out. Saved a prophecy. And gave those kids a shot at something better. Yeah, he said. But I still don't have a kettle that works properly. She smirked. Suppose we'll just have to rough it, she said. He nudged her shoulder with his. We'll survive. I've got a shed full of cursed cauldrons. One of them must boil water eventually. She huffed and slumped into his chest. Cashin tipped his head onto hers, eyes drifting out over the clearing. The mist had pulled back a little, leaving the grass slick and the trees sharp in silhouette. It wasn't much yet, some trees, some rocks, a bit of uneven ground and a crooked fence at the edge, but it was theirs. The whole bloody thing. Every meter of wild, mist-choked land. Eventually, he'd bring in some creatures. Hagrid already offered to help with some legal, some, less so. He looked practically misty-eyed at the idea. Sprout had half a plan to get the soil prepped by September. Neville and Daphne had new powers to get a grip on, and this was the safest place to do it. One day, if they played it right, it could be another haven. A second Flamel house, minus the eccentric alchemy and awkward goat. He grinned into her hair. Only thing missing's 10 little monsters legging it about. She choked on air. 10? What do you think I am, livestock? He chuckled. No. You're my lovely wife. Before she could argue, he swept her up and tossed her over his shoulder. She yelped, thumped his back, kicked once. Put me down. He kept walking. Nah. You're mine now. I caught you fair and square. She kept pounding on him, though it was more ceremonial than serious. We're adding contraception wards. That's final. He gasped. Blasphemy. We're having a clan. You're having a back injury if you don't put me down. He bumped the door open with a hip. Worth it. She kept arguing all the way into the kitchen. He dumped her onto a chair with all the grace of someone setting down a full sack of potatoes, then spun to grab the kettle. The useless one, of course. It clicked twice and gave up. He sighed and warmed the water with a lazy warming charm, then poured 2 mugs, setting one down in front of her. Truce? He asked. She took the mug, sipped, then looked up. 2, she said. That's my limit. Children, I mean. He leaned against the counter. We'll negotiate. I'll start at 10, you start at 2, and we'll settle at 7. Her eyes narrowed. 3. 4.5. She pointed her spoon at him. What's the half? Tiny one with a bad attitude. Just like you. She threw a napkin at his face. He didn't dodge. Just sipped his tea, watching her with a grin. Eventually, she leaned back, mug balanced on her knee. The wind outside curled round the windows. Cashin and Bathsheba stood in front of the Concorde, watching the last of the luggage being shuttled in by a porter in a Heathrow uniform who absolutely wasn't being paid enough for this. You know, he said, this thing used to beat time zones. You could leave Paris and get to New York before your croissant finished digesting. Bathsheba tightened her grip on his arm. I don't like this, she muttered. Things shouldn't go this fast. They should go faster. We've been stuck with brooms for centuries. It's embarrassing. We have port keys. It's safer. He tilted his head. And what, miss this? The roaring beast of British engineering? The sense of impending doom when you realize you're sitting inside a supersonic tube. She glared at him. He'd been teasing her all night about how fast it was. How she'd feel her insides were dancing. You are enjoying this too much. That's because your face when I explained Mach 2 was priceless. You looked like I offered to stick you in a cannon. It's not natural, she hissed. Magic has rules. This thing breaks logic. It's 1996. Logic needs a kick. He'd half dragged her out here with promises of a historical experience. Cashin grinned. If it helps, he said, you can always pretend it's a flying broom with a seating chart. She gave him a look. Right, he said. Not helping. Their boarding group was called. Cashin slung his bag over one shoulder and stepped forward. Bathsheba didn't move. He glanced back, reaching for her hand. Come on. It'll be over in a flash. Literally. That's the point. She took a few long breaths. It's not scary. It's technology. I'm flying in a needle-nosed tin thing. Definitely won't turn me into a mincemeat. Cashin pulled her gently forward. You faced down nightmares with a wand and a torch. You can survive rich people's aviation. That shut her up, but she didn't look happy about it. Still, she followed him inside. They settled into their seats. Cashin leaned back as the flight attendant offered champagne. He took it. If they're flying into a probable crawler nest, they're bloody well going in style. Bathsheba didn't. Not until we land, she said. Suit yourself, he murmured, sipping. To archaeology and mortal peril. She huffed. The reason for this whole mess was Bathilda Bagshot's reports. She'd visited the Mesoamerican region last year, sniffing out something old and twitchy, and sent word to Nicholas before she disappeared into the jungle again. Looks like a variant, he'd written back to Cashin. Nothing I've seen before. Local wards bend around it. Moves like a crawler, but stranger. Cashin had read that letter with one eyebrow up and both hands already reaching for his coat. So far, he'd seen 2 kinds. Night crawlers. They'd been sealed in Australia. And blood crawlers, only ever in vision. Druid 1. Life-sucking leeches. He'd never seen a blood crawler with his own eyes though. Now he might. The plane rumbled to life beneath them. She grabbed his hand without looking. Cashin smiled. When they landed in Dulles in just under 4 hours, Bathsheba still hadn't let go of him. Cashin laughed all the way through baggage claim. This is gold, he muttered, dodging a harried-looking customs officer. Absolute gold. If I'd known all it took to make you affectionate was Mach 2, I'd have booked this years ago. She glared. He laughed anyway. Her grip tightened near the arrivals lounge. In his old life, Concords had already been banned. Too loud, too expensive, and too obsessed with speed to survive politics. He'd wanted to get on one since he was 10. Tick that off the bucket list. Next, space. Real rocket. Orbit. Maybe Venus, he thought, then glanced at Bathsheba, sighed, and muttered, scratch that. Already found mine. A guide from Ilvermorny was already waiting for them, expression somewhere between polite and bored. You're rosier and babbling. Cashin gave a half salute. Depends who's asking. If it's the IRS, I'm dead. The man tilted his head. Welcome to the States. I'll get you through wand registration, customs clearance, and your porqué to Yucatan. Efficient, Cashin said. I like it. The guide tapped the clipboard, then led them through a door that absolutely wasn't there 5 seconds ago. Bathsheba tilted her head, watching the corridor shift behind them, seamless stone giving way to dense charm-edged wood without so much as a shimmer. They don't use flow here, she said, pointing at the door they passed through. Whole system's built different. Cashin raised an eyebrow. So I gathered. Bit short on fireplaces. She stepped past the threshold, hand brushing the carved frame. They use doors and keys. Literal ones. You carry the key, it brings you to the place, but only if the door agrees to open. He frowned. You're telling me the architecture has opinions. Everything here's anchored, she said. A key can store coordinates, like a port key, but the door has to accept the match. If the door's warded, or the owner hasn't bound it to your key, you're stuck. It won't open. You can't brute force it. And every key's hand-tuned. Personal. You lose it, someone finds it, they still can't use it unless the door says yes. Charming. She gave a small smile. Cleaner than flu. Less noisy than apparition. And much harder to track. Cashin arched a brow. You sound almost impressed. I am. It's elegant. The customs office was quiet, cleaner than anything back home, and twice as fast. Cashin handed over his wand and watched the woman behind the desk scan it. British, she said, eyes flicking up. Good wand. Bit snappish. You'd get along. She gave him a look that said she'd rather not. Bathsheba's turn took longer. They asked more questions. She didn't answer most of them. The woman finally sighed and waved them on. The guide didn't slow down. Port K is already set. We're on a 15-minute window. Ah, America, Cashin said, where even magical travel has corporate time slots. The man stopped in front of a painted circle on the floor, runes nested like a city grid. A small golden fork sat in the center, humming faintly. Destinations secured, he said. Yucatan. Southern Ridge, near Master Bagshot's last marker. You'll want to brace, the man added. She's a fast one. Cashin raised a brow. She. But the world had already gone sideways. Stone. Wind. One blink, and everything twisted. The jungle slammed into view with the grace of a brick to the teeth. Moisture slapped. Trees taller than most buildings rose in every direction, their trunks slick with moss and half-eaten sunlight. Cashin didn't stumble. Much. He coughed and looked around. Well, he said. At least it's not raining. It started raining. Immediately. Bathsheba didn't say a word. Just turned, slapped his shoulder, and walked off into the trees. He followed. By the time the trees broke and Chichen Itza came into view, he was sure he'd sweated through at least 3 layers of warded fabric. Bathsheba looked much better of course. 4 people stood at the base of the steps. They were in the middle of something, and the way they were talking didn't invite interruption. Bagshot stood nearest the stone, robes rolled up at the sleeves. Her hands were dusty. Whatever she'd been doing, it involved contact. Goshawk stood beside her, arms crossed, wand tucked under one elbow like she'd threatened to hex the temple if it didn't start answering questions. Selena stood between the 2 women, flicking through a notepad that was doing the writing for her. Fleur was perched on a boulder nearby, wand in hand, half listening, half watching the sky. Cashin and Bathsheba stepped up, stopped a few feet off, and waited. Goshawk glanced over her first. Took you long enough. Sorry, Cashin said. They decided to inspect our wands carefully. Bathsheba nodded toward the step behind Bagshot that was actually humming. What's it doing? Fleur spoke up without looking at them. Breathing. Cashin squinted. That's reassuring. Not literally, Selena said, flipping a page. But the magic's moving like it's exhaling. Rhythmic. Pulls and releases every 4 minutes. It wasn't doing that last week, Bagshot said, brushing grit off her fingers. Or ever, actually. Something's waking it, Goshawk added. Question is whether we're early or late. Cashin stepped closer to the stone. He felt it now, like a heartbeat in the rock. Old enchantments curled through the carvings. Runes he recognized, others he didn't. Fleur shifted on the rock. It started 2 nights ago. That's when it began humming. And no one touched it. Cashin asked. No, Bagshot said. He looked at the edge of the step again. There were marks on the outer rim, subtle. Not clawed. Too even for weathering. He had a bad feeling about it, proper, stomach-turning dread. Is anyone actually working here? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Goshawk nodded. Mexico and the States have teams on site. They think they've found an entrance. Planning to crack it open and study whatever's inside. Long lost history, apparently. Cashin looked at the stone again. Stop them, he said. Immediately. Bagshot frowned. Goshawk didn't answer. This feels far too close to what happened in Greece, he said. That made both women still. Bagshot's eyes narrowed. What happened in Greece? He shook his head, jaw clenching. I can't say, he said. We all wiped our memories of that day. Every single one of us. Miranda straightened with a frown. Then how do you know? Because my memory doesn't work like everyone else's. His lips pressed thin. My memories are insulated. You can't break them, you can't rewrite them, and you definitely can't remove them. I remember what the rest of them chose to forget. That should tell you enough. But similarly me knowing doesn't give the thing power. Goshawk's arms dropped from her chest. Cashin's mouth thinned. I don't care what academic glory they think they're chasing. Shut this down. Before someone rips the wrong layer off this thing and we're all dead. Then he turned, already pulling his wand. I'll call the Flamels. Luckily, 2 of them still had enough weight here to stop the excavation crew from splitting open whatever ancient headache had been humming under the steps. Bagshot muttered something and the site foreman turned purple around the ears. Not that the locals were thrilled. They made a point of stomping about with their clipboards and muttering curses. Something about academic sabotage and arrogant Brits. Didn't matter. A bigger crowd had started to gather anyway. Flamels already mid-argument over something to do with translation theory. Ada strolled in behind them. Edavan moved as usual, drifting with the wind, veil still on her face. Then Coriolanus stepped through, arms spread, looking like he'd just wandered out of a fresco. Sabine walked 2 steps behind him, examining the perimeter with a face that shouted danger. She had the ability to sense it. Her eyes flicked toward Cashin, warming up. Master G wasn't there. Cashin clocked it the second he scanned the crowd. Not a hard thing to notice, he usually made an entrance like sunlight in silk robes. China was too far. Marauder was still loose. If G thought the walls might crack while he was gone, he'd stay put. No one blamed him for it. Headmasters weren't meant to play global firemen every time a curse rolled off its pedestal. As the old masters assembled, the clearing split itself neatly. 2 groups. No signage, but you could tell. One was mostly Europe, Flamels, Edavan, Bagshot, a couple others who didn't need nameplates. The ones who didn't talk unless the weather threatened extinction. Across the circle, another line formed. Coriolanus made a slow arc around the base of the temple before finally sliding in beside Cashin. Keepers of the American continent. There wasn't outright hostility, but tension was clear. Nothing overt, just a quiet rivalry that made the air tighter than it should have been. Cashin kept his hands in his coat pockets. Coriolanus leaned slightly. They don't share their work. Not even with each other. That one with the rings. He nodded discreetly toward a woman near the center. Blew open a sinkhole in Rio last year. Claimed it was a defense experiment. Cashin scratched his chin. Against what? Gravity. Sabine spoke without turning. They see themselves as custodians. But their version of keep runs close to contain. The kind of people who'd rather seal history away than share it. Cashin hummed. So the perfect hosts, then. They'll want control, Coriolanus said. They always do. Cashin tilted his head, watching as one of the local keepers bent near the pyramid base, fingers tracing a line of faded carvings. One of them wore no shoes. Another had a jaguar spirit circling just behind his shadow. Cashin nodded. A pissing match. Hasn't been anything else since 1625. Bath's Haida stepped in close enough to whisper. Do they even know what's in there? No, Coriolanus said. That's why they're pretending it's nothing. Bath's Haida leaned close again. Should we start the introductions? Gods, no, Cashin muttered. Let the old masters bicker first. It's their mess until something explodes. The Flamels veered straight for Cashin, Pernell already eyeing him like she was bracing for trouble, and Nicholas looking more awake than Cashin had seen him in months. Cashin lifted a hand. Finally here. Pernell pulled him into a quick, tight hug. We had to argue with 3 departments and a spirit ward to get here. Sounds like a fun journey. Nicholas clapped him on the shoulder. You all right? Cashin snickered. Had a lovely flight. Bath's Haida gave him a look. Nicholas didn't ask. Then his tone shifted. You said this links to Greece. Cashin nodded. Don't reactivate your memories yet. If we go forward, he said, you'll need to go blind and trust me. Nicholas and Pernell frowned. They weren't suspicious of Cashin, he'd earned more than enough trust for that. But the others wouldn't see it the same way. The local keepers didn't know him. They hadn't seen him in action like the rest of them did. They hadn't stood in the dark while the walls moved and the maps turned to lies. Coriolanus gave a short nod. They won't take our word for it. Not without proof. Cashin scratched the side of his jaw, muttering, well, that's a problem. They're not unreasonable, Pernell said. Just, proud. And territorial, Coriolanus added. They'll want to speak for the land. Not let an outsider do it. They can be convinced to shut the site, Sabine said. But they'll want to do it their way. Under their seal. Not because some Brit with an attitude problem said so. Cashin stared out across the temple. I don't really care, he said. Let them make the call. I just want it made. Pernell glanced at him. You sure? He nodded. Don't care who plants the flag. I care that no one dies trying to poke it. The stone groaned behind them. A few meters away, one of the local keepers stepped back from the base, eyes narrowed, fingers brushing faint scorch marks that hadn't been there an hour ago. Nicholas sighed. All right. Let's do the introductions. Then you can explain as much as you can. Cashin gave a nod and stepped back as the Flamels moved ahead. The oldest of the keepers, the woman with the jaguar shadow, nodded and spoke in Mayan. Nicholas replied without pause. Eventually, they all agreed on English. They moved to a nearby tent, pitched between the tree line and the dig site. The local keepers followed with frowns and twitching hands suggesting they weren't above hexing them if things smelled off. Before we get to the core of the problem, Nicholas started. You all need to understand why we trust these two. He turned slightly, nodding to Cashin and Bathsheba. Their names had already been whispered around for years now, so some already recognized them. Cashin Rosier, Nicholas went on. If you've heard of him, it's probably been through our reports. The British records paint him as trouble. They're not wrong. But what they don't tell you is this, when a cursed monastery in China turned out to be a sealed imperial tomb, he was the one who discovered and saved countless lives. He walked in, took one breath, and told them the scent was wrong. The tomb wasn't under the monastery. The monastery was built over it to cover it. A few of the keepers shifted. Nicholas kept going. Half the warding team would have walked straight into a collapse zone if he hadn't noticed the displacement lines carved through. He called it, adjusted the mapping and got every one of them out. There was a rustle as a few of the local keepers glanced toward the two of them now. Then came Greece, Nicholas said. Ancient temple site. He flagged it the moment they stepped on the stone. Locals dismissed him. He delivered the line with a raised brow, the unspoken meaning clear. And they were wrong. Of course the local keepers understood what Nicholas meant. A few eyes narrowing now. The leading team broke through the wards anyway. It opened something that should never have been woken. Barely got out. Nicholas's voice shifted. And then there was Australia, he said. That one didn't make the reports, but some of you must have heard the troubles me and my wife went through to create footpaths all around the world. That earned more attention. A few nodded, aware of their latest activities. Something got out. Things that eat spell work. Runes. Wards. Even memories. Murmurs flicked across the circle. Nicholas glanced toward Cashin. Then Cashin unearthed the original wardnet. We've used it to trap them again. Everything after that was clean up. Only reason it's sealed is because he found the bones underneath. If they hadn't intervened, Nicholas said, we'd have lost more than a dig site. Nicholas nodded toward Bathsheba now. She's the one who led the teams in China, he said. When they hit a cluster of time and space runes even the senior scholars couldn't untangle, she stepped in. Opened the path. Got everyone through without a single casualty. Then left before the tomb was even breached, came back to teach, because she wasn't after glory or riches. A few of the keepers looked her way. In Australia, same story, Nicholas went on. Without her help, we couldn't have done it. He turned slightly, facing the circle now. She's a master in multiple runic languages. In Greece, her work sealed the site. Not the keepers. Not me or my wife. Her. Bathsheba didn't speak. He folded his arms again. That's why they're here. Pernell spoke next. We're not asking you to hand over the dig. This isn't about pride. But those two have seen more arcane-level awakenings in the last 5 years than most keepers see in a lifetime. Someone scoffed. A relatively younger keeper. Mid-50s, braided hair, coat pinned with local emblems. And their fears are the absolute truth now. She said. Because they survived things. Goshawk stepped in without hesitation. No, she said, you're supposed to take ours. And if that's not enough, you can read the sealed archives we sent 2 weeks ago. Or the names of the people who didn't make it out. She fell silent, a few others murmured. A woman who'd been quiet the whole time, older, long grey-black hair tied in a thick rope down her back, nodded. Flamels trust them. That means something. A few muttered. One or two others still looked unconvinced, arms folded like they didn't care how many curses Cashin had dodged. Nicholas turned to Cashin. Tell them what happened in Greece, he said. The part we all choose to forget. Cashin stepped forward. He stopped at the edge of the ring. He glanced round the tent. They were waiting for him to justify a warning he barely understood himself. That always went well. Let me just say this up front, he said, I don't give a toss about treasure. I'm not here for what's buried under the rock. If there's gold down there, lovely. Let someone else buy a palace with it. Not my concern. He took a slow step forward. Every time I say stop, someone thinks it's about greed. They reckon I'm trying to cut ahead, stake a claim, steal credit. Let's get that out of the way too. I don't want anything. I'm already rich. I'm already young. I don't need more. Bathsheba made a sound behind him. Fleur tried not to laugh. Selena didn't even bother. He ignored the lot of them. Next thing. No, I'm not going to tell you what happened in Greece. I can't. Whatever was there cannot be named or remembered. That's why even the Flamels had to strip their own memories of it. Some of the keepers shifted. Beings that gained power by being named or remembered weren't easy to deal with. They all knew. He glanced sideways at Nicholas, then back to the group. As for why I remember, that's my problem, not yours. My mind's isolated from cause and effect. It can't be altered. No, you can't test it, and I'm not interested in proving it to anyone. Me remembering doesn't give anything power. It just means I know when something feels wrong. The Jaguar Shadow Keeper shifted, eyes sharp now. Cashin gestured loosely toward the pyramid. The reason I called for a halt and dragged half the old masters across the ocean is simple. I felt the same pattern here. I don't know if it's related to Greece. I don't know if it's the same thing wearing a different skin. He paused, letting that sit. But if what's under its saw is even a quarter as dangerous as what we ran into back then, we're finished. And I mean the whole world. The tent had gone very still. You can do whatever you want with that information, Cashin said. Ignore me. Argue about jurisdiction. Slap your seals all over it and call it contained. I don't want the lead, and I don't want the credit. He met their eyes, one by one. I only care that this place gets sealed properly. Then he stepped back, hands sliding into his coat pockets, as if he'd finished a lecture and was waiting to see who'd stayed awake. Bathsheba drifted over, stopped beside him. Did you have to be that direct? I'm tired, he said. Of repeating myself. Of being looked at like I'm here to rob the walls and sell them to a French museum. They both stood there, watching the scene. Every time, it's the same thing. Someone thinks we're too young, too foreign, too something. By the time they listen, it's usually because something's already exploded. Or screamed, she said. Or bled. The voices were still rising in the background. One of the local men jabbed a finger at Coriolanus. Coriolanus looked utterly bored. Bathsheba sighed. We're not even arguing the artifact. We're arguing the right to argue. That's academia, Cashin muttered. Only louder. She folded her arms, elbow brushing his. We'll get there. They're warming up. They can warm up somewhere else. I've got better things to do than stand here while they measure one sizes. Someone shouted about jurisdiction. Another voice answered in a dialect Cashin didn't catch. The keeper with the jaguar spirit raised her hand. I'll take Mr. Rosier's word for it, she said. I've felt it for years now. Never knew what it was. But the closer I came to this side today, the worse it got. It turned cold. In here. She tapped her chest. Like the land was bracing. My people were the first to bury this place. And the first to stop speaking of it. Across the tent, a younger keeper, tall, sharp features, badge-heavy robes, stepped forward with a frown. That doesn't make sense, Elder Sol-Al. You said nothing at the last two gatherings. You never mentioned a threat. Sol-Al looked at her, calm. Because I didn't know what it was. I only felt it move. Like something breathing behind a wall. Another local keeper cut in. And now that he speaks, it goes quiet. He pointed at Cashin. That's what you're saying. Yes. That's impossible. No. It's not. They stared at her. Like they wanted her to take it back. She didn't. A man near the back, older, darker robes, eyes narrowed, shifted uneasily. You're telling me the threat sensed him and retreated. I'm saying it felt it too, Sol-Al replied. Another woman cleared her throat. But why would it? Sol-Al tilted her head slightly. Because it's done this before. Goshawk leaned forward slightly, catching it. You think it remembers the sense of impending danger Cashin will cause? I don't know, she said. But when he spoke, I could breathe again. A few of the locals exchanged glances. Two looked ready to argue, but something about her tone pinned them down. You'd risk the seal on a feeling. I've lived long enough to know when instinct's worth more than committee votes. Another shifted closer. This might be a calling too, she said. What if we're meant to open it? A younger man to her right side threw his nose. That's assuming it's sealed for no reason. Could be hiding knowledge. Power. If we turn away now, we might never know what's inside. Sometimes things are buried because they're dangerous, Bagshot said. He didn't blink. And sometimes they're buried because someone wanted them forgotten. That doesn't make it right. I'd rather not base my work on guesswork, Goshawk said. Not when the guess might end in a crater. One of the quieter women near the back finally spoke. It hasn't hurt anyone. Yet, another keeper muttered. The man with the rings from earlier gave a dry laugh. We don't need lectures. We've been handling this site for years. Without understanding it, Pernell said. He ignored her. We've held this ground since before your people discovered these lands. Our ancestors kept it quiet. And your ancestors didn't open it either, Nicholas said. There's a reason it's still closed. That reason might not apply anymore. Cashin tilted his head. Then dig it up on your own time. Just don't ask for help when it starts speaking backwards. The ringed man glared. You've seen one seal you couldn't handle and now you think everything's cursed. No, Cashin said. I've seen one seal break. And I remember what it cost. That's why I'm here. Goshawk stepped forward. You want to keep studying the site, fine. But no one's breaking into it without knowing what's behind the wall. Sol-Al nodded. If you force it open, the land will suffer. The younger woman who'd spoken first folded her arms tighter. And if we leave it sealed forever, then it stays buried, Sol-Al said. Better 100 years of curiosity than an eternity of regret. Nobody spoke for a while. Outside, the wind picked up. It slipped through the trees, brushed across the canvas, tugged faintly at the edges. Cashin looked at Bathsheba, then at Bagshot. We're wasting time, he said. You want to research it? Fine. But lock it down. Ward it. Seal it so tight even the bloody mosquitoes bounce off. Bagshot nodded. The keepers began to shift again, murmuring between themselves. Some stepped back. Some didn't. But the pyramid stayed quiet. For now. With the locals finally on side, more or less, Cashin and Bathsheba packed up and moved back toward the pyramid. Proper inspection time. The jungle heat wasn't as bad now. Probably one of the old masters had cast a spell to keep the place drier. Cashin glanced over his shoulder. A few of the American handlers were still muttering among themselves, side eyes tracking every move he made. One of them spit into the grass when he passed. Real professional lot. He wasn't expecting much anyway. If the Greek temple was anything to go by, whatever was buried here had been sealed by people who knew exactly how to keep future idiots out. Not everyone listened, of course. The team in Greece had been too eager to poke around. They'd seen carvings in 3 scripts, recognized 2, shrugged off the third as decorative, and cracked the door open before anyone finished translating. By the time Cashin had caught up with the writing, they were already halfway through waking the thing. This time, he wasn't betting on older people having more sense. He stepped up to the base of the pyramid, scanning the blocks. Bagshot was already circling the far side, dragging her fingers across the grooves. Bathsheba knelt near the south edge, sketching a series of runes into a notebook. A few of the American keepers hung back, arms crossed, waiting for a slip. Found something, Bathsheba called. Cashin moved over. She pointed to a strip carved just above the moss line, half faded, twisted through erosion and old spell work. The first symbol was clear enough. A warning mark. The next was messy. Some form of adapted Aztec, layered over with a second set of sigils Cashin didn't recognize. Could be newer, she said. Or just a regional variant. He tilted his head. Or 2 languages arguing with each other. Bathsheba gave him a look. You think they built it in conflict? Possibly. Or someone tried to overwrite what was already here. With what? Different spells? Different gods. He pointed at a particularly tangled set of glyphs. Different understanding of what needed binding. Language evolves, but fear doesn't. Some groups might have thought sealing it meant chanting and fire. Others probably just scratched its name off every stone and prayed it'd forget they existed. Bathsheba nodded slowly. And none of them were wrong. Nope, he said, standing. They just died tired. He shook his head. A warning sign's not enough. The others were still arguing in the background. Debating procedures, protections, bloody politics. As if the thing under their feet cared about meeting minutes. They had to find something solid to convince them it was a bad idea to open up this place. And find it fast. Bathsheba glanced at him, gave a nod, and crouched again by the edge. She tapped another sequence of marks into her notes, mumbling under her breath. He joined her, dragging his fingers lightly over the stone. They didn't get far. They'd barely started cross-checking the new section when a scream hit. It came from the outer tents. Panicked and abruptly cut off. A second followed, louder, then silence. Cashin was already moving. He took the slope down in 2 steps, boots skidding in the mud. Bathsheba ran beside him, wand drawn. The others clocked the change a few seconds later and scattered after them, half the keepers unslinging whatever they had. Goshawk shouted something behind them. They cleared the tree break together. Cashin caught a flicker of movement in the trees, just leaves, maybe. Maybe not. He tightened his grip on his wand. The ground squelched underfoot, the mud grabbing at his boots. Behind him, someone muttered a shielding charm. The camp was too quiet. That scream hadn't come with a fight. A single second of pure panic. Then everything cut out. He pushed past the last bush and froze. 2 bodies were on the ground. One was curled onto his side. The other flat on his back, arms splayed. Both from the local team, Cashin recognized the red neck scarf and patch-stitched satchel. Their gear looked untouched. No scorch marks or blood near them. He slowed. Something was off. Way off. The air around them didn't buzz with magical residue. It didn't crack or hum or thrum with broken spells either. It was dead still. Footsteps pounded in from behind. The American delegation pushed through. One of them, the man with the bone rings, swore and dropped beside the second body. His soul's not in the body. How is this possible? Another from their side, a younger one in a long green coat, squinted. You mean dead? No, Sol Al said. She stepped between them so smoothly it felt like she'd been standing there all along. Not dead, she said. They've had their souls taken clean. Gasps rippled through the circle. A few of the local warders flinched. One of the Brazilian team muttered something in Creole and made a sign over his chest. A young Mexican aura straightened. Taken. She repeated. Not killed? Not cursed. Sol Al shook her head. Whatever was in there, it's no longer. These are hollow. The American in green stared. That's, souls don't just get taken. You can damage one. Shatter it. Bind it. But to take it, pull it whole from the body. Would require dark magic of the oldest kind, another keeper cut in. A Canadian scholar looked up sharply. Not a Dementor, then. Sol Al glanced at her. They don't take the soul. They consume the surface, thought, joy, memory. Pernell crouched near the edge, fingers skimming the dirt. Nicholas scanned the tree line. They didn't fight, Sabine said. And they didn't flee, added the keeper beside her. Whatever took them, did it without struggle. Fast and clean. No disruption. Cashin's stomach turned. One still had a pencil in hand. A notebook lay half slid from his satchel, the ink not even smudged. He'd been writing when it happened. A voice piped up near the back. I've seen spirit damage, Sabine said slowly. Ribbed. Fractured magic. But this, there's nothing to repair. It's absence. But they're breathing, yet? So they're still alive, right? It came from one of the junior dig team members. Couldn't have been more than 20. He stepped forward, glancing between the two figures. Maybe it's a magical coma. My uncle had one. Something about the soul and body not syncing after a cursed object. He woke up. Took a month, but he woke up. A second student nodded. Yet. Maybe it's the same thing. We just need to stabilize them until their souls catch up. No, Sul Al said. The pair stopped. Sul Al stepped forward. That's not what this is. In a coma, the soul withdraws. It shelters. Hides. The body waits. That's why healing magic still works. She pointed at the man's chest, not touching. Here, there's nothing waiting. The soul is gone. But if the body's still going, the younger woman tried again. Cashin finally spoke. They're not in pain. If that's any comfort. It wasn't. But he offered it anyway. If the soul was taken. The younger girl said, more to herself now. I mean, then maybe it can be brought back. By what? Sul Al asked. And from where? No one answered. One of the keepers crouched near the bodies, more gently this time. They were good men, he said. He looked up at Sul Al. I think we should burn them. A sharp breath from someone nearby. Another person swore under his breath. Eventually, Sul Al said, that's the most merciful way. Still, how did anything attack without any of us noticing? It shouldn't be possible, Goshawk asked. Cashin glanced at the edge of the clearing. You're thinking crawlers, he said. Pernell shook her head. No sign of consumption. No broken wards. Crawlers leave marks. They eat. Sabine stood, brushing dirt from her hands. We need full shields around the site. Layered, overlapping, key to breath work if possible. Goshawk raised her wand. I'll start warding. Pernell followed, already casting. Sabine stepped in beside her, hands sketching tight sigils through the air. The others began to move. Cashin sat on the dirt, wand resting loosely in his grip. He stared ahead, not really seeing the clearing. Could be like the man in angle, he muttered. Cuts herself in half. The top part flies at night, sucks out unborn souls. Bath's Haida glanced over but didn't interrupt. Even Christian myths had it. Demons that ate souls, not flesh. Like they couldn't touch the body but could rot it from the inside out. She stepped closer and crouched next to him. There were Babylonian ones too, he added. Yudiku. Or worse, the Gallo demons. Dragged souls to the underworld. Some were said to cut the soul out piece by piece. He looked down at his hands, fingers curled tight around his wand. None of them fit cleanly. You're doing it again, she said softly. He blinked. Doing what? Bath's Haida smiled faintly. Reached out and wrapped her fingers around his hand. When you don't know something and you're worried, you go over your knowledge like you might trip over the answer. He huffed a quiet breath. Didn't pull away. Bath's Haida shifted her weight. If this thing feeds on the soul, then what sort of wards do we even use? None that I know, he said. Soul magic's patchy. Most cultures didn't try to defend against it, just buried it deeper. Or gave it names and hoped fear would do the job. Could be psychic damage, she said, brow furrowing. Not the mind, but the anchor point. What if it isn't eating the soul, just loosening it? Unmooring. Cashin nodded. Like popping a cork. Sudden vacuum. If that's true, she said, then we don't need soul wards. We need anchors. She grimaced. Which would require artifacts. Or time, Cashin said. But we're short on both. Bath's Haida stood up. This is worse than Greece, isn't it? She asked. Cashin clenched his fist. I felt something, he said. Just for a second. A presence. Bath's Haida finally looked at him. It felt like a crawler, he went on, choosing the words as they came. But it wasn't right. Maybe Nicholas was right, and this isn't one of the types we know. Her brow creased. Night crawlers fed on magic, she said. Wards, spell work, memory. Everything they could strip. Blood crawlers fed on life itself. She looked at him again. You think this one feeds on the soul? Cashin nodded. I don't know how to explain it, he said. It happened fast. One blink. One breath. And then. He broke off, jaw tightening. Just for a blink. Like something had noticed him. Something tugged his soul for an instant. And then it was gone. When they returned to work, Nicholas already had something flagged. He was crouched near the base of the pyramid, shoulders tight. Sul Al hovered behind him, arms crossed. A few of the other keepers stood nearby, frowning like they'd all caught the same splinter but hadn't decided whether to pull it or run. Cashin. Bath's Haida, Nicholas called, look at this. They stepped in. Cashin crouched next to the inscription. He brushed a hand over the old groove. Some of the lines looked burned in. Others looked like they'd been carved by something sharp. The text was half decayed, laced with glyphs he didn't fully recognize. But the phrasing. Within the vault lies the soul of evil. Wake it not, lest the body be unshackled. Bound not by death, but silence. Touch not the name. Tread not the dream. Let memory lie forgotten, or risk unmaking the world that rose after. Within the vault lies the soul of evil. Wake it not, lest the body be unshackled. Bound not by death, but silence. Touch not the name. Tread not the dream. Let memory lie forgotten, or risk unmaking the world that rose after. Nicholas turned a page in his notebook. It's repeated further down. Different phrasing. Same warning. They sealed something they called the soul of ruin. Says the body fell first, but the mind lingered. Cashin tapped the edge of the stone. No. Not the mind. The soul. He looked back at the carving, heart thudding in his chest like it was trying to get out. Soul of evil. Every part of him tightening as the words sank in. The phrase twisted in his head. His throat went dry. Could it be possible? That the one sealed beneath grease was body only? A husk with teeth, still moving, still hungry, but hollow? That would explain the instincts. The lurching movements. Just screams and murder. The old masters had said it wasn't awake. That it was stirring. Rousing. What if they got it wrong? If it hadn't been fully conscious, then maybe it was because the soul wasn't there to begin with. His stomach turned. What kind of force could have torn apart that sort of fearful symmetry? His eyes dropped back to the inscription. The soul wasn't destroyed. It was sealed. Buried separately. Here. In this temple. He stepped back from the stone. The implications twisted hard. If Greece held the body, and Yucatan held the soul, if someone woke both, or one. No. He didn't finish that thought. Because for the first time since Greece, something clicked. That sick, crawling sense that something was missing, all those months ago, when he'd looked into the dark and felt nothing looking back, that made sense now. The creature hadn't had a soul. It had been acting without one. And here it was. Still sleeping. Still waiting. Or worse, already waking. Cashin took a breath. Gods, this was worse than he'd thought. They were possibly standing on the thing's soul. The body's in Greece. This is the rest. He straightened, fingers twitching toward his wand before he thought better of it. The last thing he needed was someone turning and asking what he'd seen on the stone. The warnings had been clear. Not just don't touch it. Not just don't speak of it. Don't even remember. Let memory lie forgotten. Well. Too late for that. Cashin closed his eyes for half a second. The worst part was not being able to talk to anyone. Not even Bathsheba. If he told her what he suspected, if he used the name, he'd make it worse. He'd feed the damn thing. He needed to shut the site. Fast. Seal it before someone else got curious and triggered a chain reaction. But the problem was he couldn't say why. He rubbed his eyes, pressed a thumb against the side of his nose. 2 men already dead. No magic damage, no sign of struggle. Just empty. Drained. Like someone had scooped out what made them human and left the shell behind. Soul eaters. Then he remembered the last Christmas, over drinks with the Flamels. Night crawlers, he'd said, might not be monsters. They could have been trying to help. Eating memories, not to hurt people, but to protect them. If forgetting meant survival, maybe the crawlers were cleaners. Biological failsafes, scraping the names out of history so the crown didn't gain more reach. And now this. These new ones weren't after memory. They took the soul. Which should have meant they were worse, obviously. Except, what if it didn't? He took another breath, deeper this time, and stared out past the trees. If these crawlers were designed to find and consume souls, then that changed everything. If memory eaters were trying to remove the crown from people's minds. Maybe soul eaters were the same. Same logic, just a different part of the threat. The crown couldn't rise with just a body. It needed the full thing. The mind, the soul, the purpose. If the soul stayed buried, separate, maybe it stayed weak. Unless the crawlers weren't here to protect them. He froze. That was the catch, wasn't it? What if the crawlers weren't eating the soul to erase it, but to move it? What if they were hunting it down, not to destroy it, but to deliver it? His fingers dug into his coat. That made too much sense. 2 deaths. 2 souls gone. The pyramid humming. What if those were not random casualties? What if they were searching, using these deaths as calibration, like a curse tuning itself to the right frequency? And the moment they found the real thing, the original soul? He clenched his jaw, hard enough it ached. He couldn't bet on them being allies. Not anymore. He'd entertained the theory. He'd wanted it to be true. But you didn't kill field scholars and leave them cold if you were here to help. Even if the crawlers were after the crown's soul, they weren't doing it gently. He looked down at the writing again. Hands hovering. Maybe he could see another vision. Maybe there would be hints. His fingers grazed the lowest line of the script. And the second his skin met the groove, the world went. Firelight. Stacked into a pit, crackling with green smoke that stung the eyes. It spat sparks over bare feet and soaked robes. Everything stank of ash and stone dust. Around the fire, 5 figures stood, cloaked but not clean. Their clothes were burnt at the hem, ragged from travel. Each wore a different kind of paint, face marked with runes, not one matching the other. They were tired. Bone tired. One was crying. Cashin could feel the grief of the survivor, but the fire in their eyes was still burning. Words came in language Cashin didn't know but somehow understood anyway. We must put it down. The youngest of them said it. Shoulders hunched, fingers fidgeting near a bone charm around his neck. His voice shook from trying to stop himself from shaking it all. The woman beside him, older, face lined, black ink tattooed across her jaw, turned her head sharply. Put it down? That thing doesn't sleep. It waits. They looked at the stone slab between them. It didn't look like much. A rough-cut block, bleeding light from underneath. The carvings were deep. Carved with lives. But the earth around it boiled. Nothing dramatic, no roaring or wind, but the trees twisted away from it. Soil dried under it. Birds kept clear. The eldest, robes wrapped tight around his throat, spoke. The one who can kill it will arrive. He stepped forward and laid something across the stone, a cup, carved from volcanic rock, filled with something thick and red. Blood, probably. Maybe more. It smoked slightly, steam curling from it like breath. One of them muttered a blessing. Another lit a bowl of resin. The stone flickered, glowed then stilled. They didn't look relieved. It is gone, the woman whispered. But it lingers. Even split, it lingers. The youngest flinched. And if someone binds them again? Then we did not bury it deep enough. Cashin's breath caught, but it wasn't his. It was the memories. The man's. He could feel the burn in his chest, the weight of something coiled just beyond the warded circle. A pressure, like gravity stretched too thin. One mistake, one word too close to the true name, and it would hear them again. Build high, said the eldest. Stone over stone. So many layers they forget what's beneath. Forget? The youngest asked, voice cracking. But we are the last ones who remember. The woman's eyes flashed. That is the point. They didn't argue. Cashin felt the magic take shape, desperate. Ritual done with half-shattered tools and hands that bled into the work. They carved with bone, burned with breath, twisted the runes into shapes with just grief. And resolve. One by one, they pressed their palms to the slab. Light licked up from under their hands. Smoke hissed. Something beneath the stone growled, came out muffled, like it was under water. Hungry. But the seal kept it down. And when it did, they didn't cheer. They backed away, slow. The eldest spoke once more. Let them build cities above this. Let them carve gods from the ash. But not this one. Not this name. Then he turned. Looked at each of them. The woman. The boy. The quiet one who hadn't spoken since the fire was lit. The last, who'd lost everyone she knew to the thing they buried. He looked at each like he was trying to memorize them. Or say goodbye without speaking it. And then, he wept. He raised his hand. One by one, they fell. A flick of light at each throat. No fight. They knew. They had always known. The last one knelt by the stone, whispered something soft, and laid his own neck over the bowl. The spell took all of them. Cashin came back with a gasp, knees hitting the stone hard. His hands were empty. His head rang. His eyes burned. The scent of burning resin wasn't there anymore. Bathsheba crouched beside him in an instant, hand on his shoulder. Cass. He patted her back. His palm still tingled. Forget the name. Bury the rest. Cashin stared back at the stone, jaw set. Warning's clear enough, he muttered. Lock, bury, forget. Nicholas nodded. Sul Al too. She'd been tense earlier, half worried, half expecting something to explode, but now she seemed relieved. They got to work. Cashin stepped back and let them move. Goshawk was already sketching reinforcement grids. Pernell muttered layered hex binds under her breath. Nicholas carved a containment circuit by hand, each groove sparking faintly as he cut. Bathsheba crouched near the lowest tier. The spiral runes formed clean across the stone, twisting in a pattern most people couldn't even see. Yirsa's gift. And the way she worked now, fingers moving without pause, sleeves pushed up to her elbows, it made the rest of the keepers stop and stare. Even the locals, the ones who'd kept their distance earlier, drifted in for a better look. Cashin watched them. One bloke whispered something in Mayan. Another crossed himself. Some were taking notes. Waiting for her to take a break to ask questions. He smiled, just a little. In Greece, it has been the same. None of them trusted it until she started drawing. Then they shut up and let her finish. A week later, the whole temple was locked down, shut tight from the inside, and not a single soul had dared go near it since. Not even the locals. They didn't question Bathsheba now. Nobody suggested changing the formation or adding a redundant loop. They just stood off to the side and watched her seal the site. Cashin sat down on the edge of a carved block and let the tension bleed out of his shoulders. No idiot breaking the outer ring to see what it does. The creature hadn't woken. That was something. And the soul's identity, whatever or whoever it had been, was still hidden. No need to wipe memories this time. He breathed out through his teeth and leaned back on his hands, watching Bathsheba draw the final line. It curled into place with a hum. The whole runic ring lit up. A breath passed through the clearing, light sliding through each spiral in sequence, tying them together into a single anchor. Bathsheba didn't pause. She pressed her hand flat to the center and whispered something. The stone under her fingers pulsed. The seal held. Cashin let his head drop back and stared at the sky. Clouds were clearing. Finally, he muttered. Something that stays shut. But two scholars skidded into view from the trilene at that moment, both breathless, soaked, one clutching a notebook, the other waving a sheaf of notes. We finished the translation, the one with the notes gasped. From the scribe's journal. The two who died, they weren't just studying the glyphs. Everyone stopped. Even the keepers at the ward perimeter turned, eyes sharpening. He took a few breaths and finally found his voice. They weren't just digging for notes, he said. They were using old blood patterns, back-written into the rune lines. Almost got one keyed open. The older scholar held the tablet out, palm flat under it. They were trying to wake it. Silence hit like a hammer. The one with the notebook stepped forward, voice a whisper now, sounded disgusted. They'd been corresponding with an off-site contact. No names in the notes, just a symbol. He turned the book. A dark loop, split down the center. The mark etched itself in the air. Goshawk swore under her breath. Bagshot's shoulders went tight. Sabine took a step forward, eyes sharp. Say it properly, Sul Al said. The man swallowed. They were part of the covenant. Cashin and Bathsheba strolled down Diagon Alley, hands linked, weaving through the mess of weekend traffic. Witches crowded the street with bags of spell supplies, pastries, and protesting children. A shopkeeper shouted something about anti-chafing robes. Someone else banged into a display of quills and let out a stream of swears so colorful Cashin considered applauding. Did you hear? A young man said behind them, they're discussing spell licensing now. More forms, his friend muttered. That's all it means. A younger woman, clearly repeating an official line for the 10th time that day, snapped, only in public spaces for crowd safety. A knot of teenagers passed by on their left, talking loudly. I heard the skiving snack box gives you a nosebleed and a hall pass, one girl said. Only if you eat the green end first, another chimed in. Further ahead, a pack of fourth years giggled their way out of Weasley's wizard wheezes, arms loaded with suspicious-looking tins and boxes. One of the twins' newer tricks, something that fizzed when you opened it, smelled of ozone, and probably turned your eyebrows into hedge animals. Someone's getting hexed before lunch, Bathsheba muttered. Hopefully it's their head of house, Cashin said. She turned to look at him, her mouth tugging into something caught between a smile and a wince. Do you regret it? He blinked. What? Making them more academic. Letting them graduate. Cashin sighed, long and theatrical. Every day. They used to just be dangerous. Now they're dangerous and clever. Worst combination possible. She laughed softly. You did that. I know. I'll take full responsibility. A small crowd had gathered outside the shop, half of them clutching new joke boxes, the other half clearly trying to work out what the noise was that had come from inside. The front door banged open. Fred stepped out with a grin. George followed, arms wide, cutting through the crowd like a knife through butter. There they are. Fred bellowed. Right on time. George swept into a half-bow. Rosier and babbling, patron saints of our academic legitimacy. The crowd shuffled aside. A few of the younger ones stared like they'd spotted celebrities. Someone held up a notebook. Cashin pretended not to see it. Fred was about to throw an arm round his shoulder then thought better of it, and pointed inside. Come in, come in. We've just finished the new display. It's bloody majestic. George stood on the other side. Mind the floor. The new shoes aren't properly bound yet. Bathsheba raised an eyebrow. Bound. They've got opinions, Fred said cheerfully. And a fondness for stealing socks. Cashin muttered, we should invite the headmaster. They beamed. The place was exploding. AQ trailed halfway down the street, and someone had spelled glitter onto the signage. Every 5 minutes, a different shelf went up in noisy sparks. Chaos, neatly bottled and sold by the handful. Cashin blinked as a box rolled past his foot. It meowed. Inside, people were stripping shelves bare. George pointed to the basin just outside the shop. That's new. A wide stone bowl sat on a stand, water rippling with a faint pink shimmer. A charm above it ticked once every 3 hours, releasing a single drop of something rose-colored into the mix. Cashin tilted his head. That ours. Bathsheba nodded. Rose bath. Looks like they are distributing it now. Back when they'd made it, they'd sold it cheap. At cost, for the first month. After that, they'd just started giving it away. The schools took it gladly. The twins had joined in, it seemed. They'd made enough money by now to slap it on their shelves, price it at half nothing, and drop vats of it into major stations across Britain. Now even Nocturne had a tap installed near their market fountain. George waved vaguely at the basin. We added a side note, if your date don't like our shop, ask why. Fred added, and a discount coupon if they do. Cashin deadpanned. Romance, weaponized. Fred tilted his head. We owe you both for this one. Properly. Cashin waved him off. We didn't invent it for the glory. Some shelves shimmered, rearranging themselves mid-air. Others groaned underweight, clearly not enjoying the amount of foot traffic. Fred stepped aside as a customer leaned past them to grab a bag of what looked like bladderwort putty. George jerked his chin toward the back room. You two staying for the new line demo? Cashin eyed the gathering crowd. A girl just accidentally hexed her own boots. A second year was trying to talk a rubber duck into doing a backflip. He glanced at Bathsheba. Do we dare? She gave him a look. All right, he said. But if this one explodes, I'm blaming your optimism. Fred grinned. No explosions. Just a little temporal displacement. Cashin groaned. You made time bombs. Educational ones, George said. Bathsheba sighed. Of course they did. They stepped deeper inside. A wave of steam rolled off a shelf to their left. The crowd parted around them, and somewhere above, a floating sign read. You survived Rosier's class. You deserve to blow something up. Cashin didn't even argue. Cashin and Dumbledore operate just outside Slughorn's front garden. The place looked like it had been in a fight with a banshee and lost. Windows smashed, drapes torn, bits of ceiling on the floor like confetti. Books overturned. Spatters of something unpleasant along the hallway wall. Cashin took one glance around and muttered, bit theatrical, even for a kidnapping. Dumbledore didn't reply. He was already eyeing the mess with a faint frown, lips pressed. Cashin's gaze drifted to the armchair. Here, he said. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured. He walked over and gave the armchair a sharp jab with his wand. Ouch, it snapped, voice thoroughly offended. The whole thing gave a shudder, then peeled backwards into flesh. One blink and the furniture was gone. In its place, a very large, very pink man unfolded himself onto the carpet, groaning as he clutched his gut. There was no need to stick the wand in that hard, he grumbled, squinting up at Dumbledore with watery eyes. It hurt. Cashin arched a brow. The man clambered upright, still muttering about internal bruising and professional courtesy. Then his eyes landed on Cashin and brightened in a way that should have come with fanfare. Cashin, my boy. He cried. Heavens, I've heard your name non-stop these days. You remember, don't you? When I first invited you to the Slug Club. Everyone said I'd lost the plot, but I knew. I always believed in you. Cashin rolled his eyes. You believed in my surname, he said. Close enough. Dumbledore had been right, it seemed, unfortunately. Slughorn still remembered him. Back then he had never invited him because he showed promise. When Cashin was a student, he had been dead weight magically. Could not cast Lumos to save his life. Everyone knew it. Slughorn knew it too. That had never stopped the invitations. The Rosier name had done the work for him. Slughorn collected surnames the way other people collected teacups, and Cashin's had been one worth polishing. Dumbledore had brought him here for the same reason. Slughorn sat on memories, the soft, sticky sort people like to keep half-buried. If anyone knew how far Tom Riddle had pushed the theory, it would be him. They let Slughorn finish preening. Then Cashin turned to him. Well, Professor, we're here for a former student of yours. You'll remember the name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He calls himself Voldemort these days. The color drained from Slughorn's face. What? He blurted. Are those two related? Cashin shut his eyes for half a second and reopened them. I am really not in the mood for riddles, no pun intended, Professor, he said. We are here for information. Voldemort is not as frightening as you make him out to be. You heard about last year's battle. You have enough ears in the Ministry to know how it ended. He tucked his tail between his legs and ran. Slughorn stood stiff in the wreckage, eyes darting from the shattered chairs to the buckled table. Really? Talk like that, it's far too grim, he said, voice high, thin. Not the sort of thing one discusses, in a place like this. Cashin flicked his wand and the room rebuilt itself with a soft whoosh, scattered books stacked, broken glass zipped into place, chairs straightened like nervous students. Then with a second wave, plates slid into view, followed by dishes so obscenely fancy they had to be conjured from memory. Cashin gestured grandly to the table. There. Now it's a dinner conversation. Slughorn stared. His mouth clenched. Cashin pushed a goblet towards him. We're asking about Horcruxes, he said. Specifically how many little death nuggets Tommy made before you realized your club wasn't just hosting budding sociopaths. Well, he muttered, flustered, it's all speculation, really. Tom was an advanced student, but I wouldn't. He fiddled with his napkin, even though he hadn't sat down. His eyes flicked to Dumbledore, then back to Cashin, who did not look away. I suppose, in theory, if one were so inclined. Cashin gave a sunny smile. Horace. I know what a Horcrux is. The question isn't what if, it's how many. I've got a number. The headmaster's got a guess. We want confirmation. Slughorn's shoulders hunched like someone had dropped a sack of guilt on them. He grabbed a fork, fiddled with it, then finally gave up and said, 6. Cashin's brow twitched. 6. Slughorn nodded, eyes darting. That's what he said. 7 was the goal. 6 Horcruxes in his soul. He thought it powerful. Magical numbers, you know, 7 being the most. Yet, numerology, Cashin waved it off. So he made 6. That meant 7 in total, with the original soul stub included. Slughorn blinked. Possibly. Cashin raised a hand. Just so I'm clear. He came to you, biscuits, hey Professor, how much murder for immortality, and you didn't think to follow up when he casually mentioned splitting his soul like a chocolate bar. Slughorn's face went pink. I was horrified. I told him off, as any decent teacher would. I thought he was joking. Cashin gave him a look. I thought he was bright, not evil, Slughorn said, softer. Dumbledore finally spoke. Do you remember when this conversation happened? Slughorn hesitated. 6th year. No, maybe earlier. He was always curious. Always pushing. Cashin stood upright. So you gave him the theory. Maybe not the method, but the base. I didn't know he'd go through with it, Slughorn said. It was just a theoretical conversation. No, Cashin cut in, voice low. It wasn't. Slughorn looked like he might sink into the floor. Cashin tapped the table. 7. That's what we needed. Slughorn slumped into the nearest chair. Merlin, help us. Cashin got up. Bit late for that, Horace. But sure, let's hope. Two of them walked down the narrow garden path. They'd told Slughorn to take a holiday, vanish far, preferably somewhere warm and wandless. Maybe he'd take the hint and not stop halfway to write memoirs. Tommy wouldn't like anyone remembering his little after-school murder chat, much less someone dumb enough to say it out loud. Whether it helped or not didn't matter much. Cashin remembered this part too well. His mates used to argue about it in his old life. Was it 7 or 8? Depends if you counted the original soul, or the accident, or the snake, or whatever bloody thing Riddle sneezed into next. They spent more time fighting over grammar than the murder bits. Someone had even got stuck on the plural. Horcruxes? Horcruxin? Horcrux? Cashin told them to sod off with their fake Latin and read a real textbook. They never did. We've got the diary, the fake locket, the ring, the diadem, and Potter, he muttered, counting off on his fingers. He stopped walking. And Helga's cup is likely one, he went on. Which puts it on the board. That's 6 known anchors. Potter was accidental, though. Which means we're still short. Dumbledore frowned slightly. I believe one was used to tether his return. The ritual itself consumed it. If that involved the cup, I cannot say. One is gone, regardless. Cashin clicked his tongue. That still leaves 2. At most, Dumbledore said. His soul was unstable long before his return. I doubt he managed more than 1 or 2 after that. Even he has limits. Brilliant, Cashin muttered. They reached the pavement and stopped. Cashin turned to him. One more thing, he said. That note. R.A.B. You ever work out who that was? Dumbledore gave a hesitant nod. I believe it was Regulus Black. Cashin frowned. That name he knew. Regulus had been a proper little Slytherin poster boy back when Cashin was new at Hogwarts. 5th year when he arrived. Black's younger brother, Cashin said. Sirius is. Yes. Cashin's eyes narrowed. You're telling me he turned. I think he did, Dumbledore said. And I think it cost him his life. Cashin stared at the street. If he drank that thing in the cave, yet. It's possible. He looked back at Dumbledore. What was his middle name again? Arcturus, Dumbledore said, just as they reached the gate. Cashin hummed. Thought so. Go ask Sirius, then. Maybe he'll throw a family heirloom at your head. Dumbledore smiled, tired but warm. See you at school, Cashin. Cashin gave him a 2-fingered mock salute. Safe travels, headmaster. As Cashin dropped into his seat at the staff table, he let out a sigh that was only halfway exaggerated. The sorting had wrapped, food had appeared in abundance, and every student in the hall was now chattering at full volume, as if the last few months of complete and utter chaos hadn't happened. Which was almost sweet, in a reckless, short-term memory sort of way. His eyes swept the table. For the first time in decades, not a single new face. Same professors. Same chairs. Even the tea set looked smug about it. There wasn't a cursed position to fill anymore or a mysterious stranger in questionable robes. Sirius Black was still seated comfortably at the end, chin in one hand. 2nd year as defense professor. Nothing exploded last time, so here they were again. A novelty, really, consistency. Cashin stabbed a roast potato Bath's Haida added to his plate, glanced down the table, and waited for the floor to cave in. Because of course it would. He'd lived through enough terms to know peace was never anything but a lull before the next howler. Still, something about this year felt quiet. Just still. The wards didn't chime the bell tolls. The ceiling looked almost calm. No ministry memos stapled to the owl post, no unexpected dementors in the courtyard, no toads with clipboards. Flitwick nudged him. Enjoying the quiet. I feel like I'm being lulled into something, Cashin muttered. Too peaceful. You always say that, Vector said from beside Bath's Haida, already spooning something glowing onto her plate. One day it'll actually fall and you'll look smug instead of crushed. Cashin raised a brow. Are you saying I'd survive a collapsing ceiling out of spite? Yes, said Aurora. And write a lecture while doing it. Charity leaned across Bath's Haida, half grinning. You'd survive just to say I told you so. He dipped his bread in something unidentifiable. I'd say I told you so before it hit the ground. McGonagall gave him a look across the table, lips twitching. I rather liked the silence, she said. Feels restful. I think I remember that rare concept from a few decades ago. Cashin arched a brow. Was that a compliment or a thinly veiled complaint? She sipped her tea. Would you like to guess? He turned to Pomona. Help me out here. Minerva's bullying me. She's been doing that since you stepped into the castle, Pomona said cheerfully. Nothing new. And here I thought I was loved by you all. You made an enchanted skeleton dance across my greenhouse. Cashin didn't flinch. False. I danced with an enchanted skeleton across your lovely greenhouse. It's romantic. Snape made a sound that might have been a suppressed snort. Or indigestion. Hard to say. Cashin clocked it anyway. Oh, don't start. I saw you levitating an entire cupboard of wolfsbane the other day. Now that was showing off, not academic at all. I was organizing inventory, Snape said, not looking at him. Right. You alphabetized a potion by threatening it into shape. Sirius barked a laugh across the table. He does that. Snape glanced over with the disdain of someone considering hexing a fly. Bath's Hada hummed beside him. At least the first years don't look like they're actively plotting. They're 11, he said. Give it a week. Aurora grinned. That one in blue just enchanted her tie to sparkle. She's Ravenclaw, Vector said, not even looking. Extra sparkle's a house trait. At the far end, Dumbledore stood, arms raised for silence. The hall dimmed. Even the ghosts paused mid-drift. We welcome a new year, Dumbledore said, voice steady. And an unchanged staff, which I dare say is worth celebrating. Polite applause. A few students actually clapped like they meant it. No one's hooping or screaming, Sprout muttered. Didn't think I'd miss the twins and Jordan. Cashin pointed lazily across the hall, fingertip barely lifted. A shimmer passed over the Gryffindor table, and there they were. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan in all their ridiculous, grinning glory. Not real, of course. Just illusion. Fred kicked his boots up on the bench. George passed Lee something that hissed. All mid-song, mouths wide, arms thrown around each other like it was game night and they were 3 pints deep. Luna stood without hesitation and joined them, clapping along. Ginny gave a half laugh and slid in beside her. Astoria leaned over from Slytherin, then shrugged and joined as well. And just like that, they were singing the Hogwarts song. Loud, slightly off-key, each line a different tempo. Cashin grinned. There. That's better. Dumbledore turned slowly to look at him, expression somewhere between long-suffering and mildly annoyed. Cashin raised his hand to his mouth. Oops. Sprout snorted into her napkin. Snape didn't so much as blink. Looked like he'd decided to dissociate. The song reached a particularly painful note. Luna and Ginny harmonized in completely opposite keys. Lee's illusion threw in a drum solo on the edge of the table. McGonagall muttered something in Gaelic that might have been a prayer. Or a hex. Vector leaned back in her chair. All right, I miss them too. Cashin gestured like he'd proven a point. The illusions kept at it, arms swinging, completely unbothered by pitch, tone, or basic rhythm. Somewhere down the table, Sirius joined in, badly. Cashin leaned toward Bath's Hada, stealing a bite off her plate. She slapped his fork away without looking. He grinned, licking the sauce off his thumb, very pleased with himself. Peaceful start, sure. But it was Hogwarts. The chaos always found a way back in. Cashin and Bath's Hada stepped into Dumbledore's office just as the man placed a small locket on the table. It clicked as it landed, like it wasn't happy being touched. Probably wasn't. The Grey Lady drifted in through the far wall, all floating silk and smug grin. You found it? Cashin didn't even look at her. Did you sniff out Tommy Boy? She pouted, drifting closer. I felt you were up to mischief again. He stuck his tongue out and crossed to the desk. The locket was humming with something foul. He tapped it with his finger. Yet. That's got Voldemort written all over it. Literally and metaphorically. Dumbledore was standing a pace away, brows creased. This one was especially difficult to carry, he said. It plays mind games. Gets inside your thoughts. Twists them. Cashin gave a lazy nod. Makes sense. Riddle was nothing if not theatrical. Cursed soul in a gaudy family heirloom, he'd love that. He crouched to get a better look. It pulsed under the light, oily glint across the metal. The chain twitched slightly when he moved too close. So far, every Horcrux had come with a different set of claws. The diary had puppeteered into opening the chamber. The ring was nastiest, one wrong grab and it would have drained the years off his bones. The diadem had burnt out too quickly to get a proper red. Potter's, well, Potter was a walking hazard warning by himself. Bath's Hada stepped in beside him, arms folded, watching the locket with mild disgust. Looks like it's judging us, she muttered. It is, Cashin said. And it doesn't like the odds. Dumbledore finally sat, hands folded. I was worried it might try to possess someone again, he said. I felt it reach for me as I brought it here. Cashin didn't look up. Well, lucky for you, you've already got a soul full of bad decisions. Probably felt like home. Dumbledore's brow twitched. He didn't argue. Cashin reached for a cloth and wrapped the locket. It jerked before going still. He tied the corners and set it back on the table. The Grey Lady hovered near the far wall now, watching him like she wanted to speak again. He gave her a sidelong glance. Don't say anything ominous. She smiled faintly. Then I'll be quiet. He tapped the table. Good ghost. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I appreciate your help. Cashin scoffed. You're not getting gratitude. You dragged me into this. Now I'm seeing it through because I hate unfinished business. His fingers drummed against the cloth. Especially when it bites. Aren't you killing it? Dumbledore asked. Cashin shook his head. Not yet. I've been working on something. Might kill it with that instead. Dumbledore's brow twitched. Something new. Yet. Cashin's tone was too casual. If it works, I might even get Tommy out of Potter. Clean split. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Is it safe? Cashin gave a small shrug. About as safe as sending Potter to die alongside Voldemort. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back. No need to jab. I was curious. Cashin grimaced. Yet. Sorry. I was a git. He lifted his hand. Light leaked out, crawling across the air like fog catching moonlight. The temperature in the room shifted. Bathsheda's fingers tightened at her side. They stared at where the spell vanished, all in shock. Dumbledore finally spoke. That, he said quietly, that may work. The Grey Lady recoiled. Not dramatically, she wasn't that sort of ghost, but enough that the silk of her gown rippled backward as if struck by a sudden wind. Her expression had lost its smugness entirely. I have seen magic like that before, she said softly. Once. Cashin's head snapped up. No, you haven't. Her eyes met his. Unblinking. I have, she replied. And it ended a war. Dumbledore looked at her a few seconds, then turned his head slowly toward Cashin. How did you learn to do that? Where did it come from? Cashin lowered his hand and straightened. Trade secret. He then added, also, we might have found Helga's cup. Dumbledore was on his feet at once. Where? Bathsheba answered from the side. Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. Draco overheard her, Lucius, and Voldemort arguing about something hidden there. Voldemort was furious about something Lucius lost 4 years ago. Dumbledore went very still. The diary, he said. Cashin nodded. Yet. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. That'll be difficult. Cashin grinned, already standing. I'll handle it. Don't worry. There was a flicker of curiosity in Dumbledore's expression, but he didn't ask more. He looked like he wanted to, but either thought better of it or realized there was no point. Cashin had a talent for ignoring questions he didn't feel like answering. Bathsheba shifted beside him. Cashin turned toward the door. It's best if we find out whether he made more, he said as they moved. No real way of knowing, though. Lucian said the snake could read Voldemort's intent, but I don't know if that's just Parseltongue or something darker. Could be a Horcrux, could be a glorified familiar. Hard to say. He paused at the threshold, one hand resting against the frame. In any case, we catch him, we ask him directly. Preferably with the kind of magic that doesn't wait for polite answers. That said, I doubt he'll show his face anytime soon. He's had 2 goes at it now and both ended in fire. Dumbledore gave a nod. I'll await your news. Cashin raised a hand in a lazy salute. Good night. Cashin stepped into the classroom and sighed, out loud. It didn't even echo a bit, thanks to how bloody full the room was. Every seat was taken, 4 house banners packed into one space like a poorly organized family reunion. The air already had that hot, crammed feeling, and they hadn't even started. Stupid rules, he muttered, dropping his bag on the desk and setting his mug down with a bit too much enthusiasm. I told the deputy head my post-O.W.L classes are just as full as the pre-ones. They ignore it every damn year. A few students chuckled. The ones near the front looked wary, like they were waiting for a hex or a rant. Probably both. Draco and Potter stood up at the same time. They made it all the way to his desk before catching each other's eyes. Cashin watched the mutual glare, then the silent agreement to pretend the other didn't exist. He raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Thinking of taking over the lesson? Be my guest, really. Both froze. Potter cleared his throat. Don't you need someone to cycle the overhead projector? Cashin gave a soft snort, almost fond. I got my magic back, remember? You two are officially unemployed. The realization hit them half a second later. They turned in sync and slunk back to their seats as if they'd walked into the wrong broom cupboard. Cashin waved them off. Thanks for the offer though. 10 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin, mostly for reminding me I used to have unpaid interns. He turned back to the rest of the class. Where was I? Ah, right. The joy of being chronically overbooked. Everyone takes my class before and after their O.W.L.S, which means we cram the same bodies into the same room with half the ventilation. Tradition the ASY. You know what it really is? A hand went up. Unity. Seamus said, like he was guessing an answer on a quiz show. Cashin snorted. Money. If they split the years, they'd have to pay me twice. Headmaster loves his gold more than a goblin with a ledger. I could put an invoice in the fireplace and he'd still argue the tax. Some of the students laughed. A few looked faintly alarmed by the idea of Hogwarts' budget priorities. Cashin didn't sit. He paced a slow line across the front of the classroom, mug in hand. All right. Now that we're all reminded of how criminally underpaid I am, let's actually learn something. Open your notes. Today, we're starting with the one topic everyone thinks they know and absolutely don't. The Goblin Rebellions. The class stared at him in shock, wondering if Cashin really meant to teach that. Or if he'd finally snapped. Cashin burst out laughing. Imagine I actually taught that. Gods. Bins. Bless his racist ectoplastic heart. The class burst into laughter. Cashin shook his head, made his way to the blackboard, and picked up a stick of chalk. Dark creatures. He scrawled it in neat, sharp strokes. He'd got used to writing like this last year. When magic went, so did the floating script. Bit of muscle memory now. And honestly, it kept his hands busy when the class was full of barely caffeinated 6th years. He sat on the desk, gaze sweeping across them. This year, I've got a goal, he said. So alongside the usual timelines, spell history, and some boring history, we're going to talk about dark creatures. And some of their counters. Bit of light magic too. A few students stiffened. The Ravenclaws looked eager. Gryffindors looked interested. Slytherins, hard to read, as usual. One of them cracked his knuckles. Hufflepuffs were quietly panicking. Cashin walked between the aisles. All right, he said, eyes trailing the rows. Who can tell me what a dark creature is? Hands shot up. Hermione's, of course. Daphne's too, high and quick. A few Ravenclaws followed, Lisa, Anthony, Mandy. Susan and Hannah raised theirs after a second's pause. Millicent looked like she might, then changed her mind. Cashin nodded toward Hermione. Granger. A dark creature is a magical being classified as such by the Ministry for its innate hostility, inability to be reasoned with, or dangerous magical properties. Sounds memorized, he said. Source. Beasts, Beings, and Boundaries. Ministry Edition. Cashin made a face. That thing's practically propaganda. But all right. He turned. Green grass. A dark creature is typically defined as one whose existence presents a continual threat to magics or muggles, either through behavior or nature, Daphne said. The definition shifts depending on the political climate and ministry stance. Cashin grinned. Much better. Some magics hate centaurs. Makes them look too smart. So they call it dark. Simple as that. A few students laughed. He dragged the chalk down to underline the words. Dark doesn't mean evil. That's the first thing you lot need to unlearn. Most classifications are about control. If it can't be tamed or tossed into a nice little permit category, it ends up on the dark list. He stopped beside Theodore, tapping his shoulder lightly. Dragons. Controlled breeding. Not dark, Theo said. Right. Lethal flying lizards, fine. But banshees? Unacceptable in civil areas. That's the quote. He walked back to the front, leaned against the desk. We're going to study the ones that usually show up in your textbook index. The sort that don't fit neat definitions. Because those are the ones you're more likely to meet. He looked around. Who here's ever actually fought something dark? Potter and Longbottom raised a hand. Obviously. Other than you two. Dean hesitantly raised his hand. We learned ridiculous with Professor Lupin in third year. Sort of. Boggett, tame, Cashin said, but all right. Did you win? Not really. Honest. I'll take it. Cashin raised his wand. The shapes formed into view, first a Dementor, cloak dragging through the air without ever touching the floor. Its breath curled like frost. Students near the front flinched. Right, Cashin said. Friendliest thing you'll meet on a government payroll. The image drifted closer. Lavender squeaked. A few leaned away. Even some of the Slytherins looked uneasy. Dementors. Fed on happy thoughts, thick with depression, contractually obligated to ruin your day. You'll meet them outside prisons, during wartime, or when the ministry's short on better ideas. He flicked his wand. The image collapsed into fog, then reformed. This time, a wardrobe appeared. Slightly cracked. Shuddering every few seconds. Boggetts, he said. Shapeshifters. Live in dark corners, wardrobes, cupboards, Professor Trelawney's filing system. They don't have a natural shape. They take whatever scares you most. The wardrobe rattled again. A small bang. Someone on the Hufflepuff bench jumped. Key thing to remember, Cashin went on, they're not trying to hurt you. They're shy, so they want you gone. Your fear feeds them though, but it's mostly a bonus not the goal. He pointed. The wardrobe shifted. Briefly, it took on the shape of a giant spider, then a banshee, then a woman in lurid pink cardigan holding a clipboard. A ripple of laughter went through the class. He waved the spell onward. Another image sparked to life. The fog curled tighter, thinned, then reshaped into something far flatter, a black sheet, slick and twitching at the edges. It hovered just above the floor, soundless. The room seemed to get quieter. The shape drifted forward. Someone near the front pulled her knees up. Lethifold, Cashin said. Also called a living shroud. Think Dementor, but worse manners and no ministry leash. They slide under tents, through cracks, over your face while you're asleep. Then they squeeze. The shadow dipped. An eerie scrape followed, though its body never touched the floor. They don't do soul-sucking or psychological torment. But they're silent and lethal. You don't wake up. You don't scream. You're just not there in the morning. A few students looked like they'd forgotten how to breathe. Cashin gestured lazily. The shadow curled up the wall, then dropped from the ceiling in silence. No one's ever seen its face. Mostly because anyone who gets close enough doesn't walk away. He turned. The spell shifted. A ghost this time. Not one of the Hogwarts sort. Pale, sunken, robes hanging off it like old parchment. The eyes weren't blank, they stared, straight ahead. Wraiths, Cashin said. Rare, hostile, and usually tied to cursed ground or bad binding magic. You'll know it's one of these if it doesn't blink and the air tastes like rotten egg. The ghost turned slowly. A boy in the back muttered something under his breath. Cashin waved his wand and the illusions froze in place, Dementor, Boggett, Wraith, and the Lethifold, all of them hovering now. The creatures loomed over the classroom, still as statues, and somehow worse for it. Students leaned back in their seats. Even the ones trying to look unimpressed weren't fidgeting anymore. Better they were rattled now than arrogant later. He took a sip from his mug, then let his eyes settle lazily on the front row. Cashin sat down on the desk again, took a slow sip of his tea, and nodded toward the lot of them. Now, he said, for every creature up there, people came up with a spell to hold it off. I'm not saying defeat. Not even kill. I said counter. There's a difference. He let the pause stretch. These things, most of them, aren't really alive. Not in the way you think. You can't kill what doesn't grow, doesn't breathe, doesn't age. You can burn a vampire to ash. You can pierce a basilisk if you are very lucky. He gave Harry a smirk. But you can't kill a dementor with normal means. You can only push it back. Which is where the term comes in. He looked at their faces. Who can tell me what Amortal means? Hermione's hand shot up. A few others hesitated but no one else followed through. Granger, he said. Hermione sat straighter. An Amortal creature is one that isn't alive in the traditional biological sense. It doesn't age. It wasn't born, exactly, or if it was, it's no longer governed by living rules. But it can be affected. Harmed. Possibly banished. Cashin nodded slowly. That's a good definition. He pushed off the desk and strolled to the middle of the aisle. Amortal doesn't mean unkillable. It means the creature in question is playing by rules that don't match ours. That got a twitch out of Crabbe. These aren't just monsters. They're leftovers of concepts that didn't fade when the world moved on. Fear given shape. Grief that kept breathing. Magic twisted around need, pain, old curses, old blood. They don't decay because they were never properly alive in the first place. And most of the time, if you're fighting one, it's because some idiot woke it up. So why study them? After a silence, Daphne said, because you can't fight what you don't understand. Cashin tilted his head. Exactly. You can't reason with something that doesn't care what you are. Can't talk down a thing that exists to consume. But if you know what it wants, if you understand how it forms, then you can stop it before it wakes. Or seal it before it eats a village. A few grimaced. Cashin sighed. There used to be darker things than what you've seen so far. Amortals with no clear counters. No neat solutions. Hermione's hand went up almost immediately. The Dark King's army. Cashin gave a grim nod. Yes. The Dark King's infamous army of Amortals. His gaze drifted across the room. No one really knows what happened to them. They vanished, one way or another. But there are rumors. A few students shifted in their seats. Someone swallowed audibly. Neville raised his hand halfway. I heard they were killed in Ash. Amortals cannot be killed, Parvati cut in from the side. A couple of others nodded in agreement, murmuring under their breath. Cashin lifted both hands to his sides. What Longbottom said isn't wrong, he said. At least, not entirely. It's a common belief. Still just a myth, but one that's been repeated often enough to stick. He paused, letting that settle. Here's the problem, Cashin went on, quieter now. People hear something enough times, they start treating it like fact. Especially when it sounds impossible to challenge. His eyes swept the class. Magic isn't limited, he said. But it certainly cares what you think is possible. So don't let someone else's certainty become your truth. This time, the class nodded more slowly. He grabbed a bit of chalk again. Wrote 2 words beneath dark creatures. Amortal. Negative magic. Then he underlined both, harder. This is the part they don't bother teaching you, he said. Because it makes the world messy. He turned. Who here thinks dark creatures are born evil? Susan shifted slightly. So did Leanne. Cashin raised a brow. Thought so. He tapped the second word. They're not born evil. They're built from evil. Some by accident. Some on purpose. And all of them are shaped by negative magic. Seamus frowned. What does that mean? Curses. Not exactly, Cashin said. Negative magic isn't a spell category. It's an energy pattern. Think emotion. Intent. Pressure. Magic fed by panic, grief, rage. Repression. He drew a crooked circle next to the word. That kind of energy builds. Sits in a space. Or in a person. If the conditions line up, if the magic's raw enough, old enough, it twists. Bends itself around what's already there. That's how you get poltergeists. That's how you get spirits tied to objects. That's how you get banshees. He pointed the chalk at the class. And if the magic's bad enough, if it festers for long enough, if someone adds blood or death or desperation to the mix, then you get something Amortal. The class went very quiet. Cashin turned back to the board. You've seen it happen. Even if you don't know it. He wrote again. Obscurus. A few flinched. That's the cleanest example. Kid represses their magic hard enough, long enough, under the right pressure, and boom. Magic eats itself. Forms a parasite. They don't even know it's there, until it's too late. Lavender raised a hand. But isn't that just in theory? Cashin looked at her. Tell that to the ruins they left behind. She went quiet. He nodded. Obscurus is rare, yet. But it's real. And more than that. It's proof. Magic isn't just light and wand waving. It has a weight. You shove enough grief into it, enough hatred, it starts growing. Ron muttered, like umbrage. Cashin didn't even blink. She's just naturally venomous. No magic required. Most of the class laughed. He went back to the board. So here's the point. If you want to understand Amortal creatures, you start with the moment they formed, not the anatomy. What made them? What fed them? He tapped the chalk against his palm. That's why counterspells aren't enough. You don't just cast and hope it works. You match the source. You unravel the emotion that formed the thing in the first place. Padma spoke up. Is that why the patroness works? Cashin grinned. Someone's paying attention. He pointed to her. Yes. Dementors are one of the few creatures that respond to emotional magic. They're built from despair, from absence. So the only thing that pushes them back is presence. Hope. Joy. You have to outshine them with love, with pure positive thoughts. He crossed back to the front. That's why the patroness isn't just a charm. It's a state of mind. Positive magic weaponized. You can't cast it like Lumos. You have to fuel it. He wrote again. Positive magic. The strongest spells in this category aren't incantations. They're reactions. You channel a real emotion through your wand, and the spell takes shape around it. He paused. That's also why they're hard to teach. A few nodded. Harry was already frowning at the desk, probably remembering every failed attempt. Everyone's got something different in the tank, Cashin said. Some of you'll pull on love. Some on pride. Some on spite, frankly. He looked at Draco, who was pretending not to look at him. The point is, you'll need to find what you've got to fight with. Magic responds to input. You feed it a feeling, it gives you something shaped from it. He let that land, then tapped the board again. Magic doesn't forget, he said. It enhances the state of mind, emotions, intent, mental visualization. You pour enough of yourself into something, and it sticks. Good or bad. You ever love something enough to make a charm hold? That's positive magic. Now imagine the opposite. The class sat stiff in their seats, every face fixed on the blackboard. Nobody blinked. Everyone had at least one memory rattling round their skull now, an artifact that hummed when no one was near it, a corridor that grew colder after sunset, or that one drawer in the charms cupboard that never stayed shut. And that was just within Hogwarts. For years, I've been teaching you spell history. How intent shapes spell work. How it's the spine, not the muscle. Without it, you're just waving sticks. He tapped the chalk twice against the board. Thing is, I held back. Hermione shifted in her seat. Zabinai crossed his arms. Parkinson narrowed her eyes. Intent isn't just what you think you want, Cashin went on. It's your state of mind made real. It's the current running under your thoughts. The thing fueling the spell is what builds that state. He took another step forward, eyes sweeping the room. You've all heard about the last battle. Dumbledore told his side not to use unforgivables. No dark magic. He sighed. Turned on his heel, paced again. Anyone want to guess why? Nobody moved. Cashin looked at them. All right. New question. Hands up if you think you could use an unforgivable curse. A few heads jerked up. The class went still again. No one raised their hand. A few looked at each other. Most thought this was some kind of trap. Cashin nodded, not surprised. Right. Let me change the question. He stopped dead center and lifted his chin. Hands up if you think I can use unforgivables. This time, nearly half the class raised their hands. Some slowly, some with absolute confidence. Potter. Granger. Daphne. Zabinai. Millicent hesitated, then put hers up too. A couple Hufflepuffs looked unsure, glanced at each other, and followed. Cashin smiled, crooked. I can't. Every hand dropped. It's not that I don't know how. It's not about magical strength, either. I could match the theory. The pronunciation. The force. But I couldn't make it work. He leaned back on the edge of the desk, arms folded. Because to cast a dark spell, real dark magic, the kind that doesn't fade with sunlight, you have to feed it something. And what you feed it stains you. A few students looked rattled now. Cashin shrugged. Dark magic taints your soul. That's real. You can't wave a wand and walk away clean. The magic remembers. Remember this always. Magic remembers even if you forget. He nodded toward them. And once your soul's marked like that, light spells stop answering properly. You can't cast a true patroness anymore. Healing magic starts slipping. Charms backfire. It's structure, not punishment. He drummed his fingers on the desk. There are exceptions. Always are. A rare few can use both. Light and dark. Not in balance, don't believe that fantasy. I mean actually split. Part of them feeds one side, the other does the opposite. Usually those people are bloody miserable. He gestured loosely. Love turned into obsession. Hope twisted into delusion. Loyalty curdled into worship. Courage bent until it became martyrdom. He let out a sigh. But those people are often fragile as hell. It takes a shattered kind of mind to hold both threads without tearing. Cashin looked out over the room. So no. I probably couldn't cast an unforgivable if I tried. And I'm fine with that. Honestly, I hope none of you can either. The silence that followed was heavy. Like they'd just heard something they weren't meant to know until years down the line, when it might have been too late to take back. Cashin took a long drink from his mug. He raised a hand. The wand flicked. Light coiled above the desk, nothing fancy, just a wisp. But it pulsed, warm and quiet. That's the kind of magic I want you to use. Not because it's nice. Not because it looks pretty in a duel. But because once you learn to wield this. He tapped his chest. You won't need unforgivables. He let the light fade. Then he grinned, wide and sharp. Besides, you've got me. I'm better than a curse. Someone choked a laugh. Someone else sighed hard. Right then, he said, shaking off the weight. Homework's cursed objects. Due Monday. If you ask for an extension, I'll curse you. A few nervous laughs broke the tension. But nobody forgot what he'd just said. Astoria Greengrass stopped outside Professor Rosier's door, her hand hovering a few inches from the wood, was about to knock when she heard something from within. When she'd been summoned, she thought it would be the usual. That meant another check. Blood. Pulse. That's strange, careful magic he and Professor Babbling used that never hurt but always left her tired afterwards. All with their parents' permission of course. Daphne was normally there for those, hovering like she could shoulder the curse for her if it tried anything clever. Daphne wasn't here tonight. Astoria shifted her weight and lifted her hand again. Before she could knock, a voice burst through the door. Got it. Astoria blinked. You want me to sing, Luna Lovegood added brightly, muffled by oaken wards. Want me to lure the Nargles away? Astoria tried to bite back a laugh. It slipped out anyway. From inside, Professor Rosier sighed. Resigned. No, Miss Lovegood. I do not want you to sing, he said. I want you to check something when Miss Greengrass arrives. Astoria smiled, nerves easing a notch. He sounded like himself. Not like someone about to tell her the curse had changed again. She raised her hand. Greengrass? Ah, Astoria. Well, if she's who you are waiting, she's here already, Luna said as if it were common knowledge. Astoria froze. Her hand dropped back to her side. How could she? Footsteps crossed the room. The door opened. Professor Rosier stood there, looking down at her with the same flicker of surprise she felt herself. For half a second, neither of them spoke. Then they both looked past each other. Luna stood several steps behind him, finger lifted, tracing a slow shape in the air. She wasn't looking at either of them. Her head was tipped slightly, listening to something no one else could hear. Oh, Luna said, pleased. You do stand differently when you're thinking. Astoria cleared her throat. Sorry. I did not mean to listen. Professor Rosier stepped aside at once. Come in. She did. His office smelled faintly of tea and parchment, as usual. The door shut behind her with a soft click. Luna finished the shape she had been drawing. Then turned to look at her. There, she said. It is quieter now. Astoria glanced between them. What is? Luna smiled at her. The buzzing. Astoria opened her mouth, then closed it again. She didn't hear anything buzzing, but didn't comment on it either. Professor Rosier watched her carefully. Sit, he said, gesturing to the chair near his desk. Both of you. Astoria sat. Luna perched on the arm of the chair instead, feet swinging. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a breath. Right, he said. Miss Greengrass. I invited Miss Lovegood because I think she might be useful with your situation. He didn't spell it out. Not that it's needed to. Half the school already knew. But if you'd rather keep things quiet, that's fine too. Astoria shook her head. It's fine. Thanks for helping, Luna. Luna beamed. Of course. This'll be my first time studying a Thesroller up close. Astoria blinked. What? They're very rare, Luna said, eyebrows raised. Bloodborne. Mostly harmless if they stay dormant, but when they get fidgety, they whisper bad things. Professor Rosier rubbed a hand over his face. I told you not to name it. Luna tilted her head. I didn't name it. That's what it's called. Still, he muttered. It'll get ideas. Astoria looked between them. Wait, what? I thought it was a blood curse. He gave a nod and flicked his wand. 3 mugs floated in and landed on the table, tea for him, hot chocolate for the girls. Luna snatched hers like she hadn't seen chocolate in a month. Chocolate. She sang. Cashin ignored that entirely. I recently discovered something. No. Not discovered. Remembered, really. Astoria blinked. Right. That magic's, well. Magical. Luna's eyes went wide. She looked at him like he'd just found Atlantis. Astoria glanced at her, then back at him, brows raised. Yes? That's kind of the definition. He sipped his tea, not looking even remotely embarrassed. No, I mean properly magical. Unfair. Unstable. Bigger on the inside. Occasionally rude. Half the things we treat like rules are more like suggestions. We measure it by wand work and spellcraft, but that's only a slice. The rest, he waggled a hand in the air. Runs on mood swings and chaos. What I'm trying to say is, there's so much in magic we still can't explain. Calling something impossible, absurd, or false is about the stupidest thing a magic can do. Luna sipped her hot chocolate with both hands and nodded solemnly. Cashin went on. I've always given Miss Lovegood the benefit of the doubt. Thought she was clever, strange, probably ahead of her year, all that. But I wasn't really listening. Last year, I decided to fix that. Luna stuck out her tongue. That's because you lost your magic and got bored. His eye twitched. Still counts. Astoria stared at them both. So, you mean to say Nargles, Raxperts, the Snorkak, those are real? He shrugged. Real's relative. They're not physical, not in the way dragons are. You won't catch one in a net. They're not things. More like, interpretations. Her forehead creased. Interpretations of what? Magic, he said, already halfway through his tea. Or thoughts. Or places. Some things aren't creatures in the way textbooks want them to be. They're a language created by a young, brilliant mind to shape understanding into something truly rare and magical. Astoria didn't know what to say to that. Luna piped up. Mum used to say magic has moods. Cashin pointed his spoon at her. Exactly. People think if it's not listed in a ministry field guide, it doesn't count. But old magic doesn't care if you believe in it. Astoria didn't get it. She still nodded, tried to act like she was following, but her fingers curled slightly at the edge of her sleeve. The words made sense on their own, but together they left her standing in the middle of a sentence she'd clearly missed the beginning of. Cashin must have noticed. He set his mug down, glanced at Luna, then back at Astoria. Right, he said. Miss Lovegood, tell me what Miss Greengrass is thinking. Luna tilted her head like a curious owl. She stared at Astoria for a beat, then smiled faintly. She thinks you've lost the plot. Astoria's cheeks burned. I didn't say that, I didn't mean. It's the dumbfoundedness that's on my face. He waved a hand. You're fine. Not offended. You'd be surprised how often that's the first reaction. She glanced at Luna, still sitting as if this were perfectly ordinary. So you, read people's thoughts? No, he said. She read their magic. Astoria frowned. That's not legilimency. Not even close, Cashin said. What she does, what her mum probably did too, is something else. Harder to describe. She doesn't pull thoughts. She feels the shape your magic makes when it brushes the world. Astoria stared. That doesn't even make sense. Cashin sighed and leaned back slightly. I'll be honest. I'm still not convinced Nargles and all that are real. They're probably Miss Lovegood's way of working around her ability. Which is reading magic. He reached for his mug, taking another sip. She didn't even notice when it filled itself. Her father passed me her mum's notes. And some of his memories. Her mum didn't use Nargles or Raxperts. She didn't call it anything, really. Just, knew. Picked up on things people didn't notice. But Miss Lovegood. She got stories instead, Luna said brightly. He told me all about them when I was little. And then they became real. Cashin nodded. When we experience something we can't explain, we usually build something that can. She didn't understand what she was feeling, so her brain dug around for the closest story that fit. Astoria stared at Luna, blinked, then slowly looked back at Cashin. The logic clicked, finally, that strange thing he said earlier about magic being unfair made sense. Magic really was magical. She glanced at Luna. You're all right with it? I mean, knowing it's not exactly real. Luna nodded without a pause. I was surprised too, last year. But I'm all right now. I'm glad, actually. Mum saw things like this. I do too. That made her smile. She reached out, took Luna's hand, gave it a squeeze. Thanks. Cashin smiled, then sat straight. Now. Back to your blood curse. Here's the problem, he said. It's magic, and it's inside your magic. That makes it nearly impossible to separate or track cleanly. If it was just a curse, we'd have snapped it already. But this one interacts. It grows, shifts, reacts to your magic like a second skin. He tapped the desk with his finger. But now we've got Miss Lovegood. She doesn't look at spell structures or residue. She sees what your magic's doing underneath. The shape it makes. How it breathes. Luna was still holding her hand. It's like a song that's gone flat in one part, she said. Yours is bright, mostly. But there's a patch in the middle that doesn't move. Astoria felt her mouth go dry. Is it getting worse? Not today, Luna said. It's been quiet lately. A bit sulky. But still. That was a strange comfort. Cashin leaned back slightly. We'll monitor it. But with Miss Lovegood's help, we might start seeing the outlines. Even if we can't pull it apart yet, we'll know where it begins. That's something. He stood, grabbed a folder from the side of the desk, and passed it to her. Start keeping notes, he said. Dreams, odd spells, anything. Doesn't matter how stupid it feels. If your magic sneezes wrong, I want it in writing. Astoria opened it. The parchment inside had been charmed, each page shimmered faintly, charmed to resist tampering, probably. Or to cross-reference. This'll help. He nodded. At worst, it gives us a pattern. At best, we catch it shifting. She held it to her chest. Luna peered inside. It's orange. That's normal, he said. If it turns blue, run. Astoria blinked. What? Joke, Cashin said. Mostly. She didn't laugh. But it was easier to breathe again. She looked at Luna. You'll really help. Luna nodded. I want to. Cashin clapped his hands. Right. You're both dismissed. Go, eat, commit minor mischief. Whatever teenagers your age do. She smiled. The door opened behind them. Luna gave her hand another squeeze before drifting out, humming something tuneless. Astoria lingered a second longer. Thank you, she said. Cashin only waved her off. Go on. You're not cursed. You're complicated. She laughed, but that stayed with her the whole walk back. Cashin was sitting at the edge of the Quidditch pitch with a heavy coat around his shoulders. Bath's Haida dropped down next to him, passed over a steaming cup, then stole half the blanket without asking. You hate Quidditch, she muttered, nudging her icy nose into his side. It was red from the cold already. He wrapped his coat around her head like a burrito, and yanked her closer till she folded up against him like a frozen squirrel. I do, he said, tilting the cup toward the field. Take a look. She blinked at the field through the gap between his arms. Slytherin and Gryffindor were standing on opposite sides of the pitch. Just, standing. No one hexing the other or insulting. Her brow furrowed. Wait, are they? Yab. She blinked. They're training together. He nodded. Practice game. Potter's the Gryffindor captain now. Malfoy's got Slytherin. Guess they figured it was faster to test their rosters together. Bath's Haida stared. They hate each other. True. She looked again. Like, properly. Fought on a rooftop hate. Cashin sipped his tea. And now they're comparing keepers. Did we miss the apocalypse? Possible. Let's see if the sky splits open before lunch. Bath's Haida glanced down at the field again. Malfoy was barking something at a younger Slytherin, gesturing sharply. Potter pointed at the same spot a second later, like they were syncing. All right, she said. That's unsettling. They've stopped screaming at each other, which is either growth or a shared vendetta. On the pitch, the chasers launched into a pass relay. It wasn't graceful yet, but it was fast. Bath's Haida shifted closer again. Did you tell them to? Cashin gave her a weird look. Gods, no. I couldn't care less about Quidditch. She squinted. Then why are you here? He shrugged. Heard shouting. Thought they were fighting. Came to pull one of them off the other and saw this. He took a sip of tea. Well, they both have a flair for dramatics. Potter keeps nearly dying. Malfoy's one bad day away from staging a monologue in the Great Hall. A sharp whistle cut across the air. Both teams broke into a sprint, moving with actual coordination. Look at that. House unity through mutual annoyance. Bath's Haida wrapped the coat tighter around herself. Think they'll stick with it? Doubt it, he said. But they'll pretend long enough to terrify Ravenclaw. She laughed and tucked herself further into him. Below, the teams had started another round, Potter calling the shots, Malfoy snapping right back like he'd been waiting all year to run drills properly. Cashin watched a beat longer, then muttered, they're going to make this year interesting. Doors open, Cashin called, not looking up. Harry stepped in, shut it behind him. Cashin pointed at the chair across from his desk. Sit. Harry dropped into the seat without comment. He looked tired. Not end of practice tired, more like something had been eating at him all day and he'd run out of places to stash it. Cashin finally set the pen down. All right. Let's get on with it. You've got that look. Go on, hit me. Harry didn't hesitate. Why didn't he tell me sooner? Cashin blinked. You're going to have to narrow that down. I believe there are a lot of he's around that hasn't told you a lot of things sooner. Headmaster, Harry said. About the prophecy. About the Horcrux. About what I am. So, you two spoke. Harry nodded. He's known for years. Cashin leaned back. He has. Bit of a nasty habit, keeping things under the hat until they're half rotten. I don't get it, Harry muttered. I was 11. 12. 13. Every year something tried to kill me and he still didn't say a word. If you haven't told me, would he ever? I hate that he didn't trust me. He didn't trust himself, Cashin said. He didn't know what to do with it. He said I had a choice, Harry said. But it doesn't feel like one. It's always the same thing. You've got power he doesn't, or you'll have to face him in the end. It's like it's already written. It's not, Cashin said. We already established that, yet. Harry sighed. So why does everyone act like it's carved in stone? Because it's easier, Cashin said. If something's destined, then no one has to take responsibility when it goes wrong. Fate's a great scapegoat. Harry laughed at that, then rubbed his knuckles across his knee. I keep thinking I'm going to turn into him, he said. That I'll slip. That this thing in me will twist me when I'm not looking. Cashin stood and stepped around the desk till he was next to Harry. You're not him, he said. That thing in you doesn't get a vote. You do. Tell that to my nightmares, Harry muttered. Potter, Cashin said, standing again, if nightmares made you evil, this school would have burned down in 94. And that's 1094 for your information. Harry let out a short breath. Look, Cashin said, picking up the book on the desk and tossing it onto the cabinet. You've got something inside you. It's not you. If a rat crawled into your boot, would you start calling yourself vermin? Harry blinked. No. Exactly. Don't confuse the infestation with the house. It's disgusting and sickening, yes, but it's not what you are. Harry's gaze stayed on the ground. I feel it sometimes. When I'm angry. When something's wrong. It's like something waiting to speak. Cashin crouched slightly, met his eyes. Good. That means you can hear it. People who've lost the plot don't question whether they've still got one. If you're worried about turning into a monster, that's the clearest sign you won't. Harry blinked. Cashin stood again and headed to the far cabinet. He opened it, pulled out a biscuit tin, and tossed it. Harry caught it on reflex. Eat something, Cashin said. Your face looks like a rain cloud. Harry opened the tin, pulled out something that might have once been gingerbread, and bit into it. Cashin leaned against the desk again. You've got questions. I've got time. Pick one. Harry chewed slowly, then said, the soul piece. You said you were working on something. Cashin nodded. I am. And it's not a pipe dream either. We're getting close. Might not be pretty, but there's a way to pull that fragment out without turning you into soup. Harry looked at him. What if it tries to stop you? Cashin raised an eyebrow. Let it try. He meant it. Harry could tell. Harry muttered, you ever feel like we're all being moved into place for something? Cashin tilted his head. What gave it away? The prophecy? The soul fragment? The fact that a third of this school has nearly died at least twice. Harry didn't smile this time. It feels like something's coming. Cashin didn't look away. It is. Harry met his eyes. And we're not ready. Cashin raised his hands to the side, that's life. You don't get to control what it throws at you. You control what you do with it. Harry gave a small nod. Didn't look up. Cashin watched him a beat longer, then, while we're at it, I need to borrow your invisibility cloak. That got his attention. Harry looked up fast, blinking like he hadn't heard right. Then nodded. Yeah, of course. But something shifted in his face. Jaw clenched, eyes a little too still. Cashin caught it. I'll give it back, he said dryly. Not planning to elope with it. Harry huffed, more breath than laugh. It's not that. It's stupid, really. Cashin tilted his head. I like stupid. Go on. Last time someone borrowed it, Harry said, voice tight, my parents died. Cashin frowned. I got it in my first year. Christmas. Came with a note. Said borrowed it from my dad to study it. And was now giving it back. Harry's hands pressed against his knees. Didn't think much of it then. But lately I keep wondering, if they'd had it that night. Hidden better. Maybe Voldemort would not have found them. You can't hide from D. Cashin stopped mid-word. Then he stood, crossed the room, and yanked a book off the second shelf. Dust puffed. He flipped through pages fast, lips moving as he scanned. Found the section, schemed quickly, then again slower. Harry watched him, frowning. Cashin didn't look up. How long did your family have that cloak? Harry blinked. I'm not sure. I know my dad had it in school. Sirius said so. And he got it from his dad. Cashin's frown deepened. That's 2 generations. At least. He tapped the edge of the book, gaze dropping back to the text. That cloak worked against Dumbledore's wards. Potter had slipped right through them in first year. He'd thought maybe the boy had been keyed in somehow. He even thought the cloak could be special at the time. But now. His eyes dropped back to the page. The story wasn't long. 3 brothers. One wanted power, another wanted love, the third asked for a way to leave death without being followed. The first 2 died. The third survived. Passed the cloak down. The book didn't say who'd got it next. Could it really be it? Could they be real? He looked over the edge of the book at Potter. The cloak had been passed through the Potter line. Still worked. Still flawless. Not degraded at all. Cashin closed the book and set it on the desk. If it was the cloak, then the rest existed too. Which meant someone out there had the wand. The stone too. Cashin rubbed a thumb across his brow, then finally looked up. Potter, he said slowly, I need to see that cloak.